Chapter 0001, The Unchosen. Lower City. Zone F32. The colossal display screen looming above the central square flickered incessantly due to insufficient power. The digits frozen at 23:59. The square was teeming with people, all gazing upwards, anticipating the next tick of the clock. Ning Fan stood among the throng, his exterior calm. Yet, the tightly clenched fist he bore betrayed the tumult within him. Every year on the 1st of January, the Upper City selects one outstanding individual from each district of the Lower City to ascend. This is an unparalleled honor for every inhabitant of the Lower City, and indeed, the sole opportunity to transcend their fates. Legend has it that the Upper City is bathed in warm sunlight, adorned with clear rivers and fresh air. Even the dogs of the Upper City are said to enjoy clean and nutritious food. Many, however, scoffed at such assertions. How could the dogs of the Upper City possibly fare better than the people of the Lower City? At long last, the display flickered. A name appeared on the screen. Sun Wenhui. Ning Fan's fist loosened, and a shadow of despondency crossed his gaze. The atmosphere shifted abruptly from tranquil to tumultuous. Damn, who is this Sun Wenhui? What qualifies him? Beside him, a chubby boy of similar age expressed his discontent, nudging Ning Fan. Daffin, why isn't it you? Why not me? I too am curious. Ning Fan's eyes remained fixated on the screen. During the selection examination a month prior, Ning Fan had achieved perfect scores across all 9 assessments. This unequivocally implied that no one could possibly surpass his performance. In that moment, even Ning Fan had believed that he would be the sole individual chosen to ascend this year. Yet, the glaring name on the screen seemed to mock his arrogance, continuing to flicker incessantly. Daffin, I've gathered some information. At that moment, a bespectacled boy squeezed his way through the crowd to Ning Fan's side, wiping the sweat from his brow, his expression rife with indignation. I heard that this Sun Wenhui possesses 1/32nd of Upper City lineage. When Ning Fan first saw the name, his demeanor remained unchanged. However, upon hearing the bespectacled boy's assertion that he had been rejected for such a reason, Ning Fan chuckled, a mix of resignation and acceptance evident. Daffin, are you all right? The chubby boy assumed Ning Fan was distressed. I'm fine. Ning Fan shrugged. After all, we lack any blood relation to the Upper City inhabitants. It's not unjust that we cannot compete with them. Are those upper-class folks out of their minds? To overlook a prodigy like you, with perfect scores, and instead select a 1/32nd hybrid? The bespectacled boy also championed Ning Fan's cause. They knew how hard Ning Fan had strived throughout his life. Yet all his efforts had been vanquished by the so-called 1/32nd of Upper City bloodline. Had it been them, they would have already voiced their frustrations. It's all right, Daffin, if it doesn't work out this year, there's always next year after all. We're only 18, and time is on our side. The chubby boy offered consolation. I refuse to believe that another mixed blood will emerge to compete with you next year. Your capabilities speak for themselves. No, Ning Fan replied with a smile. I do not plan to take the exam next year. Both the chubby boy and the bespectacled youth were momentarily taken aback. My mother cannot afford to wait another year. Ning Fan, lost in thought, murmured, I shall become a wayfarer. On his way home, the smile had vanished from Ning Fan's face. The streets buzzed with discussions regarding the results of the Upper City selection. The name Sun Wenhui had become the most talked about topic in the F32 district today. These voices pierced his ears like a cacophony. Upon returning home, Ning Fan approached the bedside. His mother remained in a state of unconsciousness. In the Lower City, even breathing could be fatal. The air was laden with a toxic substance known as miasma. Prolonged exposure to this miasma rendered the human body akin to an unstable time bomb, liable to implode at any moment. His mother's body had already succumbed. Ning Fan had participated in the Upper City selection because being chosen would grant him access to the special medicine distributed freely by the Upper City. A remedy for the miasma. Mother, I am sorry. Ning Fan grasped his mother's withered hand. I was not selected. Those who ascend to the Upper City seem to favor kinship, even if it is merely 1/32nd. To be honest, I feel quite resentful I was the only one in the entire F32 district to achieve a perfect score across 9 assessments. Yet I was still eliminated. I shall become a wayfarer. It is the only means to earn money and procure the special medicine for you. I am aware that becoming a wayfarer entails venturing into the wilderness, which is perilous. Truth be told, I am quite frightened. I fear that I may not return. If I were to perish out there, what would become of you? However, if there remains a glimmer of hope for your recovery, then I must take the gamble. Mother, I long for your hand upon my head, praising me as a dutiful child. With reddened eyes, Ning Fan spoke to his mother for an extended time until a faint ray of light streamed through the window. At last, he rubbed his eyes, rose to his feet, and took the only gift his mother had bestowed upon him during his childhood. It was a tattered sword, resembling a firewood stick, entirely black and imbued with a sense of cheapness. Mother, I am leaving. Although he knew she would not respond, Ning Fan softly bid farewell. Wait for my return. Yet, just as he was about to step out, he suddenly noticed a corner of paper peeking out from beneath the edge of his mother's bed. Curious, he approached. Could it be a letter his mother had written to him during her moments of lucidity? As he pulled out the paper, the title caught him off guard. Bloodline Test Report. Ning Fan was perplexed. He could not recall ever undergoing a bloodline test. Yet, it indeed bore his name. Test subject, Ning Fan. Test result, non-upper city bloodline. Upon reading this, a bitter smile crept across Ning Fan's face. He was well aware of his lack of upper city lineage otherwise. How could he have been eliminated for the upper city selection? Just as he intended to tuck the paper away, he discovered a handwritten note on the reverse side. It also stated that he did not belong to the lower city bloodline. At the end of this passage, there lies a large question mark, boldly circled in red ink. Ning Fan stared at the question mark in astonishment. It was not surprising that he was not of the upper city lineage. However, he was equally perplexed that he did not belong to the lower city lineage either. So what exactly am I? Chapter 0002. The Den of Wild Dogs. With a heart heavy with profound doubts, Ning Fan cautiously opened the door to his home. Fan, are you really going? At the entrance, the chubby boy and the bespectacled youth were already waiting for him. Upon seeing these two childhood friends, Ning Fan momentarily set aside his concerns regarding the lineage test results. I implore you both for a favor. Ning Fan licked his lips and spoke with an air of apology. During this time, please take good care of my mother. Are you out of your mind? Why are you being so polite with us? The bespectacled youth playfully punched Ning Fan on the chest. We're both wild children, having grown up without parents. Aunt Fong treats us like her own. It is only natural for us to look after her. Fan, you stubborn fellow, once you've made a decision, no one can deter you. The chubby boy wore a concerned expression. However, even for Aunt Fong's sake, you must return alive. Ning Fan nodded vigorously. The chubby boy shook a bag in his hand, from which wafted delightful aromas. You need not worry about Aunt Fong. We will ensure she is well fed and taken care of. In the lower city, food is broadly categorized into two types. One consists of local fare obtained through hunting or foraging, filling but inexpensive, yet laden with toxins. The other type is food sent from the upper city. Each day, the upper city disposes of its rejected food or scraps through a conduit known as the Path of Grace. Every district in the lower city has such conduits. Ironically, the leftovers that descend through the Path of Grace, after undergoing secondary processing, are sold at prices 3 times higher than that of the local food. The rationale is simple. Even the remnants from the upper city are cleaner and healthier than the local provisions. This food is referred to as refined cuisine. And the contents of the bag held by the chubby boy were precisely this refined cuisine. I need to express my gratitude, Ning Fan said appreciatively. Once I earn some money, all right. Enough with the chatter. Just go. The chubby boy patted Ning Fan's shoulder. Living well is far more important than anything else. Okay. I'm off. Ning Fan nodded solemnly and turned toward the district wall. He dared not glance back, fearing that he would falter in his resolve or feel a pang of reluctance. At merely 18 years of age, he too was susceptible to fear of death, fear of separation. Half an hour later, as Ning Fan reached the edge of the district wall, his emotional turmoil began to settle somewhat. Compared to the inner districts, this area was decidedly noisier. Groups of people congregated, engaged in loud conversations, and occasionally, skirmishes erupted between factions for reasons unknown. These were the Wanderers. Ning Fan surveyed his surroundings and ultimately fixed his gaze upon a decaying wooden plank. Carved into the wood were 4 characters, Den of Wild Dogs. He approached the sign. Seated beside it was a man, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, possessing a handsome visage, albeit marred by 3 deep claw marks extending from his neck to his ears, which somewhat detracted from his attractiveness. Upon noticing Ning Fan's approach, the young man raised an eyebrow. Are you here to beg for alms or to earn them? To seek alms is to solicit their assistance in executing tasks. thus becoming a benefactor. To beg, however, means to join them in the pursuit of sustenance, a kind that can fill one's belly. Ning Fan remarked with a hint of indifference. Oh, a young man seems intrigued. He was appraised from head to toe. What remarkable skill do you possess to speak so confidently? Is Lin Chuan present? Do you know Brother Chuan? I do not, but I have heard of him. Ning Fan was always one to prepare meticulously for any endeavor. A month prior, after participating in the selection at Upper City, he began to study the Wanderer team in Zone F32. Should he be unsuccessful, becoming a Wanderer would be his last resort. Among the mixed assembly of teams, he chose the home of Wild Dogs, renowned for its reputation, abundant tasks, and lack of financial pressure. Subsequently, he gathered the basic information on all members of the home of Wild Dogs, learning that the leader was named Lin Chuan. At that moment, a hefty hand struck Ning Fan's shoulder from behind. Are you here to beg for alms? The blow seemed to diminish his stature. Ning Fan turned with a slight frown. The individual behind him stood at approximately 170, yet his physique was remarkably robust, adorned with long hair and a bushy beard. His gaze somewhat unfocused. Is that so? Ning Fan inquired. Brother Chuan, this fellow arrived claiming he wishes to fill his stomach, quite the appetite. The young man jested. Damn. Lin Chuan chuckled as he maneuvered around Ning Fan, settling himself on a nearby oil drum. Young brother, I encounter 100 or so like you every year, those who seek fortune without regard for life. Yet, don't be misled. Not only is it rare to fill one's belly, but even survival is a rarity. Ning Fan offered no further explanation, but instead produced a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to him. Lin Chuan snatched it eagerly, and upon reading its contents, a spark of interest lit up his previously languid eyes. Wow, a high achiever? This paper bore Ning Fan's assessment results, 9 evaluations. All perfect scores, the sole individual in Zone F32. No wonder you exude such confidence. A talent indeed? Despite Lin Chuan's words, Ning Fan perceived a flicker of disdain in his eyes. It was the contempt of one who had truly faced life and death, looking down upon a so-called genius who relied solely on a report card for validation. Huizi, didn't you partake in the evaluations a few years back? What was your score? Lin Chuan turned to the young man. Huizi. Huizi scoffed, not a single passing score. I nearly failed to surpass a fool from my cohort. His tone suggested that this was not a source of shame, but rather a point of pride. Lin Chuan grinned at Ning Fan. He is currently my vice captain. And then? Ning Fan pressed. Then what? Lin Chuan tilted his head. There is nothing more to say. I merely wish to convey that the ability to eat one's fill has no correlation to this worthless paper. What is it related to then? Ning Fan asked, his tone cool. Can you recognize the characters? Lin Chuan rapped sharply on a decayed wooden plank. What I require are wild dogs that can tear into their prey, not exceptional little rabbits. How do you know I am a little rabbit? Ning Fan's tenacity caused Lin Chuan to furrow his brow, evidently growing somewhat impatient. How many days remain for Yang Beihai's commission? Lin Chuan inquired, casting a glance at Huizi. Huizi replied, 5 days. Listen, young man, Lin Chuan remarked, raising an eyebrow at Ning Fan. For the next 5 days, we will not be leaving the area. If you wish to join us, it is quite simple. Before our departure, draw some blood with that thing you carry on your back, and I will accept you. Why must I be the target again? Huizi expressed his dissatisfaction. What? Are you afraid of being harmed by a novice? Lin Chuan laughed heartily and stepped closer to Ning Fan. However, if before we leave, you cannot even graze him, then do not bother returning. The life of a wanderer is not one you shall partake in. Agreed. It is settled then. Ning Fan nodded quietly. Huizi continued to mumble under his breath, eager to argue with Lin Chuan. Yet, in the next moment, Ning Fan suddenly drew the black sword from behind him and swung it toward Huizi's left arm. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Huizi had somehow produced a dagger, just in time to block the black sword. Ning Fan's expression shifted slightly. He believed his strike was swift and decisive. Undoubtedly a surprise attack. He excelled in 9 disciplines, swordsmanship included, achieving full marks. Huizi, on the other hand, had clearly reacted without any prior defense. Bang! Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his entire body was propelled backward. The surrounding wanderers merely glanced at the scene before returning to their own affairs. Conflict was far too commonplace here. Huizi sheathed his dagger, approached the fallen Ning Fan with a cheerful demeanor, rolled up his pant leg, and squatted down to look at him from above. Had you aimed for my head, your success rate would have increased by at least 30%. From the moment you accepted Brother Chuan's wager, you and I have become adversaries. Huizi's smile brimmed with mockery, and you still show mercy to an enemy? Chapter 0003. I will visit your home tonight. Ning Fan clutched his abdomen, a gentle frown etching his features. The words of Huizi were quite shocking to him. Ning Fan had never once perceived Huizi as an enemy, let alone considered taking his life. Lin Chuan had mentioned that it was sufficient to draw a little blood from Huizi. In Ning Fan's mind, this was merely an assessment, an opportunity to inflict minimal harm upon Huizi while ensuring his own passage through the trial. However, Huizi was imparting to him an entirely new lesson. You could kill me. Why do you not? Ning Fan felt a tumultuous pain in his gut, yet he stubbornly retorted. Huizi's kick was indeed heavy, but not fatal. Oh, so you understand the concept of deduction? Fine, brilliant student. Take these 5 days to ponder why I do not kill you. I can offer you a hint. It is certainly not out of mercy. The glint in Huizi's eyes grew cold as he stood, his head bowed. This gaze sent a chill down Ning Fan's spine. He believed Huizi had genuinely contemplated murder. Why? Why was it so effortless for him to harbor such thoughts towards a complete stranger? Ning Fan stared at Huizi for an extended moment before mustering the strength to rise. Retrieving the black sword that had been cast aside during the assault and slinging it across his back, he then turned and walked towards an alley. Is he truly giving up? Today's youth lack even a semblance of manliness. Huizi scoffed. Yet Lin Chuan squinted, observing Ning Fan's retreating figure. He will return. Huizi paused, then smirked. What is this? Brother Chuan, do you genuinely intend to take him back, even if he returns? How did you discern that? Is it not obvious? If you did not wish to keep him, why would you let him strike me? Are you simply bored? Little brat, how dare you speak to me like that? You're getting a bit too bold, aren't you? Why do you bully me? I've been nothing but honest all day. The two exchanged banter for a moment before Lin Chuan suddenly chuckled. Do you think that boy can succeed? Brother, I feel you are insulting me. Huizi retorted, rolling his eyes. Having played the role of a hawk my entire life, could I truly be blinded by a mere chick? I believe he can, Lin Chuan mused thoughtfully. What shall we wager? Huizi's demeanor shifted to seriousness. He did not consider Lin Chuan to be jesting. Did Brother Chuan genuinely believe that the boy, adept only in academics, could inflict harm upon him? Let us wager my reward from the next mission. Very well. Lin Chuan clapped him on the shoulder. Let us wager 5,000 solars, leaving you a little for meals. As Lin Chuan prepared to leave, Huizi quickly grasped his arm. Wait, Brother Chuan. Why are you so certain I will lose? Because his academic performance surpasses yours. Damn. Huizi was quite displeased with Lin Chuan's response. Yet simultaneously, his words instigated a seriousness in Huizi. He had heightened his alertness to a level appropriate for the outer districts. However, for an entire day, it seemed as though Ning Fan had indeed given up, as he did not reappear. On the following day, as Huizi propped up the decaying wooden boards of the wild doghouse, he caught sight of Ning Fan, who sat beneath a wall 100 meters away. His gaze fixed intently upon him without any movement. By noon, Huizi observed as Ning Fan retrieved a greasy morsel of food from his pocket, eating it while continuing to stare at him. This was the cheapest food in the lower city, dog meat, its taste indescribable, a blend of sourness and stench, with a tough texture that, no matter how much one chewed, felt like swallowing blades. Moreover, it was laden with toxins. If this food had any merit, it was its affordability and ability to stave off hunger. A small piece, costing only 5 solars, could last for 3 days. After consuming a few bites with an expressionless face, Ning Fan tucked the remaining dog meat back into his pocket, his gaze never wavering from Huizi. The intensity of that stare made Huizi uneasy. Initially, he could brush it off, but consider this. If someone were to fixate on you from sunrise to sunset, how would you feel? What troubled Huizi further was that even after he had closed up for the night, Ning Fan maintained his unwavering gaze, unable to contain his frustration. Huizi approached him and asked, What do you mean by this? What is the point of staring at me? Ning Fan looked up and replied, I'm contemplating how to make you suffer. Have you thought of anything? Yes, Huizi retorted. Oh, are you going to take action? No. What does that mean? It means nothing. Lin Chuan said I have 5 days. Today is just the second. I'm not in a hurry, so why should you be? Ning Fan stood up calmly. Are you leaving? Huizi inquired. What, are you coming home with me? No, I merely wanted to inform you not to sleep. Suddenly, Ning Fan smiled, looking rather polite. I know where you live. Huizi felt as though he had struck a pillow with his fist. What tricks was this boy up to? As it turned out, Ning Fan indeed exerted pressure on Huizi. That night, Huizi found himself unable to sleep, genuinely fearful of a potential downfall that could tarnish his reputation. Fortunately, accustomed to the wild, he had grown used to going without sleep for a day or two. On the third morning, Ning Fan awaited him early beneath the wall. Huizi shot him an irritable glare. As before, even while eating meat, Ning Fan's eyes remained fixated on him. So what's the plan? Are you intending to sneak into my home tonight? I didn't go yesterday, Ning Fan replied with a smile. After you left, I found a place to sleep. Huizi nearly choked in anger. But I will definitely go tonight, Ning Fan stated earnestly. In truth, Huizi had a plan to ensure victory in his wager with Lin Chuan, one that would leave Ning Fan with no chance to harm him, namely, to incapacitate Ning Fan before he could act. The dilemma lies in the fact that if such actions were taken, it would amount to an admission of fear, acknowledging that he truly feared being ambushed by a mere child like Ning Fan. Pride. The pride of the vice captain. It holds immense value. Very well. I shall await your arrival. Huizi clenched his teeth, speaking with fierce determination. That night, Huizi lay in bed, wide awake until dawn. Ning Fan had indeed failed to keep his promise once more. Although Huizi had contemplated the possibility that Ning Fan was deceiving him, he refrained from taking the risk out of fear of failure. On the morning of the fourth day, Huizi's demeanor was far from optimal. Upon spotting Ning Fan, he could no longer maintain the facade of Wild Dog's home and approached Ning Fan directly. Why didn't you come last night? I fell asleep, Ning Fan replied apologetically. I intended to take a brief nap before embarking on my mission in the latter half of the night, but perhaps I was too fatigued. When I opened my eyes, it was already dawn. Do you still have the luxury of sleep? Huizi exclaimed in exasperation. This is the fourth day. I am departing the district tomorrow night. And the closer we get to the deadline, the more cautious I shall become. Do you not comprehend this principle? I understand, Ning Fan responded with an appearance of humility. However, the opportunity is singular. I must strike only when I possess absolute certainty, lest I provide you with a reason to harm me. Huizi raised an eyebrow. This lad is no fool. I grasp your intention. You wish to wait until my mental state deteriorates before making your move, do you? Huizi scoffed. Youngster, you underestimate the Wanderers. Out in the wild, we can go without sleep for 6 or 7 consecutive days without compromising our combat prowess. With your current abilities, even with my eyes closed, it would be impossible for you to inflict harm upon me. Understood. Thank you for the warning. I shall not underestimate the situation. Ning Fan replied with a courteous nod. Huizi glared at Ning Fan for a considerable time before finally snorting and returning to his tasks. That night, Ning Fan once again assured him that he would attempt to ambush him. Despite having been stood up for 2 consecutive nights, Huizi chose to trust him this time. Convinced that Ning Fan's reasoning held merit. Tonight is my last chance. I shall certainly go. Huizi waited throughout the night. The following morning, as he confronted Ning Fan once more, his eyes heavy with dark circles, he exclaimed, What the hell? You little rascal. Why did you not come again last night? Chapter 0004. Not wishing to make you too comfortable, Huizi was infuriated. Although he had not laid a finger on Ning Fan thus far, he felt as though he might be driven to the brink of bloodshed from sheer frustration. 3 consecutive sleepless nights were a minor inconvenience. But as the esteemed vice-captain of the Wild Dog House, he found himself utterly outmaneuvered by a mere brat. If word of this were to spread, what would others think of him? Huizi was a fool. How could he possibly maintain his standing in the circle of wanderers from this point onward? Brat, you don't intend to provoke me to the point of bloodshed, do you? Huizi's teeth ground together in irritation. Ning Fan shook his head earnestly. What Lin Chuan said was that I must draw blood with my black sword. Merely provoking you to the point of bloodshed does not constitute a victory. Huizi pondered the conversation from a few days prior. To be honest, he had not been particularly meticulous, and the finer details of Lin Chuan's words had escaped his notice. Humph. My apologies, but if the condition is that you must injure me with your sword, then you shall have no opportunity whatsoever. As he spoke, Huizi suddenly froze, a realization dawning upon him. Where is that broken sword of yours? He noticed that the black sword, which Ning Fan had previously carried, was now conspicuously absent. A sense of unease washed over Huizi. Yet he could not fathom what this young man was scheming. Ning Fan suddenly waved behind Huizi. Are you here? Huizi was taken aback but did not turn around. Instead, he scoffed, Kid, such tactics are utterly clumsy. Hiding your broken sword and then beckoning me to turn around. Intending to launch a sneak attack, are we? Such childish tricks. I expected more from you. Huizi, I hear you haven't slept in 3 days? The voice of Lin Chuan interrupted him from behind. Huizi whipped around in shock, finding Lin Chuan standing directly behind him. Damn it. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could sink into the ground. Brother Chuan, why are you here so early? His face flushed. and he felt a twinge of awkwardness speaking to Lin Chuan. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Chuan holding a sword, an ashen black, broken sword. "Be Brother Chuan. How is this?" Before he could gather his thoughts, Lin Chuan flicked his wrist, and the black sword grazed Huizi's forearm. Though the wound was shallow, blood began to seep forth. Huizi was in a daze, staring intently at Lin Chuan. It took him a good 10 seconds to confirm that the man before him was indeed his captain, Lin Chuan. But why had he attacked me? Surely I have passed the test? At that moment, Ning Fan's voice reached him from behind. Huizi turned, his eyes reddening, to find Ning Fan wearing a faint smile. What is happening here? Huizi felt as though he was on the verge of collapse. First, he had been toyed with by Ning Fan for several days, and now, the captain he respected most, Lin Chuan, had turned against him. He simply could not comprehend the situation at hand. The one to unravel his confusion was Ning Fan. "Allow me to address the question you posed to me a few days ago." Ning Fan licked his parched lips and remarked, "The reason you chose not to kill me that day, as you yourself stated, was not due to your mercy, but rather because you had a commission today. While killing within the district is not considered a grave matter, it could lead to complications. Typically, one would be taken away for 7 days of confinement. Thus, had you slain me then, it would have jeopardized your current assignment." Huizi remained silent, and Ning Fan's deduction was indeed correct. With only 5 days remaining until the mission, eliminating Ning Fan would have rendered him unable to fulfill the commission, making it an unwise and unnecessary choice. This conundrum was not particularly challenging to unravel. Huizi was primarily concerned with why Lin Chuan had attempted to harm him. Upon resolving this matter, I proceeded to the Windslayer Guild, a fellow faction in District F32, comparable in stature to the Wild Dog House. The two groups could be regarded as potential rivals. "What business do you have at the Windslayer Guild?" Huizi inquired, bewildered. "A commission," Ning Fan replied with a smile. "I intend to inquire about the cost to injure you." Huizi was taken aback. Before he could respond, Ning Fan shrugged. "I recognize that I am not your match. During the last ambush, I believed I had timed my attack perfectly, yet you effortlessly countered it. Given that there are only 5 days left, no matter how diligently I strive, I cannot rapidly attain a strength greater than yours. Therefore, I must enlist others to take action. The price quoted by the Windslayer Guild is 8,000 sola. But they cannot guarantee that they won't accidentally kill you." Ning Fan continued, "Although you previously stated that from the moment I accepted the trial, we became adversaries, and that one should show no mercy towards foes, I am certainly going to join the Wild Dog House. However, if I were to hire someone to assassinate the vice captain before my joining, it would be detrimental to our unity." Sweat trickled down Huizi's forehead. Had Ning Fan not informed him, he would have never realized that he had nearly become a target for the Windslayer Guild, given the relationship between the two factions. Once the Windslayer Guild accepted a contract, it was quite likely that they would act lethally. And then what? I confirmed that the market price for injuring you at the Windslayer Guild was 8,000 sola. Yet my entire fortune amounts to merely over 6,000 sola, leaving me short by more than 1,000. A hint of fatigue finally crept into Ning Fan's smile. "In the past few nights, I have been working as a sorter at the Path of Grace, earning 300 sola each night. After 4 nights, I barely managed to scrape together this sum. The wages for sorters at Path of Grace are quite decent. Although there is little technical skill involved, most people simply cannot endure the strain. It is exhausting, unimaginably exhausting. You have been subsisting on hellhound meat these past few days because, as a sorter, I receive a piece of hellhound meat every 3 days. Ning Fan's smile was sincere. With free food, there is no need for me to spend my own money on meals. The earnings can be saved to hire someone to deal with you. Huizi's lips twitched. Was such candidness truly necessary? However, simultaneously, the child's resilience moved him deeply. It is essential to understand that Ning Fan's endeavors extend beyond merely working as a sorter at night. During the day, he remains vigilant over himself. This implies that for several days, this young lad has not only foregone sleep but is also engaged in strenuous labor during the night. As you keep watch over me during the day, I pondered, should you reveal a flaw that allows me to injure you, I could save 8,000 solars. Ning Fan scratched his head. Unfortunately, you are quite formidable, leaving me no openings whatsoever. Thus, the reason you have deprived me of sleep these past few days is. Huizi, overwhelmed, could hardly pay attention to Ning Fan's praise. The mere thought that I toil tirelessly each day while you comfortably slumber at home fills me with discontent. Ning Fan grinned. You taught me that until I have passed the test, we remain adversaries, though I never contemplated killing you. I also do not wish for my enemy to live too comfortably. Huizi turned pale. He realized he had been outsmarted. Ning Fan has been working as a sorter every night. When does he have the time to launch a surprise attack on him? He had frightened himself into 3 sleepless nights. This sensation was more painful than receiving several slaps to the face. At this juncture, Huizi had grasped the overall sequence of events. He pointed at Lin Chuan. So, you managed to gather the funds, yet instead of approaching the Windslayer group, you sought out Brother Chuan? I figured it would be more advantageous for our own to benefit from this sum rather than letting outsiders profit. Ning Fan also turned his gaze towards Lin Chuan. I informed Brother Chuan that should he disagree, I would seek the Windslayer group. Again, the outcome, needless to say, was evident. Lin Chuan accepted Ning Fan's 8,000 solars and dealt with Huizi. At that moment, Lin Chuan tossed the black sword he held to Ning Fan. Little wild dog, from now on, let us dine together in the same trough. Chapter 0005. Welcome to hell. Thank you, Captain. Ning Fan addressed Lin Chuan with a newfound respect. I look forward to your guidance. Huizi, with a mournful expression, lamented, Brother Chuan. You actually struck me for 8,000 solars? How is that possible? 8,000 solars, could it truly jeopardize our brotherhood? Lin Chuan's face was resolute. Huizi's heart softened slightly. I knew you wouldn't do it for such a trivial sum. You lost 5,000 solars in our wager. Lin Chuan reminded him. 8,000 plus 5,000 makes 13,000 in total. That is equivalent to the price of a level 1 risk commission. Brother, think carefully, was your sacrifice worth it? Huizi's face flushed as he inquired. Does that 8,000 solars include my share? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased. What does that have to do with you? This is a private job I undertook. Huizi felt a surge of frustration, but dared not voice his anger towards Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan chose not to engage further, and instead gazed thoughtfully at Ning Fan. His acceptance of Ning Fan's commission was motivated by financial gain, but more crucially, it was the realization that if he declined, Ning Fan would undoubtedly seek out the Windslayer Guild. The members of that guild would not approach the task with the same caution as he did. This young man, meticulous in thought, bold in action, and filled with ambition. To achieve his goals, he is willing to expend everything. Such a person may indeed possess the makings of a true practitioner, albeit needing refinement. Get some rest. We depart the district at 7 tonight. Lin Chuan dismissed Huizi. They had a mission that evening. And if Huizi remained sleepless and ventured outside the district, it would not bode well. Huizi left with a drooped demeanor. Not sleeping? Lin Chuan noticed Ning Fan had not departed and asked curiously, Aren't you tired? Not really. Ning Fan replied with a chuckle, back at the academy. I often went without sleep for weeks. Lin Chuan's expression shifted slightly. Although performance and assessments held little significance in the practitioner community, achieving full marks indicated both intelligence and diligence, qualities that were indispensable. Only heaven knows the sacrifices behind such perfect scores. Come here and sit. Lin Chuan propped up a wooden plank from the wild dog's den and patted a nearby gasoline barrel. The two sat side by side. Lin Chuan observed Ning Fan's somewhat youthful visage and asked thoughtfully, Isn't living well enough? Why aspire to be a practitioner? This path is paved with blood. For money. Ning Fan replied candidly. Lin Chuan chuckled. A top student like you emerging from the academy shouldn't offer such a mercenary answer, should you? What should I say then? Ning Fan tilted his head. To eradicate the dangers beyond the district and safeguard the tranquility of Zone F32, I would willingly lay down my life. Wouldn't that be the standard answer? That is the pretentious standard answer. Ning Fan gazed in the direction of his home. Expressing a modest ambition, I do not possess grand aspirations, nor the capability to bear the hopes of others upon my shoulders. My sole desire is for the people around me to live healthily. That is sufficient. Lin Chuan refrained from further inquiries, opting instead to place a reassuring hand upon Ning Fan's shoulder. Every individual who becomes a wanderer carries their own tale and a compelling reason to persevere. You are not an exception. Lin Chuan stated solemnly. Heaven will not show mercy merely due to your resolve, and the creatures of the wild will certainly not. Thus, to achieve your objectives, the only one you can rely upon is yourself. I understand, Captain. No need to address me as Captain. We are merely a pack of wild dogs striving to survive. Like Huizi, you may call me Chuan Gu. All right, Chuan Gu. At 6 o'clock in the evening, 7 individuals had gathered beside the wooden planks of the wild dog house. Besides Ning Fan and Lin Chuan, Huizi had returned after awakening. The remaining 4 consisted of 3 men and 1 woman. Allow me to introduce. This is Ning Fan, my newly recruited pup, Lin Chuan announced. Ning Fan humbly smiled. You are all my seniors. If I falter in any way, I hope you will be understanding. I shall endeavor not to be a burden. Chuan Gu, when do we depart the district? inquired a woman clad in a black leather jacket, her tone icy. The group exhibited no response to Ning Fan's introduction. We can leave once Yang Beihai delivers the goods, Lin Chuan replied, his demeanor turning serious. This task is categorized as a level 2 risk, with a reward of 30,000 solars. As per usual, prior to departure, please provide the names and addresses of your family members. In the event of a death during the mission, the family will receive a settlement of 5,000 solars. For those who survive, including myself, compensation will be based on effort. Any objections? The others showed little reaction, though Ning Fan felt a slight discomfort. Discussing death compensation before the mission felt unsettling. Indeed, being a wanderer seemed to involve gambling one's life for profit. Level 2 risk task? Is it not stated that we are to deliver to the F-27 district? Huizi questioned. We have traversed this route several times. Where does the level 2 risk arise? Yang Beihai mentioned the high value of this cargo. The reason for the level 2 risk reward is to convey that the cargo is worth more than our lives. Just as Lin Chuan finished explaining, a thunderous noise erupted from the inner district. A ramshackle vehicle, cobbled together from scrap metal, approached haphazardly. To call this a car would be an insult to automobiles. This is the Undercity. Whatever is discarded along the path of grace is repurposed here. No one understands how to maximize waste more than the people of the Undercity. Captain Lin, thank you for your hard work. Upon the vehicle coming to a halt, a burly bald man with a face full of flesh jumped down. As per tradition, the vehicle is yours. Should it break down en route, we will charge 5,000 solars, deducted from your commission upon return. Understood. Lin Chuan turned his gaze to the vehicle's interior. Is the cargo inside? Indeed, the bald man replied, his tone growing stern. Captain Lin, this task must succeed. Failure is not an option. In the F-32 district, you are my most trusted team. Do not tarnish your reputation. In the realm of mercenaries, no one dares to claim a guarantee of absolute success. Lin Chuan remained rather indifferent. I can assure you that as long as the kennel still has living pups, this batch of goods will certainly reach its destination. Good. With your word, I find solace, replied the bald man with a reassuring smile. Lin Chuan did not indulge in lengthy pleasantries. Instead, he waved his arm. Pups, it's time to board the vehicle. Let us seek our fortunes. Ning Fan recalled his conversation with Lin Chuan from the afternoon. Lin Chuan had mentioned that for this mission, Ning Fan had the choice to participate or not. If he was not yet psychologically prepared to leave the district, he could afford Ning Fan a brief respite. Without hesitation, Ning Fan had been ready for this a month prior. As he boarded the vehicle alongside the others, he noted that while the exterior appeared quite dilapidated, the interior was surprisingly spacious. Accommodating 7 individuals, there remained ample room. Huizi took the driver's seat and started the engine, steering the vehicle toward a colossal iron gate. Brother Chuan, another mission? The guard at the gate greeted Lin Chuan with familiarity. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ning Fan observed Lin Chuan discreetly slip 1,000 solara to the guard, who cheerfully tucked it away before commanding his subordinates to open the gate. With a creaking and grinding sound, the iron door parted just enough for the vehicle to pass through. Outside the district, I have finally arrived. For Ning Fan, stepping beyond the confines of the inner district for the first time filled him with profound trepidation. Before him lay an environment shrouded in near total darkness. Before he could acclimatize, a cacophony of cries erupted from outside the window. Help me. I beg you, save me. I will pay 1,000 solara. Ning Fan was taken aback. Peering out the window, he beheld a bloodied man, nearly devoid of limbs, struggling to crawl toward the gate. Suddenly, a large hand clapped down on Ning Fan's shoulder. Little pup, welcome to hell. Chapter 0006. The law beyond the zone. For many, the lower city has already descended into a hellish realm. Yet, from the perspective of the wanderers, they have painted a far too idyllic picture of this inferno. Lin Chuan's hand remained firmly upon Ning Fan's shoulder. Child, you are trembling. Ning Fan confessed that indeed, his body quivered. The scene before him was a stark contrast to the knowledge he had acquired at the academy regarding the areas beyond. The outer regions are perpetually shrouded in darkness, teeming with monstrous beasts. Even seemingly innocuous flora may harbor lethal threats. These were lessons imparted in the academy. However, no one had ever informed him that so many souls lingered beyond the walls. So many desperate souls clinging to life. Ning Fan had gradually acclimated to the darkness and could now discern the tableau outside the vehicle. Beyond the boundary wall lay countless corpses strewn across the ground. Occasionally, a few living souls could be seen, barely clinging to existence. The man who had just cried out for help was among the fortunate. At least he could still utter words. Most others struggled even to draw breath. They lay here, perhaps hoping to meet their end closer to home. Ning Fan could not help but glance back at the already sealed regional gate. To those within the inner district, this imposing barrier offered protection from the perils beyond. Yet, at the same time, it severed the lifeline of these individuals. Brother Chuan, shall we not assist him? Ning Fan pointed to the desperate figure, hesitating for a moment before adding, 1,000 sola. Upon hearing Ning Fan's inquiry, the woman clad in black leather scoffed disdainfully, but refrained from commenting. Lin Chuan also remained silent in response to the question. The vehicle continued its journey for approximately half an hour. Besides the harrowing scene they had witnessed at the gate, the group encountered no immediate danger. Ning Fan's gaze was fixed outside, striving to glean a deeper understanding of the world beyond. Suddenly, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt without warning. Brother Chuan, someone is obstructing the way. As Hui Zi spoke, he deftly produced a dagger from his wrist. The others followed suit, swiftly brandishing their weapons. Their reflexes were remarkably sharp. Lin Chuan, his expression impassive, leaned out of the window. I am Lin Chuan from F-32 Zone. Wild Dog's home. What is the meaning of this? Brothers ahead. Before them stood a man in his 30s, his right arm bleeding profusely. I need a ride, he rasped. 5,000 sola. Where to? Lin Chuan inquired nonchalantly. Without hesitation, the man replied, wherever your destination lies, I shall accompany you. No detours necessary. What skills do you possess? Lin Chuan pressed further. The man raised his left hand, revealing an oddly designed firearm. Ning Fan noted a peculiar shift upon seeing the gun. Lin Chuan seemed poised to ask another question, but then refrained. He also observed Lin Chuan stealing a glance at him, as if his reticence stemmed from a concern regarding Ning Fan. Is he wary of me? Ning Fan mused internally, contemplating the possibility. After all, he had just joined the Wild Dog House, and neither Lin Chuan nor anyone else could possibly establish trust in him so quickly. What level? Lin Chuan suddenly posed a question that Ning Fan found somewhat perplexing. The man blinked, pondering for a moment. Single soul level. Come aboard. Lin Chuan opened the car door. The man visibly exhaled in relief, dragging his weary body into the vehicle. Without needing a prompt from Lin Chuan, he produced a thick stack of solars from his pocket and handed them over. This was the protocol. Upon entering the car, one must pay the life-saving fee. Do you understand the rules? If you encounter an insurmountable danger, you become cannon fodder, Lin Chuan whispered to the man. The man managed a weary smile. I understand. Ning Fan understood as well. Just moments ago, at the entrance, he had asked the others whether they should rescue the dying man. At that time, no one had responded. Now he grasped the answer. First, the life-saving money was a mere 1,000 solars, far too little. Second, the man had lost all combat ability and was a burden. Third, he didn't even qualify to be cannon fodder. No one had answered Ning Fan's question earlier because the outer district was not an academy. No one would kindly instruct you in anything. What one could do was observe with their eyes, judge with their minds, and feel with their bodies. Yet, what precisely did the term single soul level signify? Just as Hui Zi was about to start the engine, a man in the passenger seat sniffed and furrowed his brow. There are dogs. How many? 5 to 8. Get out and take them down. Lin Chuan's decision was resolute, and the others immediately disembarked, brandishing their weapons without uttering a single word. Ning Fan also exited the vehicle, gripping the black sword tightly in his hand. In the darkness, several pairs of green eyes finally materialized before him. Hellhounds. Ning Fan tightened his grip on the black sword. This was his first true battle. The foes before him were no longer wooden stakes or training dummies, but ferocious beasts capable of retaliation, intent on taking his life. Stay in the car. Hui Zi suddenly commanded Ning Fan. As a newcomer to the Wild Dog House, your first encounter is to observe. Ning Fan was somewhat taken aback. Yet before he could respond, the others had already charged forward. They appeared remarkably synchronized, requiring no extensive communication, as they each found their respective adversaries. Ning Fan glanced at Hui Zi. Having faced Hui Zi in a direct confrontation, he was even more curious about his capabilities. However, within less than half a minute, Ning Fan discerned a significant issue. A grave problem. Hui Zi's movements were far from standard. Whether it was a horizontal slash, a side cut, an upward thrust, or a forward stab, every action, in Ning Fan's eyes, was subpar. The swordsmanship he had learned emphasized grand, sweeping motions with an extreme requirement for the fluidity of movements. Yet Hui Zi had already initiated his next attack before completing the previous one. However, what initially appeared to be an unorthodox maneuver allowed Hui Zi to dispatch a phantom hound in less than a minute. Practical. The words flashed unexpectedly in Ning Fan's mind. He began to comprehend why, 5 days prior, when he presented his report card, Lin Chuan and Huizi had displayed such disdainful smiles. The swordsmanship learned for high scores was merely a performance. In contrast, Huizi's combat techniques, derived from accumulated experience, proved far more pragmatic in real-life situations. Others shared a similar sentiment. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cheng Bin." At that moment, the man who had been rescued approached Ning Fan. "Are you a newcomer?" Ning Fan nodded cautiously. "Yes." "Your team leader does not seem to trust you," Cheng Bin remarked. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "Nothing much." Cheng Bin replied with a wry smile, shrugging his shoulders. "If it weren't for the wariness surrounding you, your team's strength would render the elimination of these phantom hounds a trivial matter." Ning Fan regarded him with caution, and Cheng Bin chose to say no more. Everyone had dealt with their respective phantom hounds and returned to the vehicle. Huizi did not start the engine immediately. The man seated in the passenger seat, possessing an acute sense of smell, suddenly turned around and reached out. Before Ning Fan could react, he had seized Cheng Bin by the neck. Cheng Bin was taken aback, instinctively reaching for his gun, but Lin Chuan's knife was already pressed against his groin. "Friend, let me introduce you to my brother, Wang Yi. Not only is his sense of smell sharp, but his hearing is keen as well." Lin Chuan gradually narrowed his eyes. "We saved you for the sake of monetary compensation. Should we discover that you've been sharing any irrelevant information with my people, I will ensure that your corpse reaches its intended destination, as per our agreement." Chapter 0007. Concealment. Do you understand? Shall I repeat myself? Lin Chuan remarked with indifference. "No need," Cheng Bin replied, licking his lips. "I assure you, I will keep my mouth in check. Thank you for your cooperation, esteemed benefactor." Lin Chuan sheathed his blade, and Wang Yu released his grip. However, the tension in the vehicle remained palpable. Huizi started the engine with determination. Ning Fan bowed his head, pondering the words Cheng Bin had just shared with him. Within those remarks lay undoubtedly significant information. Otherwise, Lin Chuan and Wang Yi would not have resorted to such direct warnings. Are they wary of me? What are they concealing? Strength. The answer soon dawned on Ning Fan. Cheng Bin had stated that with their team's capabilities, eliminating the Yin Hound should not be such a convoluted affair. Reflecting on how effortlessly those individuals had dealt with the Yin Hound, it seemed as simple as slicing through vegetables. And Ning Fan could hardly grasp the complications Cheng Bin had mentioned. Was this not their full strength? What truly lay behind the prowess of these comrades from the Wild Dog's Den? Why the secrecy? With such questions lingering in his mind, the vehicle advanced several more kilometers. Ning Fan had acclimatized to the darkness. The faint glow emitted by the luminescent plants was sufficient for him to discern objects within a 10-meter radius, albeit not with perfect clarity. "Brother Chuan, should we traverse the snake cave or circumvent it?" Huizi's voice shattered the silence. Lin Chuan contemplated briefly. "Let us go around. It's safer." "Understood." Huizi deftly turned the steering wheel to the left. The left route would lead them through the misty marsh, should they encounter a rotten-faced frog. "Xiao Fei, you shall descend to handle it." "Agreed." The woman clad in black leather nodded with a calm demeanor, showing no sign of refusal. On a mission, remuneration is based on effort. The more one accomplishes, the greater the final rewards. Indeed, it was not long before Ning Fan was met with a cacophony of unsettling croaks from outside. Quack, quack. Damn it. Xiao Fei flung open the car door and leaped from the moving vehicle. "Don't wait for me." In the instant Ning Fan witnessed her leap into the darkness, she vanished from sight. Huizi did not spare her a glance, maintaining their previous speed. Before long, the croaking ceased. A shadow emerged from the obscurity, long hair flowing. A figure of graceful curves. Xiao Fei was swifter than the vehicle, gripping the car door to vault back inside. Only then did Ning Fan discern the bloody object clutched in her hand, a fist-sized, round mass. "Who wants the gallbladder of the rotten-faced frog?" Xiao Fei announced, returning to the car and raising her hand to display the spherical item. "Internal digestion, 1,000. Cheng Bin promptly exclaimed, "I'll take it. My right hand is nearly unbearable. This item would be perfect for alleviating pain and stopping the bleeding. Without including internal digestion, it's 2,000. Deal." Cheng Bin gritted his teeth, nearly grinding them to dust, yet he retrieved 2,000 solars from his pocket and purchased the gallbladder from Xiao Fei. Without any preparation, Cheng Bin devoured the still bloody gallbladder in a few quick bites. Just as Xiao Fei had finished counting the money and tucked the 2,000 solar into the crevice of her bosom, an irksome sound echoed from outside. Quack, quack, quack. Initially, Xiao Fei intended to delve deeper, yet she soon furrowed her brow. She was not alone. The expressions of everyone in the vehicle, except for Ningfan, shifted noticeably. "How many, brother Yi?" Huizi whispered. The co-driver, Wang Yi, fixed his piercing gaze on the dark expanse ahead, his ears twitching slightly. Before long, his countenance turned grave. "Damn. So many." Wang Yi turned to Lin Chuan and exclaimed, "More than 10. Lin Chuan cursed in dissatisfaction. "Can we bypass them?" "What a hassle." Wang Yi gestured toward the outside. "They're encircling us. If we want to avoid them, we'll have to take the snake hole." "Forget it. The snake hole is even more troublesome." As he spoke, Lin Chuan patted Huizi on the shoulder, "Stop the car." Although the vehicle came to a halt, Huizi instinctively glanced at Ningfan before addressing Lin Chuan. "Brother Chuan, dealing with more than 10 rotten-faced frogs isn't easy. Let's give it a try." Lin Chuan was the first to exit the car. At that moment, Ningfan also laid eyes on the creatures they referred to as rotten-faced frogs. He had seen these strange beasts in his compendium, yet witnessing them firsthand was still shocking. No, to be precise, it was revolting. True to their name, the faces of these creatures were entirely decayed, their skin resembling that which had been splashed with strong acid, flesh and blood writhing incessantly. The thought that the gallbladder they had just extracted came from one of these beings, which Cheng Bin had swallowed whole without flinching, filled Ningfan with a measure of admiration. Such was the resilience of those who survived in the wild. Their threshold for endurance in the face of danger was remarkably low. These rotten-faced frogs stood over a person's height, hopping forward with vigor. Upon seeing the group by the car, their leaps grew even more frantic. "Huizi de Zhuang, hold them back." This time, Lin Chuan did not let the others act freely. He commanded with clarity, "Xiao Fei and I will focus our assault. Let us combine our strength to take down the same one. Wang Yi, Lao Duan, and that wealthy gentleman provide covering fire." No one responded verbally, yet all understood their roles, including the mentioned benefactor, Cheng Bin. As for Ningfan, he seemed to have been naturally overlooked. "Brother Chuan, what about me?" Initially, Huizi had referred to it as a benefit for newcomers. But now Ningfan felt compelled to contribute. Otherwise, he would merely remain in the vehicle, awaiting the end of the mission, and might not receive even a penny for his efforts. "I am here to earn money, not to sightsee." Lin Chuan did not reply. Instead, he turned to Xiao Fei. "Let us go." The two synchronized their movements and charged forward with remarkable speed. One of the rotten-faced frogs, upon seeing them approach, became visibly exhilarated, jumping higher and higher. Clang! Xiao Fei unsheathed her Tang Dao, bending low just before colliding with the rotten-faced frog, sliding beneath it. The blade struck, aimed directly at the creature's abdomen. The foul-faced frog seemed to sense impending danger, forcibly leaping upwards in an attempt to distance itself from the blade of Tang Dao. However, Lin Chuan had already leapt high above, positioned directly over the foul-faced frog. "What are you jumping for?" Lin Chuan bellowed, striking down with his blade upon its grotesque visage. Though the blow inflicted minimal damage, it succeeded in sending the creature crashing to the ground. Xiao Fei raised her Tang Dao, and a torrent of repugnant blood gushed forth from the wound in the frog's abdomen. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei gracefully twisted her waist, elegantly evading the filth that rained down. Ningfan watched, his eyes alight with excitement. What a seamless collaboration! There was not a single extraneous movement. Lin Chuan's earlier command was succinct, devoid of intricate details. Yet, the two understood each other's intentions flawlessly. In that moment, Ningfan realized that although he had joined the wild dog house, he felt profoundly out of place among the others. Perhaps only when he developed such an unspoken synergy with them would he truly be considered a little pup of this family. However, as Lin Chuan landed, his expression suddenly shifted to one of alarm. "Xiao Fei, behind you." Xiao Fei reacted swiftly, heeding Lin Chuan's warning without turning her head, springing forward with urgency. She was unaware of the situation behind her, but she knew instinctively that danger lurked. From Ningfan's vantage point, however, it was clear as day that the foul-faced frog was ejecting a serrated tongue from its maw. "Damn it!" Lin Chuan's countenance hardened. What unfolded next made Ningfan tremble with trepidation. A crimson light emanated from Lin Chuan's blade, and amidst the radiance, a low growl escaped his lips. "Spirit Guardian, Butcher. Chapter 0008, grant me an answer, cough, cough, cough." Ningfan sat in the car, choked by an overwhelming stench of blood. The odor was even more potent than that outside the regional walls. Soon, he realized that this foul scent emanated from Lin Chuan's blade. And what was this? Spirit Servant Butcher? What could it possibly mean? Without further contemplation, he witnessed Lin Chuan swing his knife forward with great force. A crimson crescent arc sliced through the air from the edge of the blade. Swoosh! The blood-red crescent cleanly severed the elongated tongue of the decaying toad, which fell to the ground, still writhing. Xiao Fei felt a shiver of dread but quickly composed herself. Brother Chuan, is it all right? Use it. Lin Chuan turned to the astonished Ning Fan. Kid, what you see today must remain buried within you. Ning Fan numbly nodded. He at last comprehended the secret that everyone had been concealing. For others were also invoking what they referred to as spirit servants. Spirit servant, flower dance. With Xiao Fei's low exclamation, the Tang Dao in her hand instantly radiated a brilliant light. The decaying toad behind her, enraged by the severed tongue, emitted spine-chilling sounds. Xiao Fei's delicate brows furrowed. Her indifferent yet striking visage betrayed a hint of impatience. Turning around, she raised her blade. A mesmerizing spectacle. Ning Fan could hardly discern the rhythm of the Tang Dao's dance. Meanwhile, the decaying toad seemed frozen in time, its shrill cries abruptly silenced. Swish. With a flick of her wrist, Xiao Fei sent the filth clinging to the blade sweeping across the ground, carving a luminous crescent. Gurgle, gurgle. Cracks finally appeared on the body of the decaying toad. Immediately, a network of intricate patterns emerged upon its form. Ning Fan witnessed, with his own eyes, the grotesque transformation of the toad from a whole creature into mere flesh scattered upon the ground. Chop, reduced to shreds. The entire process unfolded in a mere 3 seconds. This was the essence of a traveler. Ning Fan surmised that he had garnered ample understanding of travelers before deciding to join their ranks. Yet, within less than half a day of leaving the district, numerous revelations had already upended his perceptions, both the laws here and their formidable prowess. Why had he never heard the term spirit servant mentioned within the district? Meanwhile, Huizi single-handedly dispatched 2 decaying toads. His spirit servant was named Shadow. In under a minute, tranquility returned to the area. Every decaying toad had been vanquished. Their speed and efficiency even surpassed that of dealing with the Shadow Hounds earlier. The fellow named Cheng Bin had not been lying. With the strength of this team, eliminating those Shadow Hounds need not have been such a hassle. They had simply refrained from utilizing their spirit servants before. The group had all returned to the vehicle. More? Xiao Fei, now with 2 additional gallbladders in her possession, inquired of Cheng Bin. This time, it's a bargain. 2 will cost you 3,000. Cheng Bin was taken aback, offering a wry smile as he remarked, Beauty. My money did not come from the wind. Do you truly perceive me as a fool at your beck and call? In this brief moment since boarding, I have already invested 7,000. Xiao Fei furrowed her brow, seemingly dissatisfied with the lack of profit. Never mind, just hand it over. Once we reach District F27, I will sell it on the black market. Consider it my assistance in facilitating your shipment. Cheng Bin, feeling the weight of dependence, decided it prudent to foster good relations with those in the vehicle, promptly retrieving 3,000 sola and extending it to Xiao Fei. After scrutinizing Cheng Bin's face for a moment, Xiao Fei accepted the money and passed the precious crystal back to him. Lin Chuan's gaze remained fixed outside the window. Let us proceed, he stated. All right, Huizi replied, pressing the accelerator as the vehicle continued its journey. Ning Fan kept glancing at Lin Chuan, caught in a state of indecision. At last, he could no longer restrain himself and whispered, Brother Chuan. I know, Lin Chuan interjected, preventing Ning Fan from voicing his thoughts, and instead countered. Was I handsome just now? Huh. Ning Fan was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that amidst such perilous circumstances, Lin Chuan would find time to inquire about this. Moreover, what he wished to convey was of utmost importance. It pertained to the safety of everyone in the vehicle. Do you understand why I did not want you to witness our use of spirit servants? Lin Chuan dismissed Ning Fan's reaction, urging him to deduce the answer with his clever mind. Ning Fan realized that Lin Chuan did not wish for him to articulate his earlier thoughts. Although the reasons eluded him, he could only follow along with Lin Chuan's line of questioning. While within the district, I endeavored to gather as much information as possible about the travelers, yet I have never encountered any descriptions of spirit servants in any records. Not even within the academy has anyone mentioned the name spirit servant. Ning Fan frowned, adding, Moreover, you just cautioned me to keep today's revelations to myself. So I boldly speculate that spirit servants are the core secret of the travelers. You have guessed correctly, at least in part. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Lin Chuan's eyes. And the other half? Ning Fan felt like a sponge, eager to absorb more knowledge. The other half? Lin Chuan squinted, regarding Ning Fan with a scrutinizing gaze. Spirit servants are not merely the core secret of the travelers. They are, in fact, the core secret of the lower city. Ning Fan sensed something unsettling in Lin Chuan's demeanor. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a knife was poised at his throat, Lin Chuan's knife. Though its blade had lost its previous crimson hue, it still emanated a chilling aura. Brother Chuan, you The sudden turn of events left Ning Fan astonished. Why? Kid, I have been curious about one thing, and I hope you can provide me with an explanation. Lin Chuan's gaze turned sharp. While the others in the vehicle appeared oblivious to the scene, each engrossed in their own affairs. What matter? Why are you in the lower city? Lin Chuan's voice dropped to a murmur. During the upper city selection 5 days ago, why? Were you not chosen? Ning Fan swallowed hard, grappling with his emotions. On the 1st of January, the rejected Ning Fan had never exhibited any signs of dissatisfaction or anger. However, this did not imply that he was truly indifferent. In truth, he was seething with fury. More precisely, it was an anger born from his unwillingness to accept the outcome. Yet, his mother's health condition rendered him incapable of squandering energy on such emotions. Now, with Lin Chuan's mention, Ning Fan felt his blood and cells stir restlessly. 9 disciplines. How amusing. With such an impressive achievement, even the lofty citizens of the city could hardly dismiss him. Those affluent gentlemen of the city required capable servants to cater to their needs, and one with his qualifications should be precisely what they desire. Lin Chuan's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Ning Fan could even sense the razor's edge grazing his throat, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Child, be cautious with your words. Think carefully before you respond to me. Lin Chuan's finger traced a circle within the confines of the vehicle. In this car, each person matters. If even one doubts your answer, it will cost you your life. Chapter 0009. Outburst. Hui Zi remained at the wheel, while Qiao Fei diligently polished the tang knife. Chang Bin, with a smile akin to that of an audience member at a play, seemed to be the only one unaffected by the tension in the vehicle. It appeared that, apart from Ning Fan, no one else felt a sense of urgency. As for Ning Fan, he gradually clenched his fists, his breathing becoming heavier. The calmness that typically characterized his gaze finally shifted. It was a tempest of anger, humiliation, and unwillingness, yet, notably absent was any trace of fear. Ning Fan had long suppressed his emotions, rarely displaying joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness upon his countenance. He seemed indifferent to most matters, yet paradoxically fixated on certain aspects. Kid, that gaze of yours is reminiscent of a wanderer, Lin Chuan scoffed. However, if you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, you shall meet your end. Damn. Ning Fan suddenly let out a scoff, which piqued Hui Zi's curiosity enough for him to glance at Ning Fan through the rearview mirror. Isn't that my catchphrase? He mused, recalling how this young man had previously struck him as humble and compliant. Brother Chuan, did you bring me into the wild doghouse because you suspected I was here to gather intelligence? Ning Fan raised his chin, his chest heaving with each breath. The spirit servants are a closely guarded secret of the lower city. You wouldn't want the upper city to gain excessive knowledge about them. Thus, you intend to suppress me in the outer district? Lin Chuan chuckled, a bright student, indeed. Did you begin to doubt me from the moment we first met? Particularly after witnessing my perfect scores in all 9 assessments? Ning Fan pressed further with his inquiry. Lin Chuan nodded. Pretty much. You fool. Ning Fan retorted coldly. Lin Chuan was taken aback, and the entire vehicle turned to regard Ning Fan in that instant. The boy had seemingly lost his mind. Hui Zi, no longer focused on the road ahead, stared intently at Ning Fan through the rearview mirror. Brother Chuan, he just insulted you. I'm not deaf. Lin Chuan snapped back. It was him who insulted you, not me. Why are you yelling at me? Silence. Drive your car. Lin Chuan's expression darkened considerably. He glared at Ning Fan. You little rascal. I've been captain for many years and have never been insulted by a team member. That's because you didn't hold a knife to the throats of your fellow teammates. Ning Fan replied with a stoic expression. Just because my performance is exceptional. You suspect me of being a spy from the upper city? Does that imply that the wild dog house only accepts those who fail their assessments? Watch your words, you little brat. Who are you cursing? Hui Zi, the driver, felt personally affronted. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words in the face of Ning Fan's unabashed defiance. His suspicion of Ning Fan was merely that suspicion. Were he certain that Ning Fan was indeed a spy from the upper city, he would have dispatched him without hesitation. Yet, what if he was not? Ning Fan adapted swiftly to the outer district, a feat commendable for a newcomer of his age. It was remarkable that he didn't soil himself in fear. Lin Chuan held a high regard for his potential. You have yet to explain why you were not selected. His mistrust towards Ning Fan remained unwavering. Why? Ning Fan gritted his teeth in frustration. It was because the selected candidate, Sun Wenwei, possessed a 32nd share of noble blood. The crowd fell silent for a moment. They had scarcely paid attention to the selection process. Yet, Ning Fan became increasingly animated, as the pent-up emotions of this period burst forth at this instant. For over a decade, I have never dared to squander a single moment. I am willing to undertake the most arduous tasks and consume the most meager of meals. Within the entire academy, I have been the most diligent. Since the age of 6, I have known that the toxins within my mother would eventually manifest, if I wished to prevent her from leaving me. To avert the sight of her gradual decay, the only solution was to acquire the miraculous remedy. I could forego sleep for half a month just to perfect a single move. I am uncertain of the future benefits of the skills I acquired at the academy. I only know that only with impeccable execution can I attain full marks. I refuse to let any opportunity slip through my fingers. Only by achieving a perfect score can I secure my passage to the upper city. Ning Fan's eyes were reddened with emotion. For years, even his mother had never witnessed him so fervent. His fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. You ask why I was not chosen for the upper city? I have done everything within my power. Yet, that group of bastards from the upper city did not select me. What can I do? Ning Fan's voice, raw with rage, exclaimed. If my performance were inferior to others, I would accept it with grace. I would acknowledge my defeat. Yet all my efforts have succumbed to the absurdity of a 30-second share of noble blood. I refuse to be resigned to this fate. Damn it. The occupants of the vehicle fell into silence. The only sound within the car was Ning Fan's heavy breaths. Wang Yu turned to look at Ning Fan. Even the typically indifferent Xiao Fei's expression shifted. Damn those lords of the upper city. Wang Yu suddenly let out a cold laugh. They continue to perceive us as mere vermin, believing our presence above would tarnish their world. Lin Chuan fixed his gaze on Ning Fan for a long moment before softly commanding, "Stop the car." Huizi almost immediately pressed the brakes at his command. The vehicle came to a halt. Everyone disembarked. Lin Chuan opened the door and leaped out without hesitation. The others, without question, followed his lead, including Ning Fan. The fury within him had yet to dissipate. Years of repression could not simply be purged through a single outburst. I just mentioned that if even one person in the car doubts your words, you are doomed. Lin Chuan's gaze swept over everyone. I believe you. I believe you too. Huizi was the next to speak. The others expressed their acceptance of Ning Fan's declaration as well. The last one yet to voice his opinion was Cheng Bin. Surprised by the attention, Cheng Bin asked, "Do I have a vote too?" I stated that anyone in the car counts. Lin Chuan replied coolly. Cheng Bin smiled. Then I believe you too. The young man does not appear to be a scout from the upper city. His animosity towards it may even surpass our own. Very well, since everyone has chosen to place their trust in you from this moment forth, you shall truly be considered one of my own. Lin Chuan's expression suddenly darkened. However, you did just insult me, and I shall remember that debt. You also had a knife at my throat. Ning Fan retorted defiantly. Lin Chuan spread his hands. You may remember it as well. Whenever you possess the means to settle this score, I shall harbor no resentment. Ning Fan chose to ignore him. Now that your suspicions have been cleared, let us discuss the second matter, Lin Chuan said with a more serious tone. Ning Fan furrowed his brow. The second matter? Lin Chuan pointed toward the vehicle. Just now, I detected a scent of the supernatural within the car. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Upon hearing this, Ning Fan's body trembled. He understood the implications of Lin Chuan's words. Moments ago, he had intended to alert Lin Chuan about a certain issue, but Lin Chuan interrupted him, claiming he was already aware. Ning Fan's gaze instinctively shifted towards Cheng Bin. Not only he, but everyone else silently encircled Cheng Bin. Cheng Bin surveyed the group, contemplated for a moment, and decided against providing an explanation, instead offering a resigned smile. Could you tell me when I was exposed? Chapter 0010. The traitor Ning Fan had already grasped the black sword firmly in his hand. There was something amiss with Cheng Bin. He had sensed it long ago. What took him by surprise was that he was not the only one to notice. In fact, everyone in the vehicle had picked up on it. Each member of the Wild Dog House was sufficiently prudent, including Huizi, who Ning Fan had previously thought to be somewhat oblivious. You're saying you intend to sell it in the black market of Zone F27, Xiao Fei remarked coldly. Cheng Bin was taken aback. That was merely a casual remark. Was there a problem with it? However, he soon realized that his expression had indeed shifted. Loose lips sink ships. Cheng Bin understood. Since his rescue, no one from the Wild Dog House had ever mentioned their destination. Yet he had unwittingly revealed Zone F27. This indicated that he had known their destination all along. Therefore, his sudden appearance warranted careful consideration. What do you mean, brother? Are you planning to hijack the goods? Lin Chuan asked calmly, gripping his knife. Cheng Bin scratched his head. Could you spare me? You understand the rules. I saved you, yet you want to harm me. That's inappropriate. Lin Chuan shook his head. Tell me who sent you, and I'll grant you a swift end. Cheng Bin chuckled. Just now, you deliberately staged a scene with this lad to rationally get everyone off the vehicle. fearing that a brawl on board would damage it, right? Ning Fan gazed at Lin Chuan in astonishment. Was Lin Chuan's earlier questioning and subsequent demand for everyone to disembark truly for this purpose? Lin Chuan smirked. If the vehicle gets damaged, I would have to compensate 5,000 bucks. Well, I didn't expect you to seem so careless, yet your thoughts are so meticulous. My bad for being too negligent. Cheng Bin spread his hands. There are too many of you now. Let us save the proper fight for another time. Spirit Guardian, Butcher. Lin Chuan's knife had turned a deep crimson. Do you think you will have another chance? Cheng Bin retorted, I certainly cannot match you in combat, but I can still escape. Suddenly, the gun in Cheng Bin's hand began to emit a brilliant light. Lin Chuan bellowed, Old Duan. Subdue him. Spirit Guardian, Spark. Old Duan raised his long staff, and the surrounding air was filled with a dense electric web. The sound of crackling electricity reverberated through the air. Nevertheless, Cheng Bin sneered coldly. Spirit Guardian, Earthwalker. The earth beneath began to churn, and Cheng Bin sank into the ground as if plunging into water. I told you. You can't escape. Are you not understanding? Lin Chuan refrained from striking. However, Wang Yu sprang into action. He tightened his nose, then darted forward like a weasel in a specific direction. Spirit Guardian, Lynx. His fists morphed into brutal blades, forming sharp claws. He leapt high and dove fiercely towards a patch of muddy ground. The earth erupted. In an instant, blood sprayed forth, followed by a piercing scream. Huizi quickly shifted his form. Spirit Guardian, Shadow. As Cheng Bin was pulled from the earth by Wang Yi, Huizi raised his dagger and brought it down with ferocity. The dagger did not pierce Cheng Bin, but rather struck the shadow beneath him. Cheng Bin let out a painful scream. Lin Chuan approached him. Knife in hand. Who sent you? Lin Chuan tilted his head. When your life is on the line, there's no need for secrecy. Ning Fan stood in shock, recalling previous encounters at the academy, which seemed merely like childish games. Is this the battle of a true warrior? When Cheng Bin sank into the ground, Ning Fan even thought he had successfully escaped. Yet, the collaboration of Wang Yi and Huizi yanked him out like a gopher from the earth. At this moment, Cheng Bin lay on the ground, his back marred by 3 gruesome wounds, the flesh already turned outwards. Spare me. Cheng Bin's eyes finally flickered with fear. I'm just a hired hand. Killing me serves no purpose. A chance at survival was undoubtedly lost. Lin Chuan crouched, looking down upon him. I said, provide me with answers, and I will grant you a swift end. It's a fair exchange. Noticing Cheng Bin's flickering gaze, Lin Chuan continued, you too partake in this profession. You should understand the principle of showing no mercy to your enemies. Let us be straightforward. If you're destined to fall, then face it like a man. Leave your life behind, and there is nothing more to discuss. If I'm already doomed, why should I divulge anything to you? Cheng Bin's eyes darkened. Lin Chuan replied with a smile, because you can endure less suffering. As he spoke, he signaled Huizi. Huizi, maintaining a cold demeanor, plunged the dagger once more into Cheng Bin's shadow. Cheng Bin's face contorted in agony, his eyes reddening. Ning Fan was captivated by the spectacle. This assault would not inflict any physical harm upon Cheng Bin. This meant that as long as Huizi chose not to kill him, he could subject him to countless iterations of such torment. This was the true essence of being unable to escape life, yet unwilling to embrace death. It was hard to imagine that the seemingly carefree Huizi could be so merciless. Aren't you afraid? My screams will attract beasts? Cheng Bin's face turned pale with pain, yet he clung to his threats against Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's smile deepened. From Zone F32 to F27. It feels like a journey home for me. Lin Chuan scoffed. I'm practically on familiar terms with the beast along this route. Feel free to call out. I'd love to see if any new companions have moved in. Cheng Bin's expression fell. In truth, Lin Chuan allowing Huizi to act against him here indicated that he did not regard the nearby beasts as a threat at all. Moreover, the combat prowess this team had previously displayed certainly provided them with that confidence. Swoosh. Before Cheng Bin could speak, Huizi drove the dagger down once more. I'll talk. Cheng Bin realized that he was already without hope, just as Lin Chuan had said at this juncture. There was no need to maintain a facade of bravado. I am a wanderer from Zone F27, devoid of a team. Last night, the Battle Bears team from my region sought me out, instructing me to await your arrival on this essential path and to infiltrate your ranks. They did not disclose what actions to take next. Cheng Bin, trembling, explained, this is all I know. And they also requested that I carry additional Solara. Should you encounter any resources on your journey that could enhance your strength or heal your wounds, I am authorized to purchase them from you. They will reimburse me later. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan gradually narrowed his eyes. Thus far, they had procured 3 gallstones, all collected by Chang Bin. After consuming one, he should still possess 2. Lin Chuan first extracted the remaining gallstones from Chang Bin, simultaneously confiscating the over 6,000 Solara that he had left. You in Zone F27 have adopted some dubious practices. Lin Chuan remarked in a low voice as he handed the knife to Ning Fan. What is the matter with the battle bears? Why provoke us? A pack of mad dogs, when you could live in peace. Chapter 0011. The spirit attendant the group had already boarded the vehicle, leaving Chang Bin's lifeless body amidst a pool of blood by the roadside. Ning Fan sat in the car, his emotions tumultuous and difficult to quell. This was the first time in his life that he had taken a life. Indeed, it was Chang Bin whom he had slain. Lin Chuan had presented him with this opportunity. Although Ning Fan understood that embarking on the path of a traveler would inevitably lead to such experiences, he never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly and unexpectedly. A wave of nausea surged within him, as if the flesh of the spectral hound in his belly was restlessly stirring. The acrid and foul odor continually rose from his throat. Despite his dismal state, no one offered him solace, nor did anyone assist him in easing his distress. Once one chose the path of a traveler, one could no longer expect to be treated like a child. Lin Chuan's brow was furrowed deeply. After approximately an hour of travel, he finally broke the silence in the vehicle. We must be nearing the Ghost Mist Forest, correct? Yes, just under 10 kilometers to go, Hui Zi replied nonchalantly. Take a right. Let us rest at the cave where we had barbecue last time. Understood. Hui Zi steered the vehicle to a halt in front of a cave. Ning Fan noticed remnants of burnt charcoal still lingering within. Just as Lin Chuan had remarked, they were all too familiar with this route. During their previous mission, they had leisurely hosted a barbecue feast in this very cave. The group disembarked and entered the cavern, where a man named De Zhuang gathered some wood to ignite a fire. However, this time, they were not there for a barbecue. We are being watched, Lin Chuan announced, extending his hands toward the flames, his gaze contemplative. If I am not mistaken, the members of the Battle Bear are already waiting for us in the Ghost Mist Forest. Silence enveloped the group, yet there was no evident panic. We have 2 options. First, we can change our route and take the Serpent Cave to bypass the Ghost Mist Forest. Second, we can confront them head-on. Lin Chuan lifted his head, the firelight casting a warm glow on his solemn face. There are 7 of us. Let us vote. I'll express my stance first. Let us confront them. Let us kill them. I believe it's unnecessary to act rashly. We have traversed the Serpent Cave before. Safety should be our priority. We do not know much about Battle Bear, and a direct confrontation could lead to uncontrollable risks. Among the 6 individuals, 3 voted for a direct encounter, while 3 favored the detour. This outcome surprised Ning Fan. He had assumed that since Lin Chuan had declared his position first, the others would show some deference to their leader. Yet, Hui Zi, Xiao Fei, and the seemingly simple-hearted De Zhuang cast opposing votes. More critically, the decisive vote now rested in the hands of the newcomer, Ning Fan. All eyes turned to him, awaiting his decision. Although Ning Fan felt somewhat out of place, he maintained his composure and spoke. Brother Chuan, before we vote, I would like to ask a few questions. Go ahead, Lin Chuan nodded. What exactly is a spirit attendant? Ning Fan had been pondering this for quite some time. Is it possible to utilize spirits? The distinction for a practitioner is profound. He must comprehend the method of acquiring such spirits. It seems that Lin Chuan anticipated Ning Fan's inquiry, yet he refrained from providing a direct response. Do you recall what you observed upon our exit from the inner district? Ning Fan certainly remembered that scene. How could he possibly forget? Corpses littered the ground, and the land was strewn with the remnants of the famished. Dried brown bloodstains marred the earth, and countless souls wandered the wilderness. Lin Chuan spoke in a somber tone. These souls, through prolonged accumulation, ultimately transform into spirits. Spirits lack consciousness and thought, yet they are acutely aware of the anguish they endured in their final moments. Spirits are the result of the convergence of souls. An individual may bear the pain of their demise, yet what of the multitude of souls amalgamated together? Thus, spirits yearn for liberation. Their means of emancipation lies in attaching themselves to our weapons. We provide them with a sanctuary within our implements, and in return, they lend us their power. Lin Chuan raised his blade. Within this very knife resides the spirit born from the gathering of 6 souls. It is named Butcher. 6 souls gathered? At first glance, Ning Fan felt that 6 souls were indeed a considerable number. Do not be so astonished. Consider what is most abundant in the wild. It is neither the bizarre flora nor the bloodthirsty beasts, but the souls. Lin Chuan pointed to Xiao Fei. Her spirit is comprised of 17 souls. making her the sole individual among us possessing a 17 soul-level spirit. Ning Fan abruptly turned to Qiao Fei and noticed her diligently polishing her tang knife. That blade harbors the spirit formed from the amalgamation of 17 souls. Thus, does it imply that without the weapon at hand, one cannot employ the spirit? Ning Fan had no time for contemplation. Not quite. The initial spirits merely attach themselves to weapons, which is why I stated that we borrow strength from them. Lin Chuan clarified. However, once a sufficient rapport is cultivated with the spirit, the weapon merely serves as a conduit. Even if one were to switch weapons, the spirit could still be utilized. Ning Fan began to grasp the concept. But how does one acquire a spirit? I cannot provide you with an answer to that question. Lin Chuan chuckled. There is a saying in the practitioner circle, when the opportunity arises, spirits will naturally seek you out. Ning Fan felt a tinge of disappointment at this response. When the opportunity arises. That seems rather esoteric. Could it possibly be related to mental fortitude? Ning Fan, undeterred, inquired. For instance, at the brink of death, is one more susceptible to perceiving spirits? You are overthinking it. Huizi pointed to the 3 scratch marks on his neck. During my first mission, I nearly perished in the field, yet I did not acquire a spirit. It was only on my 3rd outing that a spirit came to me unexpectedly. It truly hinges on fortune. Young one, do not be anxious. As long as you can survive in the wilderness, one day you too shall possess a spirit. Lin Chuan gently patted his shoulder, urging, cast your vote first. Everyone is awaiting your decision. Ning Fan retracted his fervent desire for the spirit attendant and began to contemplate seriously how to cast his vote. He understood that his choice would significantly impact the fate of the entire team. After half a minute of reflection, he still had not provided an answer. Chuan Gu. To speak candidly, I believe your line of thinking is flawed. All 6 pairs of eyes turned toward Ning Fan. This young man had just criticized Chuan Gu and was now questioning him. Does he aspire to usurp? Huizi raised an eyebrow. However, this time, Lin Chuan exhibited no signs of displeasure. Instead, he tilted his head with keen interest. Scholar, do share your thoughts. Chapter 0012. Deceived Ning Fan licked his lips, disregarding the skeptical gazes of those around him. Brother Chuan, may I inquire if individuals like Cheng Bin are frequently encountered by you? Lin Chuan's demeanor turned serious as he stroked his disheveled beard. Rarely, he replied, furrowing his brows. We at the Wild Dog Society are notorious in this region for being both impoverished and resilient. Even if someone were inclined to engage in robbery, they typically wouldn't dare to target us. Huizi interjected with pride. Indeed, robbing us offers a poor return on investment. Ning Fan chuckled lightly before asking, so, do you not find him somewhat peculiar? Why would it be strange for a starving ghost to seize a meal at any cost? Qiao Fei retorted abruptly. Ning Fan softly responded, outside the district, being robbed is indeed commonplace. However, we must first possess something worth stealing. All eyes narrowed in unison. Cheng Bin had infiltrated their ranks with a sum of 16,000 solas. Ning Fan's brow gradually furrowed. Sister Fei, he does not resemble the starving ghost you described. To put it bluntly, he may be wealthier than we are. Qiao Fei did not express dissatisfaction at Ning Fan's assertion. Instead, she fell into contemplation, recognizing the validity of his point. So, your implication is? Lin Chuan's gaze shifted toward the vehicle. Ning Fan nodded. I believe we must ascertain what we are transporting this time. Given Lin Chuan's assertion that the Wild Dog Society was both destitute and formidable, it follows that individuals would seldom consider targeting them. Thus, the true value lies not in the Wild Dog Society itself, but in their current mission. It is against protocol to inspect the employer's cargo, Lin Chuan said, his brow furrowed. Huigu, I recall that prior to our departure, you also deemed this mission too simplistic. Yet, the employer compensated us at a level commensurate with a risk rating of 2, which is quite peculiar. Wouldn't you agree? Huizi nodded earnestly, yet his gaze toward Ning Fan revealed a newfound intrigue. This young man possessed a keen intellect. He even remembered the details from their pre-departure discussions. Ning Fan continued, moreover, Cheng Bin awaited us on a necessary route, fully aware that our ultimate destination is Zone F27. If there are no insiders among us, who then disseminated this information? Yang Beihai, Huizi exclaimed, rising abruptly in a fit of rage. That old bald donkey. How dare he set me up? Calm yourself. Keep it down. Your incessant noise is giving me a headache. Lin Chuan scolded impatiently. Huizi shot him a glare, panting heavily, but eventually complied and sat down. Lin Chuan turned his attention back to Ning Fan. Please, continue. Brother Chuan, I perceive 2 potential scenarios regarding the cargo and the vehicle. Ning Fan raised 2 fingers. First, The contents may be of exceedingly high value, perhaps exceeding our expectations. The risk level could even surpass 3. Lin Chuan nodded thoughtfully. This deduction was not difficult to surmise. However, I personally believe that this possibility is rather slim. If that were the case, Yang Beihai would certainly not disclose such information. The goods belong to him. And should they be stolen, he would feel more pain than we would. Ning Fan tapped his fingers and remarked, of course. We cannot entirely dismiss the notion that he may be colluding with the individuals from Zone F27, though I consider the likelihood to be minimal. Collaborating with others poses too great a risk. In front of Sola, who can truly be trusted? Once that battle bear pilfered the items. Even if Yang Beihai did not receive his share of the spoils, what could he possibly do? It would be akin to stealing from oneself. Would he dare to boldly seek justice? Thus, I leaned towards the second possibility. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes, gazing at the vehicle. The contents of that car are utterly worthless. This conjecture left everyone perplexed. What does that mean? What were they stealing? What were we protecting? Wheezy could not help but blurt out a question. Lin Chuan shot him a glare before turning to Ning Fan. What do you mean by utterly worthless? If the other party is fully aware that the items we are transporting hold no value, why would they still resort to violence against us? Brother, doesn't that question sound just like mine? Wheezy mumbled. Because Yang Beihai never anticipated that we would successfully deliver the goods to Zone F27. Before Lin Chuan could become furious, Ning Fan interjected. To be precise, he would employ every means necessary to prevent us from reaching Zone F27. The group fell silent. The flickering flames illuminated the troubled expressions on everyone's faces. Are you suggesting that Yang Beihai is targeting us? Lin Chuan spoke in a low tone. Nevertheless, I still find it illogical. We have collaborated with Yang Beihai before and have no enmity with him. Brother Chuan, let me ask you this. If we were to perish outside the zone, would this mission be deemed a failure for our wild dog house? Of course it would. Lin Chuan replied, immediately rising to his feet. I understand now. Within the team, some had their eyes light up, while others appeared somewhat bewildered. Yang Beihai must have informed the recipient that this batch of goods was to be delivered by us, the wild dog house. Yet ultimately, we failed in our mission. Therefore, even if the goods were not delivered, it would bear no consequence for him. Lin Chuan clenched his fists. He intends to monopolize this batch of goods. Damn it. After traversing a lifetime of dark paths, I find myself treated like a fool. Ning Fan nodded. Indeed. That is why I assert that the items in that car may very well be worthless. He is well aware that, regardless of what they are, they will never reach Zone F27. Suddenly, Lin Chuan turned and strode towards the vehicle. The others immediately followed suit. However, upon opening the trunk and forcibly prying open an iron box inside, everyone turned to Ning Fan. The box was completely empty. This lad had guessed correctly. Yet, there was no joy in Ning Fan's eyes. Instead, a deep worry was etched upon his face. The audacity of the other party to act in such a manner indicated that they possessed ample confidence in keeping everyone from the wild dog house outside the zone. Yang Beihai had previously collaborated with the wild dog house, and naturally, he possessed a certain understanding of their capabilities. Despite this, he still exuded such confidence. Chuan, it's time to return, Wheezy remarked with a stern expression. Bring Yang Beihai out and demand that he clarifies the situation. Lin Chuan fixed his gaze on the box. Remaining silent for an extended period, his countenance unusually frigid. Ning Fan was acutely aware that Lin Chuan was furious. Lin Chuan was a man of strict principles, and thus, he harbored an intense disdain for those who disrupted the established order. Simultaneously, Wheezy's suggestion was the only viable course of action at present. This task could not possibly proceed any further. However, what Ning Fan never anticipated was that, after a prolonged silence of 5 minutes, Lin Chuan suddenly turned to face the group, his expression as still as a deep, placid pool. Let us rest for half an hour to regain our optimal state, and then we shall continue onward. Chapter 0013. The significance of teamwork. Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback. It had become evident that this assignment was a trap set by Yang Beihai, and they were undoubtedly walking into an ambush. Moreover, while they remained oblivious to the adversary's strength, the opponent possessed ample information about them. Shouldn't they withdraw promptly under such circumstances? Why, knowing it to be a perilous pit, would they willingly leap into it? However, what astonished Ning Fan even more was that the others merely paused for a brief moment before retreating to their respective corners, settling down to sleep in their clothes, seemingly preparing to regain their strength. Even Wheezy, Xiao Fei, and De Zhuang, who had previously opposed a head-on confrontation, expressed no doubts this time. Why was that? Ning Fan found himself perplexed. "Child, if you have any questions, feel free to ask," Lin Chuan remarked, still sitting by the fire, gazing into the flames with a newfound depth in his eyes. After a prolonged stare, Ning Fan could no longer contain his curiosity. "Why?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chuan responded calmly. "Do you recall the rickety wooden board that Huizi would set up every day back in the district?" Ning Fan's mind immediately conjured the image of Huizi perched upon a stone, with the weathered board inscribed with the den of wild dogs before him. It was all for that. Lin Chuan slowly lifted his gaze, earnestly addressing Ning Fan. "The reputation of the den of wild dogs was established by the previous generation. I do not possess the right to tarnish it." Ning Fan felt as though he grasped a fragment of understanding, yet remained somewhat perplexed. There was no doubt that Yang Beihai had laid a trap for them. Lin Chuan continued, "However, if we return to District F32 and manage to confront him, what can we truly prove? Our team has emerged intact, and we intend to return intact, albeit with the cargo missing. If Yang Beihai adamantly denies it, what evidence can we present?" He comprehended Lin Chuan's perspective. To catch a thief in the act, one must possess the spoils. "Brother Chuan, are you suggesting we capture Battle Bear and bring him back to confront Yang Beihai directly?" Ning Fan licked his parched lips. Lin Chuan nodded. "We must present the evidence before him to prove that the reputation of the den of wild dogs remains untarnished. We cannot afford the stigma of being accused of embezzlement." Ning Fan felt a stirring within. This seemingly rough and careless man exhibited a casual demeanor, yet he steadfastly upheld his principles. Although Lin Chuan might not possess the greatest combat prowess within the den of wild dogs, he commanded the utmost respect from everyone. The moment Lin Chuan issued a command, the team comprehended his intentions without a shred of doubt. This exemplified the essence of teamwork. This was the embodiment of cohesion. While they could jest and bicker freely in their daily lives, once the emblem of the den of wild dogs was at stake, it became a matter of utmost gravity. Ning Fan acknowledged that he had once underestimated the profundity of the term team. Yet, Brother Chuan, we are entirely oblivious to Battle Bear's capabilities. Ning Fan comprehended Lin Chuan's intentions. Yet simultaneously, a profound sense of apprehension enveloped him. The enemy was aware of their presence while they remained obscured. In such circumstances, they were undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Therefore, it all rests upon you. Lin Chuan suddenly chuckled. "Me?" Ning Fan, taken aback, pointed to his own nose and blushed slightly. "Brother Chuan, do not jest. I do not even possess a spirit attendant. Do you know why I chose you?" Lin Chuan interrupted Ning Fan. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fan offered a wry smile. "It cannot possibly be due to my academic achievements, can it?" At this juncture, he genuinely felt that his so-called proficiency in 9 disciplines held little value in the eyes of an adventurer. "You are indeed correct. It is precisely that which I have taken note of." Lin Chuan's words rendered Ning Fan astounded once again. "Young man, your accomplishments primarily demonstrate your resilience. Among the multitude in District F32, you are the sole individual to attain full marks in all 9 disciplines. I do not believe in luck. I believe in hard work. However, more crucially, through my observations, I discern that you possess a certain intellect. Forgive my candor, but within my humble abode, everyone is capable in combat. Yet few possess the capacity for strategic thinking." Lin Chuan glanced at Huizi with a smirk. "Just look at his demeanor. While he may excel in brawls, trusting him to devise strategies would leave me bereft of my undergarments." Ning Fan disregarded Lin Chuan's jest, his expression unusually grave. Lin Chuan continued, stating, "Our team is in dire need of an individual with intellect, and you, precisely, possess that aptitude. Thus, your lack of a spirit attendant or inferior strength does not matter. We have the muscle." As he spoke, Lin Chuan retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, unfurling it upon the ground. "Here lies our current location, and ahead is the Ghost Mist Forest. This is a map. I will now disclose the abilities of every member of our team. They may rest for the next half hour, but you must not. Once they awaken, you are to provide us with a feasible battle plan." Without further ado, Lin Chuan assigned Ning Fan this formidable task. Ning Fan found it hard to believe. "Brother Chuan, I am merely a novice. Do you truly wish to entrust such a significant responsibility to me? Everyone starts as a novice. You lack experience, and I am offering you the opportunity to accumulate it. Once you have garnered sufficient experience, you shall give back to the team. This is the very essence of teamwork, is it not?" Lin Chuan chuckled nonchalantly. "Is there not a combat course at the academy? You have achieved full marks. You should be quite adept at formulating plans, making you the perfect candidate for this task." However, Ning Fan did not share his ease. In the academy, this was merely theoretical discussion. Even if a plan failed, It was simply a matter of starting afresh and continuing the research. But now, it entails risking the lives of 7 individuals from the Wild Dog House. Once initiated, there would be no turning back. The weight of the pressure bore heavily upon Ning Fan. A hand clapped upon his shoulder. He looked up to meet Lin Chuan's profound gaze. Young man, if you intend to become an adventurer, you must learn to shoulder responsibility. Lin Chuan spoke softly. Bringing you out is not merely for leisure. You must have some utility. After articulating the abilities of each member in the team, Lin Chuan retreated to a corner to rest. By the campfire, only Ning Fan remained, his expression rigid. He felt an unprecedented burden weighing heavily upon his shoulders. Observing the others, who were lost in meditation, Ning Fan struggled to suppress the tremors coursing through his body. After an arduous 3 minutes of mental fortification, he gradually regained his composure. He began to scrutinize the map laid out on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, the black sword he had been carrying on his back trembled ever so slightly. Meanwhile, as Ning Fan was engrossed in studying the map and formulating plans within the cave, in the F-32 district, within the confines of his home, his mother slowly opened her eyes, feeling an overwhelming weakness envelop her. Awake? Suddenly, a magnetic male voice resonated in her ears to completely eliminate the miasma. I have utilized 2 potent antidotes. Her vision blurred, rendering the figure before her indistinct. Who are you? She rasped. Feng Yin. Surely you haven't forgotten an old friend? The man chuckled, how disheartening. Her body stiffened as the outline of the figure gradually became clearer. In that moment of clarity, an expression of sheer terror manifested on her face. You. Have you remembered? The man whispered, it's been quite a while. Just as her mother was about to respond, she suddenly noticed 2 bodies lying in the corner of the room behind the man. To be precise, 2 bloodied corpses, one plump, the other bespectacled. Chapter 0014. Ning Fan's tactical plan. Half an hour later, Ning Fan remained seated beside the flickering fire, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the map. The glow of the flames illuminated his focused expression, rendering him oblivious to the surroundings. Have something to eat. A piece of roasted beef bone was offered to him. Ning Fan looked up in surprise to find a hearty face before him. De Zhuang. Don't eat too much of the hound meat. The toxin content is too high. De Zhuang chuckled. We risked our lives, so indulge a little. This meal is on me. The beef bone, though lacking in meat, exuded a delightful aroma, far surpassing that of the hound meat. Just inhaling the scent made Ning Fan's mouth water profusely. Yet, what truly brought him joy was not the beef bone, but the realization that, from this moment forth, the Wild Dog House seemed to accept him. He was now regarded as one of the pack. Thank you. Ning Fan expressed his gratitude without hesitation. De Zhuang replied with a grin. In our doghouse, we don't bother with thanks. When you earn some sola, treat me then. Deal. Brother De Zhuang, I'll treat you to beef. De Zhuang nodded in satisfaction and leaned closer to the map. Chuan Ge said you should devise a plan, right? Yes, Ning Fan scratched his head, but I'm feeling a bit anxious. Anxious about what? De Zhuang clapped a greasy hand on his shoulder. Chuan Ge said your mind is sharper than ours. We trust him, thus we trust you. Although De Zhuang's encouragement was meant to uplift, it only heightened Ning Fan's pressure. It was then he noticed that De Zhuang's left hand bore only a thumb. The other 4 fingers appeared to have been severed cleanly. However, Ning Fan refrained from inquiring further, feeling it would be impolite to pry. Soon, everyone had gathered, having taken the time to recuperate. Kid, how's it going? Lin Chuan yawned, his demeanor betraying no hint of the impending battle. Chuan, good. I've devised 3 plans for you to choose from. Just as Ning Fan began to outline all 3, Lin Chuan interrupted him. Keep it simple. Share the one you deem most reasonable. Ning Fan furrowed his brow. After considerable thought, he steeled himself and turned to Xiao Fei. Sister Fei, you are the only one with a 10 soul level spirit attendant, so I've decided to center this mission around you. Xiao Fei, who was cleaning her tang knife, paused in surprise before nodding indifferently. All right. In the ghost mist forest, atop a gray, desolate hill, a tall man with a square face puffed on a nearly burnt-out cigar, his gaze fixed upon the fog-laden woods below. Damn it. My eyes are starting to hurt from staring. The square-faced man grimaced. Where are those wild dogs? This man was none other than the leader of the war bears. Sun Wang. Brother, do you think they might not have taken this route? Beside them, a man as lean as a monkey cautiously inquired. What if they take the Snake Cave route? Wouldn't we be left empty-handed? Sun Wang furrowed his brow in contemplation before shaking his head. That seems unlikely. Didn't Yang Beihai mention that this pack of wild dogs is quite cautious? The Snake Cave poses risks. They would surely opt for the safest path. Yet, This approach is dreadfully slow. The monkey glanced at the time and scoffed. Could it be that they faltered along the way? That would be ideal. It would save us the trouble. Sun Wang snorted coldly. However, I believe the likelihood of that is slim. According to Yang Beihai, these wild dogs are rather formidable. There aren't any exceptionally strong aberrant beasts along this route to threaten them. Just as the monkey was about to respond, Sun Wang's gaze suddenly sharpened. Here they come. Through the mist, a vehicle constructed from scrap metal slowly approached. Sun Wang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he waved his hand. It's time to act. The 8 men behind him rose simultaneously, advancing to the edge of the hill, their eyes fixed on the vehicle navigating through the fog. Did you see clearly? Is it the vehicle Yang Beihai mentioned? Let us not mistake our target. Sun Wang confirmed once more. The monkey squinted for a long moment. That's the one. The green canopy and red wheels. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Sun Wang decisively commanded. Get it done quickly and disperse. Once this job is finished, we can return and indulge in some pleasures. In an instant, a fireball, 0.5 meter in diameter, plummeted from the hilltop with incredible speed. Simultaneously, the monkey bounded down the hill like a true primate, leaping through the trees of the ghost mist forest, approaching the vehicle. Sun Wang cast aside his leather jacket, revealing his solid chest. Wild dogs? Huh. Even if they are fierce, they are still dogs. Where can they match a bear? As he spoke, Sun Wang had already surged forward with his companions. As they charged, they summoned their spirit companions, unleashing a barrage of nearly annihilating attacks upon the vehicle. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle was unrecognizable, enveloped in darkness, with black smoke billowing from it. Under such intense assault, even a deity inside would surely perish. However, when the monkey was the first to reach the vicinity of the vehicle, he sensed something was amiss. Bro, the number of people inside the vehicle doesn't add up, he shouted from the tree above. Sun Wang was taken aback. Just then, a flash of electricity crackled. Spirit companion, spark. From a distance, Lao Duan's expression was cold as he swung his long pole. Before the monkey could react, he felt a series of crackling sounds around him. The monkey convulsed from the electric shock and fell from the tree, landing directly in front of Sun Wang. Sun Wang and the others stood frozen in shock. The monkey, trembling, managed to utter, inside the vehicle, their S only, a corpse. A chill ran down Sun Wang's spine. Time rewinds to 1 hour earlier. Upon careful reflection, it dawned on me that while we remain oblivious to the information regarding the war bears, conversely, they may not possess an absolute informational superiority. Ning Fan sat before the fire, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. At the very least, they ought to be unaware that we had foreseen their impending ambush. Lin Chuan's eyes brightened, refraining from interrupting Ning Fan. I endeavored to view the situation from the perspective of the war bears and suddenly recognized a crucial issue. What means do they employ to identify us? Ning Fan stroked his chin, falling into his rhythm. They could not possibly stand in the middle of the road awaiting our arrivals, for that would negate their advantage of preemptive ambush. Moreover, the ghost mist forest is perpetually shrouded in fog. If the distance is too great, they should also be unable to discern our features. Therefore, Ning Fan pointed outside the cave. I believe I have come to understand why Yang Beihai prepared this vehicle for us in advance. Chapter 0015. Something is amiss. The vehicle provided by Yang Beihai is a Peugeot. The Battle Bear relies on this car to identify the members of the Wild Dog Lodge. My intention is to use this vehicle as bait to lure them out. Ning Fan continued, stating that once they initiate an assault on the car, we will ascertain their location. In this manner, our predicament will be entirely reversed. However, who shall drive the vehicle? Huizi's expression was rather grim. He had always been the one behind the wheel. We cannot use our own people. Ning Fan chuckled, hoping that Cheng Bin's corpse had not been consumed by the aberrant beasts. Him? This caught everyone off guard. How can a corpse drive? In fact, there is no need for anyone to operate it. As long as a straight path is found, something can be placed on the accelerator. Ning Fan elucidated, explaining that the purpose of Cheng Bin's body is merely to create the illusion of a person inside the vehicle for the enemy's vague perception. After finishing his explanation, Ning Fan looked apprehensively at the crowd, uncertain if his plan would gain their approval. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Chuan applauded with a smile. Does anyone have any objections? It sounds splendid. Xiao Fei remarked coolly. What do you mean by saying I am the core? Decapitation. Ning Fan's eyes brightened. Although Brother Chuan's butcher is formidable, your floral dance is swifter. The moment Sun Wang realized he had fallen into a trap, a chill ran down his spine. Suddenly, a dark figure charged towards him at high speed. Spirit Guardian, Giant Bear. Sun Wang reacted swiftly, activating his spirit guardian at once. Thick fur rapidly sprouted across his bare skin, his face contorted into a terrifying visage, and his already towering physique began to swell. Ja. The shadow flashed past. Sun Wang's eyes widened. A crimson line appeared across his neck. Soon, the gash began to widen. Pooh. Blood mist sprayed forth. And that shadow landed 10 meters away from him. Xiao Fei. With all her might, she unleashed her 10 soul-level spirit guardian. Moving so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, a flush crept across Xiao Fei's delicate face. Ning Fan had assigned her this sole task. Yet it was also the most challenging within the entire plan. She had but one chance. Should she fail, she would become ensnared within the enemy's ranks, enduring their encirclement. Fortunately, she succeeded. Boom. Sun Wang's massive body collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The surrounding members of Battle Bear were momentarily bewildered. It was indeed their ambush, yet now, the monkey had been shot down, and Sun Wang had been slaughtered. In mere seconds, they had lost 2 men. Damn it. Kill that woman. Someone shouted, and then the members of Battle Bear unleashed their spirit guardians, targeting Xiao Fei. Spirit guardian, shield. Da Zhuang charged from the rear, bracing his hands in front of him as a translucent light shield unfolded before him. The attacks from those of Battle Bear struck the transparent light shield, causing it to crack and splinter. Da Zhuang furrowed his brow, his blood surging with intensity, yet he did not retreat a single step, steadfastly shielding the weakened Xiao Fei behind him after her exertion. Damn it! Let me see what the Battle Bear in District F-27 is made of. How dare they block my path? In the mist, Lin Chuan, his eyes aflame, approached with deliberate strides, wielding a large blade that shimmered with crimson light. Following closely behind were Ning Fan and Hui Zi. From the side, a figure swiftly emerged, though not as fast as Xiao Fei, it was only slightly slower, Wang Yi. As he drew near, Wang Yi leaped high, his claws glinting with a cold sheen. With a swift motion, he tore through the skull of one who was attacking the light shield, silencing him instantly. Hui Zi. Protect our talented scholar. Lin Chuan commanded in a grave tone, charging towards the Battle Bears with his blade poised. Hui Zi grimaced, clearly itching for action. We good. Why don't you join in as well? Ning Fan suggested, feeling a bit sheepish. While everyone else was fighting valiantly, he found himself in need of protection. Enough. You are precious. Hui Zi shot him an exasperated glance, then sighed. I can't deny it. Being academically gifted does have its perks. Your strategy is indeed commendable. Although they had yet to fully subdue the Battle Bears, the value of Ning Fan was evident to the entire team. Without him, they would not have devised such a plan. Had they followed their previous approach, they likely would have rushed headlong into the Ghost Mist Forest, engaging the enemy in a brutal exchange of blows to see who was more resilient, resulting in heavy losses. Ning Fan watched the melee before him, clenching his fists. He yearned to fight alongside his comrades, but without a spirit attendant, all he could offer was counsel. Joining the fray would only serve as a hindrance. Something feels off. Hui Zi, who was observing alongside Ning Fan, suddenly scratched his head. This Battle Bear, isn't that strong? Initially, Ning Fan had been preoccupied with his desire to obtain a spirit attendant. However, upon hearing Hui Zi's murmur, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. Indeed, something was amiss. Although their plan had executed well, successfully decapitating the enemy leader and catching them off guard, they had also subtly gained control of the situation. Yet, the strength of the Battle Bears was notably less than they had anticipated. It was not that the Battle Bears were weak. Rather, with such capabilities, they could not possibly ensure the complete eradication of the wild doghouse in the wilderness. Exactly. This was the crux of the matter. Even without Ning Fan's strategy, a confrontation between the wild doghouse and the Battle Bears might result in casualties, but it would not lead to total annihilation. At the very least, retreat was certainly an option. Yang Beihai's intention was to fully obliterate the wild doghouse. Only then could he shift all blame onto them. The Battle Bears clearly could not achieve that. No. We go. The enemy must still have reinforcements. Ning Fan exclaimed suddenly. The Battle Bears are merely cannon fodder. They are a decoy. Their role is no different from that of Cheng Bin. What? Hui Zi's face suddenly turned pale. Over there, old Duan had just jumped down from the tree, intending to clear the battlefield. A flash of white light streaked by. Old Duan's body froze in place, a bloody hole appearing in his brow. He widened his eyes, filled with confusion. Bang! Old Duan collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from his head. Lin Chuan, who was thoroughly engrossed in his own actions, also noticed the situation with old Duan and was instantly startled. Old Duan. Lin Chuan's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging on his neck. But before he could react, he vaguely heard a deep voice. Spirit attendant, light arrow. On a nearby hillside. A young man with a headscarf, a lollipop in his mouth, made a motion of drawing a bow with his hands. Soon, a luminous arrow coalesced on the ring of his finger. Whoosh. The arrow was released. Wang Yi descended to the ground. Chapter 0016, The Shield at Home. Shattered Lin Chuan's cry abruptly ceased. Wang Yi had fallen within a mere 5 meters of him, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, choking his throat. He lay on his back, gazing up at Lin Chuan, mouth agape, as if he had a multitude of words to express, yet unable to utter a single one. Lin Chuan's lips trembled incessantly, his eyes rimmed with red. Meanwhile, Ning Fan was trembling uncontrollably. This was the realm of the travelers. Lao Duan, Wang Yi. Just moments ago, they had all gathered together, reveling in camaraderie. Now, they lay lifeless, their demise shockingly swift and disturbingly simple. Wang Yi. Huizi suddenly bellowed, charging towards the mountain peak. At that moment, he had completely forgotten Lin Chuan's orders. All he desired was vengeance for his fallen brother. On the slope, a young man scoffed. Pointing a finger at Huizi, a beam of light appeared once more. Whoosh. Huizi slightly turned his body as he sprinted. Zing. The light arrow pierced through his scapula. Huizi's body collapsed, rolling several times with the force of inertia. He was caked in mud, blood mingling with dirt, rendering him a pitiful sight. Seeing Huizi wounded, Lin Chuan momentarily regained his composure. He gritted his teeth fiercely, nearly grinding them to dust. Retreat, Lin Chuan shouted. Hearing Lin Chuan's command, Huizi, lying on the ground, suddenly roared, Brother Chuan, Wang Yi and Lao Duan are dead. I damn well know. Lin Chuan swiftly rushed to Huizi's side, hoisting him onto his shoulder, and without a glance back, sprinted towards the fog-laden forest's edge. On the other side, Qiao Fei and De Zhuang, though equally filled with sorrow and fury, followed suit in their escape. As they passed the stunned Ning Fan, De Zhuang effortlessly scooped him up. The wind whipped against Ning Fan's face, causing discomfort. Cradled in De Zhuang's arms, he numbly turned his head to gaze at Lin Chuan, who bore Huizi upon his shoulder. Brother Chuan, is it really over? The moment the words left his lips, Ning Fan felt a pang of bitterness in his nose. Though he had not spent long with Wang Yi and Lao Duan, not even a full day, a sense of suffocating despair overwhelmed him. Lin Chuan ran with an impassive countenance, yet his eyes blazed with an inner fire. He did not respond to Ning Fan. Just then, another light arrow hurtled towards them. Ning Fan sensed De Zhuang stumble slightly, yet their pace did not falter. Soon, they had escaped the ghostly mist forest and returned to the cave where they had previously rested. The warmth of the campfire had yet to dissipate entirely. However, the returning group was 2 members short. With a thud, Lin Chuan dropped Huizi to the ground. Qiao Fei reached into her pocket and pulled out a frog's gallbladder, heedlessly inserting it into Huizi's mouth. This time, Qiao Fei did not wait for him to request Solara. With tears streaming down his face, Huizi crushed the gallbladder and swallowed it. The bleeding from his wound ceased. Simultaneously, he wept, lying on the ground until his eyes swelled. Lin Chuan, damn it! Unexpectedly, the recovering Huizi immediately roared at Lin Chuan. You are the captain. Your family has been murdered, and you just ran away? Lin Chuan remained silent, his gaze fixated on De Zhuang. At that moment, De Zhuang had placed Ning Fan gently on the ground. Ning Fan sensed a peculiar dampness on his body. When he turned to look at De Zhuang, he was startled to see blood streaming from De Zhuang's chest. At this point, Qiao Fei also became aware of De Zhuang's condition and hastily retrieved the last remaining vitality crystal, intending to administer it to him. However, De Zhuang waved his hand dismissively. It's useless, a waste. He staggered to the wall and slumped down heavily, exhaling a long breath. Finally, I can rest. I'm utterly exhausted. Ning Fan stood motionless, staring at De Zhuang like a statue. De Zhuang grinned through clenched teeth. Kid, who would have thought? You look frail, yet you're surprisingly heavy. You've been shot. Ning Fan stammered, his teeth chattering, struggling to utter a complete sentence. De Zhuang glanced down at the gaping wound in his flesh and said softly, Huizi, don't blame the captain. No one could withstand this arrow. He was protecting us. The long-range attack was of the 10 soul level and took advantage of the terrain, Qiao Fei murmured. If we had run slower, we would have all been left behind. Huizi did not apologize. Instead, upon witnessing De Zhuang's condition, he cried even harder. De Zhuang, what the hell are you doing? Don't scare me like this. If you die, who will I owe my gratitude to? With great difficulty, Huizi rose and crawled toward De Zhuang. When I first joined, Wild Doghouse. During my very first mission, you broke 4 fingers to save me. I still haven't repaid you. Dezhuang chuckled. Are you scolding me? You, the newcomer, have become vice captain. Where does that leave an old man like me? Huizi wept bitterly, his tears and snot mingling. He forced himself to rise and knelt before Dezhuang. I beg you, please don't die. I'm on my knees for you. Dezhuang chuckled weakly. His breathing noticeably labored. I'm not your father. Why are you kneeling before me? Father, as long as you don't die, I'll call you father every day. Huizi's voice rose sharply, nearly breaking. Forget it. I don't want a troublesome eldest son like you. Suddenly, Dezhuang coughed up a mouthful of blood, abruptly halting his teasing. Huizi cried out hoarsely, desperately pleading for Dezhuang not to die. Big brother Dezhuang, I haven't even treated you to beef yet. Tears streamed down Ningfan's cheeks, and he was oblivious to the fact that he was crying, lost in a haze of emotion. Once, he believed that he could only cry when his mother departed from this world. He never imagined that he would shed tears for someone he had known for less than a day. This suffocating sensation made it difficult for him to breathe, as if a heavy stone were pressing down on his heart. Just over an hour ago, right here, Dezhuang handed him a beef bone. Do not consume too much of the dog meat. The toxin content is excessively high. We have risked our lives for this. Indulge yourself a little. Consider this meal as my treat. In our den, we do not say thank you. When you earn the Sora, you may treat me instead. Brother Chuan had remarked. Your intellect surpasses ours. We trust Brother Chuan, and thus we trust you. Dezhuang's eyelids were already drooping. It was only upon hearing Ningfan's words that he struggled to lift them. His gaze grew increasingly murky, although he continued to spit blood. A faint smile began to curve his lips. Kid, I quite like you. Dezhuang attempted to raise his arm but found it impossible. He struggled to turn his head and look towards Lin Chuan. Chuan, Brother Chuan, I'm done for. There will be no more shields in the team. You, find another one. Before he could finish, Dezhuang's eyelids grew heavier until they could rise no more. A buzzing filled Ningfan's ears, and the black sword behind him trembled slightly. Chapter 0017. I am the Captain. Ningfan grasped the hand of the fallen Dezhuang, feeling a tumultuous surge of blood within him. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of crimson. Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow, glancing at him to ascertain that he was not injured but rather overwhelmed by his emotions, before averting her gaze once more. Huizi continued to weep, while Ningfan found himself shedding tears, unaware of his own sorrow. How does one truly acquire a spirit guardian? Ningfan murmured to himself. Huizi looked at him through his tears. Abruptly, Ningfan drew forth the black sword, expending every ounce of his strength to bellow. How on earth can one activate a spirit guardian? Lin Chuan regarded Ningfan with a profound gaze. Ningfan's nerves were completely frayed. Aren't there countless wandering souls in the wilderness? Come on, come to me. I will take care of you. His vehement voice echoed throughout the cave. The black sword trembled slightly, but offered no other response. Indeed, as Huizi had mentioned, the opportunity to obtain a spirit guardian was shrouded in mystery. Damn it! Ningfan hurled the black sword against the wall. He was furious with himself. Why, when everyone was fighting with all their might? Did he need someone else to protect him? He was also a member of the Wild Dogs. In this family, everyone was fulfilling their responsibilities, and what about him? Calm down, kid. How can I calm down? Ningfan cried out in despair. You all say I am clever. You trust me to devise plans. Every action is executed according to my strategies. Yet now, 3 people are dead. La Duan, Wang Yi, and Dezhuang. They died because they trusted me. Why on earth should I bear this? I haven't even set foot in the wilderness. Are you all insane? Why do you trust me? Regret consumed Ningfan to the core. If only he had foreseen that the battle bear was merely a ruse, with a true master lying in ambush, perhaps none would have perished. The entire plan had left even the battle bear in the dark. It was only natural not to foresee such events. Xiao Fei, in an uncharacteristic move, offered some comfort. It was evident to all that the battle bear had no knowledge of the full plan, for when the slaughter occurred, the archer had not intervened. He had used the lives of the battle bear members to divert the entire attention of the Wild Dogs, a pure-blooded, cold-hearted assassin. Even so, Ningfan remained unable to find solace. Strangely, throughout this ordeal, Lin Chuan had remained silent. Upon returning to the cave, he sat at the entrance, seemingly deep in thought. Finally, after 20 minutes had elapsed, as Ningfan and Huizi had nearly exhausted their lamentations, Lin Chuan slowly rose to rekindle the extinguished campfire. The other 3 turned their gazes toward him. Lin Chuan licked his dry lips and addressed Xiao Fei. Keep an eye on these 2, and don't let them act foolishly. Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Lin Chuan looked at her, pointing to the fire. Before this fire goes out, I will not return. From now on, you will be the captain of the wild dogs." With that, Lin Chuan turned and strode out of the cave. Hui Zi was already exhausted from crying. Upon seeing Lin Chuan preparing to leave, he hastily propped himself up. "Brother Chuan, where are you going? Did you not just scold me? And now you call me brother again?" Lin Chuan turned back with a smile. However, Hui Zi was not in a joking mood. "I'm asking you a question. Where are you going?" Lin Chuan's smile slowly faded. "I am the captain." As he gazed upon Du Zhuang's lifeless body, his eyes began to redden. "The lives of the living are my responsibility. The vengeance of the deceased I must also seek." Hui Zi's body trembled as he attempted to rise. But Lin Chuan gestured for him to stop. "With your condition, it would be futile to go. Preserve your life. If I do not return, avenge me." With that, Lin Chuan departed the cave without a backward glance. Ning Fan was bewildered. Since leaving the inner district, he had encountered too many incomprehensible matters. It was clear that it was a trap, yet they still chose to delve into it. He could not understand. It was evident that their opponent was an experienced assassin. Yet Lin Chuan was determined to return. He found it perplexing. They were all seasoned travelers of the wild, so why were their thoughts so foolish? In his mind, Lin Chuan's earlier words echoed. If you intend to be a traveler, you must learn to bear responsibility. For reasons unknown. Ning Fan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration in his heart. Inside the cave, silence reigned. The only sound was the crackle of burning wood. Hui Zi had nearly recovered, and his emotions had stabilized somewhat. He leaned against the wall with his head bowed, lost in thought. Qiao Fei placed her tang knife on her lap and closed her eyes to rest. Ning Fan had picked up the black sword, awaiting its response like one might anticipate a lover's call. Unfortunately, the black sword remained utterly still, devoid of even the slightest tremor. He still had not acquired his spirit companion. The flames flickered lower. The atmosphere grew heavier among them. Lin Chuan had not returned. Hui Zi lifted his head, tears streaming down his face once more. Yet this time, he was not as agitated as before. He turned to Qiao Fei. "Captain, what shall we do next?" Qiao Fei's eyelids twitched slightly. "The fire has not yet extinguished." Hui Zi rose and kicked the bonfire apart, sparks scattering everywhere. Now it was extinguished. Everyone understood that Lin Chuan had been gone for too long. Waiting any longer served no purpose. There was no need to deceive themselves with futile hope. Qiao Fei glanced at him for a moment before turning to Ning Fan. "What are your thoughts?" Ning Fan trembled. Not only was his mind in disarray, but even if he had thoughts, he dared not voice them. Saying the wrong thing could be fatal. Useless. Qiao Fei suddenly cursed, a hint of disdain gracing her exquisite features. "I truly do not understand why the captain values you so highly. What use is good performance? A mere setback. And you crumble?" Ning Fan longed to argue back. Was this merely a setback? 3 lives had been lost. Brother Chuan's fate was still uncertain. Why can you remain so indifferent? Ning Fan gritted his teeth and asked, "What else is there?" Qiao Fei narrowed her eyes and remarked, "Are you two really going to weep like this?" Hui Zi furrowed his brow in response. Qiao Fei, unyielding, grasped the tang knife, the residual glow of the sparks illuminating her exquisite figure. The archer and young Beihai, these two were sworn enemies. Qiao Fei's voice was cold as she declared, "Now that you know who your foes are, instead of seeking vengeance, you cower in a cave and weep? Do you not consider yourselves utterly useless?" After a moment of silence, Hui Zi tore his clothing into strips, hastily wrapping them around his shoulder to bind the wound. Who should they eliminate first? The archer was currently elusive, but young Beihai would not escape from Zone F32. Qiao Fei turned her gaze towards Ning Fan and asked, "Are you going?" "I will." Ning Fan replied, rising to his feet. He had finally come to a profound realization. All his preparations over the past month paled in comparison to the experiences of a single day. In that moment, he truly understood what it meant to be a wanderer. More precisely, he grasped what it meant to be a wild dog struggling at the bottom of the hierarchy. Brother Chuan had once stated, "The reputation of the House of Wild Dogs was polished by the older generation. Those who wish to tarnish it shall find it impossible." Ning Fan, with the black sword slung over his shoulder, approached Qiao Fei and said, "Sister Fei, do not consider me weak. I promise I will grow stronger." Qiao Fei's reaction was subdued. "Then do so swiftly. I have no inclination to coddle children." Chapter 0018, The Revenge of the Wild Dogs. 2 hours later. In Area F32, within an alley beside a 3-story building, Ning Fan addressed Qiao Fei and Hui Zi. "It remains uncertain whether young Beihai has been informed of our survival. Although the Wild Dog House has suffered significant losses, I understand that this is not the time for despair. What Lin Chuan values is my intellect. I must contribute to our remaining members. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to Lin Chuan. Yang Beihai is a level 3 researcher at the Technology Institute in Area F32. Wheezy coldly remarked, if he knows we are alive, he will undoubtedly anticipate our quest for vengeance. Given his position, he can apply for level 2 protection. Then we shall proceed under the assumption that he is aware, Ning Fan decisively stated. You two will handle the distraction, while I will confront him. On his way back, Ning Fan received crucial intelligence. Within the inner district, the use of spirit servants is strictly prohibited. This is an unyielding rule. This explains why Ning Fan had never heard anyone mention the power of spirit servants. However, this news was fortuitous for him. Though he lacked a spirit servant, it did not imply that he possessed no combat capabilities. Can you manage? Wheezy questioned with some doubt. Xiao Fei pondered for a moment before addressing Ning Fan. If we fail, we must leave the wild dog house. Agreed. Ning Fan nodded emphatically. Night fell. Yang Beihai, having just exited the laboratory, promptly retrieved his phone. This particular device had limited signal and was restricted for use within the district. Only more advanced models could be utilized outdoors, but their exorbitant price made them inaccessible to someone of Yang Beihai's standing. Upon noticing a missed call, Yang Beihai expressionlessly dialed back. Have you resolved the situation? 3 have escaped, came a nonchalant voice from the other end. Yang Beihai's expression darkened, his grip tightening on the phone. Could you repeat that? I said, 3 have escaped. I require half the commission. Do you have the audacity to demand payment from me? Yang Beihai erupted in fury. Did I not make it clear? This mission must be foolproof. Not a single dog from the wild dog house can survive. I even arranged the bait for you. All you had to do was lie in wait and ambush. And yet you managed to botch it? There was a brief silence on the line before the voice replied reluctantly, they are indeed formidable, especially their captain. His decisiveness is remarkable. Had they hesitated for even half a minute, I would have been able to eliminate them all. Captain? Lin Chuan? I do not know his name. Came the reply. That fellow was about to flee, but unexpectedly returned to pursue me. I nearly perished in the wilderness. And where is he now? Yang Beihai's heart raced. After a moment of silence, the voice chuckled. I dispatched him. Yang Beihai felt a slight sense of relief. But his anger flared once more, yet you still allowed 3 to escape. Enough of the nonsense. Shall I take 30% of the total? Just as Yang Beihai was about to unleash a torrent of invective, the voice on the other end dimmed. If you refuse to pay me, I will end you. You see, I have nothing to lose. I'm already wanted in multiple districts, so what do I care if I add 1 more in F32? The flesh on Yang Beihai's face quivered. He realized the other party was not jesting. This individual specialized in assassination and was utterly deranged. I will provide the money to you before nightfall. Yang Beihai insisted. Can't you pursue them a bit further? If you kill them all, I will pay you in full. Too much trouble, the person chuckled. In light of your reliability, I shall offer you a hint. As I made my way back, I stumbled upon some clues. Those 3-cornered dogs, they have likely returned to F32. Yang Beihai's eyes widened in disbelief. The voice continued with a sinister glee. I suspect they are coming for vengeance against you. Yang Beihai, your schemes against them may have been uncovered. With a sharp click, the call ended. Yang Beihai's eyes sparkled with rage, but more prominently was a sense of dread. 3 dogs have returned? Who could they be? Lin Chuan is dead. Who else has fallen? Just as Yang Beihai resolved to investigate the regional guards, a sudden shriek echoed from downstairs. Fire. Startled, Yang Beihai shuddered. Soon, he noticed a throng of people rushing toward the exits. What is happening? Why is there a fire? A man, slightly older than Yang Beihai, emerged from the office. Old Yang, what are you doing here? Didn't you hear about the fire? Brother Chen, Yang Beihai quickly seized his arm. I wish to apply for level 2 protection. Level 2 protection? Brother Chen paused. Have you stirred up trouble? Yes. Yang Beihai's face turned pale. Someone is trying to kill me. Moreover, I suspect they set this fire. Who dares to have such audacity? To ignite a fire at the Science Institute? Brother Chen's temper flared. It's just a bunch of... However, he abruptly halted. Many were aware that he had commissioned the Wild Dog House to deliver goods to District F27. If he were to say that it was individuals from the Wild Dog House attempting to kill him, everyone would not be foolish enough to misunderstand his ploy. Thus, he could not divulge that information. It's merely a group of ruffians. They seek to exploit me. Yang Beihai forced out a lie so convoluted even he struggled to comprehend it. Brother Chen squinted at him. Brother Chen, please help me. Yang Beihai clung tightly to his arm. I beg you. Sighing, Brother Chen relented. All right, regardless of the reason, I will approve your request. However, everyone is occupied with firefighting. and I cannot spare too many people. How about I arrange for to protect you? That works. Yang Beihai's face brimmed with gratitude. The three wretched dogs, having frolicked in the wild for so long, have just returned, and they are likely at the end of their tether. Moreover, the use of spiritual guardians is prohibited within the district, for individuals for protection should suffice. Soon, the four individuals arranged by Brother Chen escorted Yang Beihai out of the research institute. Yang Beihai craned his neck, cautiously scanning his surroundings, and only dared to step outside after confirming that no danger lurked. Brother Yang, why are you so anxious? Who is trying to kill you? One of his protectors chuckled lightly. Yang Beihai chose to ignore him. Take me to the executors. The executors are the group responsible for maintaining basic order in the inner district. Yang Beihai did not believe that those three wild dogs would dare to act in front of the executors. Once it was safe, he would have the time and opportunity to unearth those three wild dogs. Just as everyone was about to get into the vehicle, Yang Beihai suddenly noticed a graceful figure emerging from the alley. The sound of the Tang Dao scraping against the ground echoed ominously. Xiao Fei. Yang Beihai's heart raced like a startled bird. In his eyes, her lovely visage appeared as terrifying as death itself. It's her. Stop her. One of the men joked as he swaggered towards Xiao Fei. Though seemingly distracted, he still drew his weapon. Yang Beihai, you must die today. Xiao Fei darted forward, charging at him. Everyone braced themselves for her approach. Don't all scatter. They still have people. Yang Beihai shouted in a panic. Indeed, as soon as his words fell, a figure leaped down from a two-story building across the street. Huizi's eyes blazed with fury as he brandished a dagger and dashed across the road. Yang Beihai, in a state of desperation, saw that the four had already engaged with Xiao Fei and, disregarding everything else, turned to flee back towards the research institute. Just as he reached the entrance, he collided forcefully with another person. Get out of the way. Yang Beihai irritably attempted to shove the individual aside. However, the next moment, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a dark longsword piercing through his belly. You. Yang Beihai incredulously raised his gaze to meet a youthful face. Ning Fan, wearing a cap, fixed a grim stare upon Yang Beihai. You are that newcomer. I have a message from Brother Chuan, Ning Fan said as he withdrew the black sword only to thrust it back in with brutal force. Whoever dirties the name of the den of wild dogs must cleanse it with blood. He leaned closer to Yang Beihai's ear, his expression devoid of warmth. In your next life, do not provoke mad dogs. Chapter 0019. One with an expression void of emotion, Ning Fan mechanically thrust the black sword into Yang Beihai. The latter's abdomen was nearly eviscerated, blood pouring from his mouth as he clung desperately to Ning Fan's shoulders. Ultimately, he succumbed to his exhaustion and slid down from Ning Fan until his last breath. He could not fathom why it was this newcomer who had brought about his demise. Unbeknownst to him, the appearances of Huizi and Xiao Fei were orchestrated to force him back to the Technology Institute. Yang Beihai was aware that three remained alive. Yet only two had shown themselves. No matter where he fled, safety was not guaranteed. The Technology Institute was his only sanctuary. In his dying moments, Yang Beihai realized he had glimpsed a man wearing a cap, taking advantage of the chaos to enter the Technology Institute. Yet he had paid it no mind. He had only encountered Ning Fan once, dismissing him as merely Lin Chuan's newly acquired stray dog. Ning Fan, coldly observing Yang Beihai's lifeless body, confirmed that he was irrevocably dead before lifting his leg and stepping over the corpse. As he approached the doorway, he paused momentarily, a complex smile crossing his lips. Is he truly gone? Xiao Fei was still entangled with several guards, but upon seeing Ning Fan emerge, drenched in blood, her eyes brightened. All right, Ning Fan nodded. Let's retreat. He then dashed toward an alley. After shaking off a few pursuers, Xiao Fei and Huizi fled in different directions. 20 minutes later, the trio reconvened at their prearranged meeting point. Is he truly dead? Ning Fan murmured. I've made certain of it. Good, Xiao Fei replied, her expression devoid of any joy. Will you accompany us, or remain here? Ning Fan's heart trembled. He recognized this was a choice he would inevitably have to confront. Xiao Fei and Huizi had appeared before the Technology Institute, and the F-32 district would certainly not accommodate them. Killing an ordinary person was one thing, but taking the life of a level 3 researcher was significant. Ning Fan wore a cap, and having only just joined the stray dogs, few knew of his presence in the team. Thus, he had options, albeit ones laden with difficulty. The vendetta of the stray dogs remained unavenged, and he was reluctant to act as a coward. Yet, his mother still resided in the F-32 district. Kid, don't be so sentimental. If you wish to leave, then leave. If you want to stay, then stay. No one will blame you, Huizi remarked nonchalantly, tilting his head. If we manage to exact revenge, we'll let you know. Enough. Let us go, Xiao Fei called to Huizi, disregarding Ningfan. Just as their figures began to fade into the depths of the alley, Ningfan suddenly called out. I will go with you. What? Huizi exclaimed incredulously. Did you not mention that your family is still in the F32 district? Indeed, Ningfan nodded. Once I have avenged everyone, I shall return. You seem quite confident, Xiao Fei remarked, her arms crossed. By the way, Ningfan let out a bitter laugh. It seems I have acquired a spiritual attendant. Upon hearing this, both individuals were momentarily taken aback. When did this happen? Huizi's expression was one of disbelief. It was right after I killed young Beihai. The sensation just came upon me. Ningfan's smile grew increasingly strained. If only it had manifested earlier. Impossible. Xiao Fei interjected, furrowing her brow. Do you even understand what a spiritual attendant is? How could one possibly attain such a thing within the district? Clearly, Ningfan's situation was rather peculiar. Previously, Lin Chuan had mentioned that a spiritual attendant is formed from the convergence of souls. In the wilderness, where wandering spirits and ghosts abound, it is far easier to acquire a spiritual attendant. However, within the district, while it cannot be said to be entirely peaceful, it is widely believed that no one could gain a spiritual attendant here. I cannot explain it either, Ningfan admitted, having just obtained his spiritual attendant. Perhaps I could demonstrate it for you? Better not, Xiao Fei interrupted. There are monitors within the district. Using a spiritual attendant would reveal our presence. After a moment's thought, Xiao Fei asked, Are you certain you wish to accompany us? Absolutely. Very well. Once we reach outside the district, show us your spiritual attendant. Agreed. The primary reason Ningfan decided to follow the two was indeed due to his newfound spiritual attendant. Without it, he would have felt like a burden. But now, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Fei and Huizi in battle. Is there still time to visit home? Huizi inquired softly as he approached Ningfan. Once we leave, who knows when we shall return? Ningfan felt a pang in his heart. He had been away for several days and had no idea how his mother was faring. He longed to return and see her. Perhaps it's best to let it be. Ningfan forced a smile. I fear that if I go back, I may find it hard to leave again. Meanwhile, at Ningfan's home, his mother's figure was absent from her bed. A fresh, snow-white sheet had been laid. Beside the bed sat a man with striking features. Donned in a brocade robe adorned with golden threads, his feet encased in polished hide boots. In his hand, softer than a woman's, he held a handkerchief that covered his mouth and nose. How is it possible to live in such filth for over a decade? The man mused, gazing out the window. This child, with his mother in such a dire state, has not even bothered to come back and check on her, frolicking outside all day. What a disobedient son. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Curiosity piqued, the man rose and approached the door, draping the handkerchief over the doorknob before opening it. What is all this noise? He inquired. A similarly adorned woman stood before him, bowing respectfully. It is said that the Technology Institute is on fire, and a researcher has been killed. The man paused, then smiled. His expression filled with disdain. Just a bunch of cockroaches scuttling about in the sewers. Why must they engage in such deadly conflicts among themselves? With that, the man strode into the street. The woman immediately caught up, asking, Wang, are we not waiting? No, we are not waiting, he replied, his face contorted with disgust. I feel as though I am suffocating. Chapter 20. Don't thank me. Thank Brother Xie Huizi had somehow acquired a vehicle. When Ningfan laid eyes upon it, he realized that the car they had previously ridden in was indeed a luxury vehicle by comparison. This new contraption's exterior was hardly worth mentioning, comprised of haphazardly assembled metals, with several grimy plastic panels affixed to it. As the vehicle sputtered to life, it emitted a cacophony of creaks and groans, as if it might disassemble at any moment. Where did you get this? Xiao Fei inquired, her dissatisfaction palpable. From the black market, Huizi replied with a dismissive curl of his lip. After splitting the money, we were left with just over 4,000 sola. This heap cost only 3,000. Fine, Xiao Fei conceded, turning to Ningfan. Did you leave the sola at home? Moments earlier, Ningfan had taken the sola she had given him and left alone, only to return shortly thereafter. Yes, Ningfan nodded, offering a wry smile. I stuffed it in the door crack. I didn't dare go inside. Xiao Fei did not comment further. Get in, she urged. This time, Ningfan would be the one driving. Given that Xiao Fei and Huizi were too recognizable, it fell to Ningfan, the unfamiliar face, to interact with the guards at the district wall. As they approached the gates, Two guards were leaning against the wall, engaged in idle chatter. Ning Fan recognized one of them as the man who had collected 1,000 sola from Lin Chuan when they had departed. Heading out to the wild? Whose is this? The guard ambled over as the vehicle pulled up, performing his routine inquiry. Winslayer Brigade. On a mission, they had previously agreed upon this pretext. Winslayer Brigade? The guard leaned closer to the window, and Ning Fan felt a surge of anxiety. Xiao Fei and Hui Zi, seated in the back, instinctively placed their hands upon their weapons. The news of Yang Beihai's murder had spread throughout the district, and they were being relentlessly hunted. If discovered, they would have no choice but to fight their way through. Isn't your captain just back from an outing? The guard's expression shifted, hinting at suspicion. Ning Fan's heart sank. Their luck seemed to have run out, masquerading as the Winslayer Brigade while the real one had only just departed. They had stumbled right into a precarious situation. At that moment, the guard peered through the window, catching sight of Xiao Fei and Hui Zi in the back seat. The three of them froze. Lin Chuan, is he outside? Just as the guard seemed poised to act, he hesitated, his emotions visibly shifting. No one in the car responded. The guard bit his lip and glanced toward the inner district. The person you killed, is it connected to Brother Chuan's death? He had received word that the people from the Wild Dog's home were responsible for Yang Beihai's demise. Upon seeing only Xiao Fei and Hui Zi in the vehicle, a realization seemed to dawn upon him. Open the door. I'll let you out, the guard suddenly directed at Ning Fan. Ning Fan was taken aback, turning to seek the opinions of his companions. Noticing their wariness, the guard disarmed himself, tossing his weapon to his partner. I'll step out for a moment. You keep watch. All right, Zhao Ge, be careful, his companion waved him off. Xiao Fei opened the rear door, and the guard, without hesitation, leapt into the vehicle. With the guard clearing the path, his companions opened the main gate, allowing them to pass through. Why help us? Xiao Fei finally spoke up. We three have only 1,000 salas left, if you require. The guard silently retrieved a stack of salas from his pocket and placed it on the seat. In this desperate flight for survival, life was arduous, and with so little money, any assistance offered was a blessing. The guard then produced a cigarette case, opening it to reveal only 2 remaining sticks. He handed one to Hui Zi and the other to Xiao Fei, saying, acquired from the Road of Grace, guaranteed authentic. I personally witnessed the sorting workers retrieve them from the pile. These 2 cost 100 salas. This brand is favored by the upper city gentry. I have always refrained from smoking them. To give it a try. Observing the cigarettes offered by the guard, neither of them accepted. Why not? Hui Zi inquired once more. The guard smiled faintly, a hint of melancholy in his gaze. Every time Lin Chuan takes you out, he gives me 1,000 salas. Both Hui Zi and Xiao Fei were aware that Ning Fan had witnessed this as well. The guard sighed and continued. In the beginning, I accepted it, but over time, I felt it unnecessary. Lin Chuan's generosity was almost excessive. Eventually, I felt a bit embarrassed accepting the money and asked him why he always gives me cash. Is he burning through excess funds? Curiously, the members of the Wild Dog House also pondered Lin Chuan's motives. Money was hard-earned through perilous endeavors. Giving the guard 1,000 salas each time was no small sum. Yet whenever someone inquired, Lin Chuan would chuckle and dismiss it, saying it's just a small amount. No need for further discussion. Do you know what Lin Chuan said? The guard gazed deeply at the two. He told me that this money isn't just out of generosity, nor a sign of having more than he knows what to do with. He simply hopes that if one day his pups find themselves in trouble yet manage to return home, I could open the door for them, ensuring they are not cut off from their path back to safety. He sighed, saying in this line of work, dying outside is commonplace. But I do not wish for my own pups to find themselves at the doorstep only to be met with an unforgiving barrier. Hui Zi, unable to contain himself, began to weep once more. Even Xiao Fei had reddened eyes. Ning Fan, driving, felt a knot in his heart. Upon exiting the district, he witnessed the grim scene outside. At that moment, Lin Chuan appeared utterly unconcerned, displaying an almost callous indifference to the harrowing tableau. The fates of others were beyond his control. Yet he remained devoted to protecting his own pups. I have seen many adventuring teams, but few leaders consider their children as he does, the guard mused. Lighting a cigarette for himself and exhaling a puff of smoke towards the window. I hold him in high regard. Thank you, Xiao Fei formally expressed. The guard smiled and replied, don't thank me. Thank your brother Chuan. With that, he opened the door and leapt from the vehicle, waving goodbye. As long as you can live, strive to live well. In this wretched world, it is rare to find someone who genuinely cares for you. Do not let him down. Ning Fan found himself struggling to discern the path ahead. He mused to himself how he wished he had joined the Wild Dog House sooner. His acquaintance with Lin Chuan had been all too brief. Xiao Fei turned her face away. Yet Ning Fan could perceive a glistening tear tracing her cheek in the rearview mirror. In the past, when Chuan Gu had given money to the guard, he had argued with him, exclaiming, "If you wish to give, do so of your own accord. I shall not distribute my money to those who are unrelated." As she spoke, the seemingly cold and almost heartless woman buried her face in her hands and wept bitterly. Chuan Gu had appointed him as the captain, yet he had not imparted the knowledge of how to fulfill that role. Fei Jia, Hui Gu, Ning Fan rolled up his sleeves and wiped his resolute eyes. "If you have yet to decide where to go next, I have a suggestion." The two, their eyes glistening with tears, gazed at Ning Fan, whose own eyes were slightly swollen. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter a few words through clenched jaws. "I wish to go to District F-27. In that instant, both understood. The members of the Battle Bear had not yet been extinguished. Chapter 21, Hunting Group. The vehicle traversed the familiar road mere hours prior. The entire crew of Wild Dog Home had been assembled. "Let us first rest in the cave." Zhou Fei broke the silence within the vehicle. "No need. Hui Zi was about to speak, but Zhou Fei interrupted. "Haven't you and this lad gone without sleep for days?" It was then that Ning Fan recalled the wager he had made with Lin Chuan. Feeling as though an eternity had passed, a sense of disconnection enveloped him, especially considering that De Zhuang's body was still unburied. Hui Zi fell silent, and Ning Fan remained quiet as well. After a while, the vehicle halted outside the cave. De Zhuang's body leaned against the wall, already beginning to stiffen. Ning Fan and Hui Zi silently dug a deep pit, interring the robust form of De Zhuang. Before resting, "Let us see your spirit companion," Zhou Fei remarked, directing her gaze toward Ning Fan. Although she remained skeptical about Ning Fan's ability to acquire a spirit companion within the district, her curiosity was piqued. In this world, nothing was truly impossible. Ning Fan nodded, a surge of excitement coursing through him. He retrieved the black sword from behind him, closing his eyes to recall the sensation of dispatching Yang Beihai. Compared to the act of killing Qing Bin, the experience of stabbing Yang Beihai did not leave him with discomfort. Rather, it brought a sense of relief, avenging his brothers. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "A sword is not meant for stabbing." That must have been the spirit companion. Yet now, under the watchful gaze of Zhou Fei and Hui Zi, Ning Fan diligently attempted to reconnect with that voice, but silence persisted. 5 minutes elapsed. "Let us take a break," Zhou Fei suggested, displaying little disappointment. "I will keep watch. You two rest, and when you are ready, I shall take my turn." Hui Zi, lacking interest, sat against the wall and closed his eyes. Ning Fan felt an acute embarrassment. Could it be that it was merely his imagination? As Zhou Fei had said, acquiring a spirit companion in this district was impossible. Observing Ning Fan's unwavering effort to summon his spirit companion, Zhou Fei contemplated and advised, "Trust in fate. Do not be overly fixated. Rest first." Had this been in the past, Zhou Fei would have certainly refrained from such encouragement. But now, circumstances had shifted. She was the leader. Ning Fan, though reluctant, ultimately acquiesced to Zhou Fei's counsel. Without a spirit companion and with a deteriorating mental state, he would become a burden. Time passed, and eventually, Ning Fan fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he once again heard that voice. "A sword is meant for dancing, not for stabbing. You dishonor the sword. When the opportunity arises, I shall teach you." Suddenly, Ning Fan opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings. Yet, he heard Zhou Fei's voice from outside the cave. "Chen Wu, must you be so ruthless?" Ning Fan turned his head to find Hui Zi still leaning against the wall, though his eyes were now wide open, filled with intensity. "Hui Ge, who is it?" Ning Fan inquired. Hui Zi whispered, "The hunting group, the traveler team from District F-32. Ning Fan immediately became cautious. At this moment, encountering the vagabond team from Zone F-32, there was none of the warmth typically associated with fellow townsfolk. Each team, in the wilderness, would naturally clash over their interests. The House of Wild Dogs emanated an enticing aroma, akin to a piece of succulent meat. Their ranks had been severely diminished, with their leader, Lin Chuan, having perished. Within the zone, a bounty had been issued for them. Whoever could capture them, alive or dead, would receive a handsome reward. "Hey, Xiao Fei, that question of yours seems rather naive." A deep voice emerged from outside the cave. "If it were you, would you refuse free money?" "Free money?" Xiao Fei scoffed. "Do you look down upon us, the House of Wild Dogs? When Lin Chuan was alive, I certainly wouldn't dare provoke you." The man suddenly shifted his tone, "But now, only a few stray dogs remain. If I continue to be afraid, I might as well abandon my livelihood as a vagabond. At that moment, Huizi abruptly sat up. Chenwu, you seem to have the memory of a fish. Have you forgotten how you knelt before me, begging for mercy? Huizi cursed as he strode towards the cave entrance. Ningfan followed suit. The man named Chenwu stood about 6 feet tall, with a rather unseemly appearance characterized by a small nose and small eyes. He was flanked by 5 unsavory-looking men. Upon hearing Huizi's words, Chenwu's expression darkened. Huizi, you're still alive? How ungrateful. Are you hoping for your father's demise? Huizi retorted with a cold smile. You, sir, lack integrity. Did we not agree that upon seeing me, you must kneel and call me father? What's the matter? Is your mother remarrying? Infuriated, Chenwu trembled and bellowed, damn it. Attack them, kill them all, and claim the reward. The members of the hunter group wasted no time and summoned their spirit companions. However, their reaction paled in comparison to that of Qiao Fei. As soon as Chenwu issued his command, Qiao Fei had already made her move. Spirit companion, flower dance. Her saber, trailing after images, darted straight for Chenwu's neck. Startled, Chenwu and one of his men immediately stepped forward, raising both arms. Spirit companion, cast iron, clang. The saber struck the man's arms, releasing a burst of blood mist. He grimaced in pain. Qiao Fei's expression soured. The blow had not severed his arms. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, 2 of the opposing men had already initiated a flanking maneuver against Qiao Fei. Huizi, preoccupied with his own 2 adversaries, could not attend to Qiao Fei's predicament. Haha, Qiao Fei, your blade is indeed swift. But after all, you are a woman. Your strength leaves much to be desired. Chenwu smirked darkly. If it were Lin Chuan's butcher, my brother's arms would surely have been rendered useless. Do not dare to sully Brother Chuan's name with that foul mouth of yours. Qiao Fei's eyes turned crimson as she wielded her saber. Engaging with the 2 men beside her, the hunter group was, in truth, significantly inferior to the House of Wild Dogs. Yet, a good tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Qiao Fei fared well, leveraging her speed to match her opponents in a standoff. However, Huizi was far less composed. His spiritual servant traits were more suited for ambush, making direct confrontation a challenging endeavor when it came to capturing the elusive shadows of his foes. Chenwu, hands clasped behind his back, approached the situation with the calm demeanor of a cat toying with a mouse, intending to savor the moment before taking action. After all, he had once knelt before Huizi, calling him father. This was the perfect opportunity to assert himself. When else would he have such a chance? He intended for Huizi to kneel before him, calling him grandfather. Perhaps he might even get the chance to toy with the alluring Qiao Fei. However, just as he prepared to unleash a taunt, an unexpected chill swept over him from behind. Spiritual servant, Hurricane. As an experienced wanderer, he sensed the imminent danger and swiftly activated his spiritual servant, propelling himself to the side with the force of the wind. Turning back, he was met with a youthful visage. Ningfan's sword sliced through the air, yet without a moment's hesitation, he pressed forward, stepping decisively to thrust at Chenwu once more. Chenwu regarded Ningfan's precise and formal movements with a sneer of disdain. Where did you pick up this little pup? Still weaning and already daring to bare its teeth? Chapter 22. A gamble with fate. Bang. A sharp pain pierced Ningfan's abdomen, propelling his body through the air. Chenwu, empowered by his spirit servant, moved with astonishing speed. Unlike Qiao Fei, Chenwu's spirit servant enhanced his mobility by harnessing the wind. In his own boastful words, when he caught the favorable breeze, he was invincible. As Ningfan landed, he felt a gust of wind, followed immediately by a boot crashing onto his head. The force of this blow was immense, driving half of his face into the mud. Hey, Qiao Fei, who is this kid? Is he the illegitimate son of Lin Chuan? Chenwu, confident in his victory, gestured towards Qiao Fei, who was struggling against the 3 adversaries. Who did you take after? It wouldn't be you, would it? To hell with you. Your filthy mouth is suffocating me. Ningfan pushed against the ground, attempting to rise. Bang. Chenwu lifted his foot once more, bringing it down again. Ningfan immediately felt dizzy, the harsh edge of the boot slicing across his face, leaving several wounds. This child, how can you, being of Lin Chuan's generation, insult your elders? Chenwu frowned in displeasure. How about this? Call me grandfather, and I'll let you go. Ningfan, if you dare to call him that, I swear I'll kill you. Huizi shouted in exasperation. Don't intimidate me. Am I really that pathetic? Ningfan, equally furious, retorted. You needn't concern yourself with me. Where's the strength you used to kick me? Why is it ineffective against outsiders? Do you only bully me because I possess abilities? Huizi paused, then chuckled. "You little rascal, are you trying to provoke me?" As they spoke, Hui Zi's figure flickered. Although half of Ning Fan's face was buried, he caught sight of a bizarre scene. Hui Zi's shadow separated from his body. In an instant, as one of the opponents hesitated, Hui Zi's shadow approached him. "Ah!" The man screamed in agony. His shadow was pinned down, just as Hui Zi had previously controlled Cheng Bin. The difference was that Hui Zi was now wielding a shadow, not a real dagger. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Hui Zi glared at another opponent. "Damn it, you two have bullied me long enough. Now it's time for us to have some fun." Chen Wu also noticed the unfolding situation. It wasn't just Hui Zi. Xiao Fei was subtly gaining the upper hand as well. The man who had just defended Chen Wu against Hua Wu had nearly had his arm severed. If one strike wasn't enough, he would simply strike again. Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes glimmered with frost. "Let us see how many blows you can withstand." Though she too bore wounds, her aura overwhelmingly dominated the members of the hunting group. Chen Wu furrowed his brow tightly. He simply could not comprehend how, with only 2 cornered hounds left, they could still hold their own against his hunting group. Indeed, he had not regarded the boy beneath him as a legitimate opponent at all. A bunch of worthless scoundrels. I have to take matters into my own hands. Chen Wu was furious. He could not afford to lose this battle. However, just as he prepared to intervene, he suddenly felt his left calf being tightly grasped. "You." Chen Wu lowered his gaze and discovered that although Ning Fan was being trampled beneath his foot, he clung tenaciously to his calf with both arms. "Your opponent is me." One of Ning Fan's eyes was severely bloodshot from the pressure, yet the corner of his mouth curled into a peculiar smile. "Big nephew." Chen Wu was momentarily taken aback. It quickly dawned on him. He referred to Hui Zi as father, while Ning Fan called Hui Zi brother. Thus, calling him big nephew was entirely justifiable in terms of their generational hierarchy. "You're courting death." Chen Wu's face contorted into a grimace as a short dagger slipped from his sleeve, aimed directly at Ning Fan's throat. However, at that moment, Ning Fan exerted force in his waist, launching his lower body into the air, delivering a kick to Chen Wu's chin. Simultaneously, as he released his grip, Chen Wu was unexpectedly sent flying. Ning Fan propped himself up, spitting out a mixture of blood and dirt. Hui Zi also noticed the commotion, his eyes lighting up. "Kid, not bad." One must concede that Ning Fan's recent maneuvers had been impressively fluid, textbook-like in their counterattack technique. Moreover, his ability to knock down Chen Wu was indeed a surprise to both Hui Zi and Xiao Fei. 9 out of 10? Do you really think I'm joking? Ning Fan wiped the blood from his face, feeling his vision blur. One of his eyes was severely bloodshot. Indeed, Xiao Fei seized the opportunity to offer a compliment. She recognized that Ning Fan had intentionally provoked Chen Wu. This was fortunate, as Chen Wu had never regarded Ning Fan as a threat, believing that killing him was simpler than dispatching a chicken. Thus, when he drew the dagger, he did not summon his spirit attendant. In the absence of a spirit attendant, Ning Fan was not at a significant disadvantage. "Damn it." Chen Wu shook his head as he rose. Although the kick had not inflicted substantial damage, the humiliation was profound. To be knocked down by a brat who didn't even have a spirit attendant would render the entire hunting team a laughingstock if word got out. Ning Fan retrieved the broken sword and beckoned to Chen Wu with a taunting gesture, a defiant expression on his face. "Big nephew, come." The injured Ning Fan exhibited a dramatic shift in temperament. This battle seemed to have awakened a certain quality within his blood. Even he could not comprehend why. Instead of feeling anxious, he felt a surge of excitement. Chen Wu, already seething with rage, saw Ning Fan daring to beckon him, and his murderous intent ignited. Gripping the short dagger, he activated his spirit attendant once more and, with the wind at his back, almost instantaneously appeared before Ning Fan. Ning Fan resolutely closed his bloodshot eye, refusing to let it cloud his vision. A flash of cold light pierced through. Ning Fan saw it. "Die!" He heard Chen Wu's furious roar. However, it was too late to evade. Yet, Ning Fan had never intended to dodge. He wielded the broken sword and thrust it toward the oncoming gleam of cold light. Thud! Thud! A searing pain ripped through Ning Fan's shoulder. Chen Wu's short dagger had fully embedded itself into his shoulder, leaving only the hilt protruding from his flesh. Despite the excruciating pain that surged through Ning Fan's nerves, he wore a satisfied smile. His broken sword had pierced Chen Wu's arm. Just moments ago, he had chosen not to evade, but rather to exchange blows with Chen Wu. Indeed, he was wagering on the notion that Chen Wu would refrain from reciprocating. As anticipated, Chen Wu discerned Ning Fan's intent and attempted to evade the jagged blade, altering the trajectory of his own strike. What was meant to be a lethal thrust aimed at Ning Fan's heart was now redirected. "You little brat," Chen Wu seethed, feeling the sting in his arm, his murderous intent intensifying. He could hardly tolerate being reduced to such a pitiable state by this audacious little mutt. Yet, just as he was about to extract the dagger, he caught sight of Ning Fan's grin, a smile that radiated genuine joy. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. "Thank you." Chen Wu assumed the boy had lost his mind. However, Ning Fan's smile deepened. "Thank you for allowing me to finally feel the spirit companion." Xiao Fei and Hui Zi turned their gazes towards the commotion, their expressions shifting in shock. What? What is that?" Xiao Fei, the woman perpetually as cold as ice, could not suppress her exclamation. Ning Fan bared his white teeth, proclaiming, "Spirit companion, Jian Wuqiu." Chapter 23. From now on, I shall teach you the art of the sword. The utmost limit of what Ning Fan could achieve was to pierce through Chen Wu's arm. In terms of experience and strength, he possessed none that surpassed Chen Wu. Furthermore, he lacked a spirit attendant. To engage in battle to such an extent had even altered the perceptions of Xiao Fei and Hui Zi towards him. Others may have been oblivious. Yet they were fully aware. This young lad had ventured from his district for scarcely a day. And what of Chen Wu? As the leader of the hunting group, even though this team was merely of mediocre standing within District F32, it had been established for 4 years. A rookie without a spirit attendant had managed to outsmart an experienced veteran from outside the district. Xiao Fei and Hui Zi reflected upon their own beginnings as newcomers, realizing they had never achieved such feats. It was no wonder that Brother Chuan had taken notice of him. However, what astonished the two the most was not Ning Fan's tenacity, but rather the ethereal figure that emerged behind him. Clad in white, with long hair and a delicate visage, eyes softly closed, and a bell dangling from the left ear. This spirit enveloped Ning Fan from behind, its hands clasped around his wrists, seemingly guiding his movements. Ning Fan could feel a force directing his wrists. Suddenly, the apparition opened its eyes, and a voice imbued with the weight of ages echoed in Ning Fan's mind. "From now on, I shall teach you the art of the sword." Ning Fan's heart raced with exhilaration. At this moment, he could finally ascertain that he had indeed acquired a spirit attendant. Yet, he was devoid of any experience on how to communicate with this spirit or how to wield its power. What should I do? Ning Fan opted for the most straightforward approach. He would not hesitate to seek guidance. The spirit's response was equally direct. "Strike him down." Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Fan unleashed the broken sword towards Chen Wu. Chen Wu, having noticed the ethereal figure behind Ning Fan, was equally taken aback. However, as Ning Fan swung his sword, he swiftly reacted, employing his spirit attendant to retreat at great speed, just as he believed he had evaded disaster. The broken sword in Ning Fan's hand carved a black crescent in the air. Darkness enveloped Chen Wu. When Chen Wu regained his senses, he was met with an explosion of crimson mist. He then saw an arm soaring through the air. It was only then that the excruciating pain surged into his mind, and he realized that the severed arm belonged to him. Ning Fan gazed in astonishment at Chen Wu, who knelt on the ground, clutching his wound and screaming in agony. Had he truly accomplished this? He looked at the broken sword in his hand, recalling the sensation of that decisive strike. Meanwhile, members of the hunting group witnessed their leader, Chen Wu, lose an arm to Ning Fan, and their morale plummeted instantaneously. Particularly, the presence of the spirit behind Ning Fan instilled overwhelming dread. "We concede," one member declared, casting down his weapon and raising his hands in surrender. "You all yield?" With a cold snort, Hui Zi's dagger moved with unerring precision, slashing open the throat of the assailant. "Did I command you to acknowledge?" On the other side, Xiao Fei was equally swift, and in the blink of an eye, 5 lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the ground. The hunting squad, with the exception of Chen Wu, who was still writhing on the floor, was utterly annihilated. The incessant shouting was giving me a headache. Hui Zi twirled the dagger in his hand and approached Chen Wu, akin to a butcher preparing to slaughter. However, Xiao Fei intercepted him. "Wait, he seems to be sensing the spirit." Hui Zi glanced at Ning Fan, who was gazing down at the broken sword. Suddenly, it appeared that he had an epiphany. Standing tall, he gripped the sword with the blade aligned parallel to his arm. "So this is how a sword is wielded," he murmured softly. With a whoosh, the broken sword sliced through the air. "No, wait, I was wrong." Swish. Chen Wu's head fell to the ground. Unlike before, this strike did not conjure a dark, full moon, yet it was far more formidable. Quick, fierce, and precise. The stark contrast with the performative swordsmanship he had practiced at the academy was like night and day. This was the art of killing. Ning Fan's single eye sparkled with excitement as he reveled in the power of his own strike. Sister Fei, Brother Hui, did I not tell you I have a spirit? Just moments ago, he had failed to demonstrate his spirit before them, leaving him quite embarrassed. Well done, lad. Huizi chuckled, clapping Ning Fan on the back, nearly toppling him due to his injuries. Nevertheless, Ning Fan smiled brightly and replied, I'm just not quite adept at utilizing the spirit yet. Take your time. Huizi inquired with curiosity, what level is your spirit? Noticing Ning Fan's uncertainty in assessing his spirit's level, Huizi elaborated, when you use your spirit, how many souls can you perceive? The level of a spirit is determined by the number of gathered souls. Xiao Fei's spirit within her Tang Dao had amassed 17 souls, thus classified as 17 soul level. Of course, even among the same level, there can be variations in strength. 10 souls count as 10 soul level. 99 souls also fall under 10 soul level. The difference in quantity marks the distinction. How many souls? Ning Fan pondered over the sensation he had just experienced, then raised his index finger. It seems there is only one. One? Huizi blinked in surprise. A single soul level? Disappointment was evident on Huizi's face. Although he himself was also single soul level, his spirit housed 9 souls. To put it simply, a spirit with merely one soul is the weakest of all. No worries, spirits can grow. Huizi forced a chuckle, offering Ning Fan some encouragement. Yet, it was clear to any observer that this was merely a forced consolation. Nevertheless, Ning Fan felt a flicker of confusion. The sword, Wucho, is not weak at all. He could distinctly feel the enhancement to his strength after Jian Wucho was unleashed. All right, you two take a break. I will handle the corpses of those scoundrels. Huizi, uncertain of how to console Ning Fan, felt a pang of sympathy and quickly found an excuse to leave. Once he departed, Xiao Fei showed no inclination to offer comfort. Instead, upon returning to the cave with Ning Fan, her expression immediately turned cold. You sensed the presence of the spirit's servant while in the inner district? Yes, I felt it when I killed Yang Beihai, but if I hadn't truly used it just now, I would have almost thought it was an illusion. So, your reckless actions with Chun Wu were merely to ascertain whether you had indeed acquired a spirit servant? Exactly. Aren't you afraid of dying? Xiao Fei's tone was somewhat stern. Though Chun Wu may not be strong, killing you would be rather easy. Ning Fan understood that Xiao Fei's words were rooted in concern. Sister Fei, I am also a member of the Wild Dog clan. Xiao Fei remained silent. Watching you and Brother Huizi fight desperately, I cannot stand idly by. Ning Fan stated earnestly, moreover, I can see that if it weren't for worrying about me, you wouldn't be so anxious in your battles. Indeed, in truth, given the strength of Xiao Fei and Huizi, eliminating the members of the hunt group, while not effortless, would not be insurmountable either. Chen Wu, that fool, died without ever realizing that the true disparity between the hunt group and the Wild Dog clan lies not only in strength, but also in conviction. Huizi recounted how Chun Wu had once knelt before him, begging for mercy, calling him father. Ning Fan was certain that no member of the Wild Dog clan would ever debase themselves in such a manner. I understand that you all consider me young and inexperienced, wanting to protect me at all costs. Ning Fan lowered his gaze to the coal-black, broken sword. However, I cannot forever accept your protection without question, can I? Noticing that Xiao Fei was about to speak, Ning Fan preempted her. We are wild dogs. A bittersweet smile graced Ning Fan's face. Isn't risking our lives to survive our very way of existence? Each of you stakes your life. Why should I not do the same? Chapter 0024. Entering the zone alone. The profession of a wanderer is inherently a gamble with one's life. When Lin Chuan first joined the Wild Dog House, he was told that everyone has their own reasons for becoming a wanderer, and thus, he is not an exception. Each individual is engaged in this perilous wager. Wang Yi, De Zhuang, and Old Duan lost their bets and consequently met their demise. Xiao Fei and Huizi returned to Zone F32 to exact revenge on Yang Beihai, also taking a gamble, should the guard deny them passage. Their venture would end in failure as well. Therefore, Ning Fan is acutely aware that without his spiritual attendant, survival this time does not guarantee he will endure the next. His very presence could even jeopardize Xiao Fei and Huizi. He must take this risk. Once seated at this table of chance, one's life becomes the currency. Fortunately, he emerged victorious. Xiao Fei gazed intently at Ning Fan and finally let out a sigh. She did not express her thoughts regarding Ning Fan's words, but silently retrieved a bile crystal from a decayed frog and consumed it. Ning Fan observed the darkening hue of the crystal with a twinge of aversion. Yet, After a moment's hesitation, he grasped the crystal in his hand, closed his eyes, and swallowed it. The taste was not unpleasant. Indeed, it was far superior to that of the dog meat he had encountered. The crystal's efficacy in staunching blood and alleviating pain manifested swiftly, and Ning Fan felt a significant reduction in his discomfort. "Come here," Xiao Fei said, tearing a strip from her tattered sleeve to reveal her fair arm. Ning Fan was perplexed by her intentions, but Xiao Fei forcefully tugged at his collar, pulling him closer, and then bound the strip around his head to cover his swollen eyes. "The miasma outside is too potent. If this injury is not treated properly, your vision could be lost." As they were situated so closely, the warmth of Xiao Fei's breath brushed against Ning Fan's face. And given her recently torn attire from the battle, he swore it was unintentional. However, at 18, curiosity runs rampant. Slap. A sharp smack landed on his head. "Just gained a spiritual attendant, and you think you're invincible? Starting to develop ulterior motives?" Xiao Fei shot him a glare. "Fei Jia, it's not what you think." Ning Fan's face flushed crimson. While stealing glances is harmless, being caught in the act is quite embarrassing. "Get out and help Hui Zi with the work." Xiao Fei waved her hand dismissively. "Oh." Ning Fan rose, his head hanging low as he made his way outside. Xiao Fei watched his retreating figure for a long moment before suddenly chuckling. "Hell, little brat." Outside the cave, Hui Zi, who was transporting bodies into the woods, spotted Ning Fan's emergence and waved enthusiastically. "Just in time. Help me lift this. These wretched folks are heavier than pigs." Ning Fan obediently assisted Hui Zi in hoisting a corpse. As they trudged toward the woods, Hui Zi sensed something amiss with Ning Fan. "Did Xiao Fei say something to you?" "No, not at all." Ning Fan was concerned that Hui Zi might have noticed his furtive glances at Xiao Fei. However, Hui Zi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Don't overthink it. Xiao Fei's temperament is simply like that. Now that she is newly appointed, she is bound to be a bit harsh." Realizing that Hui Zi had not caught on, Ning Fan breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Hui, have you ever been scolded by Sister Fei? What do I have to argue with a woman about?" Hui Zi's face flushed slightly. Soon, the two of them disposed of all members of the hunting group in the woods. Hui Zi handed over the weapons and supplies scavenged from the bodies to Ning Fan. These items would be sold in the black market once they entered the district. Upon returning to the cave, Ning Fan felt a sense of unease. He was hesitant to look at Xiao Fei too often. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei acted as if nothing had transpired. Now, this young man also had a spirit attendant, albeit merely of the single soul level, but at least it could handle ordinary battles. Xiao Fei remarked casually, "If you all feel physically well, we can set off." Seeing that Xiao Fei did not mention the earlier incident, Ning Fan felt relieved and regained his composure. "Sister Fei, I have an idea. Speak." The appearance of the hunting group had served as a wake-up call for him. Ning Fan adjusted his emotions. "You've made several trips to District F-27 before. Surely some people recognize you?" "There should be a few," Hui Zi nodded. "We have a decent reputation in District F-27, and sometimes we bring back some goods. Then I believe you should refrain from showing yourselves. We are unaware of the connections Battle Bear has in District F-27. After all, Battle Bear is a team from District F-27, and we are outsiders." Ning Fan said earnestly. "Moreover, although Yang Beihai's goods are non-existent, how can we be certain the receiving party will fully trust us? He can believe it or not. We helped him eliminate Yang Beihai. What more does he want from us?" Hui Zi retorted angrily. Yet, Xiao Fei gestured for him to be quiet and turned to Ning Fan, asking, "So, your suggestion is, I should go to District F-27 myself?" Ning Fan smiled. "With my unfamiliar face, no one in District F-27 should recognize me. Even the Battle Bear members, after our previous encounters, would hardly pay attention to a newcomer like me." Hui Zi remained silent, his expression serious. Xiao Fei narrowed her eyes. "Are you certain? If you encounter trouble in District F-27, we will be unable to assist you." "Absolutely," Ning Fan affirmed. "I will find a way to lure out the remaining members of Battle Bear." Xiao Fei lowered her head in contemplation, seemingly in doubt. Hui Zi nudged Ning Fan. "Kid, if any of the surviving Battle Bear members recognize you, you'll be in big trouble." To draw out Battle Bear, Ning Fan had to get close to them. The risk was considerable. "Brother Hui," Ning Fan licked his lips. "We can't just wait indefinitely outside the District 4 Battle Bear members to emerge, can we?" Hui Zi was taken aback. Ning Fan gazed at the mound within the cave, beneath which lay the lifeless body of De Zhuang. "If you can conceive of a better approach, we may deliberate further. Otherwise, let us proceed with my plan," he asserted. Huizi turned his gaze towards Qiao Fei. After a prolonged silence, Qiao Fei finally nodded. Very well, but do exercise caution. Splendid. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Let us establish a time frame, between 3 and 5 in the afternoon. You shall lie in wait at the entrance of District F-27 during this interval. Once you spot me emerging with the Battle Bear personnel, you are to prepare for action. Understood, Qiao Fei nodded once more. After a brief discussion regarding the subsequent arrangements, the trio set forth once again. Qiao Fei and Huizi escorted Ning Fan to the vicinity of the F-27 entrance before parting ways. Qiao Fei, are you truly at ease allowing this young man to venture forth alone? Huizi inquired anxiously once Ning Fan had departed. Qiao Fei regarded him thoughtfully, then sighed. I understand your fear of further loss at home. Huizi paused, taken aback, yet refrained from contradicting her. Qiao Fei continued, however. That young man just shared some insights with me that I found quite compelling. What did he say? Huizi pressed. What he said is of little consequence. Qiao Fei replied, fixing her gaze upon Huizi. Let me ask you this. If this operation required you to enter District F-27 to lure someone out, would you decline? Of course not. Huizi exclaimed, only to fall silent in contemplation. Precisely. Therefore, if you are capable of undertaking such a task, why should he be any different? Qiao Fei remarked calmly. He has already acquired a spirit attendant. We need not treat him as a child any longer. Chapter 25. What is Zone F-27 for? Before the entrance of Zone F-27, the guard scrutinized Ning Fan through a small opening. Ning Fan produced 500 solars from his pocket and slid them through the gap, stating, just passing through, conducting a bit of business. The guard, taken aback by Ning Fan's youth, noted that it was rare to see such a young traveler capable of surviving alone in the wilderness. After glancing at the offered 500 solars, the guard, without further inquiry, unlocked the iron gate. With a large pack slung across his back, Ning Fan stepped inside and inquired of the guard, Brother, could you direct me to the black market? The guard gestured in a particular direction. Follow this road to the end, take a right, and you will pass a 6-story red building. You can inquire further once you reach there. Thank you, brother, Ning Fan replied courteously with a smile. The guard watched his retreating figure and muttered, are travelers nowadays all so young? This marked Ning Fan's first venture into a zone other than F-32. In comparison, this area seemed somewhat more vibrant than F-32. The numerical designation of each zone corresponded to its level of prosperity. Within the entire F district, there were 69 smaller zones, with F-32 being average. At the entrance of this zone, numerous groups of travelers congregated, mirroring the scene in F-32. This reminded Ning Fan of his initial visit to seek out Huizi and Lin Chuan a few days prior. It felt as though a considerable time had elapsed since then. After entering with his hefty pack, Ning Fan attracted the attention of many. Following his inquiry about the black market, a burly man, bare-chested, approached him. Brother, selling goods? Ning Fan glanced at him. The man grinned, though his smile appeared somewhat menacing. What do you have? If it's something I need, I can take it off your hands right here. No need to venture into the black market and be taken advantage of. No, I'm in no rush. A stroll suits me fine, Ning Fan replied. Transactions in the black market were generally safer, as most zones adhered to certain rules, recognizing the need for long-term business. No one would jeopardize their livelihood. However, such private dealings were less predictable. Murders and thefts had occurred within the zones. Killing someone could result in merely a week's confinement. A brief respite if the value was significant enough. Merely a stroll to fulfill a commission. Hey, don't be so hasty to leave. The burly man grabbed Ning Fan's shoulder. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened as he drew his sword and struck down towards the man's arm. Startled, the man recoiled. What the hell? Are you insane? He exclaimed, veins bulging. You dare to lay hands on me? Do you wish to perish? Ning Fan regarded him with a somber expression. Suddenly, he unfastened his pack and opened it, revealing an assortment of bloodied weapons. Do you find use for the belongings of the deceased? Ning Fan stated coldly. If you seek trouble, this place is too confined. Let us step outside and settle this. The guard who had just opened the door for Ning Fan also witnessed the scene and let out a hearty laugh. Old pig, do not take advantage of the youth. A lone wolf of this age has its depths. Do not invite trouble upon yourself. The burly man known as Old Pig wore a stern expression, but showed no intent to confront Ning Fan. The weapons contained within the bundle were clearly the spoils of this young lad. A child so youthful, burdened with the weapons used by 5 or 6 individuals. He is quite likely someone who single-handedly vanquished an entire team. Damn it. Old Pig scoffed, retreating back to the wall with a sense of reluctance. This opportunity felt too risky for him to seize. It was not that he believed he could not contend with Ning Fan, but rather that these worn-out weapons were simply not worth the conflict. The cost-benefit ratio was far too low. Yet, the thought of not claiming them lingered in his mind. Ning Fan silently gathered his belongings and continued toward the black market. Once he had departed, Old Pig gestured toward a nearby alley with a beckoning finger. A slender man soon approached at a brisk pace. Had Ning Fan encountered him just moments ago, he would have instantly recognized him as the monkey from the Battle Bear team. He was the first to be electrocuted down from a tree by Old Duan. However, it was precisely because of this that, devoid of aggression, he had managed to evade disaster. Brother Zhu, what's up? The monkey, bearing marks of burns on his face, wore an ingratiating expression. Old Pig pointed in the direction of Ning Fan's retreating figure. Follow him, ascertain how many solars he possesses. The monkey was taken aback. Huh? Brother Zhu intends to deal with him? Old Pig snorted coldly. He puts on quite the show, calling himself a lone wolf. Ultimately, he is merely a solitary figure. If we don't seize the opportunity, it would be a missed chance. But Brother Zhu, what if he truly possesses some skill? The monkey queried. If he had real talent, would he be selling goods in F-27 district? He'd have long since reported to the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone. The monkey conceded. That is indeed a point. Old Pig, with a droopy gaze, scrutinized him, back when Sun Wang was around. You, Battle Bears, engaged in such dealings, did you not? I entrust this matter to you. You should be capable of handling it well. The mention of Battle Bears immediately enlightened the monkey. Old Pig was subtly reminding him that he was currently under someone else's roof. If he performed well, Old Pig would ensure his sustenance. Rest assured, Brother Zhu, I shall investigate thoroughly. With that, the monkey bounced off to follow Ning Fan. Old Pig chuckled derisively. Humph. A stray dog. Ning Fan had arrived at the black market, having followed the path indicated by the guard. In stark contrast to the gathering of traveler teams beyond the district walls, this area buzzed with activity. The street was filled with the clamorous sounds of haggling. And at times, heated arguments erupted over unresolved prices, leading to mutual insults being hurled. With a bundle slung over his back, Ning Fan naturally drew the attention of many. Hey, little brother, what do you have there? Show me, and I shall offer you a good price. A man in his 30s, sporting a buzz cut, sat cross-legged on the ground, beckoning Ning Fan. Ning Fan crouched down and unfastened the bundle. Upon opening it, the buzz-cut man was met with a sight of weapons stained with blood, prompting him to frown. Outside the district, confiscated? Ning Fan nodded. Used by the traveler. Both understood the implication. Before arriving at District F-27, Wheezy had informed him that within the district, spirit attendants could not be made public. These weapons belonged to the group known as the Hunting Team, who themselves possessed spirit attendants. Thus, during black market transactions, merely stating that they were previously used by a traveler sufficed for all to grasp the underlying meaning. The crew-cut man pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. Is the source clean? Not from District F-27. The crew-cut man immediately became intrigued. All right, wait a moment. Saying this, he took out his phone and made a call. Ning Fan's eyes brightened. It was evident that this crew-cut man was likely engaged in substantial business. Generally, ordinary merchants would not possess such a device. This item was indeed rare. Hold on a moment. My friend specializes in the arms trade. Let her take a look, the crew-cut man said with a smile. Ning Fan nodded. All right. The crew-cut man then gestured towards the items on his stall. Take a look and see if anything catches your eye. I'll offer you a good price, and you can help me make a sale. Ning Fan had already perused the items on the stall. To be honest, there was nothing that piqued his interest. Just then, from a stall behind Ning Fan, a blond man with a lollipop in his mouth was pointing at a broken frog's gallbladder on another stall, asking, Brother, can you make this a bit cheaper? Chapter 26, Sister Kai 2000, No bargaining, the stall owner stated flatly. The man with golden hair furrowed his brow. No, my friend, given the condition of this gallbladder, which is utterly rotten, it's hardly effective. Consuming it might even give me an upset stomach. How can you justify selling it for 2,000? Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, you can leave, the owner replied impatiently. Ning Fan turned to observe the golden-haired man. He was quite handsome, with fair skin. His long golden hair tied back with a string. However, his appearance was rather tragic. His body was riddled with knife wounds, particularly a gaping injury on his shoulder that exposed stark white bone. How can you speak like that? This is business. You think you're so impressive? And you won't even consider negotiation? The golden-haired man scoffed. If I weren't in so much pain, I'd shoot you. The owner suddenly stood up. Are you going to leave or not? At the owner's outburst, several other stall owners also rose to their feet. Brother Joe, what is happening? Is there trouble? Kid, what is your game? You trying to act tough? If you can afford it, buy it. If not, get lost. Seeing the number of people standing up in support of the owner, the golden-haired man remained unfazed, choosing not to argue further. All right, you're all so impressive. He conceded. To Ning Fan's surprise, despite his anger, the golden-haired man produced 2,000 salas and tossed them onto the stall. 2,000 it is. Who asked for my body to be in such pain? The owner grabbed the gallbladder and threw it to him. The golden-haired man first sniffed it, the potent aroma causing him to tilt his head back. Yet, he pinched his nose and consumed the gallbladder in a few bites. Although the bleeding on his body had somewhat subsided, as he had mentioned, the quality of this gallbladder had significantly diminished, certainly inferior to the fresh ones that Ning Fan and his companions had previously ingested. I'll remember you lot. The golden-haired man boasted defiantly at those who had just insulted him. The group rose again, but the golden-haired man walked out of the crowd. This small incident did not capture Ning Fan's attention much. It was merely a spectacle to observe. Hey, is that fellow yours? A sultry voice with a smoky tone came from the side. Ning Fan looked over to see a woman, cigarette in mouth, standing with her arms crossed in front of the stall. She appeared to be a few years older than Xiao Fei, clad in a black leather skirt and a simple white tank top. Her ample fair skin drew the attention of many men nearby, and Ning Fan was no exception. He suddenly recalled seeing Xiao Fei in the cave and shook his head. Damn, the trials of youth. He's mine, Ning Fan replied, regaining his composure. What is your price? The woman squatted down, casually rummaging through several weapons inside. All of them are single-digit levels. Indeed, members of the hunting group are all of the single soul level. Ning Fan remarked in surprise. The woman was able to discern the rank of the spirit servants merely through a few weapons. Sister Kai, what do you think is a fair price? The man with a buzz cut chuckled. This deal is yours. Sister Kai raised an eyebrow at the buzz-cut man and laughed lightly. What is this? Do you expect to earn a commission from me? After all, business introductions should not be without compensation. The buzz-cut man scratched his head. Sister Kai scoffed. 500. Deal. Once they settled on the terms, Sister Kai turned her attention to Ning Fan. You possess 6 items. Ordinarily, they could fetch up to 2,000 each. Thus, I'll offer you 10,000 for all. This price is quite reasonable. Prior to this, Xiao Fei and Huizi had also estimated the value of these weapons at 2,000 apiece, totaling 12,000. Ning Fan replied nonchalantly, let us calculate it per item. Then you may continue browsing, Sister Kai stated without further ado. In this street, aside from me, no one can procure weapons in bulk. The weapons of the Wanderers serve a purpose, gambling with spirits. Each of these weapons contains spirit servants, and if taken outside the district, they can be melted down using a special method, which offers a chance to extract the spirits within. However, the extracted spirits cannot remain attached to the weapons, they merely become sustenance for other spirits. This process is what is referred to as spirit upgrading. The reason Ning Fan and his companions had not melted down the weapons themselves was due to their lack of expertise in this area. Such specialized tasks are best left to professionals. Ning Fan had no intention of haggling and began to organize his bundle, preparing to seek inquiries elsewhere. In truth, for Ning Fan, selling these items was merely a fade. His primary objective was to gather fundamental information about District F-27, which would facilitate his investigation into Battle Bear. Kid, Sister Kai suddenly called out to Ning Fan. You have a tail behind you. Ning Fan paused for a moment, then smiled. I know. Throughout his journey, he was aware of someone following him. Among the 9 assessments, one included counter-surveillance. Tracking Ning Fan without being detected, without the use of spirit servants, was nearly impossible. Sister Kai's eyes glinted with surprise. Your senses are quite sharp, aren't they? A dog's instinct. Ning Fan shrugged, having finished packing his belongings. Sister Kai hesitated briefly. Listen, kid, how about this? On top of the price we just agreed upon, I'll throw in an additional service to help you deal with your tail without causing you any trouble. What do you say? Ning Fan scrutinized Sister Kai. This woman seemed to possess considerable influence in District F-27. The demeanor of the surrounding vendors towards her, as well as her confident manner of speaking, underscored this notion. I recognize the tail. He was here yesterday selling a stick and a tiger's claw. Sister Kai continued, the items you carry are quite tempting for him. You know how it is. In this world, people can perish for wealth. I'm not aware of your capabilities, but surely you have moments of vulnerability? Keeping a tail is rather inconvenient. Originally, Ning Fan intended to decline. However, just as he was about to speak, he hesitated. Pray tell, what did he come here to sell? A stick, a pair of brass knuckles. Ning Fan felt a jolt in his heart. The hand he had clasped behind his back gradually formed a fist. A stick, brass knuckles. Lao Duan, Wang Yi. Although Ning Fan could not be entirely certain, the timing was undeniably coincidental. He felt an overwhelming urge to turn around and seek out that tail. In the misty forest, after the demise of Lao Duan and Wang Yi, the individuals who could have salvaged their weapons most likely belonged to the War Bear faction. Blood surged within Ning Fan, yet after a brief moment, he forcibly restrained his impulses. Patience. His aim was to eradicate the War Bear, not merely to slay a single individual. Whose tail could that possibly be? Regaining his composure, Ning Fan inquired nonchalantly. Is it common for such dealings to occur within your region? It seems rather chaotic in District F27. Huh. Isn't it all the same? As long as there's money to be made, there are plenty of outlaws, replied Kai Jia with a disdainful smirk. Ever heard of War Bear? They used to be quite renowned in District F27. I have not. Ning Fan shook his head. Kai Jia glanced in the direction behind Ning Fan. That tail belongs to the War Bear, but I heard their team was scattered yesterday. Now, there are just 3 left. Scraping by under the old pig of the skeleton gang. Chapter 0027. The night's turmoil, only 3 members of the War Bear remain. This information holds significant importance for Ning Fan. When Lin Chuan led them to escape, there was no time to ascertain the enemy's remaining numbers. Hey kid, how's it going? Are you selling? Sister Kai inquired once more. Yes, Ning Fan nodded. Sister Kai smiled, a clever child. Yet Ning Fan quickly added, however, I have an additional condition. Why is selling a few weapons so troublesome? Sister Kai expressed her impatience. Ning Fan, undeterred by her demeanor, continued. The old pig from the skeleton group that you mentioned. I encountered him when I first entered the area, and we had a rather unpleasant encounter. Sister Kai paused, her brows furrowing. What do you mean? You expect me to help you deal with the old pig over this trivial matter? That's impossible. Not at all. Ning Fan spread his hands. I had a conflict with him, and now his people are following me, merely seeking to rob me. Therefore, whether it's these goods or Sola, they are not safe in my possession. Thus, I will provide the goods to you first. When I am ready to exit the area, you can escort me, and at that time, return Sola to me. Escort you out? Kid, allow me to kindly remind you, if they wish to rob you, it would be easier outside the area. Once outside, I am not afraid of being robbed, Ning Fan replied with a smile. Out there, they may find it convenient. But I am even more so. Sister Kai narrowed her eyes, her gaze upon Ning Fan revealing a heightened intrigue. This young lad possesses remarkable confidence in his spirit companion. He believes that once outside the area, if this skeleton group dares to make a move against him, he may soon return to sell another batch of weapons. Little brother, you are quite confident, aren't you? This skeleton group is formidable. Sister Kai took a couple of steps closer to Ning Fan, then whispered near his ear. That old pig is at least double digits, 10 soul level. Ning Fan was not concerned about this. Rather, he was acutely aware of the warmth of her breath against his ear, accompanied by a fragrant scent. Little brother, you're blushing. Sister Kai suddenly laughed, her demeanor lively. Ning Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet Sister Kai had already taken his bundle, lifting it with ease. She cleared her throat. I've accepted this kid's goods. I will return them when he exits the area. Everyone, please remember this for me. Women have poor memories, and I fear I might forget. Ning Fan looked at Sister Kai in surprise. Her actions were quite honorable. Firstly, she offered him reassurance by stating this matter in front of so many people, ensuring she could not renege on the payment. Secondly, she was subtly informing the monkey trailing behind him, specifically, conveying this message to the old pig that this child has no money. At least within the area, robbing him would be futile. Thank you, Ning Fan said sincerely. Thank for what? It's merely a business transaction, Sister Kai replied. Not dwelling on it further. She picked up Ning Fan's bundle, swaying her delicate figure as she walked towards the black market's exit, raising her hand to wave. Contact me whenever you wish to leave the area. I'll see you off. Until the figure of Sister Kai vanished at the end of the black market. A hand suddenly waved in front of Ning Fan. It was the man with the crew cut. Kid, your eyes are glazed over, he remarked. Ning Fan snapped back to reality, noticing the man's mischievous grin. Have you taken a fancy to Sister Kai? No, Ning Fan quickly refuted. The crew cut man merely smirked. Well, it's only natural for a man to be interested in women. What is there to be ashamed of? You say so, Ning Fan retorted, uninterested in further explanation as he turned in another direction to leave. Indeed, he had been fixated on Sister Kai's silhouette. While her striking beauty may have played a part, the more significant reason lay in her abilities. Engaged in such illicit trades, she undoubtedly possessed knowledge on how to enhance the soul count of spirit servants. Jian Wucho was merely a single soul level spirit servant. If he could establish a long-term collaboration with Sister Kai, perhaps not only would he benefit, but even Huizi and Xiao Fei's spirit servants could experience an upgrade. After departing from the black market, Ning Fan aimlessly wandered the streets. Half an hour later, he confirmed that the monkey had ceased its pursuit. He believed the monkey must have overheard Sister Kai's words, realizing that Ning Fan bore no profit, and returned to report to Old Pig. As night fell, Ning Fan checked into a modest inn near the black market. He had 2,000 salas, sufficient for a comfortable existence during this period. Lying on the inn's bed, he contemplated how to unearth the 3 individuals who had infiltrated the Skeleton Guild. Ideally, he would avoid Old Pig's interference. Yet, should Old Pig insist on stirring the waters, then the only recourse would be to annihilate the entire Skeleton Guild. Vengeance was a necessity. Gradually, Ning Fan felt his eyelids grow heavy and succumbed to slumber. This was the most restful sleep he had enjoyed in a while. Previously, to complete Lin Chuan's trial, he had spent several nights working as a sorter, leaving him no time for rest. Although he had the opportunity for brief naps in the wilderness, it was always in a state of vigilance. The act of lying down to rest seemed a distant luxury. However, just as Ning Fan drifted into a deep sleep, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. He jolted awake, glancing around to confirm he was still in the inn. With no immediate danger in sight, the sound emanated from outside the window. Leaning against the wall, he tilted his head to observe the unfolding situation. Torches illuminated the street, and soon another scream pierced the air. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. Wasn't he this within the district? What on earth was happening? Capture him! Suddenly, Ning Fan noticed 4 men, clad in matching attire, sprinting through the alleyway. The leader wielded a massive axe. Ning Fan recognized their garb. Monitors. Why were they here? Had someone dared to employ spirit servants within the district? In this area, openly mentioning spirit servants was a grave offense, let alone using them. Should they be caught, the penalty was death. Ning Fan felt a surge of curiosity about who possessed such audacity. What deep-seated enmity could possibly justify the risk of employing a spirit servant to commit murder within the district? He hurried down the stairs. The innkeeper was also at the entrance, watching the commotion. "Brother, what's happening?" Ning Fan inquired, leaning closer. "Someone was killed," the innkeeper replied dismissively. "I couldn't see their features clearly, just a head of yellow hair." Ning Fan paused, taken aback. A head of yellow hair? He suddenly recalled the man from the black market who had purchased the subpar frog gall. In that instant, a realization dawned upon him. "Brother, how many people did he kill?" "That I do not know," the innkeeper replied, furrowing his brow. "However, the deceased were all engaged in black market dealings. I suspect it was due to an unpleasant business arrangement that led to this jealousy." At that moment, a shopkeeper from a neighboring business interjected, "That was ruthless. The entire Zhou family, for in total, were slaughtered. What kind of deep-seated hatred could drive someone to such lengths?" Ning Fan grasped the situation entirely, yet he found it incomprehensible. He recalled the young man with golden hair, who had mentioned before leaving that he had noted the names of those who insulted him. One of the stall owners bore the surname Zhou. Yet, who would anticipate that such a minor conflict could escalate to the annihilation of an entire family? Just then, the neighboring shopkeeper murmured again, "But that lad truly possesses some skill. His arrows flew like beams of light, even taking down 3 monitors. Archery, a beam of light." Ning Fan's complexion turned ashen. Light arrows. Chapter 28. The watcher Ning Fan could scarcely fathom that the perpetrator who had slain Wang Yi, Lao Duan, and Du Zhuang had once been so close to him. Had he drawn his sword in that moment? It was highly likely he could have taken the man's life. Back in the misty forest, Ning Fan had glimpsed the man on the hillside, yet due to the distance, he could not discern his features, only recalling the turban wrapped around his head. As Ning Fan wrestled with his frustration, another thought emerged. This blond man bore numerous knife wounds. Could it be that Brother Chuan had inflicted such injuries? Did Brother Chuan return to find him and leave him in such a state? If so, was it possible that Brother Chuan was still alive? A flicker of hope ignited within Ning Fan. Up until now, they had not encountered Brother Chuan's corpse. Why should they assume he was certainly dead? With this thought, a bold idea surged within Ning Fan. He must capture that blond man. At the very least, he needed to inquire about Brother Chuan's whereabouts. "Hey kid, where are you going?" It's chaotic outside. The innkeeper began, but Ning Fan had already dashed out, not waiting for the man to finish. The streets had shed the noise of the day. Though the lower city lacked sunlight, the area could still discern night from day through the flickering lights. At this hour, most lights had extinguished. Fortunately, having honed his skills in the wilderness, Ning Fan had grown accustomed to the darkness, enabling him to perceive the basic conditions of the street even in dim light. Over there, Team 1, pursue. Teams 2 and 3, encircle from Fish Alley, commanded the watcher wielding a massive axe. Ning Fan stealthily followed Team 1. The reconnaissance skill he had learned through 9 assessments finally proved its worth. After 5 minutes of following them in the shadows, Ning Fan's expression turned grave. He was undeniably anxious. Not only did he have to evade detection by the watchers, but he also needed to maintain his speed without activating his spirit servant. More importantly, when the blond man appeared, he had to seize him before the watchers could intervene. Once the blond man fell into their hands, Ning Fan would have no chance of reclaiming him. Acquiring a spirit servant and slaying Chen Wu had not inflated Ning Fan's ego to such an extent. At last, a shout jolted him to attention. He asked, leaving the area, "Stop him." Ning Fan then realized he had pursued the group to the vicinity of the area wall. The guard who had previously admitted him was dozing at the gate, but upon hearing the watcher's shouts, he immediately sprang to his feet. With a sudden flash of white light, the guard hadn't even drawn his weapon before a blood hole appeared in his forehead, causing him to collapse silently. Witnessing his demise sent Ning Fan's blood boiling once again. He thought of Lao Duan and Wang Yi. In that moment, he could conclusively ascertain that this blond man was indeed the assassin he had seen on the hillside wearing a turban. If even the watchers of Zone F7 could not capture him, what chance did they have? The blond man had already dashed towards the gate. He arrogantly stood his ground, turning to face the pursuers who had been trailing him, and raised his middle finger. Tell those black market vendors to adopt a better attitude in their dealings. No need to resort to insults. With that, he forcefully pushed open the iron gate and fled the area. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened, witnessing the man's impending escape. He felt a surge of urgency and dashed after him. The monitors, having seen the blond man break free, had initially halted their pursuit, constrained by their limitations. They could apprehend within the area, but once he escaped, he was no longer under their jurisdiction. At that moment, however, a monitor wielding a massive axe spotted Ning Fan racing toward the exit and bellowed, "Halt." With no time to heed the command, Ning Fan sprinted on. Just as he was about to burst through the door, he felt a fierce gust of wind behind him. Instinctively, he veered sideways, narrowly dodging the giant axe that whistled past him, embedding itself in the wall with a resounding thud. Stopping in his tracks, Ning Fan turned to glare at the monitor. "Did you not hear me tell you to stop?" The man approached, his expression cold. "Why are you running?" Soon, a group of individuals clad in monitor uniforms surrounded him. Realizing he had missed the chance to catch up with the blond man, Ning Fan questioned, "Why are you blocking me? Have I committed an offense? Quite audacious, aren't you?" A tall, slender man stepped forward, forcefully pressing Ning Fan's head against the wall. "You'd best speak respectfully to our deputy captain." With a hint of a scoff, Ning Fan refrained from resisting. "You lack the capability to chase down criminals and take your frustrations out on a law-abiding citizen?" "Oh?" The tall man raised an eyebrow. "You're young, yet your temper is considerable." With a swift kick, he struck Ning Fan behind the knee. Ning Fan felt a sharp pain and instinctively bent his knee. But just as he was about to collapse, he gritted his teeth and held his ground. Drawing strength from within, he stood tall once again. A flash of malice crossed the tall man's eyes. He had intended for Ning Fan to kneel. Yet this stubborn fellow, was he intent on playing the tough guy? The tall man lifted his leg once more. "Enough." The deputy captain approached, retrieving the axe from the wall. "Take him back. Kid, I've seen plenty of hard-headed ones like you. You'd best pray I don't get my hands on you." Gripping Ning Fan by the collar, the tall man leaned in close and whispered in his ear. Ning Fan met his gaze, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "What are you smiling about?" The tall man sensed the mockery in Ning Fan's expression. "So this is the so-called monitor?" Ning Fan's smile deepened. "I think I understand." "Understand what?" The deputy captain turned to Ning Fan, inquiring. A look of disdain filled Ning Fan's eyes. The so-called ironclad rule prohibiting the use of spirit servants within the district was nothing but utter nonsense. Everyone froze in disbelief, gazing at Ning Fan with incredulity. This audacious young man dared to utter the forbidden term spirit servant before the monitors. Not only that, but he also had the audacity to dismiss the district's iron rule as mere folly. It was a blatant provocation, an unabashed challenge. "Child." Such innocent words hold no sway here. The vice captain's expression darkened. Yet, Ning Fan remained undaunted, lifting his chin defiantly as he met the vice captain's gaze. Have I spoken in error? He questioned, gesturing towards the gateway of the district's wall. The person has already escaped. Have you managed to capture them? Chapter 0029. A level 1. The vice captain squinted his eyes, fixated on Ning Fan. Ming, this lad is quite troublesome. Hand him over to me. I assure you, within a day. I will teach him the art of proper conversation, the tall, lean man sneered. The vice captain pondered for a moment. Take him back for now. The tall man appeared somewhat disheartened, but did not dare to further torment Ning Fan in front of the vice captain. Soon, Ning Fan was escorted to a building within the inner district. In a completely sealed room, his hands and feet were bound to a chair. Opposite him sat the vice captain, who was nonchalantly smoking a pungent cigarette with his legs crossed. Do you recognize that individual? The vice captain inquired, reclining in his chair. Ning Fan remained silent. Simply mentioning the spirit servants within the district could earn you a decade behind bars, the vice captain stated coolly. Pretending to be tough won't serve you here. Your name is Ming. Isn't it? Ning Fan suddenly chuckled. I would like to inquire, did I kill that person? The vice captain's expression darkened immediately. Ning Fan continued. Did I employ spirit servants within the district? The vice captain furrowed his brow. Ning Fan scoffed derisively. Those who violate the regulations are outside the district. If any of you had any capability, the one being interrogated here should be the archer, not me. Ning Fan interrupted the vice captain's warning. The cigarette between the vice captain's fingers had long since burned out, yet he remained oblivious, his lifeless eyes still fixed intently on Ning Fan. It seems you harbor quite a disdain for our monitoring team, he remarked. Originally, I did not. So, it appears that your decision to release that individual has sparked your animosity towards us? I suppose so, Ning Fan admitted, genuinely displeased with the monitoring team's actions. They may not have been able to capture him, but they had obstructed Ning Fan. Otherwise, once outside the district, he could have devised a plan to lure him near the cave and join forces with Xiao Fei and Huizi to strike. Although success was not guaranteed, at least there would have been hope. However, the vice captain's enormous axe had severed that hope. Do you have a grudge against him? Ning Fan fell silent once more. Yet, you seem to lack an understanding of him, the vice captain commented, retrieving a sheet of paper from the table and placing it before Ning Fan. This is his dossier. You will see for yourself that our inability to capture him is no mere coincidence. Driven by curiosity, Ning Fan glanced at the paper. At the top was a photograph. This is the man. Ning Fan had etched his appearance deeply into his memory. Below the photo was his basic information. Name, Su Bei. Age, approximately 25. Spirit servant. Light arrow soul level. 100 soul level, or above. Crimes. Illegal use of spirit servants in Zone F7, resulting in the deaths of 7 residents and monitors. Illegal use of spirit servants in Zone F11, leading to the deaths of 9 high-level area administrators and monitors. Illegal use in Zone F19, and more. Wanted level, and Ning Fan was stunned. This person was actually at the 100 soul level. Initially, based on the judgment of Xiao Fei, it was believed that the opponent was of the 10 soul level. However, it appears that Xiao Fei misjudged the situation. This man named Su Bei is far stronger than they had anticipated. Yet, the knife wounds on his body. Is it conceivable that Chuan Ge, who was merely at the single soul level, could inflict such injuries? Ning Fan's doubts multiplied, and he felt an urgent need to seek out Su Bei for clarification. Moreover, Su Bei's illustrious deeds are numerous, with over 10 notable instances. Within Region F, he has caused quite a stir. How could such an individual remain uncaught? Even appearing in various areas? Do you think that had you just pursued him, it would have been his demise or yours? The vice captain interrupted Ning Fan's contemplation. Ning Fan raised his gaze, met with a mocking smile. Don't tell me you are stopping me to save me. Ning Fan quickly regained his composure. From the attitude of your subordinates, I perceive little goodwill. Of course, I have no obligation to save you. The vice captain conceded. I merely wish to learn more about Su Bei from you. He shrugged nonchalantly. However, it is evident that your understanding of him is inferior to ours. Ning Fan found himself unable to argue against that. In truth, he had sensed significant changes within himself lately. Once, he was a person who meticulously prepared for every action. Yet, since joining the Wild Dog Society, he had been deprived of the luxury of preparation. The scheming of Yang Beihai was abrupt, and the deaths of his comrades were equally unforeseen. He had no time for reflection or organization. This unbidden experience had transformed him into a reckless individual acting on instinct. Regardless of whether the vice captain had altruistic intentions in stopping him, at the very least, He had provided a timely reminder. Suddenly, Ning Fan thought of Lin Xuan. Though he appeared rough around the edges, with a fiery temperament and impulsive actions, he had responded most appropriately the moment Su Bei emerged. One must maintain a sufficient level of calm at all times, ensuring emotions do not cloud judgment. With this realization, Ning Fan finally felt a sense of tranquility within his heart for the first time in nearly 3 days. He was gradually adapting to the world beyond the confines of the district. "Thank you," Ning Fan softly stated. "I apologize for my previous recklessness." The vice captain, who had already risen to leave, paused upon hearing Ning Fan's words. He looked at Ning Fan curiously and then suddenly chuckled. "Changing tactics, are we?" "No. I simply feel that you have indeed saved my life," Ning Fan replied, licking his lips. "However, I must remember the incident where your subordinate bullied me. We must settle that score." "Oh, holding a grudge against my subordinate in my presence?" The vice captain tilted his head, intrigued. "What is it? Do you wish to confront him?" "If given the opportunity, I certainly would." Ning Fan became serious. "But for now, I am more inclined to discuss collaboration with you." The vice captain was momentarily taken aback, yet quickly dismissed the notion with a scoff. "What collaboration could we possibly have? Su Bei has committed offenses in numerous regions, and not a single monitor has managed to apprehend him. If you in District F27 succeed in this endeavor, wouldn't it be like gilding your own reputation? Capturing Su Bei?" The vice captain regarded him with a look of incredulity. "The man has fled. Did you not see that for yourself? What nonsense are you spouting? Who says he won't return?" Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, asserting, "If you trust me, I possess an 80% assurance of capturing him." The vice captain finally tempered his smile. Although he deemed Ning Fan's words to have low credibility, the allure of seizing Su Bei was undeniably captivating. As Ning Fan articulated, achieving what so many monitors in different regions had failed to accomplish would certainly elevate the stature of the monitors in District F27. Just as the vice captain was still weighing his options, an impatient voice echoed from outside. "It's the middle of the night. People are trying to sleep. Why summon someone at this hour? Don't you know that lack of sleep ages women?" With the emergence of this voice, the door to the room was pushed open. Ning Fan was momentarily stunned at the sight of the person at the threshold. Likewise, the one who opened the door was equally taken aback. Chapter 0030. He will return. How did you end up here? The two spoke in unison, astonished. The vice captain was equally bewildered. "Captain Wen, do you know each other?" he inquired of the woman. Before she could respond, Ning Fan reacted more intensely. "She is your captain?" "Indeed." The vice captain appeared utterly perplexed. "Wen Kai, the captain of the monitoring team in Zone F27. It dawned on Ning Fan that this was indeed the woman who had procured weapons from him in the black market earlier that day. He had sensed her significant standing in Zone F27 from the way others treated her, but he never anticipated she would be the captain of the monitors. "Old Meng, why did you apprehend him? What crime has he committed?" Wen Kai looked at the vice captain with equal confusion. After contemplating for a moment, the vice captain, choosing caution, refrained from immediate answers and instead asked, "Captain Wen, what is your relationship with him?" Wen Kai turned to Ning Fan, her brow slightly furrowed. After a pause, she replied softly, "He is somewhat of a client." "Oh, then there's no issue," the vice captain said, even going so far as to move behind the chair to untie Ning Fan. This demeanor was a stark contrast to before. "It turns out he is one of us. My young brother, please do not take offense." Ning Fan looked at the vice captain, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Brother, have you been possessed by a spirit?" The vice captain chuckled awkwardly, showing no sign of anger, and, holding the rope, prepared to leave. "Captain Wen, you two chat. I shan't intrude any longer. As for the specifics, you may inquire with this young brother." Pausing, the vice captain respectfully gestured towards Ning Fan. "Young brother, do not forget you just expressed gratitude towards me. Falsehoods are not to be uttered lightly." Just as the vice captain was about to open the door to exit, when Kai called him back. "Wait a moment." The vice captain looked tense. "What is it, Captain Wen? Do you have any cigarettes?" "Ah, yes. Yes." The vice captain handed her an entire box of cigarettes. "Just bought these from the Road of Grace, fresh stock." "All right, you may go." When Kai took the cigarettes and waved her hand dismissively, the vice captain not only felt no regret, but appeared greatly relieved as he hurriedly departed. Ning Fan was left dumbfounded. This vice captain had just seemed rather formidable. Yet in an instant, he transformed into a fawning servant akin to a court eunuch. Was Wen Kai truly that intimidating? "Why did you come in?" Wen Kai asked, lighting a cigarette. "To escort you out of the zone? Just 2 minutes ago, I had no knowledge of your position as the captain of the monitors." Ning Fan replied with a wry smile. Aren't you engaged in business in the black market? Who decrees that one cannot conduct business while serving the public? Wen Kai raised an eyebrow. I ask you, why did you enter? If you truly have transgressed, do not expect my protection. We are not that closely acquainted. I mentioned the spirit within the zone. Ning Fan recounted the recent events. After listening, Wen Kai smirked. It's manageable, not a grave matter. Is that it? Will you not even keep me for a meal? Wen Kai handled the matter with a decisive air. All right, you may leave now. This does not concern you any longer. Just be more cautious in the future. What of Su Bei? Ning Fan inquired. Wen Kai replied coolly, that is a matter for us monitors. I truly have a way to capture him. Ning Fan insisted, showing no intention of departing. Wen Kai's eyelids gradually drooped, and a hint of intrigue flickered in her gaze. Little wild dog, do not overestimate your capabilities. If so many regional monitors have failed, what makes you think you can succeed? Ning Fan was about to express his thoughts when he suddenly froze. What did she just call me? Little wild dog? Am I merely imagining things? Or does she know something? Calm down. Ning Fan steadied his mind, regulating his emotional turmoil. Listen to my plan. You will not incur any losses. Ning Fan stated earnestly. If you deem it unfeasible, you may refuse me later. Wen Kai scrutinized Ning Fan for a moment before suddenly smiling. All right, tell me. First, provide me with a list of the victims. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. I need to know how many people Su Bei killed tonight. Without hesitation, Wen Kai opened the door and instructed her subordinate to retrieve the list. Ning Fan meticulously examined the document for an extended period, ultimately smiling. He will certainly return. Ning Fan looked up and proclaimed, moreover, it will not exceed 3 days. Wen Kai finally displayed a hint of interest. Why are you so certain? Because he has not finished killing yet. Ning Fan pointed to the list. This man named Zhou Hao had his entire family slaughtered. And then there's Su Feng. Even his bedridden father was not spared. This indicates that Su Bei is vengeful and ruthless. And then? Do you know why Su Bei killed them? It must have been due to a conflict with Zhou Hao and Su Feng in the black market during the day, correct? Precisely. Coincidentally, I was right there when their altercation occurred. Ning Fan grew animated. Just before you came to inspect the goods. Go on. This conflict was merely a trivial argument. Yet, Su Bei annihilated their entire family. This is sufficient proof of his extremely obsessive nature and, moreover, his utter recklessness. Ning Fan pointed at the list. The person who clashed with Su Bei was Zhou Hao. Su Feng merely supported him, yet he was also killed. The issue is, aside from Su Feng, 2 others also defended Zhou Hao. Wen Kai's eyes flickered. So, you mean Su Bei will return to kill the other 2 as well? Not merely the other 2, but their entire families. Ning Fan asserted confidently. Wen Kai's expression turned grave. She extinguished her cigarette, pressed her chin thoughtfully, contemplating for an extended period. Does he truly dare to return? No, it is no longer a matter of courage. He does not feel fear. Ning Fan's voice lowered. A person, having repeatedly violated the rules without facing any consequences, perceives the so-called rules as utterly meaningless. Wen Kai gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with anger. Very well. I shall instruct the guards to lower their vigilance slightly and see if he dares to enter. There is no need for that, Ning Fan interjected. For there has been a death within the area, and the perpetrator has fled. If the guards relax their watchfulness, it may only lead him to suspect something amiss. Sister Kai, it is true that Su Bei is a madman, but he is not a fool. Wen Kai furrowed her brow as she regarded Ning Fan. After a prolonged silence, she unexpectedly broke into a smile. Why not let you command this operation instead? Ning Fan was taken aback. Wen Kai crossed her arms and tilted her head, stating, I am not jesting, nor am I trying to belittle you. I merely believe that since this idea originated from you, it would be most fitting for you to lead. But I am not the one monitoring the situation. It matters not. I am the captain, and my word is final. Wen Kai replied with a smile, however, if Su Bei does not return as you anticipate, that reward will not be yours. Ning Fan was left speechless. Is this woman a bit unreasonable? What does this matter have to do with our previous dealings? Yet, before he could retort, Wen Kai's smile gradually took on a sinister edge. However, if Su Bei truly comes and you fail to apprehend him, the responsibility will rest upon your shoulders. Chapter 0031. The Spirit Restraining Artifact. Isn't this rather inappropriate? Ning Fan chuckled awkwardly. There's nothing inappropriate about it. It's settled. Wen Kai replied, gently patting Ning Fan's shoulder. Sister believes in you. No, Kai Jia, this isn't about belief. Ning Fan exclaimed, exasperated. I'm not the monitor. I merely offered a reminder. Why does the responsibility fall on me? Besides, I gain nothing from this. If he comes, it's me who suffers. Weren't you just brimming with confidence? Wen Kai teased with a smile. Ning Fan was about to respond when Wen Kai added, you apprehend him first. A tremor coursed through Ning Fan's heart. Apprehend him first. He desperately needed this opportunity. At the very least, he had to extract Brother Chuan's whereabouts from Su Bei. Wait, how did Wen Kai know I wanted to interrogate him? What does this woman truly know? What say you? Do you agree? Wen Kai inquired softly. Ning Fan stared at Wen Kai for a prolonged moment. At least, as it stood, she bore no animosity. Had she not suggested capturing Su Bei, he would have been able to leave this place unscathed. I agree, Ning Fan decisively replied, but I have one condition. Children are truly troublesome. Always eager to make demands of adults, Wen Kai remarked, playfully tossing her hair. Speak your mind. As Wen Kai led Ning Fan out of the room and into the monitor's office hall, many curious gazes turned towards them. This lad emerged unscathed? Captain Wan-He. A tall, slender man rose with a puzzled expression. Be quiet for a moment, Wen Kai interrupted, raising her hand. The tall man immediately fell silent. Wen Kai clapped her hands to gather everyone's attention. I have a new idea regarding Su Bei's incident of using spirit servants to commit murder within our jurisdiction. She pulled Ning Fan forward, placing her hands on his shoulders. To be precise, this young man has a remarkable idea. Therefore, for the next 3 days, he will oversee the command of the monitors. Everyone, including myself, must adhere to his directives. However, this must remain within reasonable bounds. If his demands violate regulations, feel free to report to me, and I will provide guidance as deemed appropriate. Do you all understand? The crowd stood in stunned silence. This lad, who had just been brought back in custody, had suddenly become the chief commander. Captain Wan, this. The tall man was clearly struggling to accept this. Ah, Li Hui, there's something I must mention to you. Wen Kai directed her gaze at the tall man. I heard you kicked this lad earlier? Li Hui, the slender man, momentarily froze but quickly retorted with indignation. He was being too arrogant earlier. I kicked him to teach him a lesson. Just answer, did you kick him or not? Yes, I did. Very well. Wen Kai softly remarked, I made a promise to that young man. If he manages to capture Su Bei, I shall allow him to return the favor. Li Hui glared at Ning Fan, who met his gaze with a calm demeanor. This was precisely the condition he had just proposed to Wen Kai. He had not forgotten Li Hui's earlier kick. All right, you little rascal. If you truly have the ability to catch Su Bei, what of it if I let you kick me? What were your words back at the boundary wall? You said, don't let me fall into your hands, didn't you? Ning Fan chuckled. So now, does this not mean you have fallen into my hands? Outside District F-27. In the misty forest, a series of sounds echoed. With a sudden movement, the golden-haired Su Bei rose, leaning against a tree, his complexion somewhat pale. Damn it. That gallbladder fruit has indeed spoiled. Su Bei muttered. I told you it was worth 2,000, right? Truly a swindler. Curse be them. Suddenly, the phone rang. Su Bei pulled out his mobile, and upon seeing the number, his brow furrowed even tighter. Nevertheless, he answered. Young master, this is Yu Liang. I'm aware. Speak your mind. Recently, there is an important matter at home. Su Tong has instructed me to bring you back. I want to be returning. Young master, enough of the nonsense. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. Su Tong said that if you do not return, he will kill your mother. A shadow flickered in Su Bei's eyes. Young master, I believe your father is not jesting. I will return in 3 days. Su Bei interrupted Yu Liang. Tell that old fool, if he dares touch my mother, I will end him. Understood. I shall convey your message. Yu Liang paused for a moment. Young master, my advice is that you should set out as soon as possible. You need not concern yourself with me. I said 3 days, and it shall be 3 days. Once I finish dealing with the necessary matters, I will return. Killing? He hung up the phone, a morbid flush appearing on his face. Ah, I'm so furious. I feel like killing someone. At that moment, the ring on Su Bei's finger shimmered with a golden light. What did you say? Why did you not inform me sooner? In the hall, Ning Fan questioned Wen Kai with fervor. Even the monitors within the area cannot utilize spirit servants? How could we possibly capture Su Bei? You seemed so confident earlier. I assumed you were already aware. Wen Kai, clad in a monitor's uniform, leaned back in her office chair, her elegant legs resting upon the desk before her. Ning Fan cursed inwardly. This woman was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Only after placing him in this predicament did she reveal the rule that prohibits the use of spirit servants in the area, a restriction that applied to monitors as well. Su Bei was at the very least of the 100 souls level. Without the spirit servants, how could they ever hope to apprehend him? Fear not. We possess other means. Wen Kai smiled, Spirit-binding devices, high-tech gadgets, have you never heard of them? With her explanation, Ning Fan's eyes were open to new possibilities. The spirit suppression device is a high-tech instrument produced by the Research Institute, with all its components essentially procured from the Path of Grace. This apparatus consists of 4 components. When these components are positioned no more than 50 meters apart and activated, they create a vacuum zone where spirit attendants cannot be utilized. Why had you not employed this device earlier? Ning Fan inquired with curiosity. The activation of the spirit suppression device requires a minimum of 20 minutes, Wen Kai explained. Therefore, it must be set up in advance and cannot be used directly during an apprehension. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fan asked, "How many of these devices do you possess?" 2 sets, Wen Kai replied, raising 2 fingers. "You shall determine the arrangement." "Very well," Ning Fan said. "Already formulating a plan. Let us commence the setup now." "So early?" Wen Kai expressed surprise. "That fellow has only been gone for less than 2 hours. Is it possible he would return so soon?" "It is difficult to say," Ning Fan remarked, gazing out the window. "He is a madman. One cannot judge his actions through the lens of rationality. If he truly returns, does that imply you are also mad?" Wen Kai teased, looking at Ning Fan playfully. "Otherwise, how could you possibly fathom the thoughts of a madman?" Chapter 32. Awaiting the rabbit, Ning Fan remained noncommittal, uncertain whether he had crossed the threshold into madness. He had initially aspired to be a wanderer, earning money to purchase a miracle cure for his mother. However, he now found himself drifting further from that original intention. There was no escaping it. From the moment the first death occurred at the Wild Dog House, Ning Fan could no longer remain an outsider. He was determined to save his mother and exact revenge. In the early hours of the morning, 5 hours had elapsed since Su Bei's escape after the murder. Inside a dilapidated residence, Li Hui clutched a machete, stifling a yawn. "I swear that Brad is deliberately retaliating against us," he complained. Su Bei isn't a fool. After managing to escape, would he really return to collide with the muzzle of a gun? Beside him, Deputy Captain Ming struggled to keep his eyelids from drooping, his massive axe resting nearby. "Enough of your complaints. If you're dissatisfied, go speak to Captain Wen," he suggested. Upon hearing the mention of Captain Wen, Li Hui's tone softened noticeably. "I wonder why Captain Wen has so much faith in him. That kid must have some sense." Deputy Captain Ming harbored less animosity towards Ning Fan and remarked thoughtfully, "At the very least, it seems that Su Bei is indeed audacious. One cannot simply analyze such a person through conventional reasoning." "Why are you defending that brat?" Li Hui scoffed. Ming chuckled. "What is the matter? Afraid that if we actually apprehend him, he might retaliate? Huh. If that brat truly had the ability to catch Su Bei, then our monitors in District F-27 would certainly be exposed. Let him kick me if he wishes." Li Hui responded indifferently. "Can he really kick me to death?" Ming sighed. "I've told you before, don't let the uniform inflate your ego. It can lead to resentment." Li Hui dismissed the warning. "What is the big deal? I'm following the rules. How could anything possibly go wrong? That brat is merely lucky, having somehow charmed Captain Wen." "Is Captain Wen so easily deceived?" Ming laughed softly. Li Hui opened his mouth, but fell silent. Just as Deputy Captain Ming intended to impart further wisdom to Li Hui, his expression suddenly shifted. Li Hui sensed the change in the atmosphere as well. Could it be that the brat actually predicted this? Li Hui exclaimed, springing to his feet, gripping his long knife, eyes brimming with vigilance. Deputy Captain Ming's countenance also turned grave as he grasped the axe handle. They had allowed Su Bei to escape earlier, fully aware that capturing him would be challenging, yet it gnawed at their conscience. Now, with the audacity to return while they were prepared. If they failed to apprehend him again, what would that be but allowing another to defecate upon their heads? Meanwhile, atop a 6-story building in Rotten Fish Alley, Ning Fan held a pair of binoculars in one hand and a mobile phone in the other, 2 pieces of equipment he had never touched before. Although the monitor cannot employ spirit servants within the area, the equipment is indeed far superior to that of an ordinary team of wanderers. "I'm here," Ning Fan said. His voice tinged with excitement as he spoke into the phone. "You may activate the first spirit confining device." "Understood," came Wen Kai's voice from the other end. Since the onset of the incursions from the Su Bei region, they had already been informed. Under Ning Fan's meticulous arrangements, the guards at the entrance remained not only vigilant, but also exceedingly strict. The presence of spirit servants within the area, coupled with the murder of 6 or 7 individuals, warranted a robust enhancement of regional management, a perfectly sensible response. As Ning Fan surmised, if Su Bei discerned that the guards were even more lax than before, he might suspect a trap and refrain from entering. Of course, this strictness was merely a facade. At that moment, Su Bei, donning a headscarf and smeared with dirt, believed he had successfully altered his appearance and assumed a new identity. Yet, this was merely his own delusion. Upon his entry, he was immediately recognized by the guards. You were right. This fellow truly is a madman. Though Wen Kai had previously considered Ning Fan's reasoning sound, she was nonetheless taken aback when Su Bei returned to the F-27 district. Madness was one aspect. More importantly, he had displayed utter disregard for the monitors. Ning Fan replied, "It's merely the truth." Wen Kai scoffed, "Child, there is no need to provoke me with words. I am already sufficiently angered. I speak only facts," Ning Fan stated, observing that Su Bei was nearing a residential building, and he added, "Also, activate the second spirit confining device." "All right," Wen Kai instructed. Once everything was set, Ning Fan stored away his phone and binoculars and swiftly descended the stairs. Inside the residence, Deputy Captain Ming and Li Hui stood at the ready, their gazes fixed intently on the window. They were equally anxious. After all, their opponent was of the 100 souls level, and despite their own strength, they were merely ordinary individuals with a slight edge and capability. Without the use of spirit servants, they held no advantage whatsoever. Whoosh! A luminous arrow shot through the window, striking precisely on the pillow beside the two men's bed. This spot should have been occupied by someone asleep, the merchant who had previously supported Zhou Hao. Su Bei was alarmingly direct. He had come with lethal intent. In less than 5 seconds, another luminous arrow appeared, landing in the exact same place as the first. 2 arrows, leaving only a gaping hole. Cold sweat trickled down Li Hui's brow. Su Bei's arrows were astonishingly accurate. In such darkness, the 2 shots had unerringly pierced the same spot. However, why had he fired 2 arrows? Was he concerned that one would not suffice? Just as the 2 men were mired in confusion, Su Bei's laughter echoed from outside. "Ha! How underestimated you all are." Su Bei laughed arrogantly. "One among you possesses a brain. You actually guessed that I would return?" A chill enveloped Deputy Captain Ming's heart. This was disastrous. The individuals in the room had, of course, already been relocated. The original plan was for Su Bei to enter and conduct a brief inspection after shooting his arrows. Given Su Bei's proficiency in ranged attacks, his entrance into the room would diminish the advantage of the spirit attendant. The ever-watchful Deputy Captain Ming and Li Hui could easily catch him off guard, while the ambushing observers could take advantage of this opportunity to encircle him. Moreover, spiritual suppression devices had already been strategically placed around the building, with approximately 17 minutes remaining until activation. Even if they were unable to defeat him, as long as they could delay until the devices were fully operational, Su Bei, despite possessing a 100 souls level spirit attendant, would be rendered ineffective. However, Su Bei had yet to enter. Deputy Captain Ming understood why he had fired 2 arrows. Su Bei had killed too many. The sound of an arrow striking flesh. Something was amiss. Thus, he attempted a second shot. Upon confirming that neither arrow had found its mark, this astute madman immediately realized he was ambushed. "Deputy, what should we do now? Should we chase him out?" Li Hui's grip on his knife tightened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, before he could finish his question, he saw Deputy Captain Ming suddenly dart to the side, delivering a swift kick to his lower back. Bang! The wall behind them shattered instantly. Chapter 33, vowing to capture Su Bei. Li Hui's face was etched with terror, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Had it not been for Deputy Captain Ming's timely intervention, this beam of light would have pierced his heart. Gazing at the cracked wall behind him, Li Hui finally grasped the formidable strength of the 100 souls level. "Stay focused," Deputy Captain Ming barked. "He hasn't left yet." Li Hui sprang to his feet, leaning against the wall, his fingers turning pale, his tall, slender frame trembling slightly. "He hasn't departed? What is he planning?" Just as the two had previously discussed, Li Hui had come to realize that Su Bei was indeed a madman. Knowing full well that there were ambushes in the area, he still chose not to flee at the first opportunity. Could it be? Humph, this brat harbors a grudge against us. Deputy Captain Ming let out a sinister laugh. He intends to kill us too. Li Hui suddenly recalled the dossier on Su Bei. In other regions, Su Bei had slain numerous monitors and even some senior administrators. Reflecting on it now, those individuals must have provoked him during their attempts to capture him. Bang! Another arrow shot through the wall. Deputy Captain Ming had already sought cover, yet the wall behind him could not shield him from the adversary's light arrow. A burst of crimson mist erupted from his side. "Ming!" Li Hui bellowed, rushing towards Deputy Captain Ming. But just as he left the safety of the wall, bang! The wall he had just vacated was punctured by a hole nearly 10 centimeters wide. Li Hui froze in place. Had he not acted in desperation to check on Deputy Captain Ming, that arrow would have pierced his chest. At that moment, he finally caught sight of Deputy Captain Meng's injury. A chunk of flesh was missing from his right side, revealing a glimpse of internal organs. Meng, are you all right? It's fine. Deputy Meng struggled to stand, leaning against the wall as he retrieved his phone to make a call. Kid, Su Bei has made his move. On the other end, Ning Fan uttered something Li Hui could not decipher. A flicker of confusion crossed Deputy Meng's eyes. What does that mean? And then, all right, I understand. He hung up, and Li Hui hurriedly inquired. What did he say? Find a way. To hold him off. Hold? How do we hold him off? That brat is out for revenge. He wants us dead. Li Hui was utterly terrified. In all his time as a monitor, he had never encountered anyone like Su Bei. Not only was he insane, but also incredibly powerful. So far, they had not even caught a glimpse of their adversary. He finally understood what Ning Fan had meant. This person regarded monitors with utter disdain. The lad had previously stated that Su Bei would return, and it had proven true. Thus, I believe him. Deputy Meng forced a smile, bracing himself as he made his way toward the window. Moreover, the Su Bei treats Sector F-27 as his personal latrine. Upon entering, one immediately defecates and departs. If he escapes again, what will become of the dignity of us, the observers of District F-27? Deputy Meng, what are you planning to do? Su Bei, is it? At this moment, Deputy Captain Meng has approached the window, ignoring Li Hui, and instead, he bellows into the outside. Do you truly consider us observers to be pushovers? If you possess the capability, step forward and reveal your true character to me. In the alley outside, when Kai leans against the wall, her gaze elevated just enough to catch sight of Deputy Captain Meng. Behind her stand numerous other observers. Captain 1. It seems Deputy Meng has sustained injuries. A glimmer of concern flickers in one observer's eyes. The playful smile that once adorned when Kai's face has vanished. Should we take action? No need. But, Deputy Meng is provocatively standing at the window. That's Su Bei. I am aware. When Kai glances towards the upper floors, he is attempting to lure Su Bei out. Though Ning Fan had previously observed from the rooftop, once Su Bei entered the alley, he could no longer ascertain the opponent's exact location. Su Bei seems to lurk like a specter shrouded in darkness, taking lives at will. While when Kai could directly order an attack, the question remains, where would they strike? They are akin to headless flies, colliding aimlessly against obstacles, inadvertently granting Su Bei greater room to maneuver. When Kai understands this principle, Deputy Captain Meng is also aware. Nonetheless, a flicker of conflict crosses when Kai's eyes. Little wild dog, old Meng has staked his life on your trust this time. If anything goes awry, I shall certainly twist your head off. On the other side of the window, Deputy Captain Meng continues his furious tirade. What pretense is this? Do you truly consider yourself a person? If you have the guts, step out and face me one-on-one. Let us see if I can't handle you. Deputy Captain Meng's spittle is laced with blood. Yet it does not deter his vitriol. What skill lies in ambushing from the shadows? What's wrong? Are you just unfortunate looking? I genuinely feel embarrassed for your parents. Li Hui trembles in fear. He crouches beneath the window ledge, tugging desperately at Deputy Captain Meng's sleeve. Deputy Meng, please, stop shouting. Yet, Deputy Captain Meng shakes him off. No, Deputy Meng, what are you planning? Are you truly disregarding your life? Li Hui grows frantic. To him, not only is Su Bei insane, but Deputy Captain Meng has also lost his mind. However, Deputy Captain Meng casts a cold glance downward. Li Hui, can you not aspire to something greater? Li Hui is taken aback. Deputy Captain Meng, with a look of disappointment, pulls at his collar. This attire is meant for you to flaunt in everyday life, is it not? After speaking, Deputy Captain Meng ignores the panicked Li Hui and retrieves a timer. The display reads, 6:31. There are still 6.5 minutes remaining. The spirit confining device possesses two critical flaws. Firstly, it requires 20 minutes of preparation time to activate. Secondly, upon activation, a faint barrier of light will manifest. Once the presence of the spirit-suppressing artifact within the jurisdiction of Su Bei is discovered, even a person of diminished capacity would not foolishly venture within. Therefore, the most prudent approach is to deceive Su Bei into entering the range of the artifact before activating it. Prior to the operation, Ning Fan discreetly convened with Wen Kai and Vice Captain Meng, sharing the intricacies of his plan. Upon hearing his proposal, both individuals recognized the considerable risks involved. However, simultaneously, the feasibility appeared remarkably high. Should fortune favor them, their chances of capturing Su Bei would exceed 90%. At that moment, Vice Captain Meng's heart raced with anticipation. Just as he believed his earlier curses had fallen on deaf ears, a voice, imbued with ferocity, echoed from across the way. Whom do you curse? Instantly, a figure emerged at the fourth-floor window of the five-story building. It was Su Bei? The moment Meng's gaze fell upon Su Bei, his lifeless eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. The words Ning Fan had uttered over the phone reverberated in his mind. Su Bei is a lunatic, narrow-minded, and obstinate. If provoked, he would undoubtedly reveal himself before attempting to take your life. In that instant, Vice Captain Ming instinctively inquired, and then? Ning Fan pondered for a moment before responding, drive the dog into a corner. Chapter 0034, Cornered by Dogs. Whom am I cursing? It is undoubtedly you. The moment Su Bei made his appearance, Deputy Captain Ming was invigorated. You certainly have some guts. Knowing we were searching for you, you still dare to show your face? However, Su Bei did not revel in the compliment. Rather, his expression darkened. You just said you felt embarrassed for my parents? Suddenly, Su Bei roared as if possessed. What the hell are you? On what grounds do you insult my parents? Deputy Captain Ming was taken aback. His intention was indeed to provoke Su Bei. Yet the latter's reaction was far beyond his expectations. Initially, the plan entailed that once Su Bei revealed himself, Deputy Captain Ming would strive to delay time. But now, Su Bei abruptly raised his hand, a golden light flashing from the ring on his right hand. This fellow intends to strike directly. In the alley, Wen Kai also witnessed this scene, her complexion instantly changing. Execute the contingency plan. Move. The moment her words fell, a roar of engines suddenly erupted from several nearby alleys. Just as Su Bei was about to unleash his attack, he instinctively glanced towards the alley upon hearing the sound. Four vehicles suddenly roared to life, each topped with a cylindrical device approximately 1 meter in height. The cylinders flickered with a dim light, their gears incessantly whirring. The four vehicles were equipped with components of the spirit restraining device. Once activated, the central area of the four vehicles would form a vacuum where spiritual servants could not be utilized. The spirit restraining device. Su Bei's eyes reddened as he immediately sensed the looming threat, glaring furiously at the window across. How dare you? Before he could finish his curse, Su Bei suddenly hesitated. Where had Deputy Captain Ming's figure gone from that window? Seizing the moment of distraction, Deputy Captain Ming had already fled the room. His mission had been accomplished. The four vehicles began to weave through the alley, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Su Bei turned and fled. He was indeed confident in his abilities, but that confidence was contingent upon the presence of spiritual servants. He understood all too well the purpose of the spirit restraining device. Once ensnared within its confines, his advantages would vanish without a trace. Yet those four vehicles encircled him like a persistent shadow. And no matter how he attempted to escape across the rooftops, it seemed he could not elude their reach. Damn it, this is infuriating. The activation of the spirit restraining device required 20 minutes. However, upon spotting the device, Su Bei was unable to ascertain how long it had been primed for activation. For him, the spirit restraining devices on those four vehicles were akin to four unstable time bombs. With each passing second, they could potentially complete their activation. What intensified Su Bei's anxiety was the sight of numerous individuals clad in the uniforms of monitors converging from all directions, encircling him. A net of impending doom. Damn it. I underestimated the monitors of District F-27. In the northern region of Su, with eyes aglow like crimson embers, he observed the glimmer emanating from the vehicle intensifying. Realizing that the spirit-confining artifact was poised to activate imminently. I shall wager with you just this once. With that, Su halted his flight. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, aiming at the roof of a car. He had come to a momentous conclusion. Perpetual retreat would only render him increasingly vulnerable. He had no choice but to take a gamble. Whoosh. A beam of light shot forth. He had triumphed. The spirit-confining artifact remained dormant. Bang. One of the vehicles exploded, its spirit-confining device rendered useless. Ha ha ha. You wish to capture me? With this motley crew of ineptitude. Su's laughter echoed with a maniacal fervor. The four components of the spirit-confining device, if even one was destroyed, would prevent its activation. He had punctured their web. Yet, despite his audacity, a sense of trepidation lingered within Su. He was uncertain whether the adversaries possessed further stratagems awaiting him. Though he yearned to eliminate all the Watchers, their thorough preparations instilled a prudent caution in him. Let you worthless imbeciles live a few more days. When I return, mark my words, I shall slay every last one of you. With that menacing declaration, Su fled towards the exit. The four vehicles had come to a halt. From the vehicle that had been struck, a Watcher emerged, guilt etched across his face upon seeing Wen Kai approach. Team Leader 1, I apologize, I couldn't evade it. It's all right. Wen Kai bore no trace of reproach, It's only natural to be unable to avoid a 100 souls level, light arrow. But it was just a minute away. If only we had a minute longer, the spirit-confining artifact would have fully activated. The man clearly struggled with his disappointment. When Kai, undeterred, continued his pace, glancing towards the direction Su had fled, a sudden smile grazing his lips. Team leader, how can you still smile? Why shouldn't I smile? When Kai's grin widened, we have delayed long enough. Su has been captured. As Su activated the spirit servant, he dashed across the rooftops like a tempest, ultimately reaching the boundary wall. The entrance bore the blood of the guard he had previously dispatched, yet now it stood unguarded. Had they mobilized all personnel from the region to ensnare him? Reflecting on the throngs he had encountered earlier in the alley, Su discerned that the Watchers had indeed gone all in. Their intent was to crush him utterly within the confines of the area. Alas, in the end, he had emerged victorious. Arriving at the grand entrance, he paused, defiantly raising his middle finger towards the pursuing Watchers. No matter your preparations, as long as you are bound by limitations, you shall never capture me. Satisfied with the dramatic effect of his gesture, Su leisurely pushed open the vast gates of the region. Oh, the freshness of the outdoors is unparalleled, he mused. Yet, the moment he stepped out, a sense of peril enveloped him. Instinctively, he turned his head to find a youthful boy standing against the wall outside the door. A coal-black, battered sword. Descended. Damn it. Subei immediately attempted to activate his spirit servant, but in the next moment, he was struck dumb. Activation was impossible. With a sharp sound, the broken sword fell, inflicting a deep gash across his chest, measuring several inches. A mist of blood enveloped the air. Subei collapsed to the ground, his chest already stained crimson. He stared blankly at the boy before him, but in the next instant, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the surroundings. It appeared as though there was a faint luminous barrier. Outside the boundary wall, 1-meter-tall pillars emitted a gentle glow, spinning rapidly. This was the spirit-suppressing device. The monitor possessed 2 sets of spirit-suppressing devices. One set was installed on 4 vehicles, while the other was swiftly placed outside the area immediately after Subei entered. It was tightly affixed to the boundary wall. The moment Subei stepped out of the door, he had already entered the range of the spirit-suppressing device. Just now, everyone had been stalling for time, not to await the activation of the device on the vehicles, but rather to buy time for the activation of this set of spirit-suppressing device in the wild. Ning Fan, wielding the broken sword, could no longer conceal the hatred in his eyes. Is Chuan Gu still alive? Chapter 0035. This kick? I return to you. Who are you? Subei did not respond to Ning Fan's inquiry. In truth, he was oblivious to the meaning behind Ning Fan's question. He had taken the lives of countless individuals. Who was Brother Chuan? That was a memory long forgotten. At that moment, several figures emerged from the great gate of the area. When Kai dashed out first and, upon seeing Subei lying on the ground, her beautiful eyes sparkled with fervent excitement. She raised her arm and playfully wrapped it around Ning Fan's neck. Well done, kid. You truly managed to capture Subei. The others shared her exhilaration. This was Subei, an A-grade criminal. Even the monitors of Zone F7 had been powerless against him. Yet now he was apprehended by them. Ning Fan's spirits had been low, but he suddenly felt a soft pressure constricting his head, causing his heart to race. No. Kai Jie, let go. I can't breathe. You can't even seize a little opportunity when given a chance, you silly boy. When Kai chuckled heartily, releasing her grip and giving him a playful wink. Am I not impressive? Ning Fan, caught off guard by the display, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Kai Jie, let us take him back first. When Kai shot him a glance, then turned serious as she approached Subei. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wen Kai, the captain of the monitoring team in Zone F27. When Kai scoffed lightly, Mr. Su, I regret to inform you that you have fallen. Subei glared at Wen Kai, his eyes brimming with defiance. Yet, Wen Kai paid him no further heed, instead commanding her subordinates to bind him. Before long, Subei was escorted to the monitoring office building and confined to the very room where Ning Fan had been detained earlier, in the lobby outside. The attitude of the crowd towards Ning Fan had significantly improved. Kid. Impressive. Deputy Captain Ming, bare-chested with thick bandages wrapped around his waist, wore an expression of excitement on his square face. I didn't risk my life for nothing. In truth, Deputy Captain Ming's assignment had been one of the most perilous in this operation. Had Subei not been so deranged, it was likely that Ming would have met an untimely end. Yet, the fact remained that Subei's return to Zone F27 only served to confirm his madness. When Kai stood beside Ning Fan, admiration evident in her gaze, As previously agreed, you apprehended him, so you shall interrogate him first. She glanced towards the room where Su Bei was held. I grant you 24 hours. Is that sufficient? It is. Then proceed. Use whatever methods you see fit. Just ensure he remains alive. Wait. Ning Fan did not rush into the interrogation, but instead looked towards Li Hui, who sat in the corner, his complexion pale. Unlike the other's excitement, Li Hui's expression was somber, his face ashen. The oppressive aura emanating from Su Bei was palpable. For a fleeting moment, he felt an urge to unleash his spirit companion. Yet, despair washed over him as he realized that even with his spirit by his side, he likely could not contend with Su Bei. You come here. Ning Fan maintained a composed demeanor as he beckoned Li Hui. Li Hui lifted his head, a flicker of hostility and wariness flashing in his eyes. What do you want? I've already captured him. Ning Fan coldly remarked. Have you forgotten what you ought to do? Vice Captain Ming immediately considered offering a few words of support to Hui Zi, but after a moment's thought, he decided against it. Li Hui, feeling utterly abandoned as no one came to his defense in the vast hall, was engulfed by a sense of isolation. Fine, you think you're impressive. He rose and approached Ning Fan, still exuding an air of defiance. Come on, if you have the guts, finish me off. Previously, at the perimeter wall, Li Hui had delivered a forceful kick to Ning Fan's knee pit, intent on bringing him to his knees. However, Ning Fan had gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Now, he lifted his leg and delivered a brutal kick to Li Hui's kneecap. The sound of bone shattering sent chills down the spine. Ah, Li Hui groaned, veins bulging, sinking to one knee on the ground. Child. When Kai was taken aback, she had thought Ning Fan merely sought to retaliate with a kick. However, she had not anticipated the ferocity of his response. Kai Jia, was there anything wrong with that kick? When Kai hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. No, nothing wrong. Then I shall take my leave, Ning Fan stated. Striding towards the room where Su Bei was confined, not even glancing at the writhing Li Hui on the floor. When Kai gazed thoughtfully at Ning Fan's retreating figure, her brow furrowing slightly, Vice Captain Ming observed Li Hui with a hint of sympathy yet remained silent. Ning Fan had already entered the room. Opposite him, Su Bei was covered in mud, his wounds having received only rudimentary treatment. Upon seeing Ning Fan, a clear flash of malice crossed Su Bei's eyes. But his lips gradually curled into a smirk. Didn't that woman just claim to be the captain? Bound like a rice dumpling. Su Bei could only move his neck slightly. Let her in. I'm not interested in small fry. It was I who captured you. Ning Fan approached Su Bei. Huh. Without the previous setup, do you truly believe you possess the ability to capture me? Su Bei chuckled. Your captain is quite clever. I'm not the monitor. Ning Fan raised his hand and pressed it against Su Bei's wound. But it was I who designed the capture. Before Su Bei could comprehend, Ning Fan's fingers dug into his injury, probing forcefully. Ah! Su Bei screamed in agony. Blood that had just begun to clot now gushed forth. Answer my question. Is Chuan Gu still alive? Ning Fan's fingers trembled slightly. Su Bei continued to scream, yet his gaze remained fixed on Ning Fan, as if he were a vengeful spirit intent on remembering the face of his murderer. Suddenly, his eyes flickered with recognition. I know who you mean by Chuan Gu. Su Bei, drenched in sweat from the pain, managed a sickly smile. That wild dog, right? The captain of Wild Dog's home. Lin Chuan. Ning Fan replied coldly. Is he still alive? Ha. Su Bei suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. I think I remember now. In the mist-laden forest, there stood a trembling lad. Was it you? Ning Fan's gaze flickered with intensity. Su Bei, however, twisted his face in mockery and proclaimed. I saw you back then. I intended to treat you as my final prey, to chase you until you were utterly exhausted before delivering the fatal blow. Alas, you fled too swiftly. What a pity. Ah. Ning Fan's fingers had already plunged into the wound on Su Bei's body. Answer my question. Ning Fan roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Is Brother Chuan still alive? He. The veins on Su Bei's neck bulged prominently, and his once handsome visage had morphed into a grotesque mask. He gazed at Ning Fan with a maniacal grin. I have already dispatched him. Chapter 0036. The recipient Ning Fan seized Su Bei's hair, relentlessly slamming his head against the table. Thud, thud, thud. The surface of the table had cracked, blood oozing profusely across it. You lie. Ning Fan bellowed. You are deceiving me, aren't you? Hiki. Su Bei's face was nearly unrecognizable. His nose had been twisted to the side, and several teeth lay scattered. Yet, in spite of his disheveled state, he continued to chuckle mockingly. Disbelief. Never mind. Su Bei replied nonchalantly. Ning Fan trembled with rage. From the moment he discovered Su Bei's identity, a flicker of hope ignited within him. He yearned for Su Bei to reveal that Brother Chuan was not dead. Even if he were injured, at least they could hold on to a glimmer of hope. They could scour the misty forest in search of Brother Chuan's whereabouts. But, little one, why are you so angry? Su Bei laughed. It's just a death. I will kill you. Ning Fan gasped for breath, unsheathing his battered sword. I give you one last chance. Tell me, Brother Chuan. Dead. 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 Su Bei fixed his gaze on Ning Fan. I slaughtered him. I turned him into a sieve. Then you shall go down and pay for Brother Chuan's life. Ning Fan raised his sword. Yet, Su Bei merely smiled wider. Do you dare to kill me? Suddenly, Su Bei glanced behind Ning Fan. The little brat doesn't understand my worth. But do you, Captain? A voice emerged from behind Ning Fan. Child, as agreed, the means are irrelevant. But his life must be spared. Unbeknownst to them, when Kai had already entered the room, arms crossed, leaning against the wall, her expression rather grim. Promises must be kept. Why should we spare such a beast? Ning Fan did not turn around but remained fixated on Su Bei. The regulations from the main district dictated that felons of Class A and above must be handed over for processing. When Kai replied coldly, the sub-district cannot carry out extrajudicial punishment. Allowing you to interrogate him is already a breach of protocol. Another damn protocol. Ning Fan retorted. They can kill within the district using spirit servants, but we cannot. Once captured, we cannot handle it ourselves and must pass it to the authorities. Another rule. Why so many rules? Are these ridiculous regulations tailored for those who abide by them? Brother Chuan was a man of principles. Yet now, he lay dead. Slain by someone who disregarded all rules. Why was that acceptable? What purpose do these regulations serve, if not to restrain whom? I understand your current emotions. You do not. Ning Fan interrupted when Kai angrily. What you just mentioned are the regulations of you monitors. They have nothing to do with me. With that, Ning Fan dropped his sword. When Kai's gaze sharpened, her wrist flicking as she unleashed a streak of white light. Clang. The light deflected Ning Fan's sword, pinning it to the wall. It was an ear stud. Child, this is still the realm of the monitors, when Kai said sternly. Do not cause a disturbance. I do not wish to be accused of severing bridges after crossing them. Ning Fan glanced at Wen Kai. Up to this point, he had yet to witness her in action, only aware that those around her seemed to harbor a profound fear of her. Her recent display of speed had been so swift that he could scarcely comprehend it, and that was without the assistance of a spirit attendant. When Kai opened the door and beckoned several individuals inside, instructing, assist him with his wounds. Subsequently, she turned to Ning Fan and said, Child, come with me. We need to have a conversation. After a moment of silence, he followed her. When Kai led Ning Fan to the rooftop, leaning against the railing, she appeared quite relaxed. You feel unsettled over the death of someone you respected, do you not? She said softly. You seek vengeance. Ning Fan remained silent. When Kai sighed. Lin Chuan was indeed a man of great loyalty. Ning Fan's pupils constricted as he regarded Wen Kai with suspicion. She knew. She was aware of his identity. Is this surprising? Wen Kai smiled. Did you not expect that I would recognize you as the latest recruit of the Wild Dog House? The atmosphere grew tense. Previously, Wen Kai had referred to Ning Fan as Little Wild Dog several times, and he had thought it mere coincidence, but now it was evident that it was not. How do you know? He asked. Do not be alarmed. We are not enemies. Wen Kai waved her hand dismissively. Yang Beihai was responsible for delivering that batch of goods you sent. The recipient is me. Meanwhile, outside the regional wall, the spirit guarding device at the entrance had long been removed. A vehicle measuring 6 to 7 meters in length was parked before the entrance of Area F-27. This vehicle was a stark contrast to the one Yang Beihai had previously provided. Its paint was pristine, and its design was exquisite. The door swung open, and a man clad in a gray uniform emerged. With a crew cut and clad in cloth shoes, he walked with a slight limp. Upon reaching the entrance, the man spoke softly. Excuse me, please open the door. What is your purpose? A small window slid open. Due to the recent events in Su Bei, the atmosphere within Area F-27 had grown tense. Even though individuals had been apprehended, the lingering shadows of fear remained. To pick someone up, the man replied. The guard, peering through the window, saw an unremarkable face, neither handsome nor ugly, the kind that would easily blend into a crowd. Pick someone up? The guard inquired, puzzled. Su Bei. The man remained courteous. Please open the door. Thank you. However, upon hearing the name Su Bei, the tension within the enclosure escalated. Several monitors, still engaged in cleaning up the aftermath, revealed their weapons at the entrance. Are you certain you are referring to Su Bei? One of the monitors asked in a low voice through the small window. Absolutely, the man smiled. I have just received word that Su Bei has been captured by you. The monitor paused, slightly taken aback. Are you from the main district? Su Bei is to be transferred to the main district. The issue lies in the fact that they had only apprehended the individual less than 2 hours ago, and the main district is quite distant from this location. It should not be possible for them to arrive so swiftly. No, the man replied with a faint smile, shaking his head. The monitors sensed a twinge of unease. The man retrieved a handheld electronic device from his pocket and displayed it at the window for those inside to see. Upon it flickered his personal information. United District of the Three Harmonies, Yi Liang. The monitors widened their eyes. You are from the United District of the Three Harmonies? Indeed. Yi Liang confirmed as he retracted the device. Ah, by the way, Su Bei is my family's junior leader. Before the other party could fully comprehend, Yi Liang added, one of the Three Harmonies, son of Commander Su Wanjun. The monitors were rendered speechless, realizing the gravity of the situation. At the very least, this was beyond their capacity to manage. Please hold on a moment. I need to report this to the captain. One monitor's demeanor had noticeably shifted. Yet Yi Liang shook his head. Commander Su instructed me to retrieve the individual. Time is of the essence. I apologize. I cannot wait. The monitor's anger flared. But Su Bei is an A-class felon, even if you are from the United District of the Three Harmonies. Spirit Guardian, shroud the heavens, Yi Liang whispered softly. Chapter 0037. Yi Liang, are you the recipient? At this point, Ning Fan realized that concealment was futile. Wen Kai had articulated her thoughts far too clearly. Indeed, the shipment has cost me a staggering 15,000 sola. Wen Kai shrugged nonchalantly, even if you don't take action against Yang Beihai, I will find a way to eliminate him. Ning Fan remained guarded. Haven't you ever doubted that the issue with the goods originated from us? I have said it before. Lin Chuan is quite honorable. Wen Kai replied casually, though my interactions with him have been limited, I have a keen sense of judgment. Women, after all, tend to trust their instincts. Moreover, your organization, the Wild Dog Society, does not behave like a team that would betray itself. At this juncture, Wen Kai sighed. Is Lin Chuan dead? I do not know. Ning Fan shook his head. I do not believe him. Despite Su Bei's repeated claims that he has killed Lin Chuan, Ning Fan still struggled to accept this conclusion. To this day, he remained oblivious to how Su Bei had sustained his injuries. If Lin Chuan indeed inflicted those wounds, it was conceivable that Su Bei, out of resentment, had lied. Su Bei is a madman. It is challenging to extract the truth from a lunatic. Fortunately, Ning Fan had ample time to pry the truth from him. What are your plans for the future? Wen Kai inquired softly. I have gathered information indicating that the Wild Dog Society should have 3 members remaining. We shall avenge our brothers. Ning Fan replied quietly. Wen Kai hesitated for a brief moment before patting his shoulder. As for Su Bei, he will undoubtedly be sent to the main district. However, rest assured, such a class of criminal will not have an easy life there. She was, after all, trying to persuade Ning Fan not to harbor thoughts of personally executing Su Bei. Without granting Ning Fan the chance to retort, Wen Kai produced a list from her pocket and handed it to him. This contains the information on the 3 remaining members of Battle Bear. Ning Fan was taken aback. Wen Kai smiled. No need for thanks. This woman possessed a clear and rational mind. Upon confirming that Ning Fan was a member of the Wild Dog Society, she promptly prepared the data on the remaining 3 members of Battle Bear. It served as a reward for capturing Su Bei and a form of compensation for preventing Ning Fan from executing him personally. All right. The personnel from the main district may arrive at any moment, so make haste and inquire about what you wish to know. Wen Kai stretched languidly, her exquisite figure on full display, a breath of fresh air should help you regain your composure, yes? Do not make my task difficult. Ning Fan pondered for a moment before exhaling a sigh. Regardless of the circumstances, he found no fault in Wen Kai's actions. Rest assured, I shall not kill him. With that, Ning Fan turned to descend the stairs. However, just as they reached the stairway, Wen Kai suddenly halted in her tracks. She sharply turned her gaze towards the wall of the area. Ning Fan too sensed a formidable pressure emanating from that direction. This feeling was akin to a dark cloud looming ominously. Damn it! Wen Kai's expression instantly darkened. Do they truly think of my F-27 district as a mere plaything? Who the hell dares to come here uninvited? Outside the regional wall, Yi Liang let his hands hang limply at his sides, his eyes reflecting a profound indifference. Above him, a dense mass of dark clouds loomed, nearly obscuring the entirety of the regional wall. Suddenly, Yi Liang raised his hand and let it fall gently. Within the clouds, a thunderclap erupted. Boom. The heavy regional wall was pierced as though it were mere paper, revealing a gaping fissure 4 meters long. Yi Liang waved his hand once more. Boom. Cracks appeared around the fissure, and ultimately, it collapsed with a thunderous roar. Before him lay a scene reminiscent of desolation. Yi Liang limped over the debris, while the guards and monitors were toppled by the residual shockwaves, each gazing in horror at the limping figure before them. What kind of power is this? One man, shattering an entire city. Clearly, Yi Liang's strength surpassed their comprehension. Is this the might of the people from the Santong United District? Might I inquire where the young leader is held? Yi Liang maintained his courtesy, addressing one individual. The person, still in a state of extreme shock, failed to respond. Yi Liang sighed and waved his hand again. Thunder crashed down. The individual was instantly reduced to charred remains, the scent of scorched flesh wafting through the air. Yi Liang turned to another person. Kindly direct me. Su-Bei. Su-Bei is in the monitor office. The individual dared not hesitate. Acutely aware of the consequences of silence, he pointed towards the monitor office. It's just over there. Thank you. Yi Liang inclined his body slightly and continued to limp towards that direction. Once Yi Liang had distanced himself, the monitors remained ensnared in their terror. They huddled together. Trembling uncontrollably, Yi Liang entered an alley and, after a few minutes, came to a halt. Before him appeared several figures. Wen Kai led the group, with Ning Fan standing by her side. Even the injured Vice Captain Meng had arrived upon hearing the commotion. Who are you? Wen Kai's delicate face was as still as a stagnant pool, an unsettling heaviness in her demeanor. Was it you who unleashed the spirit just now? Under unavoidable circumstances. I hope for your understanding. Yi Liang raised his hands in a gesture of respect. I am Yi Liang, here to retrieve the young leader. The young leader? Su-Bei. Yi Liang noted the attire of Wen Kai and her companions. You must be the monitors. I would appreciate your guidance. Hey, damn it. Vice Captain Meng sneered. You seem to think of yourself as someone important. What do you want? Shouldn't you expect your elder to accompany you? Yi Liang raised an eyebrow, displaying no sign of anger. And you are? Vice Captain of the F-27 District Monitors, Meng. Boom. Meng was transformed into charred remains. I do not require your name, Yi Liang stated nonchalantly. Everyone present was left in stunned silence. What had just transpired? Meng had perished so easily. Even Wen Kai trembled involuntarily at the sight. Indeed, the opponent has employed a spirit attendant. However, the issue lies in the fact that this spirit attendant transcends their understanding entirely. Yi Liang continued to advance. Halt. Wen Kai suddenly bellowed. Yi Liang furrowed his brow slightly, impatience finally surfacing in his gaze. He raised his hand once more. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. Spirit attendant, Jian Wuqiu. In the instant the spirit attendant was activated, Ning Fan grasped the broken sword and swiftly darted forward. The man before him, Yi Liang, had taken a life with a mere gesture. In such a scenario, should one still adhere strictly to the rules? Yi Liang raised an eyebrow. Child, your courage is commendable. As he spoke, Yi Liang's finger flicked in the air. A bolt of thunder shot forth from the tip of his finger, hurtling directly towards Ning Fan's brow. Yi Liang's movements were unhurried, everything appearing rather casual. To him, the child's actions were undoubtedly akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. However, in the next moment, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. Ning Fan, wielding his sword, struck down at the bolt of thunder. Crack! The thunder was astonishingly cleaved in two. The split bolts of lightning struck the walls on either side, instantly penetrating both small buildings. Ning Fan, Wen Kai was taken aback. Do you wish to discuss rules with me again? Ning Fan did not turn back, fixing his gaze on Yi Liang. The mere mention of the word rules makes me feel nauseous. Wen Kai fell silent. My life is my own. If I lack strength and perish, so be it. But if I were to die bound by rules set by others, I refuse to accept it. It seems what you possess is not merely courage. Yi Liang chuckled. Yet, at the very moment a smile graced his lips. The dark clouds above grew increasingly tumultuous. Chapter 0038. Commander Li Jiang amidst the ominous clouds. Flashes of lightning erupted, embodying an immense pressure. Ning Fan's arms trembled. His fear was not of the storm, but rather the overwhelming force he could perceive in the instant he cleaved the lightning. Even after dissipating nearly 70% of its power, the residual force still left his arms numb and swollen. Spirit attendant, Amber. Suddenly, a cold voice emerged from behind Ning Fan. Child, continue. Wen Kai's beautiful eyes glimmered with icy resolve. I am right behind you. You. Ning Fan was incredulous. Wen Kai was actually utilizing her spirit attendant within the zone? What do you mean, you? Wen Kai gritted her teeth. That scoundrel killed my vice captain. If I endure any longer, how can I still call myself the captain? As she spoke, the golden glow emanating from her earrings surged forth, enveloping Yi Liang. Take that. Wen Kai shouted fiercely. Without hesitation, Ning Fan stomped the ground, his broken sword aimed directly at Yi Liang's throat. As Yi Liang attempted to gesture dismissively, he found himself ensnared by the thick golden aura surrounding him, severely restricting his movements. Before him, Ning Fan's sword tip was less than a meter from his neck. Sigh. Yi Liang sighed heavily. In the next moment, his expression darkened. He lifted his crippled leg and brought it down forcefully onto the ground. Ning Fan distinctly felt the atmosphere shift dramatically the moment Yi Liang raised his leg, as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed. General Yi, is it necessary to make such a commotion when visiting me at F27? A deep voice resonated from afar. Yi Liang's expression changed slightly, and the fierce aura surrounding him vanished instantly. His crippled leg lightly touched the ground, skillfully evading Ning Fan's thrust. Then, with a shudder, Yi Liang dispersed the golden light that surrounded him, which scattered like stardust and vanished into the air. Wen Kai was taken aback. Her spirit attendant had dissipated as easily as dust. Before she could regain her composure, she saw Yi Liang raise his hand and gently pat Ning Fan's chest. In that instant, Ning Fan responded instinctively, raising his sword defensively. Yi Liang's palm struck the blade. Buzz. The sword emitted a painful, resonating hum. Ning Fan was sent tumbling several meters back before he stumbled to the ground. Yi Liang narrowed his eyes, observing Ning Fan for a moment, then thoughtfully glanced at his palm. Meanwhile, both Ning Fan and Wen Kai were equally astonished. The deadly trap they had just formed had been effortlessly neutralized by their opponent. And this was while he had held back. What would have transpired had he not been restrained? Each of the three harbored their own thoughts, yet on the street nearby, a vehicle gradually approached. The car door swung open, and a stout middle-aged man stepped out. This evening is truly lively. Upon seeing the portly man, Wen Kai immediately straightened up, her expression grave. The commander. This man is none other than the supreme authority of District F27, Commander Li Jiang. Li Jiang glanced at the somewhat disheveled Wen Kai and nodded slightly before turning his attention to General Yi Liang. General Yi, it is an honor to finally meet you. So, you are the commander of District F27? Indeed, Li Jiang replied, his face adorned with a genial smile, appearing affable and approachable. Just call me Shaoli, General Yi. Yi Liang clasped his hands in salute. I have come here to retrieve Commander Su's son, correct? Very well, follow me. Li Jiang courteously gestured for Yi Liang to enter the vehicle. Wen Kai suddenly grew anxious. Commander, Su Bei is a classic criminal. We have already notified the main district to come and take him. As for the main district, I shall handle the communication, Li Jiang interjected. Pointing at Yi Liang, Qianhun Yi Liang himself has come to collect him. This is a favor that must be acknowledged. Hu Qianhuan. Wen Kai finally comprehended that the formidable presence she had just faced was a master of the Qianhun caliber. Are you truly going to release Su Bei? Ning Fan suddenly called out to Li Jiang. Li Jiang halted, turning around to appraise Ning Fan from head to toe. Youngster, what is your purpose here? Su Bei is my capture. Ah, promising indeed. Li Jiang smiled faintly. Enough, it is getting late. You should return and rest. I said, Su Bei is my capture. Ning Fan reiterated firmly. Li Jiang raised an eyebrow, and then, Kai Jie mentioned that I cannot execute him due to regulations. Class A criminals must be taken by the main district. Is he from the main district? Ning Fan pointed at Yi Liang. Ning Fan. Wen Kai tugged at Ning Fan. Yet, Ning Fan maintained his composure, gazing steadily at Li Jiang, awaiting his response. He is not, Li Jiang said, his smile fading. Youngster, are you challenging me? With that, Li Jiang addressed Yi Liang. General Yi, please board the vehicle. Do not keep Xiaotong waiting. Very well. Yi Liang acquiesced without hesitation. Once the vehicle departed, Li Jiang approached Ning Fan. He stood significantly shorter than Ning Fan, having to tilt his head to meet his gaze. You cannot contend with that, Yi Liang. Just as Ning Fan opened his mouth to speak, Li Jiang preempted him. No need to put on a brave front. You are no match for him, and that is not disgraceful. In the entire F district, if you can stand against him, Su Bei will undoubtedly be taken away. If you are dissatisfied after they exit this threshold, what you choose to do is beyond my concern. If you truly possess the capability to seize Su Bei from Yi Liang, then that is your prowess. At this moment, Wen Kai also felt a sense of discontent. However, Commander, that Yi Liang killed Old Ming. I am aware, Li Jiang replied, his demeanor shifting from the earlier affable facade to one of resignation. Allocate a sum of compensation to Old Ming's family. I shall personally contribute 50,000 sola. It is not merely a matter of money. Commander, Wen Kai was filled with agitation. Why must we endure this indignity? At the very least, we could report to the headquarters and let them handle it. But why? Li Jiang turned to her and replied, simply because he is the son of Su Wanjun. Even if you report to the headquarters and they send someone to retrieve Su Bei, he will inevitably be returned to the Santong United District. Have you not considered why Yi Liang was able to learn of Su Bei's arrest so swiftly? We had just apprehended him, and yet Yi Liang arrived almost immediately. The information could not have leaked from us. Who else could it be? The answer is painfully evident. The headquarters. In that moment, both Wen Kai and Ning Fan felt as though a knot had formed in their chests, constricting their breaths. I know what you were thinking. Let me put it this way. If I truly turned against Yi Liang and mobilized the full might of F-27 District, I could certainly impede him. No matter how formidable Yi Liang is, he remains but a single individual. Li Jiang offered a wry smile. But do you understand the consequences of forcibly obstructing Yi Liang and detaining Su Bei? Su Wanjun would come in person. Li Jiang's gaze flickered slightly, and he would bring his army with him. Chapter 0039. No longer a fool. Yi Liang serves merely as a signal. A reminder for us to be sensible. Li Jiang restored his smile and turned to walk deeper down the road, saying, do you think I am not angry? As Li Jiang departed, Wen Kai felt a tumult of emotions within her. She gazed at the street beside her, resembling a desolate ruin. Beneath the shattered bricks lay the charred remains of old Meng. Had I known, I would not have stopped you just now. Wen Kai scoffed. I suddenly feel like I was a fool for preventing you from killing Su Bei. Ning Fan quietly observed Li Jiang's retreat, despite the evident resentment he harbored. This time he remained surprisingly composed. What are you thinking, kid? Wen Kai, noticing Ning Fan's demeanor, gently patted his shoulder with concern. Do not act foolishly and rush out to confront Yi Liang. I know, Ning Fan replied with a sudden smile. I cannot defeat him. Wen Kai was taken aback. Ning Fan regarded the broken sword in his hand, reflecting, just now, I could sense the vast chasm that exists between us. He then sat down amidst the rubble. A trace of weariness finally graced his youthful face. For an entire week, he had scarcely found true rest. Even the strongest must succumb to fatigue. Wen Kai licked her lips and settled beside him. Kai Jia, to be honest, it has been less than 3 days since I first entered Zone F-32. Ning Fan spoke as if conversing with Wen Kai, but also appeared to be musing aloud. Back at the academy in the zone, I often heard the phrase survival of the fittest, yet despite living for 18 years, I never truly comprehended its meaning. Gradually, he lifted his head. Now, in just 3 days. I understand. Wen Kai noticed a change in Ning Fan's gaze. Previously, he may have acted impulsively or displayed rage, but his eyes consistently radiated the clarity characteristic of youth. In that moment, however, she sensed that glimmer of clarity had vanished. What does the smoke you all smoke taste like? May I have a try? Ning Fan extended his hand. After a brief hesitation, Wen Kai handed him a cigarette. Cough, cough, cough. Ning Fan took a puff and erupted into a fit of coughing. This is truly harsh. How do you all enjoy this? Children shouldn't have to smoke to pretend to be adults, Wen Kai retorted. Ning Fan chuckled, refusing to discard the cigarette, instead taking 2 more puffs. Kid, I know you must feel quite discontented inside. I feel the same. Wen Kai sat down beside him. No, I am not discontent. Ning Fan shook his head in denial. I did have such thoughts earlier, but now, they have vanished. Wen Kai looked on in confusion. Ning Fan smiled. I am weak. Why should a weak person reason with others? Child, rules, regulations, these things must be adhered to by the weak. He spread his hands, while the strong live beyond the constraints. Wen Kai gazed deeply at Ning Fan. At that moment, she realized that the child seemed to have matured considerably in an instant. I want to break free. Ning Fan grasped the broken sword firmly to escape this confinement. Wen Kai discerned Ning Fan's determination. After a moment's contemplation, she draped her arm over Ning Fan's shoulder. Ning Fan, what are your plans for the future? Plans? Ning Fan pondered briefly before softly responding. Originally, I became a traveler solely to earn money to buy a special medicine for my mother. Once she recovers, I intended to cease this life and return to her side, finding a modest job in District F-32 to support her. Wen Kai listened quietly, refraining from interruption. However, now I find myself with an increasing number of responsibilities. I wish to grow stronger, to uphold the reputation of the Wild Dog House, to avenge Brother Chuan and my comrades, and I want to kill Su Bei. Wen Kai gently patted Ning Fan's shoulder. These burdens are ones you have placed upon yourself. In truth, you could follow your initial intentions, and no one would blame you. It is no longer about others. I am no longer that foolish boy who has never left District F-32. Ning Fan's smile was tinged with bitterness. I can no longer return to being a fool. Wen Kai was slightly moved, but found herself at a loss for words. First, Let us deal with the remaining 3 members of the Battle Bears, Ning Fan said contemplatively. As for the grievances of the Wild Dog House, I shall seek to exact as much vengeance as I can. And then? Ning Fan pondered for a moment. I will target a few unfortunate souls, seize 1,000,000 solars, and purchase a special medicine for my mother. Seize? Yes, seize. Wen Kai furrowed her brow. Who do you intend to rob? The good people have no money and do not warrant such actions. Ning Fan's lips curled into a smirk. Those who disregard the rules, yet possess little ability, are ironically quite lucrative. Wen Kai's heart raced. Ning Fan was referring to individuals like Yang Beihai. Kaijia, may I stay at your place for a few days? What are you planning? Wen Kai's beautiful eyes immediately displayed a wary glint. Just a rest, Ning Fan shrugged. At the captain of the Monitor's home, I should be able to sleep soundly, right? As it turned out, Wen Kai had indeed been overly concerned. After bringing Ning Fan home, he took a shower and promptly fell asleep on the couch, sleeping soundly. Wen Kai sat by the bedside, watching Ning Fan, and suddenly smiled. This child, he won't truly do anything that shocks me in the future, will he? At the same time, Yi Liang had met with Su Bei. Upon seeing Su Bei, battered and bruised, Yi Liang was momentarily taken aback. Who did this to you? Xiao Tong. A little brat, named Ning Fan. Su Bei replied with a grimace. Yi Liang nodded. I have seen him. I will go kill him. No need. Su Bei waved his hand, suddenly grinning wickedly. After I finish dealing with that old man, I will return to play with him. Yi Liang remained silent for a moment. All right. The following day, repairs on the district wall commenced with great urgency. The explanation provided for the wall's collapse was quite simple: neglect due to age. The reasoning behind this seems almost insulting to one's intelligence. Yet, surprisingly, there are still many within the region who believe it. In fact, a considerable number have even volunteered to contribute funds, hoping to expedite the repair process. After all, the wall erected in the region serves as a barrier against the threats posed by external beasts. Ning Fan did not awaken until the afternoon. Before him lay food. Fragrant yet completely cold. A note rested on the table. I have gone to attend old Meng's funeral. Eat when you wake, and we can discuss matters upon my return. Your Kai Jia. Ning Fan did not hesitate and savored the culinary skills of Wen Kai. Although the food was from the lower city and contained a certain level of miasma, it was indeed quite delicious. It was unexpected that Kai Jia could manage the kitchen so well. After satisfying his hunger, Ning Fan remarked, Indeed. She even graces the dining hall. What do you think? Should we take her home as a bride? A voice emerged from outside the door, belonging to Wen Kai. Startled, Ning Fan turned to see her entering the room, carrying a bag filled with meat. Ah, Kai Jia has returned. Following the events of the previous night, it was apparent from Wen Kai's perspective that the young man had regained his composure. Dressed in black, Wen Kai exuded a more aloof demeanor, quite different from her alluring presence in the black market. What is the matter? Are you too afraid to respond? Worried that I might cling to you? How could that be? With your beauty and position as the leader of the Monitors, there must be countless suitors vying for your affection. I hardly stand a chance. It was surprising to see this quick-witted side of him. Wen Kai affectionately ruffled Ning Fan's hair before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The atmosphere felt reminiscent of a young couple sharing their lives together. As Wen Kai sliced the meat, a flicker of conflict crossed her eyes. Ultimately, she hesitantly spoke. Su Bei has been taken away. Ning Fan, who was gathering dishes, paused momentarily. Oh, he responded, then returned to his previous task. Wen Kai turned to him, inquiring, Have you come to terms with it? I figured it out yesterday. Ning Fan appeared disinterested in the situation regarding Su Bei, instead shifting the conversation, by the way. Kai Jia, you must be quite knowledgeable about spirit attendants. I have some questions I've been eager to ask you. Chapter 40, Revisiting the Payment. Wen Kai, brimming with confidence, declared, Sister is in this line of business. I may not be an expert, but I can certainly be considered half a teacher. Feel free to ask me anything you do not understand. She continued, I acquired the spirit attendant within the district. Ning Fan inquired directly, Is this situation particularly unusual? In the district? Wen Kai paused her actions, her expression turning more serious. Are you certain? Absolutely, it was during the incident with Yang Beihai. Ning Fan replied earnestly. Even you sense something amiss? Concerning the issue. Wen Kai mused, delicately pinching her chin. In my experience, there are only 2 possibilities for a situation like yours. First, you might be extraordinarily lucky. The scattered souls within the district resonated with your weapon and transformed into spirit attendants that attached themselves to it. Although the odds are slim, it is not impossible. And the second? Ning Fan asked, intrigued. Well, Wen Kai's gaze shifted to the battered sword resting on the sofa. That sword inherently possesses a spirit attendant. Ning Fan's mind raced. Upon hearing when Kai proposed this second possibility, he had nearly confirmed his suspicions. This broken sword indeed harbored secrets. One day during his childhood, his mother had brought this battered sword home, claiming it was a gift for him. The sword appeared dull and lacked any aesthetic appeal. Yet Ning Fan had always cherished it. Throughout his life, it had never strayed far from his side. Initially, he regarded it as merely a sentimental token, until he encountered the bloodline test report. To date, his mother had bestowed upon him only 2 items, this broken sword and the aforementioned report. While one could argue that the report was not directly given by her, it was nonetheless obtained from her. Upon examining the contents of the report, there was no indication of an upper city bloodline. This revelation was not surprising. However, why was there no trace of a lower city bloodline either? What then am I? This question had lingered in Ning Fan's mind, a persistent enigma. The only one who could provide answers, perhaps, was his mother. Never mind. The fact that his mother had withheld this information surely had its reasons, and even if he wished to inquire, it would have to wait until he secured the special medicine to awaken her. What am I thinking? Noticing Ning Fan lost in thought, when Kai waved her hand in front of him. Huh? I wasn't thinking about anything, Ning Fan chuckled. By the way, Sister Kai, you can extract spirit attendants from weapons and transfer their enhancements to other spirit attendants. If we discuss this, we would be entering the realm of business. When Kai interrupted Ning Fan, adopting a business-like demeanor. Just because you're staying at my place doesn't mean I will provide my services for free, you know. Ning Fan forced a sheepish smile. I was merely asking. Besides, I never intended to take advantage. Such a crude expression. When Kai shot Ning Fan a disapproving glance, Ning Fan opened his mouth to respond. This woman had previously indulged in lewd banter, but now that the tables have turned. Ah, women. They truly lack reason. The goods you were asked to deliver were, in fact, the spirit-enhancing devices purchased by me and Yang Beihai. When Kai further remarked, I suspect that Yang Beihai has not developed any new equipment. He merely seeks to swindle some money from me with this ruse. Ning Fan's gaze shifted slightly. The entire sequence of events had finally come to light. Yang Beihai, a researcher, was responsible for developing new instruments. When Kai, involved in the spirit-enhancing business, naturally had the means to connect with him, he informed her of his new spirit-enhancing devices, which piqued her interest. However, Yang Beihai, wishing to take advantage without repercussions, decided to find a scapegoat. The wild dog house became that unfortunate victim. By the way, I haven't melted down that claw and club yet. When Kai exclaimed, tapping her head, if you want them, I can sell them to you. The claw belonged to Wang Yi, while the club was Old Duan's. These 2 items held significant value for Ning Fan. All right, thank you. Ning Fan considered, Sister Kai. How much would it cost to extract the spirit attendants from these 2 weapons and integrate them into mine? To his surprise, when Kai promptly produced a calculator, after a series of rapid taps, she presented it to Ning Fan. 27,000. Ning Fan was taken aback by the figure displayed. I acquired the 2 weapons for 4,000 each. The basic cost for each activation of the instrument is 3,000. The spirit enhancement is 5,000 per session. And the same goes for integration. That totals to 20,000. I'll give you an 8% discount, making it 16,000 plus. When Kai, devoid of any trace of the monitoring team leader's demeanor, appeared as a shrewd merchant. Every calculation was laid out clearly for Ning Fan. I still owe you the 10,000 solars for those weapons you sold me earlier. Just give me the remaining 17,000. With her hair pulled back, she exuded a competent air. Ning Fan chuckled awkwardly. I don't have that much money. When Kai pouted in dissatisfaction, if you're broke, just say so. No, Sister Kai. Isn't your temperament a bit contradictory? Ning Fan replied with a wry smile. I casually inquire, and you immediately shift into a business-minded disposition. I can't even halt the momentum. All right, I will hold on to these 2 weapons for you. Whenever I have the funds, I will assist you. When Kai displayed little interest. Well, thank you then. Ning Fan rose to his feet, grasping the broken sword. What are you up to? After resting enough, I'm heading out for a stroll to contemplate how to earn some money. Ning Fan smiled. Throughout the afternoon, he gained some insights into the traveler teams of District F27. That evening, he returned to Wen Kai's residence. Upon his arrival, Wen Kai feigned displeasure. What is this? Do you really consider my place a hotel? Having just finished her bath, Wen Kai donned a loose-fitting set of pajamas, her fair skin exposed to the air, causing Ning Fan to momentarily lose his composure. Pay up. Wen Kai shot him a glare. Ning Fan, slightly embarrassed, averted his gaze yet retorted defiantly, You're just waiting for me to earn money. Of course. I'm going to look. Wen Kai chuckled softly. All right then. How much did you earn today? Not a single cent, Ning Fan grinned sheepishly. But I have some ideas now. Pray tell? A commercial secret. Humph. As if I'm not interested. Without further ado, Wen Kai climbed into bed, pulled the covers over herself, and drifted off to sleep. Ning Fan, on the other hand, reclined naturally on the sofa, contemplating his forthcoming endeavors. Before long, he fell into a deep slumber. However, just as he entered the realm of dreams, a voice inexplicably resonated in his mind. Ning Fan. Who? Ning Fan. Who? Who is calling me? Ning Fan. Can you see me? Startled, Ning Fan opened his eyes to discover he was no longer on the sofa in Wen Kai's home, but surrounded by a shroud of mist. Ning Fan. The voice called out once more. From the haze, Ning Fan finally discerned a hazy figure, a man, standing suspended like a pine tree, with long hair and an attractive visage. A small bell dangled from his left ear. You. It's a pleasure to meet you. The man's voice was gentle, evoking a sense of tranquility akin to a refreshing spring breeze. I am Jian Wuqiu. Chapter 41. The Sword of Jian Wuqiu. Jian Wuqiu? Ning Fan stared in astonishment at the man before him. To his recollection, he had never heard anyone mention the ability to converse with their spirit attendant. From the moment he acquired Jian Wuqiu, Ning Fan distinctly remembered the sword speaking to him. From now on, I shall teach you the art of the sword. Ning Fan observed Jian Wuqiu in silence for a long while before finally murmuring, You are not a spirit attendant. Spirit attendant? What is that? Jian Wuqiu displayed a look of confusion. Indeed, Ning Fan's heart raced. He had long suspected something was amiss with Jian Wuqiu. According to Qiao Fei, Ning Fan could only sense a soul's presence, which was the most rudimentary single soul level. Yet he had wielded Jian Wuqiu. He was utterly convinced that Jian Wuqiu was not weak. In fact, it was quite formidable. When he had slain Shen Wu, Ning Fan had only just begun to receive Jian Wuqiu's assistance, and the capability displayed, despite their lack of synergy and familiarity, had already impressed him greatly. Moreover, just yesterday, he had cleaved Yu Liang's thunder with a single stroke. This was certainly beyond the capacity of the weakest single soul level spirit attendant. Now, whether Jian Wuqiu had entered Ning Fan's dream or whether Ning Fan had been drawn into Jian Wuqiu's dream, neither exhibited the traits of a spirit attendant. Taking all into account, there was only one conclusion. Jian Wuqiu was not a spirit attendant. Then what are you? Ning Fan endeavored to maintain his composure. He vaguely felt that Jian Wuqiu might unravel some of his mysteries. Jian Wuqiu's smile took on a tinge of melancholy. I am merely a soul imprisoned within a sword coffin. Sword coffin? Are you saying that my sword is? The sword coffin, 8 tombs. Jian Wuqiu said with a self-deprecating smile. It is comical, really. This place is undeniably a prison, yet we dare not flee, for once we escape this sword coffin, we would dissipate into nothingness. We. Ning Fan licked his parched lips. Are you implying that within this sword, there is not just you? 8 tombs, naturally referring to the graves of 8 individuals. Is it difficult to comprehend? Jian Wuqiu spoke softly. Not difficult to comprehend, merely somewhat challenging to accept. Then aside from you, the other 7 are yet to awaken. Jian Wuqiu raised his hand and gently waved it. The mist dissipated. Ning Fan discovered that he was in a vast cave. Within the cave lay 8 coffins. One of them was already open, presumably Jian Wuqiu's. Jian Wuqiu's coffin appeared the most unremarkable among the 8, a simple stone coffin. The other 7 were either intricately designed with ancient elegance or crafted from exquisite materials. What caught Ning Fan's attention most was the coffin situated in the center, entirely emerald in hue, emanating a ghostly glow, adorned with numerous gemstones. Compared to the others, it stood out with an air of prominence. Let us put aside the questions for now. Jian Wuqiu interrupted Ning Fan's curiosity, extending the sword in his hand forward. I shall teach you the art of the sword. Wait a moment, I have more questions. There are too many. Jian Wuqiu clearly preferred to remain silent. I only promised to help you build a solid foundation. Promised? Who did you promise? Ning Fan inquired once more. Yet, Jian Wuqiu refrained from responding and swiftly thrust a sword towards Ning Fan. This strike was executed with remarkable speed and an intricate angle. Ning Fan, filled with a multitude of questions, suddenly sensed an overwhelming sense of danger. With a piercing sound, the sword pierced through Ning Fan's neck. The terror of death spread within him. Just before losing consciousness, Ning Fan heard Jian Wuqiu's voice again. Next time we meet, I will strike directly. Jian Wuqiu gradually faded from Ning Fan's sight. When you are able to evade my strike, I shall answer 3 of your questions. With a start, Ning Fan sat up from the sofa, drenched in sweat. He glanced around to confirm he was in Wen Kai's home. Was this a dream? No. The sensation of impending death felt too vivid. In the presence of Jian Wuqiu, Ning Fan found himself utterly defenseless. Sitting on the sofa, he recalled that lethal strike. It seemed no matter how he responded, evasion was futile. The pressure from Jian Wuqiu was even greater than that exerted by Yi Liang. Did I just have a nightmare? When Kai poked her head out from the kitchen, a hint of mockery gracing her lovely face, you didn't tea-wet the bed. Did you? Ning Fan continued to breathe heavily, seemingly unable to escape from the clutches of fear. Observing Ning Fan's state, when Kai furrowed her brow slightly, what's wrong? It's nothing. Ning Fan swallowed hard. I'm going to take a shower. During the shower, Ning Fan pondered Jian Wuqiu's words. He mentioned he had promised to help him establish a solid foundation, but who was this promised to? Jian Wuqiu would certainly not divulge that information. He could only withstand that strike before posing further inquiries. Nevertheless, what did establishing a solid foundation truly mean? Jian Wuqiu, could he merely be a foundational mentor? What then could the souls within the other 7 coffins possibly teach him? Contemplating this, Ning Fan felt a mix of excitement and curiosity. Well, since he has promised that if I can evade that strike, he will answer 3 of my questions, I must first find a way to accomplish this task. In the bathroom, Ning Fan began to practice diligently on his own. What kind of young man takes so long to shower? Is water not free? Outside. When Kai's voice suddenly rang with discontent. In the wilderness of District F, Su Bei sat in the car, his injuries nearly healed. As the son of a leader, the medical care he received was undoubtedly beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. Yi Liang, just tell me, why is the old man in such a hurry to summon me back? Su Bei patted Yi Liang, who was driving. Yi Liang remained silent. I find you quite intriguing. Does speaking a few more words shorten your lifespan? Su Bei pouted in dissatisfaction. Yi Liang continued to say nothing. Thus, Su Bei chose to ignore him and turned his gaze to the scenery outside. After a moment of contemplation, Su Bei suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, have you taken the wrong route? This isn't the way back to the Santong United District, is it? Yet, Yi Liang remained silent. Su Bei furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was unfolding in a manner beyond his expectations. The ring on his finger began to emit a faint glow. Yi Liang, I'm speaking to you. Just as the luminous arrow he conjured was about to take form, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him. Bang! Su Bei's arrow dissipated, forcibly scattered by the oppressive force. Yi Liang, you bastard. Be quiet. Yi Liang finally spoke. Once we arrive, you will understand. Su Bei's body went rigid. I do not wish to kill you. Yi Liang turned to him, his eyes shadowed with a foreboding gloom. However, that does not mean I cannot kill you. Su Bei's heart raced wildly. A rare expression of fear crossed his face. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It had always been Yi Liang who initiated contact with him. His father had instructed him to return home, as conveyed by Yi Liang. Throughout this entire ordeal, he had assumed that all the information he received was relayed by Yi Liang. Su Bei had never confirmed anything with his father. Chapter 0042. Leave. Hurry up and leave. Ning Fan had been staying at Wen Kai's home for 4 days. When do you plan to leave? Early in the morning. After being metaphorically slain by Jian Wuqiu in his dreams, he awoke to find Wen Kai sulking on the sofa, staring at him. Morning, Sister Kai. Although Ning Fan had gradually acclimated to his fear of death, he still found himself in a dazed state upon waking. Morning, my foot. I ask you, when do you plan to leave? Wen Kai crossed her arms, her expression a mixture of irritation and disbelief. You've been taking advantage of my hospitality day in and day out, and you've become quite the freeloader. You look like an innocent lad. Yet you're such a scoundrel. I let you stay here because I sensed you were feeling down. But you truly think I've adopted you? I've provided you with food and comfort, and you don't so much as utter a word of thanks. You keep running around, returning only in the dead of night. You come in, take a shower, and collapse into bed. You wake up, eat, and then you're off again. You claim you're out making money, yet I haven't seen a single penny from you. I've been the one buying groceries and cooking. For goodness sake, I'm the captain of a monitoring team. How did it come to this, that I'm less than a mere housekeeper? And another thing, I, Wen Kai, am unmarried and unattached. What do you think the neighbors will think of me with a half-grown child like you constantly barging in? Aren't you supposed to be clever? What's the matter? Can't you see these issues for yourself? And you've not uttered a single word until now. I ask you, what do you really mean? Ning Fan finally came to his senses. The oppressive feeling from his dream had vanished completely. Listen, Sister Kai, let us talk calmly. No need to get worked up. He was drenched in sweat. Having lived 18 years, he had never encountered such a scene. What is wrong with being worked up? Am I not allowed to be upset? When Kai stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at him, Ning Fan sighed. He had often heard that when a woman was in a rage, reasoning was futile since it could never be conveyed clearly. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned a surge of courage, stood up, and embraced Wen Kai. As she melted into his arms, Ning Fan felt his heart race uncontrollably. Sister Kai, thank you. He could sense Wen Kai's body stiffen. Sister Kai, I know I've caused you quite a bit of trouble during this time. He spoke softly. In fact, even if you hadn't urged me to leave today, I had already planned to bid you farewell. Wen Kai trembled slightly. What did you say? I said, I'm leaving today. Ning Fan released her, only to notice that her face had turned crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. At that moment, the fiery demeanor she had just displayed had vanished, replaced by the appearance of a student who had erred. I'm not necessarily trying to force you out, I understand, Ning Fan said gently. Wen Kai lifted her gaze, torn between evasion and a desire for eye contact. What do you understand? I have been living here without paying a single penny for so long. To hell with it. One head, a gift for Ning Fan. Get lost. Leave at once, never to return. Ning Fan stumbled backward. Why is this woman angry again? Sister Kai, about the $10,000 from before. Before Ning Fan could finish his sentence, he noticed a faint glow emanating from Wen Kai's earrings. He immediately panicked. No, Sister Kai, as the captain of the monitors. You must lead by example and cannot break the law. Using spiritual servants is prohibited in this region. 2 hours later, Ning Fan and Wen Kai found themselves near the boundary wall of the area. With each step he took, he grimaced in pain. It seemed he was uninjured, but he alone knew that the roots of his thighs were bruised by Wen Kai's grip. Sister Kai, your grip is rather harsh. Ning Fan couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Every time I exert myself, it hurts. What if this affects my ability to fight? Damn it. Wen Kai interrupted him sharply. In truth, Ning Fan was not joking. He was genuinely preparing to leave today. Over the past few days, through his dreams, he had engaged in duels with Jian Wuqiu, leading him to some insights. More precisely, it was during the process of being stabbed by Jian Wuqiu that he attained this understanding. Ning Fan gradually comprehended the significance of Jian Wuqiu allowing him to evade that sword strike. Jian Wuqiu's sword encapsulated the essence of his lifelong swordsmanship. The more attempts he made, the more he realized the extraordinary nature of this seemingly ordinary strike. Ning Fan tirelessly contemplated and practiced how to evade that sword. Yet once he entered the dream realm, he still found himself utterly defenseless. However, throughout this practice, his swordsmanship had experienced tremendous growth. To break the stalemate, one must first engage in the game. Only by grasping Jian Wuqiu's sword techniques could Ning Fan hope to survive the dream realm. If time permitted, he would truly wish to wait until he had completely unraveled that sword before making further plans. Yet, it had already been 5 days since he entered the F-27 zone. Outside, Qiao Fei and Hui Zi awaited his return. Are you certain? Wen Kai's demeanor gradually softened, a flicker of unusual emotion sparkling in her beautiful eyes. Once you step through this door, I can no longer assist you. You have already helped me immensely. Ning Fan replied sincerely. Sister Kai, I truly thank you. Wen Kai shot him a glance. Ning Fan embraced her once more. Sister Kai, I will definitely return. What are you doing? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Wen Kai flusteredly pushed Ning Fan away. Go on. Ning Fan nodded with a smile and then extended his hand. Wen Kai licked her lips and retrieved 10,000 salas from her pocket. Take care of yourself. Don't die out there. All right. I will live well. Ning Fan accepted the 10,000 salas. At the same time, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a group approaching from the boundary wall, led by the infamous old pig of the skeleton gang. Over there, the old pig puffed on a cigarette, squinting as he watched Ning Fan accept the 10,000 salas from Wen Kai. Zhuge, is he really that bold? Monkey, feeling a tinge of unease, remarked. This lad seems to share an extraordinary bond with Wen Kai. What is there to fear? A glint of greed, tinged with jealousy, flickered in the old pig's eyes. Wen Kai merely keeps him as a pet. We acted beyond the district, adhering to no rules. What can she do to us? But offending Wen Kai over such a trifling sum seems imprudent, doesn't it? Such a trifling sum? The old pig replied with shrewdness. This lad must possess something of greater worth. Monkey's eyes brightened with intrigue. The old pig sneered. In recent days, he has been frequenting the black market, claiming he seeks a miraculous medicine. Just how much could a miraculous medicine cost? The members of this skeleton brigade were all drawn in by curiosity. Zhuge, are you implying? This pretty boy must be in possession of items worth at least 1 million salas. Chapter 0043. I have a home at 3 in the afternoon. Ning Fan bid farewell to Wen Kai and exited the gates of District F-27. Although his time spent with Wen Kai was not extensive, the abrupt separation left a profound sense of melancholy within him. In this wretched world, he had experienced a rare warmth through her presence. However, the sorrow of parting swiftly dissipated from Ning Fan's heart as he sensed the malicious intent lurking behind him. From the moment he stepped out of the district, a group had been tailing him. He didn't even need to glance back to identify his pursuers. He had deliberately lured them out. For the past 4 days, aside from comprehending the swordsmanship of Jian Wuchou, Ning Fan had focused on a singular endeavor, conveying to the skeleton gang that he was wealthy, a prime target. Initially, Ning Fan's intention was to eradicate the remnants of the war bears without clashing with the skeleton gang. But circumstances had shifted. After walking for over 20 minutes, the boundary wall behind him receded further away. Suddenly, Ning Fan halted. The broken sword was already clutched tightly in his hand. Quite perceptive. Behind him, Old Pig and his companions emerged from their concealment. The skeleton gang, comprising 8 members, along with 3 newly recruited war bears, totaled 11. They were fully prepared to seize the opportunity of a lucrative deal amounting to 1 million salas. Ning Fan turned to face Old Pig, remaining silent. Old Pig bore a massive hammer on his shoulder, towering over a meter in height. Thud. The hammer struck the ground, splattering mud. Was Wen Kai enjoyable? Old Pig raised his chin, a smirk on his face. With her enticing demeanor, she must be quite the vixen in bed, no? The other men wore lewd grins, each lost in their own fantasies of the enviable scene. Beyond being the captain of the monitoring team in District F-27, Wen Kai was also the object of many men's desires. The mere thought of Ning Fan residing in her home stoked their jealousy. Kid, you must have had quite the time with Wen Kai, huh? Is she rather fond of you? Old Pig tilted his head, believing Ning Fan was now a morsel ripe for the taking, to be consumed at his whim. Tell me, if we were to capture you and use you as leverage to have Wen Kai serve us, do you think she would comply? Upon Old Pig's words, the surrounding men erupted into boisterous laughter, already envisioning the pleasures that awaited them. The mere act of imagining was enough to excite them. Your words are rather foul. Ning Fan's expression gradually turned icy. If he had harbored any vestiges of compassion before, they were now extinguished. Malevolent thoughts needed to be eradicated at their root. Foul. Huh. Is your bed linen any cleaner? Dare to act, yet not be criticized. Old Pig continued to prattle on, but in the next moment, he witnessed Ning Fan make a sudden move, as swift as a startled rabbit. The broken sword sliced through the air, producing a resonant hum. Damn, what are you pretending for? Old Pig barked. 11 men collectively summoned their spirit servants. A beam of white light surged toward Ning Fan's neck. Simultaneously, flames and wind blades appeared on both sides, creating an overwhelming advantage of 11-1 for the skeleton troop. However, in the face of this 3-pronged assault, Ning Fan remained remarkably composed, his expression devoid of any tension. Compared to Jian Wuchou's sword, this attack was simply too slow. With a few swift steps, Ning Fan closed the distance to one of his assailants. His broken sword sliced through the opponent's neck, releasing a cloud of crimson mist. The others were suddenly taken aback. This lone wolf possesses some skill. Do not underestimate him. Lao Zhu's demeanor grew serious. The fact that Ning Fan could retaliate and take down one of their number amidst 11 was enough to command his attention. The skeleton troop, being a seasoned team of adventurers, understood how to leverage their numerical superiority when they focused. They began to harass him with numerous feints, avoiding direct confrontation. Your sword is swift, is it not? Then we shall wear you down. Sweat beads began to form on Ning Fan's forehead as their relentless assault indeed proved effective, depleting his stamina significantly. You arrogant pretty boy, you possess some talent, but you are far too pretentious. Do you really think our skeleton troop has survived all these years merely by luck? Lao Zhu maneuvered around while taunting Ning Fan, waiting for him to make a mistake. To his surprise, the previously somewhat passive Ning Fan suddenly smiled. A wave of unease rose within Lao Zhu. This was the instinctive awareness honed from years of survival in the wild. Be cautious. A crisp and chilling voice echoed. Spirit servant. Flower dance. One of the skeleton troop members suddenly bore a deep gash across his chest. Blood mist enveloped the area as he fell to the ground. Beside him appeared a graceful and exquisite figure. Fei Jia, if you don't come out soon, I'm going to be overwhelmed. Ning Fan called out with a smile. The woman was none other than Xiao Fei. Before entering Zone F-27, the three had agreed that Xiao Fei and Huizi would lie in ambush outside the zone from 3 to 5 in the afternoon. If Ning Fan had a way to lure the war bear members out, They would also appear at that time. So slow. I thought you had perished in the dead zone. Xiao Fei's demeanor remained icy. Ning Fan chuckled. That would be quite an auspicious Fei Jie. You are. The monkey recognized Xiao Fei. On that day in the misty forest, he had witnessed her slay the war bear leader, Sun Wang. In an instant, he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Something was amiss. An ambush. The monkey exclaimed in alarm. Zhu Gu, retreat. But before he could finish, he found himself immobilized, as if something was tightly binding him. His eyes darted, and he noticed a dagger embedded in the shadow beside him. How dare you? Huizi's figure emerged from behind a tree. The monkey's gaze was filled with an unending hatred. Do not rush. Soon, I shall have my vengeance. Yet, within its eyes lingered a profound fear. It understood the depths of animosity that lay between them. The very thought of its own grim fate was too horrific to contemplate. Who are you? Old Pig, momentarily bewildered, turned to Ning Fan. Do you have accomplices? I never claimed to be a lone wolf. Ning Fan retorted with a mocking smile. I have a family. Old Pig was taken aback. Meanwhile, another member of the War Bear faction recognized Huizi and Xiao Fei. His expression was scarcely better than that of the monkey as he shouted at Old Pig, "It's Wild Dog's home." Old Pig whirled around, only to see the man's face drained of color. Zhu Gu, they are from Wild Dog's home. This brat has intentionally lured us out. Chapter 0044. The stunning sword. Old Pig immediately grasped the situation. Yet, unlike the two others, he did not exhibit fear. Rather, a look of disdain crept across his face. What a joke. Do they really think three of them can ambush us? Old Pig felt deeply insulted. However, this sensation of being underestimated dissipated almost instantaneously, as Xiao Fei, in the blink of an eye, had already slain another adversary. Xiao Fei moved like a phantom, wielding a Tang sword, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in his wake. Spirit Servant. Fury. Old Pig's eyes turned crimson, and the massive hammer in his grasp glowed with a sinister red light, although his movements could not match Xiao Fei's speed. The hammer swung with a fierce whoosh, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Be careful, kid. I lack the energy to babysit you. Xiao Fei murmured. Understood. Let us each handle our own. Ning Fan replied, resolutely advancing towards Old Pig. Huizi and Xiao Fei, witnessing Ning Fan's unwavering confidence, exchanged glances filled with intrigue. They were unaware of Ning Fan's experiences in Area F-27, yet they could distinctly sense that this young man had grown stronger and more self-assured. Clang. The massive hammer descended with tremendous force upon Ning Fan's broken sword, sending a tremor through his arm. You little brat. I'll crush you first. Old Pig roared, his anger surging. On one hand, the skeleton clan had already suffered 2 losses. More critically, he had discerned that Ning Fan's desire for the special potion was merely a ruse, a smokescreen. The true aim was to lure them out of the area. In reality, this kid possessed little worth. Losing 2 men without seizing any spoils was the source of his greatest fury. Another hammer strike fell, but this time, Ning Fan did not engage head-on. There was no need to match strength against the enraged Old Pig. With a swift motion, Ning Fan dodged, simultaneously swinging his broken sword. He sought to rediscover the sensation of that fateful strike from Jian Wuqiu. Swish! The broken sword sliced through Old Pig's arm. Something felt amiss. Though he had injured Old Pig, Ning Fan's expression bore no trace of triumph. Instead, he furrowed his brow. This strike, had it been delivered by Jian Wuqiu, would have surely claimed Old Pig's life. I will kill you. Old Pig's voice resonated with raw fury. This was the hallmark of his spirit servant's trait. Upon sustaining injury, he would unleash his bloodlust, thereby enhancing his combat prowess. Old Pig's hammer swings accelerated, becoming ever more ferocious. Can you withstand this? Meanwhile, Xiao Fei dispatched yet another foe. Huizi, having taken a life himself, cast a concerned glance towards Ning Fan. They could both see that Old Pig was formidable, especially in this heightened, more savage state post-injury. Nothing to worry about. Ning Fan shouted, once again charging at Old Pig with his sword. The hammer descended menacingly towards his head. Ning Fan was certain that if struck by this hammer, his skull would shatter like a watermelon. Yet, this time, he did not flinch or evade. He met the hammer head-on, thrusting his sword forward. You brat. A rare expression of terror flickered across Xiao Fei's face, but in the next moment, she became transfixed. Ning Fan's battered sword had pierced through the neck of the Old Pig. The blade, stained with crimson, emerged from the back of its neck. Drip, drip. The sound of blood splattering on the ground was somewhat jarring. The old pig still clutched a hammer in its hand, its eyes filled with disbelief. The hammer was less than 2 inches from Ning Fan's head. Had Ning Fan's strike been misaligned, he would have met his demise. Yet, there was no trace of post-survival dread on Ning Fan's face. Instead, it was suffused with intense exhilaration. I have succeeded. This is the feeling. Although there remained a significant disparity between this strike and the one wielded by Jian Wuqiu, Ning Fan sensed he had grasped some essence of it. His blow astonished everyone, including Hui Zi and Qiao Fei. What an astonishing sword strike! Moreover, the two realized a grave issue. Ning Fan appeared to have not summoned any spirit attendant. However, now was clearly not the time for inquiries. Seizing the opportunity while the skeleton gang was still in shock, the duo regained their focus and relentlessly harvested their opponents' lives. The death of the old pig dealt a severe blow to the morale of the skeleton gang, coupled with Qiao Fei and Hui Zi's fierce assault. The skeleton gang was swiftly shattered. No, don't kill me. The last remaining member of the skeleton gang had utterly relinquished resistance, kneeling on the ground with hands clasped. Pleading for mercy, you have enmity with the battle bears, it has nothing to do with us. The battle bears were still alive. Good prey should be saved for the final feast. Qiao Fei gazed at the supplicant, her beautiful eyes glinting as she turned to Ning Fan. She and Hui Zi were unaware of any grievances between Ning Fan and the skeleton gang members. The manner of handling the situation, of course, depended on Ning Fan. He remained silent and approached. Swoosh. The man's cries abruptly ceased. A fine crimson line appeared on his neck. The line gradually widened, ultimately. Splat. A mist of blood sprayed into the air. Bang. The man collapsed, a pool of blood forming beneath him. Qiao Fei narrowed her eyes, observing Ning Fan. This young man had not only grown stronger, but also more ruthless. Hui Ge, did you not teach me? There is no need for mercy towards enemies. Ning Fan turned to Hui Zi, who seemed momentarily stunned. It was not that he could not accept such methods, but rather, the ferocity displayed by Ning Fan was somewhat difficult for him to adapt to. What had this young man endured during his days in District F-27? Ning Fan paid no heed to their reactions and crouched down, beginning to rummage through the possessions of the skeleton gang members. The skeleton gang was a group of wanderers in District F-27, and their belongings were not easily consumable within the area. Better to sell them elsewhere. Ning Fan's thoughts were clear. Didn't he consider sparing them since the moment you exited the district? Qiao Fei grasped the crux of the matter. Yes, just gathering some funds. Ning Fan smiled and nodded, lifting a bag full of spoils. These items should fetch around 50 to 80,000, which should suffice. Well done, lad. You've certainly grown bolder. Hui Zi remarked, his worries seemingly lifted as he patted Ning Fan on the shoulder. The trio engaged in their conversation, entirely disregarding the remaining 3 members of the Warbears. The monkey, his eyes darting, suddenly exclaimed, Friends, our previous conflict was our fault, but our leader has also perished. Let us consider this matter settled, shall we? The 3 turned their gazes toward him. The monkey continued earnestly, we all make our living in this line of work. There is no harm in earning a little extra. Ultimately, Hu isn't fighting desperately to survive a few more days. Ning Fan approached the monkey, causing him to grow tense. From what he had just witnessed, he dared not underestimate Ning Fan. This seemingly youthful boy possessed a ruthlessness that was quite formidable. As Ning Fan crouched before him, meeting his gaze, the monkey stammered, little brother, killing us would benefit you little. The monkey nervously licked his parched lips, attempting to ingratiate himself. Wild Dog Clan. Now has only you 3 left. We are in need of manpower. Though our combat abilities may be lacking, we can still contribute significantly in supportive roles. You should keep us. Wild Dog Clan only recruits wild dogs, not livestock, Qiao Fei interjected softly from the side. Ning Fan chuckled, gesturing toward Qiao Fei with his thumb. Our captain has stated that you are not welcome. As he spoke, Ning Fan had already drawn the battered sword. Still reeking of blood, the monkey's demeanor shifted to one of panic. No, please don't kill me. I am truly of use. Yet, Ning Fan had no intention of listening to his pleas, thrusting the sword through his thigh. This grudge would be settled as Qiao Fei deemed fit. This strike was merely interest. The monkey let out a wretched scream, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. In a moment of desperation, he yelled frantically. I beg you, don't kill me. I have news about your captain. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing at Qiao Fei. But the monkey shouted again, not her. It's the bearded man. Yes, I believe he is called Lin Chuan. Chapter 0045, The Tactics of Hui Zi. Upon hearing the words, the expressions of the 3 men shifted dramatically. Hui Zi rushed forward, seizing the collar of the monkey with fervor. What did you say? Have you encountered Brother Chuan? Where did you see him? For the trio, the fate of Lin Chuan remained uncertain. They had yet to lay eyes on his corpse. Such was the nature of their longing. The monkey, realizing the gravity of the situation for the three, altered his gaze. If you spare my life, I shall divulge the information. Damn it. Huizi swiftly drew his dagger, pressing it against the monkey's neck, leaving a shallow line of crimson. Do you dare negotiate with me? The monkey struggled to swallow, acutely aware of the cold steel pressed against him. Yet he understood this was his sole path to survival. As long as he possessed this piece of information, death would elude him. I only wish to live, he declared, his lips pale but resolute. Either you kill me, or you shall never learn of Lin Chuan's whereabouts. After a moment's thought, he added, I can tell you this much. Lin Chuan is alive. In a fit of rage, Huizi was ready to strike, but Ning Fan intervened. Even if you possess iron resolve, can you guarantee they share your tenacity? He gestured towards the other two members of the War Bears. The monkey scoffed. They didn't see it. How convenient. Only you witnessed it. Indeed. At that moment, one of you, the one wielding electricity, knocked me unconscious, and I remained in a daze. The monkey explained. When I regained consciousness, I saw that burly man chasing another who was armed with a bow. The trio exchanged glances, and from his words, it was clear the monkey had not lied. He had indeed seen something. Very well, Ning Fan said to Qiao Fei, let us change our location for this inquiry. Agreed. Qiao Fei nodded, brandishing her broadsword as she approached the other two members of the War Bears, who were now pleading for their lives. Yet, her eyes were as cold as ice. With a flash of her blade, their heads fell, followed by a ruthless series of cuts across the remaining corpses. Dear inhabitants near Zone F-27, today you are in for a treat. Huizi cackled. Qiao Fei was not merely venting her frustrations. Rather, she was orchestrating a gruesome invitation for the surrounding beasts. The corpses would serve as bait for the predators. With a grim expression, Huizi seized the monkey, who had lost a leg, and growled, in my lifetime, I relish dealing with tough characters like you. An hour later, Ning Fan and his companions had brought the monkey back to the cave they had previously occupied. Leaning against the wall, they showed no intention of inquiring about Brother Chuan's whereabouts. The monkey, in a state of confusion, questioned their motives. What do you intend to do? We, the War Bears, are nearly extinct. What good will it do to release me? Are your comrades human, while ours are not? They are all dead. Why must you pursue absolute annihilation? No one responded to him. The monkey, in an attempt to evoke their sympathy with such words, could only be deemed naively optimistic. At that moment, Huizi emerged from the cave, cradling a bundle of dry twigs. What is it that you desire? Do not speak. In Huizi's gaze, there was not a shred of humanity. I fear I might be compelled to end your life. This sentiment proved effective, silencing the monkey. Yet, his body trembled uncontrollably. Huizi methodically ignited the fire with the dry twigs. Behind the bound monkey, a colossal shadow loomed, cast against the cave wall. Observing the shadow, which towered 3 to 4 meters high, Huizi smiled, a smile rife with cruelty. Armed with a dagger, he approached the wall. Had you spoken sooner, you might have found relief. Huizi's voice was hoarse. This is my sole act of mercy. What should I say? The monkey suddenly comprehended. I have already made myself abundantly clear. If you agree to release me, I shall divulge Lin Chuan's whereabouts. Ah. Huizi unleashed the spirit. The shadow. The dagger severed through the shadow. Even Ning Fan was taken aback, witnessing the wall's shadow being sliced by Huizi's dagger. The monkey, however, bore no physical injuries. The agony had infiltrated every nerve in his brain. Ah. The monkey's wailing echoed throughout the cave, sending chills down one's spine. Where's Brother Chuan? Huizi's eyes gradually reddened, his hatred entirely unmasked. Please, I beg you. Ah. Huizi offered the monkey no chance for mercy. The dagger traced a spine-chilling sound against the wall. Most terrifying of all was the quivering of the monkey's shadow, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Where is Brother Chuan? The question remained unchanged. The monkey gaped, unable to utter a sound. This torment was unlike anything he had ever experienced, as if his very body were being vivisected. Moreover, Huizi's movements were deliberate, allowing him to savor the anguish inflicted. Where is Brother Chuan? Huizi bellowed in rage. I will tell you. The monkey struggled to force out a few words. Please, stop. Huizi retracted the dagger. The monkey collapsed to the ground, convulsing as if poisoned, his pupils beginning to glaze over. Speak. Huizi growled. The monkey's lips trembled. Forming a coherent sentence was now an arduous task. Water. Please give me water. The monkey pleaded. I will tell you everything. Huizi seized his hair, dragging him to the corner of the cave and pressing his head into a shallow puddle. Cough, cough, cough. When the monkey lifted his head, his face was smeared with mud. Yet, this has become utterly inconsequential. His gaze towards Wheezy was akin to that of one beholding a demon. No, this man is far more terrifying than any demon. The House of Wild Dogs, they are all madmen. They are devils. If I hear another word regarding Brother Chuan, I shall spend the entire day doing nothing but playing with you. Wheezy thrust the monkey's face before him. Do you understand? Understood. The monkey nodded in trepidation. I saw your boss being pierced by that archer. Wheezy's body trembled. Xiao Fei also furrowed her brows. Ning Fan gripped the broken sword, creating a cacophony of sound. Are you mocking me? Wheezy's hands too began to quiver. Did you not say you saw Brother Chuan alive? He is indeed alive. The monkey became animated. I swear, I truly saw his chest pierced. Yet, he did not perish. In fact, he seems even more formidable than before. He even inflicted grave injuries upon that archer. The monkey was nearly in tears, for even he felt that his words were somewhat nonsensical. At that moment, unbeknownst to anyone, Xiao Fei's expression shifted to one of sheer terror upon hearing the monkey's account. Chapter 0046. Su Wanjun, do you take us for fools? Wheezy's face twisted with rage. The mention of Lin Chuan had completely unraveled his composure. I see you still haven't had enough. As he spoke, Wheezy rose and advanced towards the shadow once more. I am not lying. The monkey trembled violently, fear coursing through him to his very core. If you don't believe me, then kill me. I swear I'm telling the truth. Yet Wheezy paid no heed, brandishing a dagger and lunging at the shadow. Ah, damn it. I'm not lying. The monkey's eyes reflected not only terror but also deep-seated indignation. At that moment, Xiao Fei suddenly spoke up. Enough, Wheezy. What do you mean? Have you softened? Wheezy disregarded Xiao Fei's intervention, insisting, if you find it noisy, you too can step outside. Wait until I pry this bastard's mouth open before calling you back. What he said, it might actually be true. Xiao Fei's brow furrowed, her expression darkening. Wheezy paused. Taken aback. You believe such nonsense? There is a possibility that what he described could occur. Xiao Fei cleared her throat, her face a tapestry of complex emotions. Ning Fan interjected. Wheezy, Xiao Fei, there is something I haven't had the chance to tell you. Both turned to him in unison. Ning Fan's gaze shifted. I encountered the archer in District F-27. His name is Su Bei. Both were taken aback. Why did you only mention such a significant matter now? Wheezy expressed his frustration unabashedly. Where is he? I actually managed to capture him, Ning Fan sighed. But he was taken away. In the western region of District F, the Tri-Union Zone, at the residence of Commander Su Wanjun, Yi Liang lay wounded, kneeling on the ground. A pool of blood beneath him. Commander Su, I am doomed. Yi Liang was almost prostrate, utterly devoid of the nonchalance he had displayed in District F-27. Before him sat a middle-aged man of average height, clad in military attire, seated upon a grand jade chair. Beside him, a young woman leaned affectionately against him, feeding him sweet grapes. Yi Liang, speak up, the middle-aged man, one of the Tri-Union Zone leaders, Commander Su Wanjun, inquired. What has you so agitated? Su Wanjun's face was devoid of expression, betraying no emotion. And who injured you? Yi Liang kept his gaze fixed to the ground, his body trembling slightly. I lost the young commander. Su Wanjun's expression faltered. After a prolonged silence, he confirmed gravely, Xiao Bei? Yes. Yi Liang's tremors intensified. I am doomed. Explain what happened. Su Wanjun remained calm. In just 7 days, it will be your commander's 60th birthday. Previously, I recall you mentioning a longing for Xiaodong. Thus I took the liberty of attempting to bring him back as a surprise for you. However, with a quivering voice, Yi Liang lamented that, unexpectedly, on the way back, Xiaodong was abducted. Su Wanjun gradually narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yi Liang. Even without Yi Liang raising his gaze, he could sense an overwhelming pressure that rendered him utterly motionless. Who did this? I do not know. Yi Liang shook his head. Yet I can assure you that the 3 assailants are all of the 1,000 souls level. 3,000 souls level? Su Wanjun opened his mouth, astonished by such a formidable display. Yi Liang dared not speak. Su Wanjun tapped his fingers against the armrest, pondering for a considerable time. No one knew the depths of his thoughts. So, you were also injured by them? Yes. Very well, I understand. But what about Xiaodong? I will find a way. Su Wanjun replied nonchalantly. My son, though lacking in talent, shall not be trifled with as a mere pawn. A flicker of fear flashed in Yi Liang's eyes. Though with his head bowed, Su Wanjun remained oblivious to it. Go back and rest well. Su Wanjun waved his hand. Regardless of the circumstances, I appreciate your intentions, it is noted. Yi Liang knelt upon the ground, hesitant to move. At that moment, a young woman beside Su Wanjun suddenly giggled. Commander, should anything unfortunate befall Xiaodong, I could bear another child for you. Su Wanjun turned to look at the girl. She gazed at him with longing, seemingly prepared for what was to follow. Yet, the tender scene he had envisioned did not unfold. In a sudden fury, Su Wanjun seized the girl by her hair and slammed her head against the armrest. Bang! Blood spattered. The girl's eyes widened. Even as life slipped away, she could not comprehend the reason for her demise. A cheap plaything dares to bear my Su Wanjun's offspring? Su Wanjun picked up a pristine handkerchief, wiping the blood from his hands. Yi Liang, upon your departure, instruct someone to tidy up this room. Understood. Yi Liang, still on his knees, gradually crawled out. Only upon exiting did he realize that he was drenched in sweat. Did he see through it? Yi Liang's eyes were filled with complexity. At that moment, his phone rang. Brother Yi, that fellow is too unruly. The voice on the other end was grave. We broke his legs. Yet he remains defiant. Broken legs and he still wishes to flee? Yi Liang murmured. No. He does not wish to escape. The voice replied helplessly. He seeks to end his own life. Yi Liang narrowed his eyes, his emotions flaring. Then break his hands as well, and cut out his tongue. Brother Yi, he claims that if he may ask you a question, he will cease his turmoil. A question? Please hold. Shortly, the voice on the other end transformed into that of Su Bei. The voice was exceedingly frail. Yi Liang, what do you wish to inquire? When did you conceive the treacherous notion of betraying my father? Yi Liang's body trembled. He glanced around, ensuring no one was in sight, and only then did a profound resentment flicker in his eyes. From the moment he learned my spirit companion's name, and without reason, broke one of my legs. In the cave, Ning Fan recounted all the events that transpired in District F-27 to Qiao Fei and Hui Zi. Upon hearing his tale, their gazes toward Ning Fan underwent a significant transformation. They had already sensed that Ning Fan was not the same as before. Now they understood the source of this change. I had previously heard a considerable commotion from District F-27. It turns out that you were the one responsible for it? Hui Zi still found it hard to believe. The district wall had been utterly shattered. Such an occurrence was indeed connected to Ning Fan. This lad holds great promise. However, upon learning of Su Bei's numerous wounds, Xiao Fei became even more convinced that the monkey was not lying. If he spoke the truth, then Brother Chuan must still be alive. The two immediately turned their attention to Xiao Fei. They found no trace of joy on her face. Instead, it was marked by a shadow of gloom. Captain, what is going on? Is it not a good thing that Brother Chuan is alive? No, quite the opposite. This is the worst possible outcome. I would prefer that Brother Chuan were dead. Hui Zi and Ning Fan's expressions froze. Xiao Fei's eyes gradually reddened. Brother Chuan has likely transformed into a ghoul. Chapter 0047. The enigmatic ones. The air was thick with tension as Hui Zi's pallid complexion betrayed his unease. Xiao Fei, are you certain? He inquired, his voice barely above a whisper. I am almost certain, Xiao Fei replied, her fingers gently brushing her forehead as if recalling a troubling memory. What exactly are the enigmatic ones? Ning Fan had never encountered this term before, yet he could feel the weight of their anguish. Once Hui Zi regained his composure, he elucidated the concept of these enigmatic entities. The spirit guardians, as they are known, are souls that coalesce and attach themselves to weapons, manifesting or retracting based on the wielder's intentions. Ning Fan recalled Lin Chuan's earlier explanation. These souls must have endured immense suffering before death. Thus, spirit guardians are inherently restless beings, merely seeking a vessel to inhabit. Yet, before becoming spirit guardians, they were once human. Therefore, even in their new form, the most suitable vessel remains a human body. Under normal circumstances, no one would willingly relinquish their body to a spirit guardian, unless they were utterly desperate. Lin Chuan had mentioned that prolonged interaction with a spirit guardian, once a certain level of affinity is achieved, would eliminate the need for specific weapons to summon them. At that juncture, the spirit guardian would enter the host's body, albeit in a stable state akin to their attachment to a weapon. However, this condition is contingent upon the spirit guardian being fully tamed. Should one attempt to forcibly assimilate an untamed spirit guardian into their body, they would become an enigmatic one. The spirit guardian would then seize control of the body. Thus, it dawned on Ning Fan. Brother Chuan was no longer Brother Chuan. He finally comprehended their agitation. He had transformed into the butcher, the name of Brother Chuan's spirit guardian. No one responded to his inquiry. But the silence spoke volumes, an unspoken truth. Would Brother Chuan still remember us? A pang of sadness surged within Ning Fan. The events of that fateful day had begun to crystallize through various clues. After De Zhuang's demise, Lin Chuan had entrusted Xiao Fei with his final wishes before departing the cave. He returned to the misty forest, seeking vengeance against Su Bei alone. Caught off guard, Su Bei was ambushed by Lin Chuan, while the monkey had just awakened, witnessing the ensuing battle. As a mere single-soul spirit guardian, Lin Chuan stood little chance against Su Bei, who was a formidable 100-soul level adversary. Impaled by a light arrow, Lin Chuan realized that death could be imminent. What he found most unbearable was the realization that, even at the cost of his own life, he might not be able to vanquish Su Bei. Su Bei was far too powerful. In that moment, Lin Chuan wielded his long blade, blood oozing from multiple wounds. He gazed at Su Bei, and memories of Lao Duan, Wang Yi, and De Zhuang's tragic ends flooded his mind. He yearned for revenge. As the captain of the Wild Dog clan, he bore the responsibility for these young wild dogs who depended on him for sustenance. With their lives lost, he felt the weight of that responsibility, a burden that came with their line of work. Death in this perilous pursuit was not uncommon if one fell to a beast. It was merely a reflection of their inadequacy in handling such formidable tasks. Deceived by others. In that moment, Lin Chuan must have been laughing, a bitter laugh. He had sold his very being to the butcher. Even with the foreknowledge that he would become a ghoul, losing all rationality, he was driven by vengeance. The butcher had seized control of his body. He erupted. Su Bei was nearly cleaved to death. This was the event of that day. I have divulged all that I know to you. The stifling atmosphere in the cave filled the monkey with dread. Yet, just as he began to speak, Huizi's eyes bulged, transforming him into a mad dog. Damn it. If it weren't for you all, how could Brother Chuan? Ah, you bastard. May you suffer 1,000 deaths. Even that would not quench my wrath. Huizi, in a frenzy, slashed at the shadows on the wall. While the monkey writhed in torment, tears and snot mingling in a pitiful display, pleading without dignity. Kill me, please. For the monkey, death had become a luxury. No one paid him any heed. Let us seek out Brother Chuan. Ning Fan adjusted his emotions. Glancing at Xiao Fei, what if he can be cured? Cured? This is not an illness, Xiao Fei replied, shaking her head. Seeing Ning Fan's persistence, she continued. My sister is a ghoul. Ning Fan was taken aback. He had always considered Xiao Fei to be a woman who seldom expressed her emotions, cold and distant. He knew nothing of her past, not even Huizi was aware. Xiao Fei, your sister. She did not willingly surrender her body to the spirit. It was taken from her, Xiao Fei reluctantly recounted, her discomfort palpable. When a person's mental fortitude is insufficient to control the spirit, there is a significant chance their body will be seized. Ning Fan regarded Xiao Fei, uncertain how to console her. In the lower city, familial bonds were a rare commodity. He empathized with her plight, imagining the anguish he would feel should his own mother become a mere shell of her former self, a ghoul. Let us seek out Brother Chuan. Ning Fan insisted once more. Kid, do you not understand? Even if we find him, there is no way to restore him to his former self. Huizi exclaimed. What if, in the end, Brother Chuan does not recognize us, or worse, turns on us? At this, Huizi faltered, unable to envision such a scenario. Nevertheless, Ning Fan rose to his feet. Wait for me. I shall find someone. The two attempted to stop Ning Fan, questioning his intent, but he hurried towards Zone F-27. An hour later, having traversed the Ghost Mist Forest, Ning Fan returned to Zone F-27. Navigating the terrain with ease, he approached the office of the Monitor. The Monitors were well acquainted with Ning Fan, many greeting him warmly. He made his way unimpeded to the captain's office, not bothering to knock. He simply pushed the door open. In the office, when Kai sat on her chair, her delicate face tinged with concern. Upon seeing Ning Fan, she was momentarily taken aback. However, she soon regained her composure and flashed her signature enchanting smile. What brings you back? Missing your sister already? When Kai teased, tossing her hair back. You left as if it were a heart-wrenching farewell. Returning so soon might ruin the atmosphere. Kai Jia, you can summon spirits, can't you? Ning Fan interjected, cutting through in Kai's jest. She was taken aback, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Have you made enough money? Initially, she presumed Ning Fan sought her assistance to retrieve Wang Ye's tiger and Lao Duan's staff. Yet, Ning Fan shook his head, saying, it's not weapons. Before Wen Kai could inquire further, Ning Fan added, it's a person, the spirit attendant within the ghoul. The playful expression on Wen Kai's face vanished entirely, replaced by a solemn demeanor. Lin Chuan, has he become a ghoul? Chapter 0048. The method to save Lin Chuan. Wen Kai is an exceptionally astute woman. The information she had previously gathered, combined with Ning Fan's current demeanor, was sufficient for her to form an accurate conjecture. Indeed, Ning Fan confirmed Wen Kai's speculation. She bit her lip gently, retracting her inclination to tease him further. Do you know how to extract spirits from weapons? Without waiting for Ning Fan's response, Wen Kai declared, melt them. Ning Fan's heart trembled. Upon learning that Chuan Gu had transformed into a ghoul, his thoughts immediately turned to Wen Kai. As someone engaged in the spirit extraction business, she might possess a method to help Chuan Gu retrieve the butcher. Although this would render Chuan Gu an ordinary person, devoid of the potential to regain his spirit companion, it was still preferable to becoming a mere shell of his former self. However, Wen Kai's words extinguished his last glimmer of hope. Have you found Lin Chuan? Wen Kai softly inquired, noticing Ning Fan's despondent mood. He shook his head, and after a moment's contemplation, he hoarsely replied, I dare not seek him. Wen Kai sighed. The people from Wild Dog's home lack the courage to confront him until they discover a way to revert Lin Chuan. All right, Kai Jia, I shall take my leave. Ning Fan said with a bitter smile. This time, I truly must go. Wait a moment. Wen Kai licked her lips. Hesitating for a long while before finally speaking, I once heard someone mention that there might be a method to suppress the spirits of ghouls. Ning Fan's eyes instantly brightened. What method? I do not know the specifics. Moreover, I cannot vouch for the veracity of this information. It could very well be false. Wen Kai continued without withholding. In the Santong United District, there are 3 leaders. You should be aware of them by now. I know, Ning Fan nodded. Su Bei's father is one of them. Correct, Wen Kai pondered. I have never been to the Santong Cooperative District and possess little knowledge about it. But I have heard that one of the leaders commands a ghoul army. A ghoul army? Yes. Wen Kai cleared her throat, I think. If he can assemble an army of ghouls, does it not imply that he possesses a means to control the spirits within them? What is that leader's name? I believe it is Lin Hai, Wen Kai replied earnestly. Ning Fan, I cannot guarantee the authenticity of this situation. Therefore, before you ascertain the truth, do not act impulsively. You know very well that Su Bei is in the Santong Cooperative District. Taking down Su Bei in District F27 was feasible because it was her territory. The monitors could set up an elaborate trap, awaiting Su Bei's arrival. However, if Ning Fan were to venture into the Santong Cooperative District, it would be akin to delivering himself into the enemy's jaws. Had it not been for Ning Fan's deep concern for Lin Chuan, Wen Kai would not have divulged this information to him. Understood, Ning Fan expressed his gratitude. Kai Jia, rest assured, I will not act rashly. Having hope is far better than being devoid of it. Moreover, Ning Fan was not merely placating Wen Kai. The peril of venturing into the Tri-Unity Cooperative Zone was abundantly clear to him. Even if the rumors held a grain of truth, Ning Fan would ensure he was thoroughly prepared before embarking on the journey. As he prepared to leave, Wen Kai suddenly spoke softly, when you depart this time, when will you return? Let's first locate Brother Chuan, Ning Fan sighed. If there is a chance to rescue him, we cannot allow him to wander alone in the wilderness. All right, should anything arise that I can assist with, do reach out to me. Wen Kai opened a drawer, retrieving a mobile phone, and handed it to Ning Fan, saying, return it when we meet again. Ning Fan was taken aback. This phone could facilitate communication in the wild. Don't lose it. It's worth over 100,000. Wen Kai glared at him. It was impossible not to feel touched. I will certainly return, Ning Fan replied without feigning politeness. This phone would be immensely beneficial to him. The only promise he could make was that once he earned enough, he would repay Wen Kai double. Enough. Go on. Wen Kai turned slightly. Ning Fan observed her delicate form tremble slightly, contemplating a farewell, but ultimately decided against it. I'm leaving, Kai Jia. Bang. The office door slammed shut. Wen Kai almost instantly turned back, gazing at the firmly closed door. Fool. You understand nothing. Upon Ning Fan's return to the cave, the monkey had vanished. He paused in surprise as Hui Zi remarked with a smirk, I found a tree in the Ghost Mist Forest and nailed him to it. This was the monkey's ultimate fate. If fortune favored him, he might succumb to blood loss. If misfortune struck, he could be devoured by the monstrous beast of the Ghost Mist Forest before he fully perished. Did you hastily rush out with a plan in mind? Xiao Fei seemed to have lost some of her usual indifference. If a viable plan existed, it would not only mean salvation for Lin Chuan, but also a potential chance for her sister to return. Ning Fan recounted his recent conversation with Wen Kai. The Tri-Unity Cooperative Zone? Hui Zi's brow furrowed deeply. That place is quite treacherous. Although we have not ventured there, we have heard of its infamous reputation. The beasts there are terrifying. The people, Even more so, under the protection of the Triunity, the surrounding beasts do not dare to assault the cooperative zone. However, while the inhabitants are shielded from beastly threats, they must confront the even more formidable Triunity. Who knows if one of the leaders is in a foul mood? Some may meet their demise. In the Triunity cooperative zone, the Triunity is akin to the heavens. Three heavens. The chaos within the zone is dictated by the Triunity. If what the monitoring team leader said is true, it implies we must seek assistance from one of the leaders. With this thought, Hui Zi's flickering hope was somewhat extinguished. It would be exceedingly challenging. Having hope is certainly better than having none, Ning Fan declared resolutely. I cannot abandon Brother Chuan, just as he would never forsake us. Young man, is your manner of speaking not akin to an insult? Do you believe you are the only one with loyalty and sentiment? Hui Zi appears somewhat displeased. I think he has a point. Xiao Fei rose to her feet, stating, where there is hope, one must make an attempt. All right, you all are noble, while I am merely a thankless wolf. As she spoke, Hui Zi had already begun extinguishing the fire pit. What are you doing? Xiao Fei inquired. Hui Zi scoffed. What else? Naturally, I am going to try with you all. I merely find it somewhat daunting. Do you truly consider me a coward? However, we now find ourselves at a loss as to where to locate Chuan Gu. Ning Fan felt a sense of aimlessness. Xiao Fei gazed outside the cave. In the F-19 district, there lies a place known as the Soul Returning Basin. Xiao Fei's expression darkened. If Chuan Gu has indeed transformed into one of the eerie beings, I believe he would head there. Without waiting for further inquiries from the two, Xiao Fei provided her reasoning. My sister is currently there. Her emotions clearly fluctuated, because that is the paradise of the eerie beings. Chapter 0049. I beg you to save my father. The trio had already embarked on their journey. Along the way, Ning Fan learned from Xiao Fei why the Soul Return Basin was dubbed the paradise of the eerie. After the spirit attendants occupy human bodies and transform into eerie beings, they become more inclined to befriend souls. The Soul Return Basin, filled with wandering souls, resembles their tribal territory. Eerie beings befriending souls? Ning Fan discerned a troubling implication. Their soul levels would consequently ascend. Xiao Fei resumed her cold demeanor, stating that the Soul Return Basin had always been a place to be avoided by travelers. A cluster of irrational yet immensely powerful eerie beings congregating poses a formidable threat. Any team of travelers that approaches would likely struggle to retreat unscathed. My suggestion is to seek additional assistance, Xiao Fei added. Ning Fan concurred. Although he had grasped the essence of Jian Wuchou's sword technique, he had not yet inflated his ego to the point of believing he could handle everything alone. We are not far from District F-21, Hui Zi proposed. Additionally, we have acquaintances there who could inquire if any competent traveler teams are willing to join us. Xiao Fei pondered for a moment. Very well. After 2 days of arduous travel, the trio was nearing District F-21. Throughout their journey, they had not taken a moment's rest. Pressing on day and night, Ning Fan had yet to encounter Jian Wuchou in his dreams. Even now, he could not be entirely certain that he would evade Jian Wuchou's sword strike. Along the way, they had slain numerous aberrant beasts, causing Ning Fan's burden pack to grow increasingly heavy. Although Xiao Fei and Hui Zi had taken care of him for the most part, the task of carrying things was, as Hui Zi put it, merely weight training. At this pace, they would reach District F-21 in approximately 7 or 8 hours. After surveying their surroundings and confirming their location, Xiao Fei declared, we shall not rest. If trouble arises, we must evade it. Even though Xiao Fei and Hui Zi were experienced travelers, and Ning Fan possessed considerable combat prowess, 2 days of relentless travel while remaining vigilant against potential dangers had pushed their mental and physical limits to the brink. Very well. Hui Zi nodded. Ning Fan, indifferent to the matter, felt exhilarated by the experience he had accumulated over the past 2 days of battles, finding himself in a state of eager anticipation for his own growth. After roughly 4 more hours of travel, the silhouettes of the district walls came into view. Judging by the dim lights on the walls, it was likely deep into the night. As the trio prepared to quicken their pace to enter the district and rest, a series of piercing shrieks echoed from a distant valley. The sound was filled with ferocity, and even without sight, one could sense the rage emanating from the aberrant beasts responsible for the cries. Move swiftly. Xiao Fei's expression darkened. It's a ground dragon. The ground dragon Ning Fan had seen it in the aberrant beast compendium. The adult creature measures approximately 4 meters in length. A solitary and exotic beast that typically roams the valleys and subterranean realms. It possesses remarkable speed and boasts formidable, hardened scales, while its nearly 1 meter long maw exhibits astonishing biting force. Generally, few would contemplate targeting such a creature. as it bears little of value beyond its scales and is notoriously difficult to slay, rendering it a poor investment. In times of vigor, even an encounter with an earth dragon would not provoke undue anxiety. However, with their physical and mental states now flashing red, engaging with such a beast is utterly unnecessary. Ning Fan and Hui Zi quicken their pace. Friends, please, lend a hand. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the valley, pleading for assistance. The trio did not even glance back. Having endured recent experiences, Ning Fan's mindset had gradually shifted. The incident involving Cheng Bin left an indelible impression on him. Don't turn a blind eye to a life in peril. I implore you. The man, sensing their indifference, grew frantic. My father is dying. The three exchanged concerned glances. Yet none turned around. Just then, Ning Fan suddenly sensed impending danger. Get back. He shoved Hui Zi aside and decisively leapt 2 steps backward. In that instant, the ground before them erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom. As the dust settled, a nearly 2-meter-deep pit emerged at that spot. Across the valley stood a man, seemingly in his 20s, perched atop a small hill, cradling a massive crossbow that measured a full meter in length. Though not tall, he exuded an aura of raw determination, his buzz cut accentuating his anxious, square face. The trio's expressions darkened as they regarded him. To their astonishment, the man cast the crossbow aside and knelt on the ground, his eyes reddened with urgency and remorse. I'm sorry, but please save my father. His arrow was not aimed to kill them. Hui Zi, having been pushed by Ning Fan, now lay on the ground, contemplating the deep pit before him. Otherwise, it could have at least crippled my leg. Xiao Fei discerned that although the arrow was indeed fierce, it was merely intended to obstruct their path. Let us not concern ourselves with him. She remained resolute, pulling Hui Zi to his feet. It's unnecessary, given their current state. They might be able to slay an earth dragon, but there was no guarantee all three could escape unscathed. It was not worth risking their lives for a stranger. Ning Fan and Hui Zi expressed no opposition, rising to continue their sprint toward the Region's wall. The man, seeing their lack of willingness to assist, grew increasingly desperate. Please, don't force my hand. Hui Zi glanced over, halting abruptly. Xiao Fei frowned. What are you planning? No, Xiao Fei, look at that crossbow. Hui Zi halted, pointing at the massive weapon in the man's grip. Does it look familiar? Xiao Fei scrutinized it more closely, her eyes flickering with recognition. What is your name? She suddenly inquired. The man hesitated momentarily. My name is Su Ben. Although he was unsure why Xiao Fei inquired about his name, he nonetheless answered truthfully. Xiao Fei exchanged a glance with Hui Zi, who stepped forward with a more serious demeanor. Are you Su Zhang's son? Su Ben's expression shifted abruptly. How do you know my father's name? Hui Zi muttered under his breath. How could you have grown up to be such a little brat? I almost didn't recognize you. Ning Fan suddenly grasped the situation. Earlier, they had mentioned having an acquaintance in Zone F21. Now, upon closer inspection, it appeared that this acquaintance was none other than the father of the lad before him, who seemed on the brink of death. Chapter 50. Who is this old fellow? Su Ben was evidently taken aback. You are. I am your uncle Hui Zi. Nephew, do you not recognize me? Hui Zi sauntered towards the small hillock, reminiscing. I used to drink with your father at your home. He got quite inebriated and vomited all over me. Do you remember? Su Ben scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. I'm sorry. I truly don't recall. There have been too many people my father has vomited on. Suddenly, he connected the dots. Wait. If you know my father, then hurry and help me save him. At that moment, Xiao Fei also drew her tang sword. The familiar face from Zone F21 was indeed the father of this foolish lad, Su Jiang. Ning Fan, witnessing the situation, grasped his broken sword tightly. Where is Su Jiang? Xiao Fei inquired. Su Ben hoisted the giant crossbow and dashed towards the valley. Follow me. The three hastened in pursuit. Not long after, they spotted a depression in the valley where a colossal earth dragon was roaring furiously. The shrill cries they had heard earlier emanated from this very creature. In front of the dragon lay a middle-aged man, unconscious and sprawled on the ground, his tattered clothing suggesting he had lost all vitality. The power of your last arrow, even if it doesn't kill the earth dragon, should be enough to scare it away, right? Ning Fan questioned, puzzled. Su Ben hesitated. My spirit servant possesses too much power. I fear it might accidentally harm my father. Yet, without the spirit servant, I cannot penetrate the dragon's scales. He struggled with the thought. Ning Fan perceived Su Ben's naivety and turned to Xiao Fei, asking, Sister Fei, is Su Jiang dead? He should still be alive, Xiao Fei observed. Focusing on Su Jiang, it appears he still has a pulse. However, Huizi interjected with a sneer. He is not dead. Both turned their gazes towards Huizi. Xiao Fei was not particularly familiar with Su Jiang. Only Huizi, Lin Chuan, and De Zhuang, the early members of the Wild Dogs, could be considered true old friends of his. Has your father been drinking? Huizi asked Su Bin without haste to rescue. Su Bin's eyes widened. How did you know? And he must have drunk quite a bit. Has the Tihi? Huizi pressed further. Su Bin nodded. Yes. Before leaving the zone, my father drank 3 Jin with the commander. 3 Jin? Ning Fan nearly exclaimed. The alcohol in the lower city was primarily brewed from a wild plant known as Jianyang Hua, which had a very high alcohol content. Generally, even those with a good tolerance would be inebriated after just 1 Jin. Yet this Su Jiang had consumed 3 Jin? And he still dared to venture out of the zone? Was the old fellow courting death? Wait, Ning Fan suddenly realized something even more shocking. With whom? With our zone's commander. Su Bin appeared unfazed. My uncle's song. Ning Fan gazed at the disheveled figure below, reminiscent of a beggar. What kind of person was this old fellow to drink so heavily with the commander? However, before these confusions could be unraveled, Huizi took a deep breath. Lao Su, get up. Care for a drink? Let us drink. What is the plan? Su Jiang suddenly sat upright. Ning Fan's lips twitched. Recalling how the Earth Dragon's roar had been deafening, yet this fellow had remained utterly motionless. But at the mere mention of drinking, he had seemingly resurrected. Su Jiang's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze dazed, resembling a man still reeling from the effects of a hangover. Yet, when he lifted his head and spotted Huizi and the others, his eyes sparkled with life. Holy smokes. Short Hui, what brings you here? Short. Hui? Ning Fan couldn't help but glance down. Even Xiao Fei's cold demeanor betrayed a hint of crimson. Huizi's expression turned ashen, veins bulging at his neck. Su Kuaiqiang, dare to insult me again. I dare you. Hee. You indeed lack the necessary attributes, and I can't even voice it? Su Jiang chuckled. Besides, whether I'm swift or not, at least we have a son. Tell me, does that not irk you? Huizi was indeed vexed, his face flushed crimson. Yet he found himself unable to retort. Su Jiang reveled in his discomfort, laughter spilling forth until he suddenly sensed something amiss, looking around in confusion. Where on earth are we? Dad, be careful. At that moment, the Earth Dragon could no longer contain itself, opening its massive maw to lunge at Su Jiang. Ning Fan and Xiao Fei immediately grew vigilant, weapons at the ready, poised to charge down. However, Su Jiang's gaze shifted slightly. He crouched momentarily before soaring upwards. What is all the ruckus about? Ning Fan observed in disbelief. This fellow's arms appeared to have doubled in girth. Boom. Su Jiang's fist collided with the Earth Dragon's forehead. The creature's head was driven into the ground, its tail flipping upwards. Boom. The Earth Dragon fell, belly up, convulsing for a brief moment before succumbing to silence. This singular punch left Ning Fan and Xiao Fei utterly astonished. One punch. Had he truly just killed an Earth Dragon? Both turned their gazes towards the relieved Su Bin. No, brother, does your father really possess such strength that we need to rescue him? Ning Fan remarked sincerely. The way you reacted just now, I thought that Earth Dragon was your father. Su Bin expressed his apologies. Brother, I sincerely did not anticipate his swift recovery from intoxication. At that moment, Su Jiang staggered towards Ning Fan, only to halt after a couple of steps. Leaning against the wall as he began to retch violently, the sound of his vomiting was more unpleasant than the Earth Dragon's shrieks. After what felt like an eternity of 5 or 6 minutes, Su Jiang finally ceased, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Son, ensure the scales are cut neatly. Any damage will diminish their value. Sigh. Su Bin hurriedly dashed towards the carcass of the Earth Dragon. Su Jiang approached Huizi, delivering a punch to his chest. Short Hui, come to find me for a drink? Huh? Go to hell. Huizi wore an expression of discontent. If you continue to insult me, I shall inform your son about all the times you neglected to pay for your women. Go ahead. I've already told him that in such matters, one should save wherever possible. Money is hard to earn, and excrement is hard to digest. Can you not retain a shred of dignity? Su Jiang glanced at Xiao Fei, then at Ning Fan, and inquired with curiosity, where is Chuan? Upon hearing this, Huizi's anger abruptly dissipated, and his countenance grew somewhat grim. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. Did he hang up? Get lost. Even if you hang up, Chuanga cannot. Huizi retorted with disdain. Why do you never have a filter in your speech? You old bastard. Su Jiang chuckled lightly. I'm still recovering from my intoxication. Don't be angry, all right? With that, he pulled Huizi along. Let us return to the district and enjoy a drink at home. But your son is still busy over there. Aren't we waiting for him? Let him manage on his own. As long as he is alive, it's all good. Without allowing for further argument, Su Jiang dragged Hui Zi towards District F-21. Behind them, Ning Fan could no longer contain his curiosity and, lowering his voice, asked Xiao Fei, Sister Fei, who exactly is this old Su? I'm not very familiar with him either. I've only met him a couple of times, Xiao Fei replied, furrowing her brow. However, I've heard Chuanga mention that doesn't he seem to be from the lower city? Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. Not from the lower city? Does that imply? It is said that Su Jiang was cast down from the upper city over 20 years ago. Having been discarded from the path of grace, Chapter 51, the drunkard Su Jiang. Ning Fan stood rooted to the spot, gazing at Su Jiang's swaying figure, momentarily unable to comprehend the reality before him. This fellow, is he truly from the upper city? To most of the lower city residents, the upper city seems a distant realm, a place they may never encounter throughout their lives. The esteemed gentlemen of the upper city cannot fathom the conditions of the lower city. Who would willingly venture into the sewers? Ning Fan had once worked as a sorter at the Path of Grace in District F-32. During breaks, he had overheard some elders mention that, indeed, there are occasions when individuals are tossed down. However, such instances are exceedingly rare. The thought of a living person being discarded, they had never even heard of it. What had Su Jiang done in the upper city to warrant such a fate? With a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, the three of them finally reached the outer wall of the area under Su Jiang's guidance. Xiao, open the door, Su Jiang commanded, striking the large gate with force. The gate swung open, and upon seeing Su Jiang, the guard chuckled. Su Yi, back from your stroll? Ah, Su Jiang grimaced. I didn't feel it while drinking. But once I stepped outside, a gust of wind hit me, and the alcohol hit hard. Almost met my end out there. That's impossible. The guard laughed. What beast from outside District F-21 would dare to touch you? Aren't you afraid of the higher-ups? What do you mean? Am I just a drunken mess? Su Jiang shot back with a glare. The guard, undeterred, jovially ushered Su Jiang and the three others into the district. It was evident that Su Jiang held a significant status in District F-21. After all, if this old fellow could share drinks with the commander, the guards below would certainly recognize his standing. After navigating a series of twists and turns, Su Jiang finally arrived at a dilapidated door. Creak. The wooden door emitted a jarring sound as it swung open. Ning Fan had expected Su Jiang's residence to be, if not superior to Wenkai's, at least comparable to his own dwelling in District F-32. But the sight before him, a crumbling abode, drafts seeping through, mud walls crumbling, the streets littered with refuse, and the stench within overwhelming, was disheartening. One could hardly imagine even the average lower city resident tolerating such living conditions. Ning Fan found himself questioning whether this old fellow truly hailed from the upper city. How had he managed to survive here? Come in, make yourselves comfortable, Su Jiang beckoned. Lifting the blanket and settling on the edge of the bed, the three before him remained motionless, not out of hesitation, but because there was genuinely nowhere to sit. In one corner lay a fresh pool of vomit. Su Jiang noticed it as well, his brow furrowing in discontent. That good-for-nothing song. If he can't hold his liquor, he shouldn't show off. Spitting in my house, what a nuisance. Ning Fan responded quickly. That song Su Jiang referred to must be the commander. No way, old Su. The smell here is unbearable. Shall we find another place? Hui Zi, despite his casual demeanor, frowned at this moment and said, let's go find a place. I shall treat you. Nonsense. Why would you need to spend money when visiting the F-21 district? Su Jiang was displeased and retorted, why not just drink at home? If you drink too much, you can sleep here. Upon hearing that they would have to sleep there, Xiao Fei involuntarily twitched at the corner of her eye. No, old Su, I truly cannot stay here. Hui Zi, looking rather helpless, said, you, of all people, came from the upper city. How can you lack any sense of quality of life? I truly suspect you were abandoned because of your squalor. Su Jiang scoffed. The upper city is not necessarily cleaner than this. All right then, Hui Zi insisted, pulling Su Jiang along. Let us hurry up. I beg you. Su Jiang, reluctantly complying, was dragged out of the room, and upon exiting, he made sure to lock the wooden door. Shall we go to that shop in the east that specializes in fine dishes? Su Jiang appeared quite troubled, saying, Hui Zi, your insistence on treating is quite unnecessary. I cannot stop you. Hui Zi shuddered slightly, gritting his teeth, and managed to squeeze out a response. Are you treating me like an enemy? 20 minutes later, the four of them were seated in a restaurant. Hui Zi certainly would not allow Su Jiang to treat them extravagantly. A fine dining establishment? For the four of them, it would be impossible to leave without spending at least 1,000 salas each. especially given that Su Jiang had refrained from ordering expensive dishes. Furthermore, Huizi could not expect Su Jiang to treat them, considering he was the type to flee without paying even when seeking companionship. Seriously, Huizi, where's Chuan? Su Jiang had already consumed 2 glasses of wine before the dishes arrived, his eyelids drooping. And Zhuang, it's been about 3 years since we last met. Hasn't he it? The atmosphere at the table became slightly somber. Huizi downed another glass of alcohol. Zhuang is gone. Su Jiang narrowed his eyes, showing little surprise. How did that happen? He was betrayed. For money? What else could it be? Who did it? Someone named Su Bei. Do you want me to help? If you can intervene, that would be ideal. Where is he? In the Santong Cooperation District. Are you going to confront him directly in a few days? Huizi pondered for a moment and replied, I feel it might be inappropriate. Su Jiang, serious, stated. It's best for your group of young dogs to seek revenge yourselves. Having an outsider like me intervene might seem out of place. Huizi scoffed, as if he had anticipated Su Jiang's response. All right, let us drink. Yes, let us drink. They indulged in a few more rounds. Finally, Su Jiang turned to Qiao Fei and Ning Fan. This girl has been here with you and Chuan before, I remember. And this lad. Su Jiang pointed at Ning Fan. He still hasn't grown up, has he? A child laborer? Ning Fan expressed his dissatisfaction. I am Ning Fan. And I have recently joined the Wild Dog House. What has transpired with Chuan and the others? Su Jiang turned to Huizi, who nodded in response. Su Jiang then remarked to Ning Fan, it seems you are rather unlucky. Hui Go, what did you mean when you referred to him as Su Quick Gun? Ning Fan was not one to easily tolerate disparaging remarks. The old fellow's words were rather ungracious, and he refused to show weakness. Huizi chuckled heartily, pointing at Su Jiang, this old fellow, just 1 minute. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yet, Huizi added, 3 times. Impressive. Ning Fan gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. Su Jiang's face flushed with embarrassment, and he begrudgingly poured Ning Fan a drink. Hey, kid, can you handle a bit of alcohol? Come on. In the face of the provocation, Ning Fan certainly could not back down. He downed the strong liquor in one go. The fiery liquid burned his throat. And he soon found his mind clouded, the figure of Su Jiang appearing as if duplicated before him. Observing Ning Fan's flushed countenance, Su Jiang burst into laughter. Ha! Is this little one drinking for the first time? Aye. Ning Fan attempted to act tough, but the overwhelming intoxication swiftly dulled his senses. With a thud, his head crashed onto the table. In his dazed state, he felt an ominous presence, one that was all too familiar. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a well-known sword lunging toward his throat. With a chilling sensation of impending doom, he thought, damn it, is that you, Jin Wuqiu? Taking advantage of my drunkenness to stab me. Is that not a tad unscrupulous? Chapter 52, The Face of Old Su when Ning Fan awoke. He found himself in an unfamiliar room, his head throbbing painfully. The combination of a hangover and the vivid memory of being mortally wounded by Jin Wuqiu in a dream left his mind in a disarray. Are you awake? Came Qiao Fei's voice from nearby. You shouldn't drink. Don't try to show off in the future. Ning Fan was startled. He had heard tales of how alcohol could lead to reckless behavior, but why was Qiao Fei in the same room as him? However, he quickly realized that he was overthinking. Qiao Fei was seated in a chair opposite him, fully dressed. Reflecting on it, if he ever entertained any inappropriate thoughts about Qiao Fei, she could easily reduce him to mere fragments. You nearly lost your virtue last night, Qiao Fei continued. Su Jiang wanted to find a woman to deflower you. A wave of dread washed over Ning Fan. Qiao Fei, did you intervene on my behalf? No, she replied coldly. Su Jiang had no money, so he wanted Huizi to pay, but Huizi refused. Damn. Ning Fan felt a deep-seated resentment towards that old scoundrel. Half an hour later, after a shower and a light meal, he felt somewhat rejuvenated. Huizi had also risen, and the 3 gathered in Ning Fan's room. Huizi, what exactly does that old man do? He seems so unreliable, Ning Fan asked through gritted teeth. Huizi did not respond. Instead, he stared at Ning Fan blankly. Sensing something was amiss, Ning Fan inquired, Huizi, are you? Wait a moment. Huizi abruptly stood and dashed downstairs. Qiao Fei furrowed her brows, expressing her distaste. Last night, he drank over 2 gin with Su Jiang. Ning Fan felt a pang of sympathy for Huizi. After a considerable time, Huizi returned, looking as if his legs could collapse at any moment. What were you asking me earlier? I was saying that old man seems a bit unreliable, right? Unreliable? He is utterly unpredictable. Huizi erupted. Fortunately, all the money is with Qiao Fei. That old man took advantage of my drunken state, and groped me for over 10 minutes, stripping off my underwear to ensure I truly had no money before he stopped. Ning Fan was taken aback. What sort of person was Su Jiang? What sane individual would get a friend drunk and then rob them? Just as Ning Fan was about to join in the criticism, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Who is it? Huizi snapped, his irritation evident. Is that Huizi? Huizi paused, then rose to open the door. Standing outside was a tall, middle-aged man. Who are you? Hello. My name is Chu Hongba, the captain of the Wolf Alliance. The man smiled and extended his hand. So you mentioned that you need to find a group of people to accompany you to the Soul Return Basin? The three exchanged glances. Xiao Fei rose and approached Chu Hongba. Are you willing to go? There's nothing we wouldn't dare. It all depends on our willingness. Chu Hongba responded with a hearty laugh. Typically, we don't take on such jobs. The pay is meager, the reward scant, and the risk of losing brothers is high. Without waiting for the three to inquire, Chu Hongba shrugged and said, there is no other way. Since Lord Su has spoken, I must give him this face. Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes sparkled. How much do you want? 50,000. Chu Hongba extended 5 fingers. I can go without food for a few days, but my brothers need to eat. Ning Fan comprehended Chu Hongba's implication. If he were alone, he would have waived the fee out of respect for Su Jiang. May I inquire about the strength of your Wolf Alliance? It was reasonable for everyone to understand each other before embarking together. Chu Hongba, trusting Su Jiang, revealed without hesitation. I am at the 100 level. The remaining 9 brothers consist of 5 at the 10 level and 4 at the single level. Wow, that's impressive. Ning Fan's heart trembled. The individuals Su Jiang recruited were more than sufficient. The Wolf Alliance consisted of 10 members, with Chu Hongba himself at the 100 level, 5 at the 10 level, and 4 at the single level. This configuration surpassed that of the Wild Dog House by a considerable margin. One could say the Wolf Alliance was the strongest team Ning Fan had encountered since he became a traveler. Even Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes gleamed with excitement. For such a formidable team to venture into the Soul Return Basin for merely 50,000. A simple level 1 risk commission might not even fetch that amount. Everyone was already aware of how much Su Jiang's influence factored into this arrangement. Is 50,000 a bit low? Huizi, feeling uneasy, inquired. How about we add a bit more? No need. If you regard us favorably, this matter is settled. Chu Hongba dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand. When you are ready, come to the area wall to find me. If I am not there, just ask anyone. In Zone F21, no one is unaware of the Wolf Alliance. After the others departed, the room fell into silence. Old Su is quite reliable, Huizi murmured. Ning Fan reminded him, Huigu, you didn't say that earlier. I hadn't sobered up yet, Huizi chuckled. Old Su and I are brothers. I know whether he is dependable or not. In the afternoon, the three parted ways. Ning Fan took it upon himself to sell the spoils in the black market. The black market here was not much different from that in Zone F27. Even before entering, the sounds of boisterous haggling could be heard. Carrying a bundle on his back, Ning Fan squeezed through the crowd. Hey there, what good stuff do you have? A young man waved at Ning Fan. I specialize in exotic beasts, if you have any. Show me. I'll give you a good price. How did you know I have exotic beast items? Ning Fan asked, intrigued. The young man chuckled. After doing this for a long time, you can just smell it. Ning Fan found the young man to be quite sincere, so he opened his bundle. Upon seeing the contents, the young man's eyes lit up. You seem quite young, but unexpectedly strong. Within this parcel lies an assortment of previously utilized weaponry, accompanied by an array of essential medicinal supplies, all scavenged from the infamous Skull Guild. Additionally, it contains the spoils of beasts hunted along the journey, including gallstones, brain cores, as well as various furs and severed limbs from these otherworldly creatures. For an experienced traveler, the ability to discern the valuable components of these beasts is a fundamental skill. Surviving in the wilderness for an extended period makes it impractical to carry every item from a slain creature. Thus, one typically selects only the most precious. The items in Ning Fan's possession are indeed of considerable worth. I shall not part with these medicinal supplies. The remainder is yours to peruse, he stated. As he carefully stored the essential medicines, knowing they would be of use in the future, the young man sifted through the contents with great interest when suddenly his gaze fell upon a still-beating heart. The heart of a crimson tiger? A remarkable find, he exclaimed, recognizing its freshness, procured merely a day prior. Ning Fan was also aware that this particular item held the highest value within the parcel, 20,000. The young man displayed little reaction to this price, choosing instead to place the crimson tiger's heart into the parcel before anything else. Ning Fan felt a twinge of confusion. He had set the price at what he believed to be fair market value. Even if the young man deemed it too steep, one would expect some form of negotiation. Previously, he had conferred with Xiao Fei, establishing a minimum price of 18,000, leaving ample room for bargaining. Unbeknownst to Ning Fan, the young man, after setting aside the heart, discreetly signaled to a figure behind him. Chapter 53, The Swap Brother, 20,000 is somewhat steep. The young man furrowed his brow, eyeing the crimson heart of the red tiger within the package, torn between desire and the perceived exorbitance of the price. Ning Fan was acutely aware that the young man was attempting to negotiate. In the vicinity of District F21, solitary red tigers were a rarity, making such a fresh specimen of the heart worth every bit of the asking price. Ning Fan raised his hand, intending to stow away the heart. If not, I shall seek alternatives elsewhere. The young man did not object. At that moment, however, someone bumped into Ning Fan from behind. My apologies, brother. It's quite crowded. Ning Fan turned to find a man smiling apologetically. Not a problem. In the black market, such congestion was commonplace, and given the man's amiable demeanor, Ning Fan chose to overlook the incident. Yet, when he turned back, he noticed the young man's frown had deepened. Brother, if the red tiger heart were genuinely fresh, 20,000 would indeed be a bargain. Sighing, he shook his head, but this one has been around for at least a week. The quality is far too poor. Ning Fan was taken aback. Initially, he thought the young man might be inebriated. A week? The heart was still pulsating. How could it possibly be? Suddenly, Ning Fan froze. The red tiger heart remained in his package, yet its color and freshness had drastically transformed. Moments ago, it had been a vibrant red, but now it had turned a dull brown. This was not his. Brother, perhaps you should inquire elsewhere. I cannot accept a heart of such quality. It would be unwise for me to take it. The young man sighed with a hint of regret. However, if you truly cannot sell it, return to me. I might offer 500 salas, hoping for a stroke of luck. Even if no one buys it, I can bear the loss. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Ning Fan dismissed his words as nonsense. Just a minute ago, the heart had been fresh and lively. How could it have changed so drastically in an instant? Moreover, the young man's remarks were enough to suggest his involvement in this deception. He was feigning ignorance. My red tiger heart, where is it? Ning Fan's expression darkened. The heart had undoubtedly been swapped. If his assumptions were correct, the switch had occurred at the moment when someone had bumped into him, taking advantage of his distraction. A deft maneuver indeed. Huh? Wasn't it right there? The young man pointed at the package, feigning confusion. But Ning Fan stood up decisively, placing the brown heart upon the stall. Return my red tiger heart. No, brother, what do you mean? The young man bristled, his displeasure evident. The item was brought by you. What do you expect me to return? At this juncture, others in the vicinity began to gather, curious about the commotion. What is going on, Liang? A burly man inquired in a low voice. Is someone causing trouble? It's nothing, Lu Gu. The young man named Liang waved his hand dismissively and confidently smiled at Ning Fan, saying, Brother, don't cause trouble. Given your youth, I shall let this slide. It was evident that the individuals surrounding Liang shared a close camaraderie with him, or perhaps one could say they were part of the same faction. However, Ning Fan exhibited no signs of anxiety, nor did he display any intention of leaving. So, you aren't returning it, are you? What exactly do you intend to do, kid? A burly man, referred to as Lu Gu, approached and shoved Ning Fan's shoulder, questioning him. Yang chuckled derisively, raising his chin in a silent challenge, as if to say, what can you do about it? Ning Fan remained silent. Yet, in the next instant, he suddenly drew his broken sword and thrust it directly at Lu Ji's chest. Lu Gu was taken aback, but he possessed a modicum of skill and swiftly sidestepped. The sword grazed Lu Ji's chest, leaving a gash approximately 30 centimeters long. His shirt tore open, revealing a gruesome wound that gushed blood. The onlookers were left in shock. None had anticipated that this young lad would strike without warning. Lu Gu, now filled with trepidation, realized that if he hadn't reacted quickly, that blade would have plunged straight for his heart. This kid, has he lost his mind? Yet, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Ning Fan's broken sword had already rested upon Liang's shoulder, its edge pressing against his throat. Return the heart of the red tiger to me, Ning Fan declared coldly, or I would rather face 7 days of confinement. Killing within the district leads to 7 days of confinement. If you do not return what is mine, I shall take your life. This was the message Ning Fan intended to convey. Liang understood it all too well. Wait, brother, you, he began, but faltered, unable to maintain his feigned ignorance. The sword had already made a slight incision on his neck, crimson droplets trickling down the blade. This was a warning. I am not foolish, Ning Fan murmured. And I hope you don't act foolishly either. Liang stared at Ning Fan for a long moment. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and signaled to Lu Ge. Lu Ge frowned but nodded, promptly rushing away. 2 minutes later, he returned holding a still beating heart of the red tiger. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes, noting how adept these individuals were at their trade. In such a brief time, they had successfully transferred the heart. Ning Fan accepted the pulsating organ while retracting his broken sword. Engaging in such business effectively severed his own escape route. The black market in Zone F21 lacks decorum. Ning Fan scoffed. Previously, he had interacted with merchants from the F27 black market, which, perhaps due to Wen Kai's involvement, adhered to certain rules. But here, just as Ning Fan was about to sheath his broken sword and prepare to inquire elsewhere, Liang emerged from his stall. Simultaneously, 7 or 8 unfriendly-looking individuals closed in. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. Kid, I've returned your item. This time, it's correct, right? As Liangzi caressed the wound on his neck. His voice was low and somber. But what about the injuries sustained by my brother and me? Ning Fan surveyed the crowd. Is this not yet resolved? Of course. It was not. Liangzi extended 5 fingers, 50,000 sola, and this matter will be settled. Unable to deceive, has he resorted to robbery? Ning Fan chuckled in anger. Enough of your nonsense. Without the money, you shall not leave this street. Brother Lu regained his imposing demeanor. Strength in numbers. Within the black market, everyone stands united. Have you forgotten the pain of your scars? Ning Fan set down his package and drew forth his battered sword once more. Out there, you might possess some skills. But within this district, do you still dare to flaunt your prowess? Yet Liangzi merely scoffed. With so many present, do you think we cannot see through you? In this district, the use of spirit attendants is prohibited. Have you forgotten Brother Huey's warning? To kill a person incurs 7 days of confinement. So if one were to kill several, would the penalties accumulate? Ning Fan murmured to himself. This remark, however, elicited laughter from those around him. Ning Fan joined in the laughter, suddenly realizing he held a considerable advantage, his sword, Wucho, an unquantified spirit attendant. In battle, he need not even summon it. Therefore, whether inside or outside the district, his strength remains unaffected. Chapter 0054. My sword is faster than your gun. It was evident that Liangzi and his companions had yet to grasp the extraordinary nature of the child before them. Just as they were preparing to hurl a few more jabs, Ning Fan had already drawn his sword. The nearest individual, who had been smiling moments before, suddenly found his expression frozen in shock. The shattered blade pierced through his throat. Drip, drip. The onlookers fell into an eerie silence. The sound of blood splattering onto the ground was particularly jarring. Liangzi's grin was now a mere mask of disbelief. How had he drawn his sword so swiftly? They had not seen it coming. Ning Fan pressed his hand upon the head of the pierced man and pushed back. The broken sword was extracted, causing a burst of crimson mist. The man collapsed, leaving behind a pool of blood. Injuries would cost 50,000. How much for a life? Ning Fan raised his gaze toward Liangzi. Instinctively, Liangzi and his companions took a step back. It was not that they lacked courage, but rather, they were unable to comprehend how Ning Fan had acted with such lethal swiftness. This signified a vast disparity in strength between the two parties. Without the aid of spiritual guardians, this boy possessed such terrifying power? Yet, Ning Fan advanced a step. As his foot landed in the blood-soaked ground, it splattered, sending droplets flying. You dare to kill? Liangzi exclaimed in shock. Ning Fan pointed at the corpse beneath his feet. Is it not clear? The crowd began to retreat, forming a vacuum around Ning Fan. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from outside. Make way. The throng parted to create a path for a middle-aged man in uniform, who strode in with a stern expression. Upon seeing the lifeless body, his brow furrowed deeply. Who did this? That one. Liangzi immediately pointed at Ning Fan. Everyone can testify. We all witnessed it. The middle-aged man inquired further. Is this under the jurisdiction of the executors or the monitors? I do not know. Liangzi was indeed bewildered. If a murder were committed without the use of spiritual guardians, it would fall under the executor's domain. However, if spiritual guardians were involved, it would be the monitor's responsibility. These two departments had clearly defined roles, with neither encroaching upon the other's territory. The dilemma was that Liangzi could not ascertain whether Ning Fan had employed a spiritual guardian. Not from this district? The middle-aged man had approached Ning Fan directly. Come with me. He attempted to confiscate Ning Fan's broken sword. Ning Fan raised his arm, evading the middle-aged man's grasp. What? Do you wish to spar with me? The man narrowed his eyes. Killing someone within the district warrants a week's confinement. But should there be any conflict with the executors, the matter escalates significantly. You arrived quite promptly, Ning Fan remarked with a smile. Neither too early nor too late, just as I had taken a life, you appeared. Is the law and order of District F21 truly so commendable? The middle-aged man's expression darkened immediately. What do you mean by that? Nothing much, Ning Fan replied, gesturing to the body at his feet. If I had not acted, it would be I lying here now. The middle-aged man, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter with Ning Fan, took action once more. Let us discuss this back at my place. Ning Fan evaded again, retorting, let us converse here. Infuriated, the man drew an oddly shaped gun from behind him, aiming it at Ning Fan. I advise you to think carefully. Your actions can be classified as resisting arrest. I could easily end your life. Ning Fan, his voice noticeably softer, replied, I suggest you ponder this. My sword is undoubtedly swifter than your gun. The onlookers, captivated by the unfolding drama, began to stir with excitement. It had been years since anyone had dared to confront an enforcer so boldly. This young man possessed a remarkable audacity. Many veterans of the black market were aware that this enforcer was affiliated with Liangzi and his crew. If Ning Fan were to accompany him, a week's confinement would suffice to drain him of all his resources. Such occurrences were not uncommon. I'll show you right now, the middle-aged man, fueled by rage, thought to himself. If he allowed this young man to intimidate him, what would become of his reputation? Killing an outsider was trivial, especially since this outsider had committed murder first. He would face no repercussions. However, just as he prepared to pull the trigger, a streak of black light flashed. The gun in his hand shattered into two pieces, the break remarkably smooth. I told you, my sword is faster than your gun. You dare, Ning Fan, wielding the broken sword, challenged. If you have no other means to compel me to leave with you, let us create a commotion that will summon all the enforcers and monitors. This was Ning Fan's rationale for taking a stand. He could not believe that everyone in District F21 was colluding with these few individuals. He had committed murder and could accept confinement. Yet he would not accompany this man. He sensed something amiss. The middle-aged man found himself in a precarious position. The stalemate left him incapable of taking Ning Fan away. Indeed, Ning Fan's sword was astonishingly swift. Just as the tension escalated, an unusual scene emerged from the crowd. A person, burdened with an enormous backpack several times larger than his own body, was making his way toward them. The backpack stood over 3 meters tall and appeared exceedingly heavy. Yet the individual bore it effortlessly, a cheerful expression on his face and a light step. Upon spotting Ning Fan, the man's eyes suddenly sparkled. Ah, brother. It's you. Ning Fan was taken aback. The individual was none other than Su Jiang's son, Su Bin. Alas, what has happened here? Su Bin exclaimed, noticing the lifeless body on the ground. Ning Fan, observing Su Bin's naive demeanor, couldn't help but smile wryly. What are you carrying? Dragon scales, Su Bin declared, dropping the heavy bundle onto the ground with a thud that resonated, clearly demonstrating its weight. Ning Fan instantly grasped the situation. Are you implying that you've been working on this since yesterday? Indeed, Su Bin chuckled. My father mentioned that this item is quite precious. Any scratches would diminish its value, making it impossible to sell at a good price. I can only remove it piece by piece. Ning Fan was taken aback. Su Jiang truly was a remarkable individual. He left his son to toil in the wilderness while he indulged in revelry until dawn. The issue was that Su Bin was quite obedient. He indeed spent an entire night in the valley peeling dragon scales. Brother, just wait a moment. Su Bin, oblivious to the tense atmosphere, turned to Liangzi and waved. Xiao Liang, come here. Hey. Liangzi, with a complex expression, still hurried over. Su Bin pointed to the backpack. My father said that we had previously agreed on a price of 500 salas per piece. There are 230 pieces here, so calculate the total. Liangzi paused for a moment, then rubbed his hands together and forced a smile. De Bin, I negotiated with Su Yi for 50 salas per piece. I don't care. My father explicitly stated that the price is 500. Su Bin frowned. If that's the case, you should speak to my father about it. If I take home less money, he will scold me, not you. Liangzi's face contorted in distress. It was evident that he dared not approach Su Jiang for a discussion. Hurry up. I've spent the entire night working. I'm exhausted. Settle the payment, so I can go home and rest. Su Bin snapped impatiently. To Ning Fan's surprise, the previously arrogant Liangzi began to calculate with his fingers. 115,000, right? Wait a moment, I'll have someone bring it over. Chapter 55. My name is Su Bin, come on, hurry up. Su Bin urged once more before turning back to Ning Fan with a smile. What were you saying earlier? I said, you spent the whole night skinning in the valley? Indeed. Su Bin nodded. It was quite laborious. Ning Fan swallowed hard. Su Jiang truly knows how to raise his son. Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, the executor beside them suddenly appeared anxious and addressed Su Bin. Bin, do you know each other? Oldie. Su Bin finally recognized the executor. What are you doing here? Oldie licked his lips. Pointing at Ning Fan, he has killed someone. Su Bin looked at the corpse on the ground before glancing back at Ning Fan. You did this? Yes. Ning Fan nodded. Su Bin inquired with curiosity, what was the reason? They were trying to rob me. Ning Fan indicated towards Liang Zi and the others. Su Bin furrowed his brow and glared at Liang Zi. You intended to rob him? No. Ben, this matter is actually enough. Don't say anything more. This brother saved my father yesterday. If you rob him, it's akin to robbing my father. Su Bin rolled up his sleeves. Liang Zi was nearly petrified. This accusation is far too grave. In the F-21 district, who would dare to rob Su Jiang? Smack. A resounding slap landed on Liang Zi's head. Did my father not tell you before that in business, one must uphold integrity, cannot engage in coercive practices, and must not extort exorbitant prices? The agreed price is the fixed price. Though Su Bin was of a similar age to Liang Zi at this moment, he bore the demeanor of a father chastising his son. Whenever Liang Zi shielded his head, Su Bin would kick his rear. When he covered his rear, Su Bin would slap his head. Stop. Ben, I admit my fault. Is that not enough? Brother Ben. Big brother Ben. Liang Zi was chased through the streets by Su Bin. Fortunately, after a night of labor, Su Bin was not as physically vigorous, and after a brief pursuit, he eventually ceased. Brother, make him apologize to you. Su Bin returned to Ning Fan's side. Given how events had unfolded, Ning Fan's anger had dissipated. To be honest, Liang Zi was quite unfortunate. Not only was he beaten to a pulp, but he would also have to spend 115,000 to buy dragon scales. It was a painful ordeal, both financially and emotionally. No need. Ning Fan waved his hand. I have not suffered any loss. Su Bin nodded and then turned to the executor. Old he trembled slightly. Su Bin stated earnestly, murder within the district is undoubtedly a violation. Although he is a friend of my father has always said that he values principle above all. Whatever needs to be done must be done. I will inform my father that his savior has been apprehended. Wait. Old he was drenched in cold sweat. This is not his fault. The blame lies with Liang Zi and his companions for breaking the rules. They deserve to die. Deserve to die? Su Bin questioned. Absolutely. Old he declared resolutely. Very well. Su Bin placed his arm around Ning Fan's shoulder. Brother, since Oldie says they deserved it, then they indeed do. This matter no longer concerns us. Ning Fan was utterly bewildered by Su Bin's handling of the situation. Is the child truly foolish or merely pretending? One could argue he is feigning ignorance. Yet he has indeed been tirelessly scraping the ground for dragon scales throughout the night. However, if he is genuinely foolish, it is noteworthy that with just a few words, laced with threats and intimidation, the matter was resolved. I still have some items to sell. Once I am finished, I shall treat you to a meal. Regardless of the circumstances, Ning Fan felt a genuine sense of gratitude towards Su Bin. Su Bin glanced at Ning Fan's bundle and inquired, what do you intend to sell? A dozen weapons and items related to exotic beasts. Exotic beasts, you say? That is quite fortuitous. Su Bin beckoned. Xiao Yang, come here and appraise my brother's items. Liang, who was engaged in the exotic beast trade, was the ideal choice for this task. Big brother. Please don't involve me, Liang lamented. I'm out of funds. Is there no business to be done? Su Bin shot him a stern glance. Liang, with tears in his eyes, approached hesitantly, examining the contents of the bundle before meeting Ning Fan's gaze. Brother, what do you think would be a fair price? Ultimately, Ning Fan sold all the exotic beast items to Liang for 60,000. This figure was based on market value, with Su Bin managing to secure an additional 20%. This transaction alone likely left Liang in dire straits financially. The remaining dozen weapons were also sold at the market rate of 2,000 each. Thanks to Su Bin's introduction. Now, Ning Fan found himself clutching nearly 100,000 sola, a sum he had never encountered in his life. Brother, what is your name? Su Bin inquired suddenly during their journey. It then struck Ning Fan that he had yet to introduce himself to Su Bin after their previous encounter. I am Ning Fan. I am Su Bin. I know, Ning Fan replied, feeling somewhat perplexed by Su Bin. He appeared rather simple-minded, yet at times seemed quite cunning. How was your drinking session with my father yesterday? Su Bin asked. I had a sip and was immediately inebriated, Ning Fan admitted, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Then you were lacking in fortitude. Su Bin scoffed. You should practice more. Uncle Song was not adept either. But my father made him drink for 3 years until he improved. Ning Fan's lips twitched at the thought of the district chief of F21 being forced to drink for 3 years by Su Jiang. It seems it worked out in the end. Su Ben, it appears that those in the black market hold a certain fear of your father. And even the enforcers dare not offend him. Is this due to his position? Ning Fan queried, driven by curiosity. Su Ben, however, shook his head. It has nothing to do with that. Then what is it? My father is formidable, Su Ben declared with pride. Ning Fan sighed. Realizing that acquiring information about Su Jiang from Su Ben might prove to be a challenging endeavor. Wait, isn't this road leading back to your home? Ning Fan suddenly recognized the familiar street. Indeed. Did we not agree that I would treat you to a meal? Oh, there is no rush. Aren't you all leaving in a few days? I am utterly exhausted and shall return home to rest for a while. Very well. We shall continue this discussion once you awaken. The two parted ways. As night fell, Huizi and Xiao Fei had completed their respective tasks and gathered once more at the inn. Captain, how did your discussions with Chu Hongba unfold? Xiao Fei inquired. Tasked with deliberating the specific arrangements for their journey to the Soul Return Land with Chu Hongba, our team will be responsible for our own affairs. The Wolf Alliance will take command. In the event of any disagreements regarding decisions, we shall heed his counsel. Both were unsurprised by this outcome. The formidable strength of the Wolf Alliance was evident. Not only was Xiao Fei a newly appointed captain, but even Lin Chuan would find it challenging to contest for command based on the team's capabilities. Moreover, with Su Jiang vouching for them, mutual trust was established, which was paramount for collaboration between teams. Furthermore, Chu Hongba mentioned that the journey to the Soul Return Basin was quite distant, necessitating vehicular transport, for which they would require assistance. Xiao Fei continued, I believe we should procure 3 vehicles. Huizi responded without hesitation, indeed, I estimate we'll need to purchase 3. I checked earlier, each costs around 8,100. He then turned to Ning Fan, young man, how much did you sell those items for? 82,000. Ning Fan replied with a smile. Both were momentarily taken aback. Xiao Fei scrutinized Ning Fan for a while before exclaiming, why don't you stay in the district to engage in commerce? We can seek out Chuan Go ourselves. Chapter 56. The request of the commander. It is no wonder that the two were bewildered. They had previously calculated the value of those items, which amounted to no more than 60,000, certainly not exceeding 70,000. Yet, Ning Fan sold them for 82,000. They were genuinely concerned about missing out on this business opportunity. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ning Fan recounted the circumstances, and only then did they grasp the situation. Well, not only did they owe old Su a favor, but they also found themselves indebted to young Su. Huizi couldn't help but smile wryly. Without Su Ben's assistance, Ning Fan might not have even managed to sell the items for 82,000. He could have been detained instead. Fine, debts are debts. There will be opportunities to repay them. Huizi shifted the conversation. Ning Fan has over 80,000. Captain, you must have around 40,000. With this ample sum, should I procure more medicinal supplies? Go ahead. As we venture into the Soul Return Basin, the risks are unknown. Since we have the funds, we might as well spend them. As long as we're alive, we can always earn more. The trio swiftly calculated their expenses. They owed 50,000 to the Wolf Alliance, spent 18,000 on a vehicle, anticipated needing over 20,000 for medicine, and still had to stock up on food for the journey. In total, 100,000 should suffice. Money. It is hard to earn, yet so swift to spend. Huizi lamented. Despite his musings, the trio did not feel particularly regretful. After all, this was all in pursuit of finding Brother Chuan. All right, let us retire early. We should rest well during this time. Tomorrow, let us gather information about the Soul Return Basin. The more we know, the less risky our endeavor will be. Just as Xiao Fei and Huizi were preparing to leave, the door swung open abruptly. Su Jing stumbled in, clutching a bottle of liquor. Why didn't you come looking for me today? The three were taken aback. Su Jiang plopped down in a chair, glancing at Huizi. Feeling better? Huizi grimaced. To be honest, even speaking now makes me feel nauseous. Perfect. Have another drink, and you'll feel fine, Su Jiang declared, placing the bottle on the table. Huizi felt he had no choice but to drink. After all, Su Jiang had been so helpful. It would be rude to refuse him. Oh, right? Su Jiang suddenly exclaimed, slapping his forehead. You all are heading to that basin, right? The Soul Return Basin. You asked about it 5 times yesterday. Xiao Fei muttered. Is that so? Haha. I must have forgotten after drinking too much. Su Jiang chuckled. Girl, Since you and this lad don't drink, you might as well meet someone who is also interested in that basin. Meet who? Ning Fan inquired curiously. Su Jiang gestured towards the window, downstairs. Just go down and tell them you're friends of old Su. Qiao Fei and Ning Fan exchanged glances. All right. The two descended the stairs. Meanwhile, Hui Zi, still curious, asked, Old Su, who is it? Song Kai, Su Jiang replied, prying open the bottle cap and handing it to Hui Zi. A buddy of mine. As Ning Fan and Qiao Fei reached the ground floor, they spotted a car parked outside. It must be old Su's friend, they thought, as a head popped out from the back seat. The man appeared to be around 40 years of age, exuding a gentle and refined demeanor. Yes, you are, he began. I am Song. Feel free to call me brother or old Song as you wish. Song Kai opened the car door, saying, let us talk after you get in. Although he did not formally introduce himself. Both parties were already aware of his identity as the district chief of F21. During the journey, Song Kai displayed no airs, engaging in casual banter with the two. Upon discovering that they were originally from F32 and unable to return due to minor conflicts, Song Kai cheerfully reassured them, no worries. You can still thrive in F21. Half an hour later, the vehicle halted before a 3-story building. The two followed Song Kai up the stairs to an office. He produced a pack of cigarettes and offered them to both. Care for a smoke? It's not top-notch, but it's decent. The two declined. Chief Song. Ning Fan initiated. Old Su mentioned you were looking for us regarding the matter of the soul returning to the basin? Noticing the direct approach, Song Kai dispensed with pleasantries. Yes. Lighting a cigarette, he exhaled a ring of smoke, his expression gradually darkening. If it's not too much trouble, I would like to ask for your assistance in locating someone. Qiao Fei raised an eyebrow. A ghost? Song Kai's gaze turned complex, seemingly displeased with the term. The two fell silent, aware that he would elaborate on his own. Seated on the sofa, with his head bowed and eyes dimmed. He pondered for a long while before finally speaking. It's my son. Both felt a tremor in their hearts, particularly Qiao Fei, who understood the anguish of losing a loved one to the realm of ghosts more than Ning Fan did. Are you certain he is in the soul-returning basin? Not certain. Song Kai replied with a bitter smile. But isn't it said to be a paradise for ghosts? Perhaps he is there at this point. Ning Fan noticed the redness in Song Kai's eyes, his fingers trembling slightly as they held the cigarette. This was the helplessness of a father. Even as the district chief of F21, the ultimate authority in the area, he was powerless to bring back his son. All right, perhaps out of empathy. Qiao Fei nodded without hesitation. What then, once we find him? Song Kai remained silent. Qiao Fei pressed on. Eliminate him? Song Kai flinched. The burning cigarette dropping onto his trousers. Even as it seared a hole and the scent of charred flesh wafted up, he remained oblivious. Perhaps eliminate him. Song Kai raised his head, seemingly reluctant to appear weak before the younger generation. That way everyone would be liberated. The room fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly grave. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Fan slowly spoke. Brother Song, perhaps there is a way for a ghost to return to being human. Song Kai turned sharply to face Ning Fan. Ning Fan continued, didn't Old Su mention this to you? Song Kai shook his head. Old Su had merely informed him that a reliable group was preparing to venture into the soul-returning basin. Ning Fan harbored a tinge of perplexity. They had undoubtedly conveyed this information to Old Su. So why had he not related to Song Kai? Had he forgotten in a drunken stupor? Do you possess a means by which my son can be restored to an ordinary state? Without allowing Ning Fan the opportunity to ponder, Song Kai fervently inquired. Qiao Fei contemplated for a moment. This method remains uncertain for the time being. One can only say there is hope. Song Kai, disregarding all else, trembled with anticipation, his once dim eyes igniting with a fervent flame of hope. Regardless of its feasibility, it must be attempted. He implored, disregarding his status, might you share this method with me? Since Song Kai was a friend of Old Su, they did not regard him as an outsider. Soon, Qiao Fei succinctly outlined the method that Ning Fan had discovered. Upon hearing this, Song Kai's expression grew markedly more serious. Are you suggesting that we need to enlist the help of Lin Hai from the Santong Cooperation Zone? Indeed, Ning Fan sighed. Yet we have yet to devise a way to approach Lin Hai and secure his assistance. Song Kai flicked the cigarette but from his trousers, his gaze transforming. If you can bring my son back, I shall find a way with Lin Hai. Chapter 0057. The enigma of Old Su. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, the leader of the 3 Unified Cooperation Zone was not easily accessible given their current status. Yet, perhaps Song Kai possessed a solution. After all, he held the position of chief. Although Ning Fan still grappled with the hierarchical structure between the leaders of the three unified cooperation zone and the chiefs of various regions. He speculated that the disparity was likely negligible. I've heard that your journey to the Soul Return Basin is for your captain? Song Kai's spirits seemed to lift considerably. After so many years, he felt a glimmer of hope for the first time, even though this possibility was not yet fully confirmed. Merely having the thought of it felt extravagant to him. Any father, given the chance, would not seek out someone to kill their own son. Yes, Ning Fan nodded. Our captain has willingly become a specter to avenge our brothers. Ah, Lin Chuan, right? I've heard old Su mention him. He seems to be quite a righteous person. Song Kai lamented. Yet, in this wretched world, good people often meet unfortunate ends. Ning Fan found himself in agreement with Song Kai's sentiment. The phrase murder and arson are gilded with gold, while building bridges and repairing roads leave no corpses behind resonated with him. In Subei, individuals were slaughtered merely because they had a father in a position of power. Even when captured, they faced no punishment. Therefore, I shall cover all expenses for your expedition to the Soul Return Basin, Song Kai suddenly declared. Compile a list of what you require, and I will enlist help to procure it. I am more familiar with this place than you. This offer left Ning Fan and Xiao Fei feeling somewhat embarrassed. No need. We have enough funds at the moment. Xiao Fei waved her hand. Besides, we have yet to find him. Not to worry. Old Su vouches for your reliability. And I trust him, Song Kai replied generously. Even if you cannot locate my son, let us consider this a chance to forge a friendship. For you have given me hope. With a heavy sigh, he added, without hope, life becomes exceedingly arduous. Ning Fan suddenly comprehended why Song Kai often drank with Su Jiang. It was for his son. Despite being the chief, he was still human, burdened with unpassable hurdles and insurmountable thoughts. Alcohol could temporarily numb his pain. A question had lingered in Ning Fan's mind, and after much hesitation, he could not resist voicing it. Brother Song, I am quite curious about what old Su actually does. Ning Fan spoke earnestly. I can sense that he holds significant prestige in District F21, yet Song Kai chuckled. Yet this old fellow appears rather unorthodox, does he not? Indeed, Ning Fan replied with a wry smile. However, he has enlisted the help of the Wolf Alliance for us. It seems he is quite dependable in his dealings. It's rather contradictory. Much like his son Su Ben, both foolish and clever. Old Su is indeed a remarkable individual. Song Kai remarked, a smile gracing his lips. I mentioned earlier that in this world, good people seldom have favorable outcomes. Yet, likewise, those who are excessively wicked may not necessarily enjoy a happy ending. Ning Fan remained silent. Song Kai continued, as for old Su, he is the kind of person. If you were to call him a good man, I would disagree at times. Yet, if you were to label him as a bad man, I would be the first to object. He is neither mindlessly benevolent nor capable of extreme malice, such as Su Jiang. So, why do the people of District F21 hold him in such reverence? Ning Fan still couldn't comprehend. There are many individuals like this. Why is it that only Su Jiang thrives in District F21? Is it because he hails from the upper city? Nonsense. Though Song Kai appeared refined, he seemed transformed when Su Jiang was mentioned. He was cast down from the upper city. To put it bluntly, why should we, in the lower city, harbor and support the refuse discarded by the upper city? What do we in the lower city have such soft knees? At this juncture, Song Kai was lost in memories. In truth, when old Su was first rescued from the path of grace, his circumstances were quite dire. Song Kai sighed. You all know that the upper city residents look down upon us, consider us as rodents in the sewers, as cockroaches, as pests. Can we bear no resentment towards them? Just at that moment, an upper city lord was cast down. Do you think anyone would bestow him a kind face? After all, a noble from the upper city has fallen into our gutter. Surely we would seize the opportunity to vent our frustrations upon him. When old Su first arrived, he had neither food nor shelter. Many, whenever they felt disgruntled, would go to the garbage dump to take a kick at him. Yet old Su never retaliated. He simply slept in the garbage dump, eating whatever he could find when hunger struck. There were even whispers back then. This upper city lord had no airs about him, resembling a cockroach more than we did. Upon hearing this, both Ning Fan and Xiao Fei felt a stir within. Though Su Jiang now appeared akin to a beggar, no one could fathom that he had once lived such a life. What happened next? Ning Fan inquired. Did everyone eventually accept him? What a joke. Song Kai outright dismissed Ning Fan's conjecture. Can centuries of resentment dissipate so easily? The release of such suppressed emotions only intensifies. This matter, it's actually difficult for me to discuss with you. Ning Fan felt a pang of discomfort. The story had only been half told. Yet it was abruptly halted. Rather vexing. Ah, Never mind, after all, that old chap never intended to hide it throughout his life. He has never feared the opinions of others. Song Kai seemed to take an interest as well, and though he wished to hold back, he found it equally distressing. Later, there was a young widow whose husband, a traveler, had perished outside, leaving her alone. This widow was kind-hearted, seeing old Su rummaging through garbage daily. She occasionally brought him some food. It wasn't anything extravagant, merely leftovers from her home, but certainly better than the refuse. Old Su was not one to be polite. He awaited the widow's visits for nourishment, never uttering a word of thanks. Thus, this continued for over a month, until the widow became pregnant. Ning Fan was taken aback. Old Su really has a way with women? He can even woo a widow in a garbage dump? Xiao Fei shot him a glare, remarking, "Your current manner of speaking is increasingly reminiscent of Huizi." Ning Fan chuckled awkwardly and gestured to Song Kai, saying, "Brother Song, please continue." "That child," Song Kai clarified, "is not old Su's. It's merely the offspring left by the widow's husband before his departure. It has no connection to old Su whatsoever." Suddenly, Ning Fan recalled, "That child, yes, it is the Bin." Song Kai nodded in agreement. At that time, many believed that the widow was somewhat shameless, as she clung to the remnants of a man discarded by the city folk. Was it not a tad brazen to seek companionship so soon after her husband's demise? Thus, it began to circulate that the child in the widow's womb was, in fact, conceived by old Su. From that day forth, the widow's life was never at peace. Chapter 0058, Wolf Alliance, Origins. Initially, the whispers circulating through the streets held little significance for the young widow. However, as time progressed, the rumors spread throughout the entire district, with some claiming that the widow had been involved with old Su even while her husband was still alive. Song Kai licked his parched lips, reflecting on the nature of women and their sense of pride. Eventually, the widow could no longer endure the scrutiny and ceased delivering meals to old Su. He, on the other hand, took it in stride, having previously endured worse fare. He managed to survive without complaint, reverting to the conditions he had faced upon his arrival. Months passed, and then the widow perished. Ning Fan's heart sank as he realized that old Su might have truly come back to life at that moment. What caused her death? Xiao Fei inquired, her expression shifting with concern. She was beaten to death by a group of men, Song Kai sighed. At that time, the widow had just given birth, and everyone around had already assumed the child was old Su's, labeling it as a bastard and stripping the widow of her dignity as a citizen. People, when seeking to vent their frustrations, always find a seemingly rational justification. And then, Xiao Fei pressed. Then, that group of men carried the widow's body to the garbage dump and tossed it at old Su's feet, warning him that anyone who showed him kindness would meet the same fate. Ning Fan felt a profound discomfort within. It was true that old Su belonged to the upper city, and he harbored a deep-seated disdain for those from that realm. Yet, old Su had done nothing to provoke them. After being cast down, he had hidden in the shadows, causing no harm and affecting no one's life in the lower city. Why then must he be tormented? This bore a striking resemblance to the upper city's bullying of the lower city residents. Ning Fan could scarcely fathom the emotions that must have surged within old Su when he witnessed the widow's lifeless body thrown before him. It was said that old Su remained surprisingly composed at that moment. Song Kai continued. He simply asked them one question. "What about the child?" Xiao Fei's eyes sparkled with insight as she interjected. "He must have asked that." "Indeed," Song Kai affirmed with a nod. "Those men had discarded the child in the wilderness." Ning Fan shut his eyes. Even now, the thought of that scene was too harrowing to conjure. The men claimed that abandoning the child was an act of atonement for the widow's deceased husband. A bastard was unworthy of remaining in the district. Old Su said nothing. Instead, for the first time, he ventured beyond the confines of the area, returning 3 days later with a baby boy in his arms. That child would come to be known as the Bin. As Song Kai recounted this part of the tale, he lit a cigarette, steadying his nerves before continuing. Within a week, all those responsible for the widow's demise had vanished without a trace. Where did they go? Who knows? Their bodies have yet to be found. Song Kai pondered for a moment, recalling a drunken conversation about this very matter. He had once asked old Su, who had replied, "Those men merely went where they were destined to be." After bringing the Bin back, old Su no longer resided in the garbage station. Instead, he took on the role of a sorter at the Path of Grace and rented this modest, dilapidated room. When others inquired, he simply stated that the Bin was his son. Ning Fan expressed confusion, saying, "But isn't that tantamount to admitting that the young widow?" "Indeed. He has acknowledged it." Song Kai chuckled bitterly. He said, "When a person passes away, their reputation holds little significance. The child is still alive. We cannot allow him to grow up without parents. A wild child is vulnerable to bullying. From now on, you shall be Dabin's father. Whoever dares to bully Dabin will face his protection. Xiaofei nodded in agreement. He has done nothing wrong. Even if he were to clarify that the child is not related to him, no one would believe it. Exactly, Song Kai concurred. Most people prefer to believe what they wish to believe. However, Dabin can be considered dutiful. Ning Fan remarked. Moreover, being brought back from the wilderness by old Su is akin to having his life salvaged. He is now thriving and healthy. How could he not be healthy? Dabin has grown up feasting on the finest city produce. He has never even tasted the food from the lower city. Song Kai gestured helplessly. That little rascal lives more lavishly than I do. Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that even though old Su had become a sorter at the Path of Grace and earned some money, he was still subsisting on scraps. His earnings, after paying rent, went solely towards procuring fine produce for Dabin. In his words, I cannot let this child suffer. With Dabin in his life, old Su no longer allowed himself to be bullied. A few kicks were inconsequential, but should anyone utter a single word against the child, they would certainly face dire consequences within 2 days. Gradually, people began to realize that old Su might indeed possess some ability. And those who once bullied him became fewer and fewer. Ning Fan inquired, but it couldn't have been like it is now, right? The current old Su clearly held a high status in Area F21. It was no longer a matter of whether one dared to bully him. Allow me to finish. Song Kai cleared his throat. You must remember the Wolf Alliance that came to assist you, right? Did Chu Hongba say anything to you? No. They merely discussed the matter of going to the Soul Return Basin. Ah, then he must not be well acquainted with you yet. Song Kai laughed. That lad considers old Su as a father figure. It was unclear how old Su came into contact with Chu Hongba's father. But after getting to know each other, they found a mutual affinity and their friendship blossomed. At that time, the Wolf Alliance was under the leadership of old Chu, holding significant power in Area F21. Most people would not dare to provoke them, and many speculated that old Su was clinging to old Chu for support. After all, since their acquaintance, the number of individuals daring to trouble old Su had diminished greatly. This was about a decade ago. Old Chu took on a commission, leading the Wolf Alliance on an expedition, but ultimately, only half of the group returned. Song Kai's smile faded. Old Chu did not come back. With old Chu gone, Chu Hongba was still under 20, having yet to embark on any adventures with his father. He was merely a Navi youth, a fool. Managing such a vast enterprise as the Wolf Alliance was beyond his comprehension. The elders of the Wolf Alliance began to entertain thoughts about this esteemed emblem. Ning Fan furrowed his brow. After all, they were old comrades. Was he this excessive? Indeed, it was. Song Kai spoke earnestly. You cannot fathom the value of the Wolf Alliance insignia in Zone F21. To put it plainly, for the same commission, a typical team would charge 20,000, while Wolf Alliance dares to demand 50,000. There is no choice. Their reputation precedes them, and their foundation is solid. It is worth every penny. At old Chu's funeral, the elders of Wolf Alliance could no longer restrain themselves. They surrounded the orphaned and grieving, clamoring for this emblem. Chu Hongba, the son, was equally resolute, refusing to yield no matter what. A mere boy, he was subjected to brutal treatment by these elders at his father's funeral. Did old Su intervene? Ning Fan inquired. Song Kai nodded. Old Su received the news only after finishing his shift at Path of Grace and rushed over immediately. Upon witnessing Chu Hongba, battered and bruised, old Su posed a singular question to him. Song Kai's eyes sparkled with newfound intensity. This emblem, I shall reserve for you. But can you rebuild your strength? Chapter 0059. 3 questions. Ning Fan's gaze momentarily faltered. The current members of the Wolf Alliance were all personally led by Chu Hongba. As for the elders, they had likely all been eliminated by old Su. The signboard, had this been earlier, Ning Fan might not have grasped its significance. However, thinking of Lin Chuan and the Wild Dog House, he understood clearly the profound meaning a signboard holds for a team. Even in death, the legacy of the signboard must endure. It transcends mere monetary value. Since that time, old Su occupied himself with 3 daily tasks: working, caring for Dabin, and accompanying Chu Hongba into the wilderness. At this juncture, Song Kai seemed to experience a sense of relief, exhaling deeply. Now, old Su has it easier. Dabin has grown up, and Chu Hongba has upheld the Wolf Alliance. This statement, though simple, belied the profound experiences old Su had endured over these 20 years. Setting aside his past as an inhabitant of the upper city, Even an ordinary resident of the lower city would struggle to endure the life Old Su had led. What had caused Old Su to be cast down from the upper city? Ning Fan had posed a crucial question. Song Kai shook his head with a smile. I do not know. Were you never curious? Curious. Song Kai scratched his chest. My heart has been itching with curiosity. Yet, I cannot inquire. Wouldn't that be akin to carving flesh from another? Ning Fan understood. When Old Su was first cast down, he had lost his spirit. It was the widow and De Ben who had revived him. Now that De Ben had matured, Old Su harbored no lingering aspirations, which explained his daily indulgence in alcohol to numb himself. The upper city remained a knot in his heart that could never be untied. Old Su had long regarded himself as a resident of the lower city, and there was no need for them to dwell on his past in the upper city. After a lengthy discussion, Song Kai, feeling fatigued, stood and stretched, suddenly recalling something. By the way, regarding these matters, let them be. Do not mention this to Old Su, or else that old fellow will surely ply me with drink again. Observing the apprehension on Song Kai's face, Ning Fan could surmise that, although Song Kai did not articulate it, he had likely owed Old Su a debt of gratitude. Old Su may appear disheveled, yet he is resolute in his actions. The three continued their conversation for a while longer, and under Song Kai's insistence, Ning Fan and Xiao Fei left him a list for exiting the district. As Song Kai had mentioned, he had a deeper familiarity with Area F21. Some matters were not merely about money, even with wealth. Ning Fan and his companions might not acquire certain things. If it felt awkward, they should try to bring his son back. Song Kai arranged for a vehicle to escort the two back to the inn. Before they could enter, they heard the voices of Old Su and Huizi from within. I'm not boasting. If I were to be a few years younger, I would certainly storm into the Santong cooperative area to vindicate Chuan. Don't kid yourself. After drinking that swill, the Santong would surely have been raised by you. What? You don't believe me? Did you not see yesterday in the wild? I knocked that earth dragon senseless with a single punch. I will not argue with you on that. Your fists are indeed quite formidable. Yet, I cannot fathom why you possess such prowess and choose to remain at home, indulging in drink daily. What is there to venture into? I am but a humble man from the lower city. This is merely a discreet visit. What manner of experiences have I not encountered? Venture? What is there to explore? Very well, you are from the upper city, esteemed and distinguished. You are remarkable, possessing wisdom that sets you apart from us mere rats and cockroaches. What is it? Are you envious? Do you feel discontent for not being born into the upper city? What is there to be discontented about? What is so grand about the upper city? I find life in the lower city quite satisfactory, surrounded by brothers and friends. Indeed, the upper city. Damn it. If you cannot drink, then simply admit it. What is the meaning of pouring it out onto the ground? Do you think I am blind to it? Is the wine free of charge? Outside the room, Ning Fan and Xiao Fei exchanged glances, both breaking into wry smiles. Had they not heard Song Kai recount Old Su's past today, they would never have imagined the depth of stories this old fellow harbored. You should go stay at Huizi's place. These two will likely not finish drinking anytime soon. Xiao Fei waved her hand and returned to her room. Ning Fan also retreated to his quarters to rest. Just as he slipped into slumber, he was suddenly alert. In his line of sight, a blade was thrust menacingly at his throat. This strike he had rehearsed countless times in his mind. Though he held no sword, he raised his hand, mimicking the action of wielding a weapon. Whoosh! The blade of Jian Wucho was deflected. The scene was peculiar, though Ning Fan grasped nothing but air. The opponent's sword seemed to have met an unseen resistance and was repelled. I am alive. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled. Though dying in a dream does not equate to true death, the exhilaration of surviving filled him with immense joy. Across from him, Jian Wucho regarded his sword with a hint of surprise etched upon his face. Rapid progress, indeed. Jian Wucho sheathed his sword. You possess considerable talent. So, does this mean I have already mastered your sword technique? Ning Fan cherished the compliment. Yet, Jian Wucho doused his enthusiasm with cold water. You are still far from it. Ning Fan felt a twinge of disappointment, yet simultaneously sensed a significant enhancement in his abilities of late. If this does not signify mastery of Jian Wucho's sword essence, then the potential for further improvement is indeed promising. This could be deemed good news. I promised you I would evade my sword and answer 3 questions. Jian Wucho stated indifferently. You have completed the first question. Only 2 remain. Ning Fan was taken aback. He certainly recalled Jian Wucho mentioning this matter before. However, does this truly count as a question? It certainly does. Jian Wucho added. You have but 1 question left. Ning Fan felt as though he might explode. During this period, he believed he had endured numerous experiences and his emotions had stabilized considerably. Yet at this moment, he found himself unable to cope. What frustrated him further was that he felt hesitant to speak. According to the temperament of Jian Wuqiu, it is quite possible that he would interpret that statement as a question and respond accordingly. Thus, all three inquiries would be rendered futile. Remain composed. Ning Fan continuously urged himself to maintain clarity of mind. One question. What should it be? After contemplating for a full 10 minutes, Jian Wuqiu did not rush him. At last, Ning Fan's expression grew grave. You previously mentioned that my sword is a sword coffin, and that the 8 of you souls were confined by someone. Ning Fan articulated each word deliberately. Who is the one that imprisoned you? Obtaining the answer to this question might unravel a portion of the mysteries that plagued his heart. For instance, he was neither of the upper city lineage nor of the lower city lineage. So what, precisely, was he? Upon hearing Ning Fan's inquiry, Jian Wuqiu hesitated for only a brief moment before extending his finger. Ning Fan was taken aback, for he observed that Jian Wuqiu's finger was pointing towards the most ornate emerald green coffin positioned at the center. Chapter 0060. Unfulfilled expectations. This answer indeed took Ning Fan completely by surprise. He stared intently at the coffin. Could it be that the soul confined within was the owner of this broken sword? Who was he? You have already asked her 3 questions, Jian Wuqiu stated indifferently. Ning Fan furrowed his brows, his curiosity piqued. He realized that he had only truly posed 1 question. However, it was evident that Jian Wuqiu's nature offered no room for negotiation. What should I do next? Ning Fan suddenly grasped the situation. If he could navigate through Jian Wuqiu's other challenges, would there not be another opportunity to pose questions? No. Jian Wuqiu's response extinguished Ning Fan's enthusiasm. Why not? There is no reason, Jian Wuqiu replied flatly. I simply do not wish to answer further. This answer left Ning Fan feeling frustrated. What must I do to open that coffin? Since Jian Wuqiu refused to respond, Ning Fan decided to directly inquire of the person within the green coffin. Jian Wuqiu chuckled. Not yet. He stepped back a couple of paces and then threw the sword into the air. Before you defeat me, the other coffins will remain sealed. Before Ning Fan could comprehend this, the sword soared through the air like a shooting star, heading straight for him. Realizing the imminent danger, he instinctively dodged. Slice. The blade grazed his chest. Even in a dream, the sensation of pain remained palpable, causing Ning Fan to wince. Yet, the sword offered him no respite from suffering, veering at an uncanny angle to strike at his throat. Damn it! In that moment of acute awareness, Ning Fan knew he could not evade it. To block this strike, your swordsmanship would have reached 1/3 of my own. Just before the blade pierced his throat, Ning Fan heard Jian Wuqiu's words. And then, he hastily inquired as death loomed. And then, I will kill you with other techniques. Without allowing Ning Fan another word, the sword pierced through his throat. Thud. Ning Fan awoke abruptly, sitting up in bed. Damn it. He was filled with a potent sense of frustration. Questions remained unanswered, and ultimately, he had not escaped death. How infuriating. Knock, knock, knock. Are you awake? Came the voice of Qiao Fei from outside the door. Yes. Ning Fan momentarily set aside thoughts of Jian Wuqiu, dressed quickly, and opened the door. Let us head downstairs. The members of the Wolf Alliance have arrived. At the edge of District F21's wall, Ning Fan and Qiao Fei walked ahead while Huizi leaned against the wall, unsteady on his feet as he followed behind. Knowing we might be leaving the district today, why did you drink so excessively? Qiao Fei frowned in discontent. But Huizi retorted, did I want to drink that much? Huizi, with reddened eyes, exclaimed, ugh. That old scoundrel Su Jiang is truly a beast. He just forced me to drink until I felt like I would choke. Ugh. Ning Fan could only manage a bitter smile, recalling how Song Kai had exhibited a similar fear of being forced to drink by Su Jiang the previous day. He felt a pang of sympathy for Huizi. Are you ready? Chu Hongbo approached, glancing at Huizi, a smile breaking through his stern visage. Did Su Jiang make you drink? Huizi felt a tinge of embarrassment. In front of family, losing face didn't matter much. But he still had to maintain some dignity before outsiders. Even when drinking casually, that old chap made me retch. Haha. Chu Hongbo said nothing further. But his expression turned serious as he addressed Qiao Fei. My men are prepared and ready to depart at any moment. Very well, Qiao Fei replied, gesturing towards the 3 vehicles by the boundary wall. The supplies are loaded onto the vehicles. Please check if there is anything else you need to prepare. These 3 vehicles had been dispatched by Song Kai that morning, laden with all the necessary provisions. Furthermore, the quality of these vehicles surpassed their earlier selections by a significant margin. Both the tires and the exteriors had been modified, and if placed in the market, each would likely fetch no less than 20,000 solars. One must admit, Song Kai was quite generous. Chu Hongba didn't hesitate. He instructed his subordinates to rummage through the vehicles. After inspection, a young man gave him a thumbs up. "Brother, it's all top-notch stuff." "Very well." Chu Hongba nodded and turned to Qiao Fei again. "When do you plan to depart?" "Right now," Qiao Fei stated, eager to avoid any further delays. Chu Hongba cast a concerned glance at Hui Zi. "Are you sure you can manage? What is there to worry about?" "Ugh." Hui Zi steadied himself, asserting, "Don't worry. I want to vomit in the vehicle." Chu Hongba was unconcerned. Even if Hui Zi lacked combat capability at that moment, it wouldn't diminish their overall strength. After all, Wolf Alliance was the main force for this operation. "Then let us be off." The group climbed into the vehicles. Chu Hongba chose to accompany Wild Dog House's vehicle while the other two were entrusted to Wolf Alliance members. Just as the three vehicles were poised to exit the area, a hearty voice suddenly called out from behind, "Wait a moment." Ning Fan turned to see Su Bin hurriedly approaching, a massive crossbow slung over his shoulder. "What is the matter, De Bin? Did something happen with old Su?" Hui Zi perked up. "Is he suffering from alcohol poisoning?" "No, what could possibly be wrong with my dad? He said he didn't drink enough last night and went to continue drinking with Uncle Song." Su Bin chuckled. Hui Zi's face turned pale. "Damn it. I risked my life to keep up with you, and you say you didn't drink enough? Are you trampling on my face while cursing me?" "I'm coming with you." Su Bin opened the door to Ning Fan's vehicle. "Huh?" Chu Hongba was taken aback. "De Bin, you're coming too? Did Su let you?" "Yes, my dad said he always takes me out to have fun, worried that I might be bored. Allow me to accompany you and broaden your horizons." Chu Hongba furrowed his brow. To speak candidly, he was reluctant to have Su Bin join them. If it were just the three individuals from the Wild Dog House, Chu Hongba, out of respect for Su Jiang, would undoubtedly lend his utmost assistance. However, there existed a distinction in their relationships that could not be overlooked. Even with the best of intentions, his priority would be the safety of his own. Yet, with Su Bin in tow, the situation shifted entirely. He would rather face death himself than allow Su Bin to encounter danger. Realizing this, Chu Hongba grasped the underlying message Su Jiang intended to convey. Do not regard the three from the Wild Dog House as outsiders. With a more serious demeanor, Chu Hongba warned, "De Bin, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, exercise caution. I may not be able to attend to you." "Brother, why do you hold me in such low regard?" Su Bin retorted, shaking the massive crossbow in his hand. "When the time comes, whoever dares to obstruct our path shall find out just how formidable I can be." Chapter 61. The distance between Upper City and Lower City as Ning Fan and his companions grandly drove out of the gates of District F-21 in three vehicles. In Song Kai's office, an exchange unfolded. "Old Su, didn't you just drink until dawn last night? Are you not going to sleep?" Song Kai remarked. Glancing at the row of spirits on the table, sighing in resignation, "I have a mountain of tasks to tackle. How about we save the drinking for tonight?" "No drinking tonight." Su Jiang waved his hand, chuckling, "I've had my fill." Song Kai was taken aback. He had been the chief of District F-21 for nearly a decade and had known Su Jiang for just as long. The phrase "I've had my fill" seemed to resonate with an unfamiliarity when uttered from Su Jiang's lips. "What do you mean by that?" Song Kai's amusement vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Before Su Jiang could respond, Song Kai's pupils dilated in sudden realization. "You let De Bin leave with the people from Wild Dog House. The child has grown. It is time to let go." Su Jiang's smile carried a hint of reluctance. "After all, he is not my biological child. Having raised him for nearly 20 years is quite enough." "That's nonsense," Song Kai retorted, his urgency palpable. "Don't try to fool me. I know you well enough. When have you ever not regarded De Bin as your own? Do you take me for a fool?" Su Jiang fell silent, taking a swig of his drink. "Old Su, what exactly are you planning? Don't scare me." Song Kai furrowed his brow, the chief of the entire District F-21 displaying a flicker of unease in his gaze. "What? Afraid I'll die and no one will drink with you?" Su Jiang chuckled, scratching his nose. "The poison within me is about to erupt." Song Kai was momentarily stunned before he exhaled in relief. "Damn, I thought something serious was happening. You really had me worried." He then picked up his phone. "I'll buy you an antidote. After all, you're the chief. Although the price of the special medicine is steep, I can manage it." The truth was, Song Kai didn't hesitate for a moment to offer to purchase the antidote for Su Jiang. Such camaraderie was rare in the lower city. "No need." Su Jiang pressed his hand on the phone, the smile on his face gradually fading. "I can handle the antidote myself. Where will you get it?" Song Kai momentarily lost his train of thought. Su Jiang did not reply directly, but instead pointed towards the ceiling twice. Song Kai blinked, suddenly shivering. Old Su, you should go back. Su Jiang's smile grew increasingly bitter, laced with hatred. Song Kai fell silent, though his lips quivered slightly. In truth, I have contemplated remaining in the lower city, to perish here and be buried here. It sounds appealing, Su Jiang sighed, letting out a bitter laugh. But I'll be damned if I accept that. Song Kai remained mute. Su Jiang continued, Old Song. Do you know how far the distance is between the upper city and the lower city? What do you mean? 18 minutes and 7 seconds. Su Jiang's voice was hoarse. From the moment I was thrown into the road of grace, I began to count down until I hit the ground. It took a total of 18 minutes and 7 seconds. As he spoke, Su Jiang clenched his fists, producing a series of cracking sounds. Song Kai was moved. He could hardly fathom the experience of continuously falling in the dark, foul-smelling road of grace, completely unaware of when he would land or what awaited him upon arrival. What must that sensation be like? More importantly, Song Kai was oblivious to the identity of the individual who had cast Su Jiang down. If it were a stranger or an enemy, it would be bearable. But what if it were a loved one? Old Su, don't try to persuade me. I am stubborn, Su Jiang interrupted Song Kai. That kid from the Chu family is now stronger than his father. Deben has grown up. Su Jiang's eyes gradually glistened with tears. I have no more desire. Song Kai also closed his eyes, tilting his head back. He understood that Su Jiang had made his decision long ago. No one could bring him back. Will you return? Song Kai asked with his eyes shut. Without you. Drinking loses its charm. Not necessarily, Su Jiang shrugged. It depends on the situation. If I have my life, I'll return. If not, it could well be a return to 1S roots. Damn it. In the end, you still think the lower city is filthy, don't you? You don't want to be buried in the lower city? Song Kai cursed. Su Jiang was unfazed, laughing heartily. To say the lower city is dirty is only because you have never seen what true filth is. As he spoke, Su Jiang leaned on the armrest and unsteadily rose to his feet. All right, seeing your demeanor, I have no desire to drink with you anymore. I'm leaving. As Su Jiang prepared to depart, Song Kai, though aware of the answer, trembled as he asked, Old Su, can't you stay? Su Jiang's body quivered slightly. He turned to face Song Kai, tears welling in his eyes. This was the first time Song Kai had witnessed Su Jiang cry. Su Jiang pointed to his chest. It hurts here. 2 lines of hot tears streamed down his aged face. It has hurt for 20 years. Old Su was gone, despite Song Kai's reluctance to accept it. He was clear in his heart this old man would not return. From the moment Su Bin was sent off, he had no more attachments. Damn you, Su old dog. You knew you would leave, so why share your heart with me? The office echoed with Song Kai's sobbing roar. In the wilderness, 3 vehicles formed a line, steadily heading towards the Seoul return basin. On Ning Fan's vehicle, alongside the 3 of them, were Su Bin and Chu Hongba. Hui Zi was still driving. He had been doing this since joining the Wild Dog Society, and he was quite adept at it. If no major trouble arose along the way, they should arrive in about 8 or 9 hours. Chu Hongba leaned back in his seat, his expression calm. Shall we share the information we've gathered over the past few days? Sure. Qiao Fei, who had been responsible for gathering intelligence these past few days, replied, I heard there's a strange gathering near the Seoul return basin. Indeed, I have also inquired about this matter. And it appears that the scale of this eerie gathering is quite substantial, resembling a small encampment. Within, there are numerous practitioners who have long been engaged in dealings with the enigmatic beings of the Seoul return basin. Chu Hongba nodded, adding, I have also heard that there are those who traffic in these strange entities. Traffic in them? Hui Zi, the driver, turned his head back, curiosity evident in his voice. Are there really people who specialize in capturing these beings? Indeed, Chu Hongba shrugged. Moreover, it is said that their value is quite considerable. Typically, the soul levels of these entities are quite high, with level 10 souls being the most common, and level 100 souls not being rare either. Rumor has it that deep within the Seoul return basin, there are even beings of level 1000 souls. Just the mere thought of it made the group feel a wave of unease. The terror of these entities lies not only in their lack of consciousness, allowing them to attack indiscriminately based solely on instinct, but also in their formidable strength. Prolonged contact with souls can lead them to absorb the weaker ones, thereby accelerating their own soul levels remarkably. In comparison, the advancement of spiritual attendance is considerably more challenging. Hearing this, Ning Fan opened his mouth. Qiao Fei glanced at him and urged, if you have any thoughts, Feel free to express them. I was contemplating. Ning Fan furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over the group. Is it possible that we might find Brother Chuan at this eerie gathering? Chapter 0062. The mysterious gathering. Upon the utterance of those words, a profound silence enveloped the vehicle. Both Qiao Fei and Huizi had contemplated this possibility, yet dared not to harbor excessive hopes. Often, the greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment. Let us defer the discussion for now, Qiao Fei remarked with an impassive expression. Thus, the three vehicles traversed the path with minimal hindrances. They encountered a few strange beasts along the way. However, Ning Fan's vehicle remained unscathed. The occupants of the other two vehicles from the Wolf Alliance handled all matters with ease. Zhu Hongba, with his eyes closed in repose, exhibited no inclination to intervene, for he possessed unwavering confidence in his comrade's abilities. With 4 individuals at the 10-soul level and 5 at the single-soul level, it was fair to assert that, barring encounters with higher-tier beasts, they could navigate this route with audacity. After nearly 10 hours of travel, a cluster of lights emerged ahead, the mysterious gathering. From a distance, it appeared similar to the various regions, albeit on a smaller scale. As the vehicles drew nearer, Ning Fan discerned that the perimeter of the gathering was constructed from the trunks of wild plants, considerably less formidable than the regional walls. At that moment, the mysterious gathering resonated with the clamor of voices, even more boisterous than the typical regions. Upon the arrival of the 3 vehicles at the entrance, 2 men clad in guard uniforms obstructed their passage. Brothers, how many of you are there? One of the guards inquired, his gaze brightening as he scrutinized the 3 vehicles, treating them with marked courtesy. It was evident to anyone that such quality vehicles, especially in triplicate, indicated that their occupants were of significance. About a dozen, Huizi replied, peering out. Is this your first visit to the mysterious gathering? The guard asked with a smile, extending 2 fingers. Admission is 200 salas per person. 200? Huizi's countenance darkened. We have to pay 200 just to enter? And per head? The guard shrugged. It's unavoidable. We all need to make a living. The mysterious gathering was a stronghold established by wanderers, situated less than 50 kilometers from the Seoul return basin. Its outer walls, less substantial than those of the regions, necessitated a considerable number of personnel for protection. These guards, indeed, were earning their keep. Huizi retreated into the vehicle, the discomfort of parting with the money evident on his face. 200 salas per person. For 3 vehicles and a total of 14 individuals, amounting to a staggering 2,800. This was no trifling sum. What shall we do? Should we proceed inside? Ning Fan turned to Qiao Fei. After a moment's contemplation, Qiao Fei concluded, since we are here, we might as well take a look inside. Just as Huizi reluctantly prepared to part with the funds, Zhu Hongba opened his eyes and stretched languidly. It suffices for our vehicle to enter, he declared. Gratitude flickered in Qiao Fei's eyes. One must admit, Zhu Hongba was a man of decisive action. As the Wolf Alliance was accompanying them on this mission, they would naturally cover all expenses incurred during the journey, regardless of the amount. It was not merely a matter of money, but rather an adherence to protocol. Although Qiao Fei did not outwardly express it, she undoubtedly felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of 2,800 salas. Thus, Zhu Hongba proactively suggested that the brothers of the Wolf Alliance should not enter just yet, thereby saving Qiao Fei 1,800. Moreover, it was a sentiment only he could express. Thank you, Qiao Fei responded earnestly. Zhu Hongba chuckled. Our mission is to assist you in locating individuals, not to embark on a leisurely excursion at your expense. Qiao Fei was not one to dwell excessively on gratitude. A simple acknowledgement sufficed. Huizi promptly settled the payment of 1,000 salas. The guard accepted the money, his smile growing warmer. What brings the brothers here to the enigmatic market? Are you here to purchase enigma beings, or perhaps acquire some equipment? Feel free to browse. Huizi refrained from elaborating further. The guard granted them passage, and their vehicle advanced into the enigmatic market. Upon entry, the group's immediate impression of the market was one of utter chaos. The entire area was teeming with people, more bustling than the black market. At least the black market maintained fixed stalls, offering a semblance of order amidst the disorder. Here, however, was an utter lack of organization. Vendors set up wherever space permitted. After all, since it was not within a designated district, as long as no major disturbances occurred, no one was there to uphold order. The air was filled with the cacophony of shouts, haggling, and the low growls of creatures. Ning Fan peered out from the vehicle, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. It was his first encounter with enigma beings. Not far away, within a rusted cage, 3 individuals resembling wild beasts Their eyes of fierce crimson roared incessantly at the outside world. These enigma beings were clad in tattered garments, their bodies smeared with mud and blood, with their hands and feet shackled to the bars of the cage. What astonished Ning Fan further was the presence of 4 cylindrical pillars, each approximately a meter in height, situated beside the cage. Spirit restraining devices. This was something Ning Fan had previously utilized while capturing Su Bei in District F-27. No wonder these enigma beings could only thrash helplessly within the cage. Their spirits were bound. However, as Wen Kai had mentioned, such devices were of considerable value. With only 2 sets existing in District F-27, what kind of operation was this enigmatic market running to acquire such items? The atmosphere inside the vehicle grew increasingly oppressive. On one hand, they yearned to see Chuan Ge and confirm his survival. Yet, on the other hand, they were engulfed by fear. Fear that Chuan Ge might end up like these enigma beings, treated like cattle, shackled in a cage, stripped of all dignity. Brother, this price is quite reasonable. You must at least consider the quality of our goods. At that moment, a voice haggling nearby caught Ning Fan's attention. He observed a middle-aged man standing beside a rusted cage, pointing at his merchandise and declaring, young and beautiful. Moreover, over 80 of these are 10 soul level. Such quality of enigma beings is a bargain, whether for amusement or as enforcers. Beside him, a relatively cleanly dressed man stroked his chin, a look of indecision on his face. The middle-aged man continued his self-promotion. Brother, if you think it's expensive, feel free to browse around a bit more. I dare say, you want to find better quality than my offerings throughout the entire enigmatic market. The clean man pondered for a long while before sighing. Well, 50,000 is still too expensive. I could find a girl with decent looks in the district for merely 200 a time. But can it really compare, brother? The middle-aged man licked his lips. The women in that area, what quality do they possess? Moreover, this is a ghostly being. Let us be honest. How many in the entire F district have encountered a ghostly person? They are rare treasures. The experience is entirely different. Wouldn't you agree? Ning Fan curiously glanced at the cage. Inside, there was a girl, very young. She was entirely unclothed, her hands and feet bound to the corners of the cage, positioned in a large shape. Although the girl was incessantly screaming in madness, it was evident that she was quite beautiful. Had she not transformed into a ghostly being, she would have undoubtedly captivated many men. Sighing, Ning Fan felt a pang of discomfort. Having been a practitioner for some time, he believed his mind had matured significantly. Yet the sight before him still left him unsettled. However, what he did not anticipate was the sight of a face contorted with rage when he turned around, Xiao Fei. Her eyes were fixated intensely on the cage. Tang Dao had already drawn his sword, seemingly without Ning Fan's notice. In an instant, Ning Fan's gaze sharpened as he realized something profound. Chapter 0063. Whoever stands in my way, I shall slay Sister Fei. Ning Fan licked his parched lips, contemplating his words. She is. The remainder of his sentence remained unspoken. However, judging by Xiao Fei's reaction, it was evident. This girl is her sister. Previously, Xiao Fei had mentioned that her sister had transformed into a specter. Unexpectedly, before Chuan Ge could make her acquaintance, he encountered her sister first, and under such dire circumstances. Xiao Fei. Hui Zi had evidently grasped the gravity of the situation. If you attempt to obstruct me, I will strike you down first. With reddened eyes, Xiao Fei averted her gaze from Hui Zi. Chu Hongbao, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, sensed the underlying tension despite the silence. After a moment of contemplation, he finally murmured, Captain Xiao, this is outside the scope of our mission. You are not required here. Xiao Fei's hand was already poised on the car door. Chu Hongbo reached out to restrain her, but Xiao Fei's Tang Dao was already pressed against his throat. Huawei was released. The Spectre gathering was not confined by territory. Here, the spiritual attendants could be summoned at will. From this moment forth, I sever my ties with the team. Xiao Fei's once delicate face had twisted into a mask of ferocity. My affairs are none of your concern. They shall not entangle you. Yet simultaneously, you are to refrain from meddling in my matters. All present understood Xiao Fei's emotional turmoil. She had long accepted the transformation of her sister into a specter. However, no one could bear the sight of their sister being treated in such a manner, even worse than a slaughtered beast. As Xiao Fei was about to fling open the car door, Ning Fan suddenly grasped her wrist. Xiao Fei turned sharply to look at him, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. She had lost her rationality. Whoever stood in her way would meet their demise. Sister Fei, I do not seek to hinder you, Ning Fan stated earnestly, but you must allow me to finish speaking. Xiao Fei's expression remained frigid. Ning Fan pointed to the cylindrical objects on the ground. Those are the spirit binding devices. He swiftly and succinctly explained the principles behind the devices to Qiao Fei. If you strike, you will inevitably enter the range of the binding devices. At that moment, your spiritual attendance will be rendered unusable. Do you truly believe you can exact vengeance upon that man? Ning Fan understood that the moment Qiao Fei exited the vehicle, her Tang Dao would undoubtedly be aimed at the head of that middle-aged man. Qiao Fei clenched her teeth, remaining silent. Yet the fire of indignation in her eyes remained undiminished. Sister Fei, should you act rashly, the outcome will be that you will be captured or even killed. While your sister will still appear here tomorrow, sold for 50,000 Solara. Ning Fan spoke somberly. Even if you kill him, then what? Will your sister return to the Soul Return Basin? No. If the specters are left unclaimed, whoever finds them becomes their master. Ning Fan, mind your words and refrain from provoking her. Huizi interjected, his brow furrowed. However, Ning Fan disregarded him, firmly gripping Qiao Fei's wrist. Sister Fei, let me be frank with you. Even without employing a spirit attendant, my combat prowess remains unaffected. Should you wish to proceed, I shall accompany you, if fate demands it. So be it. Qiao Fei's gaze flickered slightly. Ning Fan then addressed Huizi, saying, Brother Hui, once we disembark, you shall drive the vehicle out to await our return. He subsequently turned to Chu Hongba, asking, Captain Chu, could you have your men provide some cover? Chu Hongba nodded in agreement. That's no problem. Excellent. Thank you. Ning Fan then turned back to Qiao Fei. Sister Fei, if you are prepared, we should exit the vehicle now. At this juncture, a fierce glint flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. Eliminate him. Seize the individual. Ning Fan had drawn his broken sword. He was not lying. Once Qiao Fei resolved to act, they would swiftly descend to catch their adversaries off guard. Beyond the deception, there lay the support from the Wolf Alliance. They were not devoid of opportunities to escape. Huizi gazed at Ning Fan in disbelief. In that moment, he seemed to grasp a profound truth. This young man was no longer a mere child. As long as you can reach the door, I shall deal with those pursuing you, Su Bin declared, holding a massive crossbow. Ning Fan nodded in appreciation and turned to Qiao Fei. What do you say, Captain? A decision, if you will. You need not go to such lengths. Qiao Fei finally spoke. This is my own affair. Ning Fan chuckled. Between wild dogs like us, can we truly delineate what is personal? He steadfastly maintained his grip. Captain, let us not dither. If you wish to act, then let us do so. If you are hesitant, I shall devise a plan for you. What kind of plan? Qiao Fei appeared considerably calmer. The outcome remained the same. Eliminate him. Seize the individual. Yet the risks would be significantly reduced. Ning Fan's expression grew somber. Qiao Fei raised an eyebrow. Do you have a plan? Indeed. Ning Fan replied earnestly. Qiao Fei scrutinized him for a prolonged moment. After approximately 2 minutes, she lowered her gaze to her wrist, held captive by Ning Fan's grip. Release me. Very well. Ning Fan obediently released Qiao Fei. Captain, shall we proceed with my approach? Qiao Fei replied coldly, kill that man, and then retrieve my sister. Should you fail to accomplish either task, I will hold you accountable. Understood. The occupants of the vehicle collectively exhaled in relief. Huizi even gave Ning Fan a thumbs up. It was not mere flattery. Qiao Fei was typically composed, but when provoked, she could be utterly ruthless, attacking anyone in her path. The fact that Ning Fan managed to pacify her was indeed praiseworthy. Brother Hui, I need a favor. Ning Fan directed his gaze towards Huizi. What kind of favor? Huizi inquired, somewhat apprehensive. Let us put on a performance, Ning Fan replied with a smile. From this moment on, you are my bodyguard. What nonsense is this? Huizi immediately protested. Have you lost your mind? Do as he says. Qiao Fei commanded in a low tone. Huizi parted his lips, blinked his small eyes twice, and mumbled something for quite a while, seemingly lost in thought. All right. You are the captain. Your word is final. He glared at Ning Fan. What should I call you? Young master? Or perhaps master? Let us go with young master. As calling you master might bruise your pride. With a cheerful demeanor, Ning Fan opened the car door and made his way towards the middle-aged man. Huizi, standing behind, raised a middle finger at Ning Fan. Ning Fan approached the iron cage, and as he got closer, he caught sight of Qiao Fei's sister, who was even more beautiful and bore a striking resemblance to Qiao Fei. Hey there, brother, checking out the goods? The middle-aged man greeted Ning Fan enthusiastically. You've got good taste. Interested? What's your offer? Ning Fan, hands behind his back, adopted an air of indifference, not even sparing a glance at the middle-aged man. The man sensed Ning Fan's arrogance and glanced behind him. Upon seeing the car Ning Fan arrived in, his eyes lit up. Clearly, Anyone who drove such a luxurious vehicle was no ordinary person, at least not someone short on funds. 50,000, the middle-aged man stated, not attempting to inflate the price. But he pointed to the well-groomed man beside him. This brother is interested as well. 50,000 is quite reasonable. Ning Fan turned around and beckoned Hui Zi with a flick of his finger. Hui Zi, pay the money. Chapter 0064, My Young Master Huier. Hui Zi's lips twitched slightly, and his complexion turned a shade of green. All right, young master. His voice rose in pitch as he eagerly opened the car door, scampering over with a bundle of cash in his arms. Young master. The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Driving a vehicle of good quality, attended by sycophants. This young lad possesses a notable background. In truth, Hui Zi had overacted a bit. Ning Fan had instructed him to play the role of a bodyguard. Yet he inadvertently portrayed himself as a mere lackey. However, it was evident that the effect was somewhat more favorable. Hui Zi seemed to revel in his performance. While he initially wore a flattering grin towards Ning Fan, upon turning to face the middle-aged man, his posture straightened immediately. 50,000, is it? Hui Zi raised his chin haughtily, shoving the money into the man's embrace. Count it, and if all is in order, we shall take the goods. The middle-aged man, gazing at the 50,000 in his grasp, found himself indifferent to the lackey's demeanor. No problem, no problem. Originally, the clean-cut man could have bargained further. But this young master had not even attempted to negotiate, thus allowing him to pocket the difference without effort. Wait. At that moment, the clean-cut man appeared displeased. I was the one who spotted it first. The middle-aged man, with a twinkle in his eye, retorted, Brother, you haven't paid yet, have you? I never said I wouldn't buy it. The clean-cut man grew anxious. One must seize a meal when the appetite strikes. Then I have no choice. Your young brother has already paid, unless... The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together. You offer a higher price than this young brother. What do you mean? This time, without allowing the clean-cut man to respond, Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, regarding the middle-aged man with newfound attention. The middle-aged man remained unflustered. Young brother. Making a living isn't easy. Since you both have your eyes on it, the highest bidder shall prevail. Who else is interested? Ning Fan inquired again. The middle-aged man hesitated, pointing at the clean-cut man. This brother here. Did you not see him? Oh. Ning Fan nodded slightly. Suddenly, slap. A resounding slap echoed, striking the clean-cut man's face. The sharp sound brought a hush over the surroundings as onlookers relished the spectacle. The clean-cut man's face turned askew. You dare. Hui Zi interjected, speak to my young master with such disrespect. A dagger was poised at the clean-cut man's throat. Hui Zi shed his previous demeanor, exuding an air of cold authority. Finally, I can be myself. How delightful. Do you wish to compete with me? Ning Fan's voice was low and menacing. As the car door behind him was flung open, a heavy crossbow was set and aimed at the clean-cut man. Xiao Fei had not even sheathed her tang knife. Meanwhile, Zhu Hongba sighed, reluctantly retrieving a coiled bone whip from his lower back. The middle-aged man stood in stunned silence. He could discern that the young man possessed some background. Yet, he did not anticipate such a capricious temperament. To act without hesitation. Moreover, the individuals in the vehicle were clearly tasked with safeguarding this young master. Who exactly is he? I am Su Bei. Ning Fan replied indifferently, if you're unconvinced, feel free to seek me out in the Santong Cooperation Zone. Hui Zi's eyes widened in astonishment at Ning Fan. This lad is remarkably audacious. Initially, he harbored some concern that this clean-cut gentleman might also have some influence. But now, he felt no fear. Should any issues arise, they could simply approach Su Bei in the Santong Cooperation Zone. The middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically. The surname Su. His underling referred to him as young master. His father is the leader of the Dark Residents, Su Wanjun. No wonder he is so arrogant. He undoubtedly possesses the means to back it up. Any more questions? Ning Fan gestured with his thumb towards the back. There are 2 more vehicles outside. Shall we have them join us for some excitement? The middle-aged man's skin prickled with apprehension. The young master's entourage consisted of 3 vehicles. This was indeed the might of the son of the leader of the Santong Cooperation Zone. The clean-cut man gritted his teeth. Even if he had not heard of Su Bei before, the present display was sufficient to temper his ire. The guard who had previously accepted 1,000 yuan from Hui Zi approached with a grin. They truly had 2 more vehicles outside. Let us not stir the pot. Harmony brings prosperity. The guards were also reluctant for matters to escalate, as the repercussions would ultimately affect them. Maintaining a harmonious business environment at Guiji was their utmost desire. Upon hearing this, the remaining embers of the clean-cut man's anger were extinguished. It was not that he lacked temper, it was simply that he could not contend with the situation. He covered his face and refrained from provoking Ning Fan. Instead, directing his ire at the middle-aged man, "You have no business sense." The middle-aged man feigned innocence. As the clean-cut man departed, the crowd dispersed. Ning Fan pointed at the cage. "She is now mine, correct?" "Of course." Ning Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Having never purchased a Gui Ren before, could it be safely transported in the vehicle? The middle-aged man scratched his head. "Brother, young Master Su, I will be honest with you. This thing is rather difficult to control." As he spoke, he patted the spirit-suppressing device beside him. Gui Ren possess excessive aggression and must be restrained with this apparatus to contain their spirit. "Oh?" Ning Fan inquired, glancing at the spirit-suppressing device. "Is it for sale?" "Absolutely not." The middle-aged man shook his head vigorously. "This is essential for my livelihood. If I sell it to you, procuring another will be quite a challenge." "What do you mean?" Huizi interjected sharply. "If the Gui Ren harms our young master, will you compensate?" Even the middle-aged man perceived that this lackey was somewhat emboldened by the authority of his master, yet he still dared not be overly presumptuous. "Brother, that's not my intention. But in standard practice, once we deliver the goods, how the buyer manages them is their responsibility. There is no after-sales service for this kind of thing." However, Huizi remained relentless. "Very well, we shall take our leave. However, let me make myself perfectly clear. Should my young master sustain even a scratch along the way, it will not be us few who come seeking you." The middle-aged man trembled violently. He understood the gravity of Huizi's words all too well. If the lad were to be harmed, it would undoubtedly be his father, Su Wanjun, who would come looking for him. "Master Su, I assure you that I cannot part with this town's spiritual artifact. It took an immense effort to obtain it." After a moment of hesitation, the middle-aged man forced a smile and suggested, "How about I assist you in delivering it to the Santong Cooperative Zone? No charge. Consider it a gesture of friendship." In his mind, this individual before him was the son of Su Wanjun from the Santong Cooperative Zone. If he could foster a connection and perhaps build rapport along the journey, the opportunities would be immense. It would transcend mere monetary value. Simultaneously, he could avert any potential dangers that might befall the young master along the way. However, he failed to notice that upon hearing his words, Xiao Fei in the vehicle had a glint of cold light flash across the edge of her tang knife. "Very well then," Ning Fan replied with a slight nod, turning to board the vehicle, where he flashed a grin at Xiao Fei and gave her a playful wink. Chapter 0065. Naturally, I resemble her. This child possesses a touch of cleverness. Chu Hongba cast a knowing smile at Ning Fan. Xiao Fei nodded in acknowledgement. In her eyes, that middle-aged man had already become a mere specter of the past. Ning Fan achieved perfect scores in all 9 assessments. Xiao Fei turned to Chu Hongba. "I apologize for earlier." "No matter, it's trivial." Chu Hongba waved his hand graciously. Outside the vehicle, Ning Fan instructed Huizi and the middle-aged man to install the town spirit device onto the car. "Brother, this place is quite distant from the Santong Cooperation Zone. What brings your young master to this side for leisure?" The middle-aged man inquired while working, attempting to engage Huizi in conversation. "Just wandering about. Idleness begets idleness." Huizi replied absently. Noticing Huizi's reluctance to converse, the middle-aged man cast a glance towards the car, but no one inside acknowledged him. This only fueled his determination to venture into the Santong Cooperation Zone, serving as a lackey to the son of a leader, yet still harboring such pride. While the two were busy installing the device, Ning Fan circled around the eerie gathering, ensuring Lin Chuan was not present before returning to the vehicle. "Young Master Su, all set." The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together, forcing a smile. "When shall we depart?" "Let us leave. There is nothing of value here," Ning Fan replied coolly. Huizi opened the car door for Ning Fan, bowing slightly as he invited him inside. The middle-aged man, brimming with pride, declared, "Of course. I've stated before, my goods are of the finest quality in the entire eerie gathering." A chill flickered in Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes. The middle-aged man, preoccupied with thoughts of developing in the Santong Cooperation Zone, failed to notice her expression. He exerted himself to lift the cage onto the vehicle. Although the car's interior was not particularly small, the addition of the cage made it feel somewhat cramped. Chu Hongba patted Su Ben's shoulder. "Big Ben, let us switch vehicles." "All right." Su Ben shouldered the massive crossbow and swaggered out of the eerie gathering alongside Chu Hongba. "Come aboard." Ning Fan beckoned to the middle-aged man with a finger. The latter felt a surge of excitement, believing he had made a favorable impression on young Master Su. Once inside the vehicle, Huizi pressed the accelerator, driving them away from the eerie gathering. Upon exiting, the middle-aged man spotted the two vehicles Ning Fan had mentioned, parked outside, initially trailing behind Ning Fan's vehicle. One of them swiftly overtook and positioned itself ahead, effectively sandwiching their car in between. The middle-aged man thought to himself, such experienced guards at this level. The more he pondered, the more envious he became. Young Master Su, upon our return to the Santong Cooperation Zone, are we planning to rest for a while or continue our explorations? The middle-aged man cleared his throat. If young Master Su seeks some excitement, I have several excellent recommendations. Over the years, I have traversed the land and encountered numerous rare curiosities. I am certain there is something that will pique young Master Su's interest. The middle-aged man was not overly greedy. He figured he could start as a lackey, believing himself no less capable than Huizi. Ning Fan chose to ignore him. Although the middle-aged man felt somewhat embarrassed as his warm face pressed against the cold rear, he chuckled awkwardly before attempting to strike up a conversation. He glanced at the indifferent Xiao Fei. That knife you possess is rather exquisite, he remarked, eyeing the gleaming Tang knife. With a grin, he continued, I must say, you bear a striking resemblance to this peculiar creature of mine. He pointed to the struggling figure in the cage. Please don't take offense. I mean no harm. Although she's a strange being, in terms of appearance and form, she is undoubtedly top-notch. If she had not transformed into this creature, she would surely captivate a multitude of men. At this juncture, a wicked smile crept across his face. However, if she weren't a strange being, I doubt Master Su would even glance her way. No matter how beautiful a woman might be, the thrill is often fleeting. But with a strange being, it's an entirely different experience. Brother Hui, please stop the car. Ning Fan suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt. The middle-aged man was taken aback, glancing around and realizing they were in a desolate area. What could this mean? Master Su, you aren't feeling threatened by my words, are you? He leered. Shall we step out and await your command? Ning Fan smiled, a smile brimming with an unsettling aura. You need an exit, I shall. He opened the car door and stepped out. Brother Hui, with an impassive expression, followed suit, lighting a cigarette. The other two vehicles also halted, and members of the Wolf Alliance swiftly surrounded Ning Fan's car. The middle-aged man stared in bewilderment at the unfolding scene, sensing something was amiss. If Master Su was merely acting on a whim, he should have taken the strange being with him. Suddenly, realization struck him. That sycophant. At this moment, Hui stood beside Ning Fan, smoking and casting a cold gaze at him, a stark contrast to his previous obsequious demeanor. Moreover, Master Su had just referred to him as Brother Hui. She is Qiao Yu. Abruptly, a voice, chilling to the bone, emanated from behind him. The middle-aged man whipped around to see tears streaming down Xiao Fei's delicate face. What? He stammered. Did you not say that I resembled her? Xiao Fei fixed her gaze on him, her eyes unwavering. She is my sister, of course. We bear a resemblance. The middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine as he turned to look at Ning Fan outside the window. You are not from Su Bei. You are not from the Santong Cooperative area. Ning Fan scoffed, offering no response. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the middle-aged man instinctively sought to summon his spirit servant. But in the next moment, a wave of dread surged from the depths of his heart. There was no time for spirit servants. The vehicle was equipped with a spirit suppression device. This was the very cage he had laboriously crafted for himself. Drenched in sweat, the blade of the Tang knife rested against his neck, even without summoning the spirit servant. The middle-aged man could still feel the chilling sharpness of the blade. Open it, Qiao Fei's voice was hoarse. What? The blade of the Tang Dao pierced the skin with a sharp hiss. I command you to unlock it. The middle-aged man comprehended her demand. Qiao Fei instructed him to release the iron cage and liberate the eerie figure. The middle-aged man immediately shook his head in refusal. No, it is impossible. I warn you. With a swift motion, Qiao Fei thrust the blade, penetrating directly through his shoulder blade. The man's eyes turned crimson, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream of agony. Qiao Fei remained silent, withdrawing the Tang Dao once more. Wait, I will open it. The middle-aged man, seasoned from years of survival in the wild, could acutely sense the overwhelming intent to kill emanating from Qiao Fei. Hastily, he retrieved a key from his pocket and unlocked the iron cage. As the cage swung open, the transformed figure of Qiao Yu, now a ghastly apparition, lunged at the middle-aged man with wild abandon. A complex glimmer flickered in Qiao Fei's eyes. She lifted her sleeve to wipe away a tear, then opened the car door and stepped out. With a casual motion, she closed the door behind her. Sister, I promised you that anyone who dares to bully you shall face dire consequences. After murmuring these words softly, Xiao Fei could no longer contain herself. She sank to the ground, hugging her knees, and began to sob uncontrollably. Chapter 66. The soul returns to the basin inside the vehicle. Piercing cries of despair echoed, intermingled with the unsettling sounds of gnashing teeth. Observing Xiao Fei, who sat there alone, fragile and helpless, weeping softly, Ning Fan approached and settled beside her. Xiao Fei lifted her gaze momentarily, her eyes swollen from tears, reflecting a hint of confusion. Cry, Sister Fei, no one will mock you. Ning Fan offered a gentle smile. It is only through tears and release that one can continue to live fully. Feeling a surge of emotion, Xiao Fei began to weep anew, this time wrapping her arms around Ning Fan. He stiffened for a moment but then reciprocated, embracing her tenderly and patting her back soothingly. Huizi, nearly finished with his cigarette, glanced at the poignant scene before him and nudged Chu Hongba with his elbow. Hey, Chu, do you think this kid is taking advantage of the situation? Chu Hongba tilted his head. You know, it was your captain who embraced her first. Huizi shrugged. So what? Are you jealous? Chu Hongba chuckled. Not at all. Huizi sighed with a wry smile. When Xiao Fei first joined, I found her quite attractive and had entertained some thoughts, but those notions faded after getting to know her. Why is that? She's too fierce. Huizi spread his hands. If we were to argue, I reckon she could wield a knife against me. Chu Hongba touched his neck in agreement. However, Xiao Fei does seem to hold a favorable impression of this young man. Huizi pondered aloud, this lady. She wouldn't be thinking of an older man with a younger woman, would she? Brother, Chu Hongbo replied nonchalantly. While I prefer to refrain from commenting on matters within your team, seeing your captain in such a state, is it not a tad inconsiderate to engage in such banter? Huizi was taken aback, then chuckled. So what? Am I to weep alongside her? Half an hour later, Xiao Fei had regained her composure, though her eyes remained thoroughly swollen. The vehicle continued to resonate with low growls. Where's the sedative? Xiao Fei inquired of Chu Hongba. Chu Hongba instructed one of his men, and soon a syringe was delivered. They had come well prepared for this mission, with Song Kai ensuring they had even the sedatives ready. Xiao Fei handed the syringe to Ning Fan. You go. All right. Ning Fan took the syringe and approached the vehicle, opening the door. A strong stench of blood wafted out. Before he could adjust, Xiao Yu, drenched in blood, lunged at him. Ning Fan deftly sidestepped, allowing her to miss her target. With swift reflexes, he injected the sedative into her body. Xiao Yu continued to thrash about, but within moments, she began to weaken and collapse to the ground. Sister Fei, lock her up. Understood. After securing Xiao Yu, Xiao Fei removed her jacket and draped it over her. Huizi pondered for a moment, then removed his trousers and draped them over Xiao Yu. She was assigned to another vehicle. Although Xiao Fei had not seen her sister for many years and felt an indescribable yearning, she found it difficult to bear the sight of Xiao Yu in her current state. Ning Fan and the others diligently cleared away the remnants of flesh and blood from their vehicle, yet the stench of blood lingered persistently in the air. All right, let us continue our journey. Chu Hongba commanded with a sweeping gesture, directing them straight towards the soul return basin. This place was always shrouded in mystery, and the rewards were undoubtedly significant. Not only had they helped Xiao Fei locate her sister, but they had also acquired a set of spiritual sealing artifacts for free. Chu Gu, are you still coming with us? Huizi inquired. Chu Hongba waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, I will go. To Xiao Yu's vehicle. Xiao Fei expressed her gratitude. Thank you. No need for such formality, Chu Hongbo replied with a smile, then pointed at Huizi's trousers. Those floral shorts are quite something. Huizi's face flushed crimson. He felt that even though Xiao Yu had transformed into a ghoul, she, being a young girl, deserved to maintain her dignity. Thus, he had offered her his trousers. It was, in essence, a rather gentlemanly gesture. Huizi, thank you, Xiao Fei said earnestly. Huizi scratched his head. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Captain, you are being too polite. I am not accustomed to it. If you fancy this style, I shall gift you a few pairs of the same design when we return to the district. Xiao Fei smiled. Both Huizi and Ning Fan were taken aback. They had rarely seen Xiao Fei smile, and more astonishingly, she was making a joke? What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Let us find Chuan Gu. Xiao Fei felt a bit bashful under their gaze and blushed as she entered the vehicle first. During the journey, Ning Fan noticed that Xiao Fei's mood had improved significantly. Sister Fei, what will happen to your sister? He asked. Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes dimmed momentarily, but soon regained their composure. Once we return to F21 District, I will discuss it with Chief Song and see if he can help find a place for her. Ning Fan nodded. Chief Song mentioned earlier that he would reach out to Lin Hai from the San Tong Cooperative Zone. Xiaoyu should be able to recover. Xiao Fei remained silent, aware that much of Ning Fan's words were meant to comfort her. However, having hope was indeed a good thing. The vehicle continued its journey for approximately an hour until Chu Hongba's vehicle came to a halt. Knock, knock. Chu Hongba approached and tapped on the window. Let us stop here. Understood. Everyone disembarked, and at that moment, the expressions of all turned grave. Not far ahead lay the Soul Return Basin. Even from the periphery, they could sense an overwhelming oppressive aura. From their vantage point, they could see the basin below. Though referred to as a basin, it resembled a deep pit more than anything else. A deep pit with a radius of several hundred meters. Ning Fan gazed into the depths of the pit, feeling a tremor within his very blood. Inside the pit, countless ghouls wandered aimlessly, devoid of consciousness, resembling mere shells of their former selves. Before arriving, Ning Fan could roughly anticipate the scene that awaited him. However, there was one aspect he had not considered. Beneath the feet of these eerie figures lay countless skeletal remains, an overwhelming multitude of severed limbs and shattered bones, and even some individuals teetering on the brink of death. It was no wonder this place was dubbed the Paradise of the Eerie. Even the well-traveled Hui Zi found his complexion paling. What on earth was this place? I recall my father mentioning it once during my childhood. Chu Hongba furrowed his brow tightly. He said that in their era, this area was not referred to as the Soul's Return Basin, but rather the Sacred Tomb. Sacred Tomb? What does that mean? Su Bin inquired with curiosity. Chu Hongba appeared somewhat perplexed as well. I'm not entirely sure, but I heard the elders discussing over drinks that this basin seems to have been excavated. It was originally just a flat plain. Excavated? Ning Fan gazed at the vast pit before him, contemplating how many individuals it must have taken to transform the plain into such a state. Chu Hongba scratched his head. They said the reason for this excavation was to search for a coffin buried beneath. Chapter 67. The Spirit Coffin? At that moment, Ning Fan was reminded of his broken sword, the sword coffin, within which lay 8 coffins. Could it be? Oldly, please descend and assess the situation first. Before Ning Fan could fully comprehend, Chu Hongba had already begun issuing orders to the members of the Wolf Alliance. Oldly nodded in silence. Ning Fan recalled that Old Li's spiritual attendant was named Zhiguang, capable of rendering himself invisible through the refraction of light. Lu Wei, Yang Jian. You two are tasked with safeguarding Old Li. Should he be discovered, you must ensure his escape. Understood, boss. Both responded in unison. Chu Hongba then assigned various tasks to each member of the Wolf Alliance. This man's leadership was indeed formidable. He possessed an intimate understanding of each individual's strengths and could devise strategies in the most judicious manner. Captain Xiao, my team is prepared. How do you wish to proceed? Chu Hongba inquired of Xiao Fei. To his surprise, Xiao Fei did not respond directly, but instead turned to Ning Fan. What are your thoughts? Chu Hongba raised an eyebrow. Xiao Fei, the leader of the Wild Dog House, had chosen to seek Ning Fan's opinion first. Was it due to the boy's capabilities, or perhaps, as Hui Zi suggested, the woman truly desired a youthful partner? Ning Fan gazed contemplatively into the depths of the pit below. Brother Chu, how well do you understand the Guerin? Chu Hongba was forthright, admitting his limited knowledge. We have had little contact. We only know that they prefer to be close to souls and are controlled by the spirits within them. Ning Fan continued to observe the Guerin drifting in the abyss. Deep in thought. Kid, what occupies your mind? Xiao Fei asked, intrigued. Ning Fan scratched his nose. Do you think spirits possess consciousness? Everyone paused in surprise. Chu Hongba was the first to respond. Certainly not. Just moments ago, you witnessed the state of those Guerin, did you not? Indeed. From Xiao Yu's condition, it was evident that Guerin acted solely on instinct, devoid of any cognitive thought. This question had lingered in everyone's minds. They were perplexed as to why Ning Fan would pose such an unproductive inquiry. If Guerin lack consciousness, it follows that spirits too lack a cognitive framework, does it not? Nonsense. A young member of the Wolf Alliance impatiently interjected to Chu Hongba. Captain, let us take action. But why would spirits invade human bodies? Ning Fan spoke once more, causing a chill to run down everyone's spines. Indeed, the prevailing belief is that spirits prefer to inhabit human bodies over mere weaponry. Thus, spirits have always lingered within weapons, waiting for humans to err. When humans seek their strength, they graciously pay their dues, bestowing a portion of their power, fostering a balanced relationship of supply and demand. Yet, when humanity desires even greater strength, they seize the true opportunity to parasitize. Throughout this process, the spirit remained in a state of quietude, akin to a cunning and exceedingly patient hunter. How could such a being lack thought? This is indeed a paradox. Upon grasping the essence of what Ning Fan sought to convey, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Indeed, if the spirit were to possess thought, then the state of the enigmatic beings would be exceedingly discordant. The spirit has commandeered the body, achieved dominion over it. Yet is it merely to exist as a lifeless shell? Therefore, what do you imply? Chu Hongba furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Ning Fan. Ning Fan moistened his lips. This is merely my conjecture. Please share, urged Qiao Fei encouragingly. Ning Fan nodded, a glimmer of insight illuminating his gaze. I suspect that once the spirit occupies a human body, it would encounter fierce resistance. Ning Fan's expression grew grave. The spirit desires control. Yet humans possess their own thoughts and will. No one wishes to relinquish their body to be governed by a spirit. To illustrate a simple truth, take your sister, Xiao Yu, for instance. If she were to surrender her body entirely to the spirit as control, do you believe the spirit would harbor any affection for you? Xiao Fei immediately comprehended Ning Fan's implication. Surrendering the body to the spirit could potentially endanger those we hold dear. 4. The family of the original being is not the family of the spirit. Thus, for us, the spirits are merely tools of power. We do not desire them to dominate our existence. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes. When the spirit attempts to seize the body, the human would resist. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Some had begun to grasp the concept. Ning Fan gestured toward the deep pit. These enigmatic beings, in their current state, are engaged in a struggle for control of the body against the will of their original selves. All eyes turned toward the pit. Ning Fan's words seemed to illuminate their thoughts. Indeed, the condition of these enigmatic beings is rife with incongruity. However, when viewed through Ning Fan's lens, it becomes considerably more rational. So, are you suggesting that these enigmatic beings have not entirely lost their true essence? Qiao Fei's excitement was palpable. Her sister had been located. If Ning Fan's hypothesis holds true, it implies Xiao Yu may yet be saved. Yet, this remains merely a conjecture. Chu Hongba did not entirely align with Ning Fan's reasoning. If, as you propose, the enigmatic beings are indeed vying for control of their bodies, they cannot perpetually remain in this state, can they? Whether it be the original will or the spirit, one side must ultimately prevail. As he spoke, Chu Hongba paused, seemingly awakening to a realization. Ning Fan smiled. How do you discern whether the person before you is the original being or one who has been overtaken by the spirit? A chill coursed through the assembly. If the spirit indeed possesses a semblance of thought, it could easily masquerade as an ordinary human. How can the average person ascertain the truth? There exists no means. Moreover, there is one crucial matter that has just come to my mind. Ning Fan reined in his smile. In the struggle between will and spirit, it is inevitably the will that becomes the more fragile party, while the spirit possesses room for enhancement. Xiao Fei's complexion turned pale. Even her pupils began to constrict. She suddenly glanced at the wandering specters below. Are you implying? Why is this place called the Paradise of Specters? Why do specters feel drawn to souls? Ning Fan's voice was low. Because, in the battle against will, the spirit requires assistance. You previously mentioned that specters absorb certain souls, evolving to a higher soul grade. The primary reason for this is that the spirit needs other souls to bolster itself, thus enabling it to triumph over the will of its corporeal form. Chapter 0068. The prodigy of Zone F32. Silence enveloped the gathering. No one dared to challenge Ning Fan any further. His conjecture was astoundingly plausible. Upon deeper reflection of the characteristics of the enigmatic beings, everything began to align. However, embracing Ning Fan's hypothesis meant dismantling their previous understanding of these entities. The most chilling realization was that from this moment forward, suspicion would taint their perceptions of everyone around them. This cannot be true. One of the younger members of the Wolf Alliance seemed reluctant to accept this notion. Yet, after uttering that single line, he found himself lacking both the conviction and rationale to refute it. No one responded to him, for they all acknowledged the high probability of Ning Fan's theory. Xiao Fei suddenly turned her gaze towards the vehicle where Xiao Yu resided. So, Xiao Yu still retains her will? Is she resisting the spirit within her? Ning Fan nodded gently. It is highly likely. Xiao Fei's delicate frame trembled slightly, her eyes reflecting a tinge of conflict. Moments later, she inquired, if your conjecture holds true, have you devised a means to restore her? I possess a general idea, yet I cannot guarantee its efficacy, Ning Fan replied earnestly. However, it is premature to discuss this now. This place is not secure. Even if we were to attempt it, it would be prudent to wait a while longer. As he spoke, he turned his attention to Chu Hongba. Brother Chu, the reason I propose this theory is to suggest that your people should not enter the basin. Even if their spirits can remain concealed, the risks are too great, he whispered. The entities may not see you, but they will surely detect the presence of spirits. Chu Hongbao maintained a composed demeanor. Instead of resenting Ning Fan's scrutiny of his plans, a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. Had they truly sent Old Li into the Soul Return Basin moments ago, it was conceivable that he would have been torn to shreds by those creatures. They had been careless. Over the years, Chu Hongbao had led the Wolf Alliance through numerous trials, their successes inflating his confidence. Only now did he recognize their scant understanding of these beings. Acting recklessly without comprehending the nature of their adversaries was a grave error. What do you propose we do next? Chu Hongbao surprisingly humbled himself, seeking Ning Fan's counsel, for no other reason than the shared experiences they had encountered along their journey. They had witnessed the same phenomena. Ning Fan's ability to deduce the characteristics of the enigmatic beings from these details was commendable, regardless of whether Ning Fan's hypothesis was factual. It was undeniably rational. Ning Fan did not hesitate. He approached the periphery of the Soul Return Basin. Brother Chu, instruct your men to dismantle the spirit-confining artifact. Chu Hongbao's eyes sparkled with realization. Had Ning Fan not mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about the artifact in their possession. Subsequently, Ning Fan moved to mark 3 additional locations. Arrange the spirit-confining device according to these 4 points. Ning Fan then gestured towards the slope of the basin. Li Ge. Once the device is activated, release your spirit attendant and stand over there. Li Ge pondered for a moment, nodded, and remained silent. The others understood that Ning Fan's intention was to have Li Ge serve as bait. Yet, this revelation did not incite any resentment. For had it not been for Ning Fan's timely caution, Li Ji's task would have been considerably more perilous. Brothers, you will support Lao Li from here. Ning Fan instructed the other 2. Once the strange beings approach within 10 meters of Lao Li, you must intervene. Understood, Su Bin, the one addressed, responded with a jolt of excitement. He was eager to showcase his skills, having long desired to prove himself beyond his usual confines with Su Jiang. If too many strange beings emerge due to Lao Li's lure, you may reduce their numbers as necessary. Ning Fan was well aware of Su Bin's formidable archery skills. Having witnessed his explosive power during their initial encounter, how do we reduce their numbers? Just shoot them all? Su Bin inquired. Exactly, Ning Fan replied with a wry smile. However, exercise caution with your strength. After all, your Uncle Song's son or Chuan Ge might be among them. Got it. I'll keep that in mind. Su Bin affirmed, nodding firmly. Next, Ning Fan assigned tasks to all members of the Wolf Alliance. Chu Hongbao observed him with a tilted head. Hui Zi, your child is quite meticulous. Compared to his own approach, Ning Fan's task distribution was evidently more thorough, even detailing each person's positioning with clarity. Such precision was not easily achieved. This child scored full marks in all 9 assessments. Hui Zi beamed with pride. Our F32 district's top talent. F21 district has full marks too, but I have yet to hear of anyone achieving it. Chu Hongbao remarked, intrigued, especially as one of the assessments encompassed tactics. He whistled. His gaze towards Ning Fan now tinged with heightened interest. Noticing this reaction, Hui Zi expressed mild displeasure. What is this? With only 3 of us left in the Wild Dog House, do you intend to claim him too? No, you're overthinking it, came the light-hearted retort. As they exchanged banter, Ning Fan called for them. Chu Ge, is your spirit attendant more combat-oriented or supportive? Ning Fan inquired. Chu Hongbao adopted a serious demeanor, combat. Very well, then come here. Ning Fan directed him without hesitation. Chu Hongbao complied without arrogance, positioning himself as instructed. All set. The spirit-confining device has been positioned as per my instructions and activated, creating a 50 by 50 meter area devoid of spirits. Child, there is something I don't quite understand. Chu Hongbao said from 50 meters behind the device. I see you intend to lure the strange beings into the device's range, but what happens once they enter? The other members of the Wolf Alliance shared similar perplexities. As the enigmatic beings entered the realm of the spirit suppressor, the inability to harness the power of the spirits did not imply an absence of peril. Upon transforming into these mysterious entities, their physical capabilities underwent significant alterations, resulting in remarkable enhancements in strength, speed, and healing abilities. Once inside, I shall take control of them. Before the gaze of many, Ning Fan boldly stepped into the confines of the spirit suppressor's domain. Chu Hongbao's expression sharpened. You do not intend to confront the enigmatic beings without the aid of spirit servants, do you? Ning Fan chuckled lightly. Rest assured, I shall not court my own demise. Without granting him another opportunity to inquire, Ning Fan suddenly called out to Old Li. Brotherly, unleash the spirit servants. Old Li glanced at Chu Hongba, who, after a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement. Spirit servant, refraction. Old Li promptly activated the spirit servant. What transpired next left both him and all members of the Wolf Alliance gasping in astonishment. The enigmatic beings in close proximity to Old Li, akin to cats detecting a scent of blood, abruptly halted their wandering steps and turned their gazes toward Old Li's position. Indeed, they could perceive the essence of the spirit servants. Chu Hongbo's gaze darted towards Ning Fan within the spirit suppressor. Were it not for this young man, Old Li would undoubtedly have met his demise by now. Chapter 0069. Child, can you manage? A low growl reverberated through the basin. Despite being an experienced traveler, Old Li felt a shiver run down his spine as he beheld the grotesque figures charging towards him, their claws bared. A rough estimate suggested that the number of these eerie beings exceeded 20. The two individuals tasked with guarding Old Li stood at the ready, their faces etched with stern determination. Shall I commence the assault? Su Bin inquired loudly, standing at a vantage point with a colossal crossbow poised before him, addressing Ning Fan. Ning Fan sighed. Not yet. All right, inform me when to unleash. Understood. After dismissing Su Bin, Ning Fan immediately shouted towards Old Li, whose figure had nearly vanished. Old Li, run. Upon receiving Ning Fan's command, Old Li wasted no time and turned to flee. Do not retract the spirit servants, Ning Fan added. Got it. Old Li sprinted desperately towards the protective boundary of the spirit ensconcing artifact. However, the grotesque figures moved with alarming speed. By observing the footprints in the soil, Ning Fan could roughly ascertain Old Li's position. Those eerie beings were closing in on the fleeing Old Li. Reinforcements. Spirit Servant. Golden Bell. Spirit Servant. Vines. The two simultaneously summoned their spirit servants. A magnificent golden bell materialized behind Old Li, crashing heavily to the ground and blocking the foremost grotesque figures, provoking their furious roars. The frantic screams erupted from the mouths of the grotesque beings. One of them glowed with a myriad of colors, launching a direct assault on the golden bell. Boom. The golden bell shattered instantaneously. The individual who had summoned it felt a wave of nausea wash over him, collapsing to the ground and spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Damn it. Level of 100 souls. From a distance, Chu Hongba quickly deduced the level of that grotesque being and shouted anxiously, stay alert. With the golden bell destroyed, the grotesque beings resumed their pursuit of Old Li. Beneath the earth, tendrils of vines erupted from the soil. The purpose of these vines was unmistakable, to ensnare the grotesque beings. The grotesque figures found their feet entangled, tumbling to the ground in waves. After being thwarted twice, the grotesque beings were now utterly enraged. One of them ignited in flames. Soon, the flames transformed into a blazing inferno, incinerating all the vines on the ground. The two tasked with providing support found their methods completely neutralized by the grotesque beings. Old Li continued to flee for his life, thankfully not far from the spirit ensconcing artifact ahead. However, one of the grotesque beings suddenly accelerated. From the rear of the grotesque figures, it surged forward, covering the distance to the front in less than a second. Speed-type spirit. Old Li had thought he had evaded danger, but he instantly sensed the peril approaching from behind. Da Bin. Fire. Ning Fan had also observed the situation. Whoosh. 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 Boom. 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 A tremendous force suddenly struck behind Lao Li, even toppling him to the ground. After rolling several times, still shaken, he scrambled to his feet, eager to flee once more. Yet, a hand landed firmly on his shoulder. You've worked hard, Li Gu. It was Ning Fan. As Lao Li surveyed his surroundings, he realized he had made his appearance known. Confirming that he was within the protective boundaries of the spirit restraining device, he weakly collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The entire ordeal had lasted less than a minute, yet only those who had experienced it knew how terrifying that brief moment could be. No wonder no one wished to venture into the Soul Return Basin. It was truly a place unfit for human beings. The strange beings behind him suddenly lost the scent of Lao Li's spirit attendant and redirected their focus towards the two individuals who had shielded him. Moments ago, there had also been traces of spirit in that vicinity. Chu Gu. Ning Fan called back. Chu Hongba immediately summoned his spirit attendant. Chaos Tail. He wielded a bone whip, exuding an overwhelming aura. However, he had no intention of striking. Instead, he stood resolutely, intently watching the strange beings. At that moment, he was positioned directly behind the spirit restraining device, while the strange beings loomed ahead, separated by a 50-meter expanse of spirit null terrain. The strange beings intended to charge towards the two reinforcements, but the instant Chu Hongba unleashed his spirit attendant, Their attention was captivated. 100 souls level, spirit attendant was clearly far more enticing. Li Gu, hurry and get out. Ning Fan urged the still-dazed Lao Li beside him. Lao Li rose, a hint of concern in his eyes. In truth, Ning Fan had indirectly saved his life. Can you truly manage on your own, kid? Stop being so wishy-washy. Get out now, Ning Fan insisted. All right, just be careful. Lao Li, relinquishing his hesitation, scrambled out of the spirit restraining device's range. Ahead, the strange beings surged forward. As they rushed in, confusion and bewilderment were evident on their contorted faces. The sin of spirit had vanished. Seal it. Ning Fan continued to command. Earth prison. Four walls of earth rose from the periphery of the spirit restraining device. Soon, the device was completely encircled by the earthen barriers. The walls halted their ascent at a height of 3 meters, rendering the interior invisible to those outside. Within the confines, only Ning Fan remained. Thus far, all plans had unfolded according to Ning Fan's design. Yet, whether this plan could truly be deemed successful hinged critically on Ning Fan within the earthen prison. Did this child truly possess such capability? Even if he achieved a perfect score in swordsmanship among the 9 assessments, facing 20-odd strange beings posed an immense risk. Chu Hongba had already retracted his spirit attendant. In truth, his role in the entire plan was quite straightforward. He merely needed to unleash a 100 souls level spirit attendant to draw the strange beings into the protective confines of the spirit restraining device, exerting even less effort than Lao Li. Should Ning Fan truly encounter peril within, Chu Hongba might reproach himself. This lad is quite astute. Huizi lit another cigarette, remarking that since he could devise such a plan, he must possess at least a 90% assurance of success. Yet, Chu Hongba remained skeptical. At that moment, a series of howls erupted from the earthen walls, a sound that sent a shiver down one's spine. Even Huizi, who had been brimming with confidence, exhibited a trace of concern. Xiao Fei furrowed her brow. Ning Fan, are you all right? Absolutely. Especially well. Ning Fan's voice soon echoed from within, allowing the group to breathe a slight sigh of relief. In truth, those outside could hardly fathom that Ning Fan, concealed within the earthen walls, was actually exhilarated. He had already ascertained that among this batch of eerie beings, neither Song Kai's son nor Lin Chuan was present. Given this revelation, after dreaming incessantly of Sword Wucho's slashes, at last, I too shall wield a blade. Chapter 70. We are not saviors. The shattered sword lay firmly in Ning Fan's grasp. The eerie beings, already agitated by the suppressive spirit artifact, grew increasingly frenzied. Finally, the grotesque figures surged towards Ning Fan. His smile gradually faded, replaced by a glimmer of determination in his gaze. Jian Wucho, if I manage to eliminate these fiends, would you grant me a question? Absolutely not, came Jian Wucho's resolute reply. Oh, I was merely inquiring. Who knows, perhaps I could deceive one of them. Ning Fan ceased his communication with Jian Wucho and brandished the sword, facing the oncoming horde. Outside, the spectators were acutely aware of the battle resonating from the earthen prison. What astonished them most was the diminishing roars of the grotesque beings. They appeared to be growing weaker. This clearly indicated one thing: the numbers of the fiends were dwindling. The sole reason for this? Ning Fan was systematically reducing their ranks. That lad is truly impressive. Old Li, having regained his composure, remarked, unable to suppress his admiration despite his typically taciturn nature. Those fiends terrify me just to look at. Don't embarrass the Wolf Alliance. Chu Hongba frowned. At your age, you should at least maintain some composure. Old Li's face flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Fei and Huizi also grasped the situation within, their anxious hearts finally finding solace. Upon hearing Old Li's commendation of Ning Fan, both felt a swell of pride, as if their own child had been praised. Hey, can you hold on? Make some noise. Let us know you're still alive. Huizi called into the earthen prison. I'm in the midst of combat. What kind of noise do you expect? Am I supposed to sing while I fight? Ning Fan's disgruntled voice echoed back. Huizi raised an eyebrow. Whoa, you've gained some skills, haven't you? How come you're talking to your brother like that? Want to switch places? I can come in and slay while you engage in polite conversation outside? Ning Fan retorted. Huizi's lips twitched in response. Chu Hongba chuckled. Brother Huizi, should I have my men open the earthen prison and send you in? Huh, you certainly know how to stir things up. Huizi shot Chu Hongba a glare, choosing silence thereafter. Approximately 3 minutes later, silence enveloped the earthen prison. Everyone seemed to comprehend the outcome. All done. Ning Fan's voice emerged from within. The prison began to crumble. Ning Fan had sheathed the broken sword and stood at the edge of the spirit artifact, his body drenched in blood. Ning Fan, are you all right? Xiao Fei immediately expressed her concern upon witnessing the scene. I'm fine. The blood isn't mine. It was then that they beheld the aftermath behind Ning Fan. Over 20 grotesque beings lay sprawled on the ground. The sight was undeniably staggering, though Ning Fan had predicted such an outcome during the planning phase. Witnessing the reality unfold before their eyes rendered it almost unbelievable. This lad had indeed slain over 20 fiends without resorting to the aid of spirit attendants. The spirit artifact can be deactivated. We shall need it for our next endeavors. Ning Fan exited the vehicle and retrieved a piece of cloth. Attending to the bloodstains on his attire with a simple gesture, Chu Hongba immediately grasped Ning Fan's intention. You plan to continue employing this method? Yes. Let us rest for a moment before proceeding, Ning Fan replied. The success of their plan infused him with newfound confidence. President Song mentioned that his son, prior to becoming a Spectre, was also at the single soul level, akin to Brother Chuan. Therefore, if they have arrived at the soul return basin, they are likely to be lingering around the periphery. Thus, you intend to cleanse the outer specters of the soul return basin using this approach? Chu Hongba inquired once more. Ning Fan nodded. I estimated that there are approximately 200 to 300 specters in the outer region. With our recuperation period accounted for, we should be able to resolve this within 3 days at most. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei's delicate face darkened with concern. She glanced at the corpses of the specters within the range of the spirit-confining artifact before lowering her head in contemplation. Finally, she tugged at Ning Fan. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Ning Fan was taken aback. What do you mean? Xiao Fei pointed at the specter's remains, her lips trembling slightly. They may have families who care for them. Ning Fan fell silent, and the others around them remained quiet. Aware that Xiao Fei held a unique emotional connection to this matter, as her sister was among the specters. Ning Fan, we merely seek to locate Brother Chuan and President Song's son. Why must we resort to killing them? Xiao Fei furrowed her brow tightly. I believed your plan was solely to uncover the specter's weaknesses. Ning Fan regarded her with a calm demeanor, and Xiao Fei showed no sign of retreat. Suddenly, Ning Fan turned to Chu Hongba. Brother Chu, do you share the same sentiment? Chu Hongba pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I have no objections to your plan. Ning Fan nodded and then turned to Hui Zi. What about you, Brother Hui? Hui Zi waved his hand dismissively. Don't ask me. Just let me know what to do once you all have made a decision. I do not wish to partake in the decision-making process. As you know, I failed in the 9 assessments and lack the intellect. However, Xiao Fei's expression grew increasingly grim. Do you all truly feel indifferent? Although they are specters, Ning Fan has just stated that they have not been fully controlled by the spirit. What then? Ning Fan responded sternly, Sister Fei, what do you propose we should do? Xiao Fei was rendered speechless. She merely felt that Ning Fan's approach was somewhat cruel. Yet, she did not possess an alternative solution. Sister Fei, what is our purpose for coming to the soul return basin? Ning Fan sighed, it is to find Brother Chuan. Xiao Fei countered, but that does not mean we must. If you can conceive another viable method, we shall all heed your guidance. Ning Fan interrupted her, but you have not, have you? Sister Fei, Brother Hui. Although my time in the Wild Dog Society has been brief and my interactions with Brother Chuan limited, I have learned a great deal during this period. My first lesson was indeed imparted by Brother Chuan. Ning Fan spoke earnestly. We are not saviors. When I first stepped beyond the confines of Zone F32 and witnessed numerous souls pleading for assistance on the ground, neither Brother Chuan nor anyone else paid them any heed. I once inquired of you all why we did not extend help, yet none offered a response. Now I comprehend that my question back then was rather naive. With no ties or obligations, why should we risk our own team to save those we do not know? As he gestured towards the basin, Ning Fan continued, and what of those eerie beings? Do we even know them? In contrast to strangers, should we not prioritize minimizing the casualties among those close to us? Xiao Fei trembled at his words. Sister Fei, I understand that your sister is among those uncanny beings, which may evoke an inexplicable sympathy within you. However, we cannot allow such compassion to jeopardize the safety of those around us. They have families. Just as those who perished in the wilderness had families. Must we bear the burden of concern for every individual? Chapter 71. He is protecting us. Zhou Fei fell silent. Yet her demeanor revealed an inability to accept the situation. Sister Fei, I believe you comprehend these matters far better than I do. Ning Fan sighed. If we venture into the soul return basin, searching one by one poses immense risk. Rather than gamble with the lives of our own, I would prefer to eliminate these unknown specters. The entire team fell into a contemplative hush. Members of the Wolf Alliance cast glances at Ning Fan, their perception of him subtly shifting. It became increasingly difficult for them to regard the seemingly youthful individual as merely a child. I concurred with his approach. Chu Hongba also expressed his stance clearly. I too believe that my people are of greater importance than those specters. Zhou Fei scanned the crowd. Finding no one to advocate for her, she bit her lip and declared, well, since you have all made your decision, let it be as you wish. With that, she strode towards the vehicle where Xiaoyu was located. Ning Fan turned to Huizi. Brother Hu, do you think my actions lack compassion? Huizi replied, I just feel you've changed quite a bit. He scrutinized Ning Fan for a moment before breaking into a smile. You're far more ruthless than when we first met. Ning Fan was taken aback. Huizi waved his hand dismissively. I'll go check on the captain. It's natural for a woman to have a soft heart. Do what you must. And let me know if you need me. After Huizi departed, Su Bin approached, shouldering a massive crossbow. What's all this fuss about? Su Bin inquired. What's there to argue over such trivial matters? The others turned their attention to Su Bin. He raised an eyebrow. These specters, even if we do not slay them, will either be captured or possessed by spirits, won't they? That's Sister Qiao too. What does she mean when she says they are cared for? Who truly cares? If someone did care, why haven't they sought them out for so long? If my father turned into a specter, I would be the first to find him. I would rather face death than watch him wander like a soulless shell. The fact that these specters have been roaming for so long indicates that those who cared for them have given up, if even those who care have abandoned them. Why should we burden ourselves with such considerations? Are we simply idle? Su Bin's words caused Chu Hongba to reflect. To Bin, I now sense that you possess a certain wisdom in your folly. You're the one who is foolish. My father says I'm quite clever, Su Bin retorted, visibly displeased. Meanwhile, Huizi approached Zhou Fei. If you intend to persuade me to accept their decision, there is no need to speak. Zhou Fei gazed at the unconscious Qiaoyu. I cannot accept this. Huizi remained silent, choosing instead to sit on a nearby stone and light a cigarette. Zhou Fei admonished. If you wish to smoke, go far away. You lack discernment. Huizi expressed his discontent. Zhou Fei's anger flared. What do you mean by that? Should I thank you for your company? I was not speaking of myself, but of your attitude towards Ning Fan. Huizi, with rare seriousness, remarked. You, I, and he. The three of us belong to the Wild Dog House. Ning Fan has just begun to establish a modicum of influence, and you openly undermine him in front of so many people. Is that appropriate? Do you not find his actions excessively cruel? Xiao Fei grew increasingly agitated. Huizi shrugged. Cruel, indeed. Yet, do you not perceive that it is precisely because this plan originated from him that you find it problematic? Xiao Fei paused. Huizi continued. If Brother Chuan were still here and had proposed this plan, you might also feel discomfort, but would you question it with such fervor? Xiao Fei clenched her teeth but refrained from arguing. Ultimately, we have underestimated this youth, neglecting the impact of his experiences during this time. Huizi sighed. Whether it be you or even I, we believe that such a brutal plan should not be conceived by a child. When we look at him, we subconsciously envision the innocent and kind versions of ourselves from the past. We wish to find solace for our youthful selves through him, and thus, when he too undergoes change, we become sensitized. We do not wish to witness him, like us, become despicable and ruthless merely to survive. This time, Xiao Fei did not contest. Captain, I cannot predict what this child, Ning Fan, will become in the future, but at the very least, I can affirm that he cares for you and me, and that is sufficient. Huizi glanced toward the Wolf Alliance team that was regrouping. Do you know why I say you fail to comprehend right from wrong? Xiao Fei looked at Huizi, awaiting his revelation. Old Li's role would suit you better than him. Huizi's gaze sharpened. Old Li's refraction is of little use when confronting the cunning. Conversely, your speed in flower dance is swifter, making you far more suitable as bait. Xiao Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. She was not foolish. With Huizi's clarity, how could she possibly remain oblivious? Moreover, my spirit attendant is a shadow, ideal for delaying the pursuit of the cunning. Huizi gestured toward Ning Fan's direction, yet this lad overlooked us while devising the plan. Do you believe that I, a poor student, could conceive of something that this top scholar would miss? If he thought of it, why would he commit such an error? Xiao Fei swallowed hard. A warmth infused Huizi's smile. All along, we thought we were protecting him, but in truth, this child is also safeguarding us in his own way. At the same time, in the Santong Cooperative Zone, Su Tong, I have received news regarding Xiao Tong, a man nearing 40, with a crew cut, knelt before Su Wanjun. Some claim to have seen Xiao Tong near the Guizhou Basin. Guizhou Basin? Su Wanjun furrowed his brow. What business does Xiao Bei have there? As of now, it remains unknown. Su Wanjun pondered for a moment before retrieving his phone and dialing a number. Where are you now? Returning to Sutong. I have arrived at Area F-27. How is the investigation progressing? Just as Yi Liang mentioned, the monitors here indeed apprehended Xiao Tong and handed him over to Yi Liang. What did Li Jiang say? He remarked that he was unaware of what transpired thereafter. Understood. After concluding this matter, make a trip to the Seoul Return Basin. As someone there has encountered Xiao Bei. Very well, Su Tong. Upon ending the call, Su Wanjuan's expression gradually darkened, regardless of the circumstances. Those who dare to capture the son of Su Wanjun shall inevitably face consequences. I sense an oddity about this situation, Su Wanjun murmured softly. Furthermore, who in the entirety of Area F possesses the audacity to orchestrate such a grand scheme, mobilizing 3 experts of the Thousand Souls level? Chapter 0072. Old Su has departed. The group had been hunting the eerie beings near the Seoul Return Basin for 2 days. Thus far, there had been no casualties among the team, yet the atmosphere was palpably subdued. The reason was simple. They had not located Lin Chuan, nor had they seen Song Kai's son. The surrounding eerie beings had been largely eliminated, and everyone understood that hope was indeed dwindling. Moreover, while there had been no fatalities, injuries were on the rise. A day prior, Old Li had been wounded by an eerie being due to his slower pace, leaving the baiting task to be shouldered by others. Within 2 days, 4 members of the Wolf Alliance had sustained varying degrees of injuries. Fortunately, none were fatal, and recovery was possible. Chu Hongba was acutely aware of Ning Fan's selfish motives. No one was more suitable for the baiting task than Xiao Fei. Yet Ning Fan remained silent on the matter. Still, Chu Hongbo chose not to express any dissatisfaction. In such circumstances, a hint of selfishness was understandable. Were he in Ning Fan's shoes, he too would prioritize his own team. After all, the most perilous tasks were undertaken by Ning Fan himself. Based on this alone, he felt he could not voice any objections. With only 1 more day to go, they would likely clear the area completely. Chu Hongba sat atop a high ridge, smoking a cigarette, and turned to the bloodstained Ning Fan beside him, inquiring, "What will you do if Lin Chuan is still missing by then?" Ning Fan, with a bandage wrapped around his arm from his own injury, reflected on the question. Despite his improved swordsmanship, continuous battles left room for lapses in attention. Hearing Chu Hongba's words, his gaze dimmed slightly. For now, I really don't know. The F district is vast. Searching for one person is exceedingly difficult. The Seoul Return Basin offers some hope, but once that hope fades, confusion will set in. What else can I pursue besides searching for Lin Chuan? Having spent these past few days with Ning Fan, Chu Hongba found himself intrigued by the young man. To make money, Ning Fan replied, glancing in the direction of home. To buy special medicine for my mother. Poison? Indeed. Ning Fan managed a bitter smile. Initially, my purpose as a wanderer was to earn money for my mother's medication. How far are you from your goal? Quite far. Ning Fan shrugged. The necessities for this operation have accumulated. We've saved a considerable sum. The team has about 100,000 solars, and even if divided among us, I would only receive a few thousand. Chu Hongba stroked his chin, pondering. True. And after deducting the 50,000 owed to me, there is not much left. Ning Fan scoffed. Are you trying to provoke me? Rest assured, I haven't forgotten. Chu Hongba chuckled lightly. I heard from old Su that you've encountered some trouble in the F-32 district. Unable to return for now? Indeed, I killed a researcher. Ning Fan replied nonchalantly. But it's not a significant issue. As long as one is willing to spend money to smooth things over, it should be resolvable. Having endured so much, Ning Fan understood that the act of killing young Beihai was not as monumental as he had once believed. With sufficient funds, everything could be resolved. At worst, one could muster the courage to approach Song Kai and converse with those in the F-32 district. Are you interested in remaining in the F-21 district? Chu Hongba could not help but extend an invitation. Join me for a meal. If Wheezy and Xiao Fei are willing, they may join as well. No, thank you. Ning Fan almost instantaneously declined, shaking his head with a smile. If we change our location, the Wild Dog House will cease to exist. Very well. Chu Hongba was not one to dwell on matters indefinitely. He rose to his feet and gave Ning Fan's shoulder a reassuring pat. If there are tasks in the district in the future, I shall introduce you. So you can earn enough money to return and provide treatment for your mother. Thank you, Brother Chu. No need for formality. Chu Hongba stretched lazily. Shall we continue? Let us proceed. Ning Fan also picked up the broken sword. The sooner we clear this up, the sooner we can find peace of mind. Throughout the entirety of that day, the group finally cleared the outskirts of the Seoul Return Basin. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, The confirmation that neither Lin Chuan nor Song Kai's son was among the strange beings left a tinge of disappointment in their hearts. On the way back, Ning Fan's vehicle still contained 5 individuals, the 3 from the Wild Dog House, along with Su Bin and the unconscious Qiao Yu. Thank you. Suddenly, Xiao Fei spoke without warning. Ning Fan was taken aback, realizing she was addressing him. What? Xiao Fei turned her head to gaze out the window. Since they had diverged 3 days prior, they had not communicated at all. Her first words now, a simple expression of gratitude, left Ning Fan momentarily perplexed. Noticing Xiao Fei's silence, Ning Fan smiled. You're welcome. Xiao Fei turned her head back, her eyes revealing a hint of conflict. Curiously, Ning Fan inquired, Sister Fei, do you have any instructions? Please, feel free to speak. Let me think it over. Xiao Fei looked out the window again, lost in contemplation. During their return journey, they passed the eerie gathering once more, but this time, they did not stop. However, compared to the previous 3 days, the eerie gathering was noticeably more lively, with dozens of cars parked outside. Upon returning to the F21 district, Ning Fan immediately sought out Song Kai. Song Kai appeared slightly more haggard than before, his smile diminished. Brother Song. In Song Kai's office, Ning Fan expressed his regrets. I'm sorry, we didn't find anyone. It's all right. Song Kai forced a smile and waved his hand. I was merely seeking a glimmer of hope. Finding them would be a blessing from the heavens, but not finding them is the norm. In truth, Song Kai had known the outcome since their return. Where is your captain, Lin Chuan? He was not found either? Yes. Ning Fan sighed. Well then, let us take a break and rest in the F21 district for now. Song Kai seemed disinterested. Ning Fan stood up, contemplating before saying, Brother Song, regarding the funds for supplies, once we are financially stable. Never mind, it's just a small amount. Song Kai interrupted Ning Fan directly. You keep it for your use. Consider it a gift from me. Ning Fan no longer insisted on formality. Such supplies represented a significant sum, and there was no need to cling to pride. Thank you, Brother Song. Just as Ning Fan was about to leave, old Su departed. Ning Fan halted, abruptly turning back, his expression filled with terror as he gazed at Song Kai. With a wry smile, Song Kai remarked, he has indeed left. But he is not dead. Only then did Ning Fan exhale in relief. Where did he go? Song Kai gestured upwards. Ning Fan cast his gaze above, his complexion shifting to the upper city. Indeed, Song Kai replied, disdain evident in his tone, he has returned to assume his position as a lord of the upper city. Ning Fan understood that Song Kai's words were merely a reflection of his discontent. The bond between the two old friends was palpable. Old Su's departure weighed heavily on Song Kai's heart. Does the Ben know? Perhaps he remains unaware. Song Kai stated earnestly, you should speak with Ben. I fear that boy might weep in my presence, and that would trouble me. Very well, Ning Fan acquiesced. Yet, after a brief moment of hesitation, he could not suppress his inquiry. Brother Song, do you believe old Su can return? Song Kai was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed, it is difficult. Chapter 0073. The new captain. 5 minutes later, Ning Fan emerged from the administrative building, where Xiao Fei and Huizi awaited him at the entrance. He recounted his recent conversation with Song Kai, and both were taken aback upon hearing the news that old Su had returned to the upper city. What about Ben? Huizi inquired. I intend to recruit him into the Wild Dog House, Ning Fan responded, as if he had already contemplated this notion. Though we are not yet fully aware of Ben's specific capabilities, one thing is certain, he is formidable. Moreover, in terms of character, I believe he is trustworthy. Since the ambush by Su Bei, I've been considering that our group lacks a member with long-range capabilities. Had we had someone positioned to flank our enemies during that encounter? Perhaps Ning Fan chose not to elaborate further. Would he be willing? Huizi asked. I believe it should be fine. If you two agree, I will approach him. Ning Fan asserted confidently. Huizi shrugged. I have no objections. Ben seems like a solid choice. They turned their attention to Xiao Fei, who was pursing her lips. Her eyes had been glimmering with hesitation since their journey back, as if she were weighing some significant decision. Fei Jia, do you think it's inappropriate? Ning Fan, noticing her silence, ventured to ask. However, what he and Huizi did not anticipate was her next statement. Ning Fan, you should take on the role of captain of the Wild Dog House. Ning Fan stood frozen, and Huizi's eyes widened in surprise. The uncertainty in Xiao Fei's gaze gradually faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. I am not speaking out of anger, nor is this a decision made impulsively, Xiao Fei said, gazing deeply at Ning Fan. I acknowledge that I have occasionally been overly emotional in some decisions. In contrast, after observing you over this period, I find your thought process to be much clearer. No. Fei Jia, this joke has gone too far, Ning Fan protested, reiterating, I am not jesting. Xiao Fei insisted earnestly, take Chu Hongba as an example. Before our collaboration, we had already established an agreement that in terms of decision-making, the Wolf Alliance would take precedence, while we would follow. Yet, the final tactical execution adhered to your strategy. This indicates that Chu Hongba acknowledges your planning abilities. Even now, I still find your strategy somewhat ruthless, but it is undeniable that this operation has minimized our losses significantly. Thus, from any perspective, you are far more suited to assume the position of captain than I am. I do not wish for my shortcomings to lead the Wild Doghouse into despair. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan furrowed his brow, feeling conflicted. Fei Jia, I do not use age and experience as excuses. No one is born a captain. Xiao Fei sighed. To be honest, since Chuan Ji's departure, being captain has become exceedingly burdensome for me. In the past, I did not even have to consider what I should do. Chuan Gu would provide instructions, and I merely needed to fulfill my responsibilities accordingly. However, since I have taken on the role of captain, my thoughts have been consumed with how to ensure the stability of the Wild Dog's home. I ponder the potential impact of my decisions on others. To be honest, I am not a particularly meticulous woman. Rather than crafting elaborate plans, I prefer to resolve issues with the blade in my hand. Ning Fan, do you not realize that much of what has transpired between me and Hui Zi during this time has been orchestrated by you? At this point, Xiao Fei chuckled, remarking that she seemed more like a nominal captain. Therefore, why not let you take the reins? It would allow me some peace while you could showcase your talents. Ning Fan could discern that Xiao Fei was quite serious. Throughout their journey, or rather since their divergence in opinions, she had been contemplating this matter. Now, having deliberated extensively, she finally articulated her thoughts. Kid, do not refuse, Hui Zi patted Ning Fan's shoulder. In truth, I have high hopes for you. Suddenly, Ning Fan felt a weight upon his shoulder, not from Hui Zi's pat, but rather from a sense of responsibility that had settled there. Within less than half a month of joining the Wild Dog's home, he had been nominated as captain by 2 esteemed elders, which was indeed a point of pride. Yet, it was accompanied by a burden that might never be lifted. All right, I feel relieved, Xiao Fei smiled radiantly, her beauty captivating. She even winked at Ning Fan, adding, from now on, take good care of us, Captain. Xiao Fei offered Ning Fan no opportunity for refusal. From this moment forward, the Wild Dog's home would be under Ning Fan's command. Ning Fan could hardly fathom that just half a month prior, he had first met Lin Chuan in District F32 and had gone through various trials to join. Now, he found himself occupying Lin Chuan's former position. In truth, Xiao Fei's decision to relinquish the captaincy at this juncture was influenced by their failure to locate Lin Chuan in the Soul Return Basin. Even if she was reluctant to accept it, the Wild Dog's home indeed needed to adapt to life without Lin Chuan. Captain, De Bin is joining. I agree. You should go speak with him. Xiao Fei appeared remarkably at ease. As for Xiao Yu's situation, take your time. I am not in a rush. Xiao Fei was keen to avoid placing excessive pressure on the newly appointed captain. All right. Ning Fan exhaled deeply. Rest assured, Fei Jia. I will find a way regarding your sister. Half an hour later, Ning Fan arrived at the entrance of Su Zhang's quarters. He lightly knocked on the door. The door was unlocked, and Ning Fan pushed it open. Inside, Su Bin was leaning against the bedside, a massive crossbow beside him. Have you come? Su Bin greeted Ning Fan with a cheerful wave. What did Uncle Song say? Didn't he get upset about not finding his son? Not at all. He not only didn't make things difficult for me, but he also generously offered those supplies as a gift, Ning Fan replied, striving to maintain a light-hearted demeanor. Is he taking advantage of me, then? Su Bin raised an eyebrow. Haha. Uncle Song told me to call him that. If you have any objections, go take it up with him. Ning Fan found a relatively clean spot to sit down. Su Bin cast a glance in his direction. Before my father departed. Did he seek you out? Ning Fan was taken aback. Su Bin chuckled. You came here to discuss this matter, did you not? Ning Fan gazed at Su Bin for a long moment, tilting his head. Sometimes, I truly cannot discern whether you are genuinely foolish or merely pretending to be clever. Damn it. Am I foolish regardless of the perspective? Su Bin laughed and scolded lightly, then sighed. From the moment he allowed me to accompany you out of the district, I knew he was preparing to leave. Ning Fan was certain that Su Bin was not foolish. This seemingly simple-minded fellow possessed a clear understanding within. My father, you see, is rather obstinate. Su Bin grimaced. So many years have passed. What is there to cling to? Why must one return to face death? As he spoke, Su Bin's eyes reddened. With his departure, after 18 years of nurturing, who am I to repay such kindness? Chapter 0074, A Fortunate Discovery Indeed. This simpleton seems to grasp everything. In truth, I am not my father's biological son. Su Bin gazed at the massive crossbow and said thoughtfully, "Are you aware of this matter?" Ning Fan hesitated momentarily but eventually nodded. "Yes, I am aware. My father intended to keep it a secret from me. But I had known for quite some time." Su Bin sighed. "Look at me, handsome and tall, while he is thin and dark. Did he truly believe I wouldn't notice?" Ning Fan did not laugh. He remained quietly seated across from Su Bin. "Are you here to recruit me?" Su Bin suddenly shifted the topic. Ning Fan did not beat around the bush. "Yes, are you interested? I have one condition." "What condition?" Su Bin inquired. "If the opportunity arises, accompany me to the upper city." A spark ignited in Su Bin's eyes. "He has cared for me for 18 years. If he were still alive, I would support him in his old age. If he has passed, I would see to his burial." "All right, then I will join," Su Bin decisively responded. "Excellent. As the captain of the Wild Dog Society, I warmly welcome your addition. From now on, we shall share the same table." Ning Fan extended his hand, imitating Su Bin. Su Bin paused. "Captain? Isn't Sister Chow the captain?" "Not anymore. That position is mine now," Ning Fan replied with a smile. Su Bin stared at Ning Fan for a while before muttering, "Your little group consists of just 3 people, and you're already staging a coup? Nonsense. It was Sister Fei's wish for me to take it." Before long, Ning Fan invited Xiao Fei and Hui Zi to join them. Thus, the Wild Dog Society not only changed its captain but also welcomed new members. May I say a few words?" Ning Fan felt somewhat unaccustomed to his new role. "You are the captain. Speak as you wish. Who could possibly stop you?" Hui Zi chuckled. Ning Fan gradually adopted a more serious demeanor. "Su Bin, since you have confirmed your commitment to us, we need to have a fundamental understanding of your capabilities." "Ah, all right." Su Bin nodded. "I'm quite formidable." The 3 exchanged skeptical glances. "Can we be a bit more specific?" Ning Fan asked patiently. Su Bin shrugged. "To be specific, I am an archer, and my spirit companion is a heavy artillery type, ranked at the 100 souls level." The trio's eyes widened in astonishment. While they were aware of Su Bin's strength, they had not anticipated that this simpleton's spirit companion would be of such high caliber. Could he truly be on par with Su Bei and Chu Hongba? Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Fei and Hui Zi understood the implication. What a treasure we've found. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Su Jiang had often taken him out, likely exposing Su Bin to more souls than many had encountered. "Now, let us share our situation with you." Ning Fan appeared notably excited. Sister Fei's spirit companion is named Hua Wu, ranked at the 10 souls level. Primarily focused on combat, with strong assassination and siege capabilities. Huey's spirit companion is named Shadow, a singular soul-level entity adept in stealth, interrogation, and manipulation. As for me, although Ning Fan has already established that Jian Wuchou does not qualify as a spirit companion, he nonetheless introduced him for Su Bin's comprehension. Jian Wuchou, singular soul level. Yet my spirit companion possesses a unique capability to operate within the confines of the spirit subduing artifact. "Wow, that is impressive," Su Bin exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "No wonder you can strike those strange beings within the artifact. So, you've got a trick up your sleeve." "Please speak more respectfully," Ning Fan replied, sensing that tranquility might soon elude him. With Huey's incessant chatter and Su Bin's apparent lack of discretion, he foresaw that silence would be a rare commodity. "Well, now that we have a basic understanding, I shall outline our team's forthcoming direction." Ning Fan adopted a serious demeanor, directing his gaze toward Xiao Fei. "Sister Fei, I will diligently investigate the matter concerning your sister during this period. I have a friend with considerable knowledge about spirits, and I intend to communicate with her shortly." "All right. You are the captain. Do as you see fit," Xiao Fei replied. Currently, Xiaoyu has been temporarily accommodated at the Wolf Alliance, thanks to Chu Hongba's offer of assistance. Ning Fan hesitated slightly. "I have taken on the role of a traveler primarily to earn money for my mother's medication. So I wish to undertake additional tasks to gather enough funds to return and ensure her recovery. You can utilize the team's finances for now," Xiao Fei suggested. "First, let us focus on getting her treated, and we can gradually settle the debts later." We concurred, adding, "I have no pressing expenses." The trio then turned their attention to Su Bin. "What are you looking at me for?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow. "I have but one request. Just ensure that my supplies of exquisite dishes are ample." Ning Fan expressed his gratitude toward the 3. "Very well, I shall not feign modesty any longer." That evening, after everyone had returned to their respective rooms to rest, Ning Fan sat on the bed in the hotel, and retrieved the phone that Wen Kai had previously given him. The device contained only one number, annotated as Sister Kai. He dialed the number, and the line rang for quite some time. "Hello?" came the familiar voice of Wen Kai. Ning Fan felt a wave of warmth upon hearing it. "Sister Kai, it's me." "I know," Wen Kai responded, her tone somewhat frigid. Concerned, Ning Fan inquired, "Sister Kai, is everything all right on your end? Is there something amiss?" Wen Kai remained silent. "Do you need my assistance?" he pressed. "No need," she replied brusquely. "I'm hanging up. There is no need to contact me in the future." "Sister Kai, I apologize. It's not that I haven't wanted to reach out. Spare me the excuses." Wen Kai interjected sternly. "Who do you think you are to me?" Ning Fan felt a pang of guilt. After all, Wen Kai had shown considerable concern for him during their time in District F21, and he realized he had indeed let her down. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, a man's voice suddenly interrupted the call. "Xiao Tong, is it you who captured him?" Ning Fan felt a chill run down his spine. "Who are you?" "I am Zhang Wenchun, the captain of the Dark Dormitory Squad within the Triad Collaboration Zone." The man's voice carried a hint of mockery. "Your beloved is quite admirable. Even on the verge of death, she wouldn't part with you." Ning Fan gripped the phone tightly, as it emitted a series of mocking beeps. "What have you done to Sister Kai? Heck curious, are you?" Zhang Wenchun sneered. "Come to Zone F27 and see for yourself." With that, he offered no further words. "I will wait for you for 3 days." The call ended abruptly. The expression on Ning Fan's face was as still as a stagnant pool. Silently, he tucked away the phone, donned his clothes, and slung the broken sword over his back. His body felt like a furnace, a restless heat simmering in his chest that he could not suppress. "Sube has connections. I cannot afford to provoke them. I tolerated when your people took Sube away, but now you leave me no choice. Then no one shall lead a peaceful life." Ning Fan emerged from his room and knocked on the doors of Qiao Fei and Huizi. When they stepped out, confusion marred their faces. "What is going on?" "We need to find Dabin. Assemble the group." "What is happening?" Huizi, still bleary-eyed, rubbed his eyes in bewilderment. "We are returning to Zone F27 to exact vengeance." Ning Fan's face was grim, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Chapter 0075. Home, do you understand? An hour later, the 4 members of the Wild Dog House were already in the vehicle. Huizi yawned while driving, and Su Bin sat in the back seat, clutching a massive crossbow. "Had I known, I wouldn't have joined you. Not even a complete rest allowed?" Ning Fan remained silent, lacking the mood for jest. After calming himself, he could ascertain the situation in Zone F27. It was likely that after Su Bei returned to the Triumvirate Cooperation Zone, Su Wanjun, upon seeing his injuries and inquiring further, learned of the grievances he faced in F27. Thus, the lofty Su commander dispatched individuals to seek justice for his son. As the captain of the monitoring team, Wen Kai naturally bore the brunt, receiving special attention. What troubled Ning Fan the most was the unimaginable torment Wen Kai must have endured without revealing his whereabouts. Only she knew he had ventured to F21. If she confessed, the adversaries would have likely already located him. Out of gratitude for her previous care and her current protection, Ning Fan felt compelled to intervene. "Dabin, upon our arrival at F27, you will enter first to assess the situation," Ning Fan instructed Su Bin in the back seat. "You are unfamiliar with the area." "Understood," Su Bin shrugged. "Fei Jia, you will follow, visit the black market, and inquire about weapon sales. See what the locals have to say." "All right. And what about me?" Huizi turned to ask. "You will accompany me back to F32, Ning Fan replied softly. Huizi paused. "Why return to F32? We are wanted there." "No worries, we won't linger. Just wait for me outside." Ning Fan's eyelids twitched slightly. "I need to deliver medicine to my mother, and then we'll leave." "Medicine? A special remedy?" Huizi was astonished. "Where did you acquire it?" "I heard during my time in F32 that there exists a special remedy in the Research Institute." "You intend to rob the Research Institute?" This revelation shocked not only Huizi, but also caused Qiao Fei's pupils to constrict in disbelief. "My journey to F27 may not guarantee my survival. If I perish, my mother will be beyond salvation, and I cannot afford to accumulate money slowly." Ning Fan's voice was hoarse. "Being chosen by the upper city was my first path. If that fails, joining the Wild Dog House to earn money for medicine is my second path. But if I fail to earn enough for medicine within 6 months, robbing the Research Institute is my last resort." This was a plan Ning Fan had formulated long ago, though the reasons for ultimately choosing this path differed significantly from his initial intentions. "If I survive, I will bring my mother to F21, and we shall restore the Wild Dog House's reputation." However, Ning Fan cast a guilty glance at Qiao Fei. "If I die, Fei Jie, you must take on the mantle of captain. It was evident to all that Ning Fan approached this mission to F-27 with a resolute determination to stake everything. Xiao Fei and Hui Zi were witnessing Ning Fan's fury for the very first time. This rage stemmed not only from the situation with Wen Kai, but also from a culmination of suppressed emotions that had been festering within him. Finally igniting due to this particular trigger, the disdain he felt from the upper city, the injustice surrounding the wild dog house, and the frustration of having captured Su Bei yet being unable to exact punishment. All these feelings had remained unprocessed, simmering silently until they became unbearable. Xiao Fei furrowed her brow tightly. You don't intend to let us accompany you to rescue him? This is my own affair, Ning Fan affirmed. The adversary is a member of the Dark Dwelling in the Three Alliance Cooperation Zone. He recalled the oppressive presence that Yu Yang had exerted upon him, as well as the chilling memory of Deputy Meng being slain without a trace of reaction. He had benefited from Wen Kai's kindness, yet others had not. There was no need to drag everyone into peril. Xiao Fei's expression darkened. Captain, you still fail to grasp the significance of the wild doghouse emblem. Ning Fan paused. Taken aback, Xiao Fei continued. We have encountered numerous wandering teams, such as the Wind Slayers, Skull Brigade, Battle Bears, or Wolf Alliance. Have these names not imparted any understanding to you? To be frank, Ning Fan had not pondered this matter deeply. He merely thought that names should sound appealing. However, at that moment, Hui Zi gazed ahead and quietly stated, We are called the Wild Dog House. Ning Fan felt a stir within him. Xiao Fei placed her hand on his shoulder. Home, do you comprehend what that means? But, Sister Fei. No buts allowed. Xiao Fei smiled gently. When the time comes, we will decide how to proceed. You will orchestrate the plan. If you insist on acting alone, we will pursue our own course, but without your strategy, we may incur greater risks. Indeed, Xiao Fei was compelling Ning Fan. If you do not take us along, we will venture forth independently, which is far more perilous. Hence, for our safety, you must include us. Ning Fan felt a pang in his heart. In this wretched world, encountering such genuine friends filled him with gratitude. All right, he nodded resolutely. Once you gather the information, we will convene at the cave we used previously. Good, Xiao Fei smiled. Throughout the journey, aside from Hui Zi, who was driving, everyone else remained quietly resting in the vehicle. Each individual understood the risks inherent in this operation. Mature wanderers knew how to maintain their composure. Finally, they arrived near Zone F-27, and Su Bin and Xiao Fei disembarked. Be cautious. I am unaware of how many people from the Three Alliance Cooperation Zone may be present. Don't attract their attention, Ning Fan advised. Rest assured, Su Bin said, pulling out a thick stack of solars from his pocket. I'm here to be the master. This money was provided by Ning Fan. Now that they had resolved to seize medicine from the Research Institute, money had become of little consequence. Parting ways with the other two, Hui Zi proceeded forward. And after approximately 4 hours, they finally arrived at the outer wall of Zone F-32. Ning Fan alighted from the vehicle, instructing Hui Zi to wait for him. Returning to Zone F-32 enveloped Ning Fan in a surreal sensation, reminiscent of a time long past. The last time he had exited from here was after slaying Yang Beihai. During this interval, Ning Fan could keenly sense the profound changes within himself. Approaching the entrance, he slipped 1,000 salas through the window. The guard was not the same one who had often been rewarded by Lin Chuan. Oh, a young lad, are you? The guard, clearly pleased with the payment, readily assisted Ning Fan in opening the door without further ado. Ning Fan nodded in gratitude. Stepping into Zone F-32, he was greeted by that familiar scent, slightly unpleasant yet comforting. Hey there, are you from our F-32 zone? You seem a tad familiar, the guard idly remarked, seeking conversation. Ning Fan offered a smile. Indeed, a native through and through. The guard chuckled. Well, kiddo, it's impressive that you've managed to survive out there at such a young age. I have high hopes for you. Ning Fan chose not to engage in lengthy discourse. Just as he was about to make his way towards the Research Institute, he suddenly noticed a decaying wooden plank discarded among the refuse by the wall. Observing that no one was paying attention, Ning Fan approached, retrieved the plank from the heap, cleaned it, and tucked it into his embrace. Chapter 0076. Divergent Actions. Ah, young brother, your appetite is truly remarkable. In a fine restaurant within Zone F-27, Su Bin placed his massive crossbow onto a nearby chair while voraciously devouring a rib steak. The succulent meat juices dripped onto the table, releasing an enticing aroma that caused those at the adjacent table to swallow in envy. His table was laden with exquisite dishes, provoking the envy of onlookers. Many could afford such delicacies. After all, it was not uncommon for ordinary families to indulge in fine cuisine occasionally. Yet, None had ever seen someone consume it with such fervor. It felt as though there would be no tomorrow after this meal. Boss, your exquisite dishes are truly delightful, far superior to those back in my area. Su Bin mumbled through a mouthful. The proprietor beamed with pride. Of course. I have been learning from my father since childhood. If you asked me to prepare local fare, it might blend in with the rest. But when it comes to fine cuisine, I excel. He gave himself a hearty thumbs up. Su Bin nodded vigorously, indeed impressive. Wait, brother, from the sound of it. You're not a local from Zone F-27? The proprietor inquired, intrigued by Su Bin's lavishness. No, I hail from Zone F-54, Su Bin replied casually. Just here to rest and purchase some medicinal supplies for the journey. What kind of medicine? The boss asked. Su Bin raised an eyebrow, gnawing on a lamb leg. What is it to you? Got acquaintances here? Absolutely. The proprietor boasted, thumping his chest. Having spent my life here, I may not have much, but I certainly have connections. I need hemostatic and healing types, as many as you can procure. Su Bin wiped his greasy mouth. The more, the better. The boss paused. Young brother, what are your intentions? Are you planning something dangerous? It's better to be prepared. Money in hand is just paper. It's of no use once you're gone. Su Bin proclaimed grandly. The boss chuckled. That's a fair point. After a moment, the boss glanced around cautiously before lowering his voice, however. Acquiring such medicines has become quite challenging lately. What? In such a vast zone, there's a shortage of medicine? Su Bin scoffed. You just claim to have connections. Are you merely boasting? The proprietor's face flushed as he quickly explained. No. Under normal circumstances, I could easily procure them, but recently, things have become quite stringent. Stringent? Is your zone that stingy? Why all the fuss over a bit of medicine? Su Bin queried. How should I put it? The boss sat beside Su Bin, lowering his voice further. There have been some recent developments in the district. What sort of developments? Su Bin, intrigued, set his half-eaten lamb leg aside. I've only heard whispers, the boss confessed, resembling a conspirator. It seems our Zone's monitor has crossed paths with a significant figure. Who has the significant figure? The royal family from the upper city? Su Bin scoffed. The boss, however, raised an eyebrow. The leader of the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone? Would you say that as significant? Tri-Union Cooperation Zone? Su Bin expressed his curiosity. How could the district's monitors attract such trouble? It was said that a monitor had previously apprehended an individual who was the son of one of the Triad leaders. Now, vengeance has come calling. The boss sighed. Is this not an instance of unwarranted disaster? When someone disrupts the rules within the district, it is only natural for the monitors to take action. Can they pause to inquire about an individual's background before making an arrest? Su Bin, feeling dissatisfied, retorted. Indeed, the people from the Triad Cooperative District are quite unscrupulous. They simply bully others with their power. Who can blame them for their solid foundations? In District F, even the Central District must regard them with respect. How could we dare to challenge them in our modest territory? The boss scoffed. This is merely a matter of scraping by. Even cockroaches and rats must categorize themselves into hierarchies. How were those monitors retaliated against? Were they all killed? Su Bin refrained from commenting on the boss's words and continued to inquire with curiosity. The boss shook his head. I don't know. But I heard someone say this morning that 2 corpses were thrown out of the monitor's office building, their faces so mangled that they were unrecognizable. Such audacity. To retaliate directly at the monitor's headquarters? No wonder there is such anger. Our leader dares not utter a single word. Damn it. It's truly disgraceful. Keep your voice down. Do you want to get yourself killed? Su Bin advised gently. The boss realized he had become a bit too agitated and lowered his voice again. Casting a grateful glance at Su Bin. Brother, how about after this meal, you head to another district to gather supplies? If luck is not on your side and you encounter that group of bastards, you could easily find yourself in a perilous situation. Initially, the boss intended to profit from Su Bin, but as their conversation continued, the mood shifted. Su Bin's eyes sparkled, and he smiled. All right, thank you. Saying this, he tossed 1,000 solars onto the table. The boss was taken aback. Young brother, that's too much. Not at all. The flavor is exquisite. It's worth it. Su Bin, shouldering a heavy crossbow, exited the fine dining establishment. Simultaneously, Hui Zi had parked his vehicle about a kilometer away from the F-32 district's boundary wall, in a small grove. His position allowed him a clear view of the main entrance. Once Ning Fan emerged, he would be ready to assist immediately. At this moment, Hui Zi wore an impassive expression, idly toying with a dagger, displaying various tricks. Originally, he had planned to enter the district alongside Ning Fan, but he was rebuffed. On one hand, Hui Zi was somewhat well known in the F-32 district, making him easily recognizable. On the other hand, Ning Fan was tasked with procuring firearms and ammunition. Even if there was commotion, it would only draw out the enforcers. If Hui Zi were to employ his spiritual servant, the monitors would inevitably become involved. Ultimately, Hui Zi concluded that it was wiser to remain here, ready to provide support. He couldn't help but worry about whether the lad would manage. Hui Zi murmured to himself, "Once I earn some money, I must purchase a mobile phone." Just then, a loud rumbling noise echoed from nearby, and flashing lights illuminated Hui Zi's direction. Startled, Hui Zi quickly concealed himself behind a tree. A vehicle approached and came to a halt. Hui Zi furrowed his brow, clutching his dagger tightly. The car door swung open, revealing a man clad in a gray trench coat. "Brother, there's a car here," the trench-coated man remarked to someone inside the vehicle. "There is no one around, but the engine is still running." A deep voice emanated from within the car. "Since there is no owner, it's fair game. Let us take it." Vehicles are essential for any wandering crew, and moreover, Hui Zi's car had been purchased by Song Kai. Undoubtedly a luxury item. Hidden behind a tree, Hui Zi's expression darkened. If the car were taken, it would complicate matters once Ning Fan emerged. Escape would become problematic. Yet, if he revealed himself now and claimed the vehicle as his own, it would not bode well. He was alone, while they constituted a cohesive team. If the car appeared ownerless, they could simply drive away. If it had an owner, albeit a solitary one, they might resort to theft. Furthermore, Hui Zi was acutely aware that if he were to expose himself, the opposing team might not extend him any courtesy, not solely for the sake of the vehicle, but due to the affiliation of the trench-coated man with the Wild Dogs home, their former and most direct rival, the Windslasher Squad. Chapter 0077. The Heist. Incredibly, the vehicle contained a wealth of valuable supplies. The man in the trench coat had already climbed inside, his eyes glimmering with excitement at the sight of the piled-up resources. The Windslashing team had been established for quite some time, yet they had never experienced such abundance. The others, curious, also disembarked to peer into the vehicle belonging to Hui Zi. Greed flickered in everyone's eyes. "Brother, is there any problem?" The man in the trench coat inquired of a shorter but remarkably formidable individual. With a vehicle like this and such an array of supplies, they cannot be a mere ordinary team. The stout man was none other than Zhao Jinsong, the leader of the Wind-Slashing team. At that moment, he too was captivated by the riches within the vehicle, unable to tear his gaze away. After a moment of hesitation, he looked around to confirm that the area was clear. "Let us take the supplies." The temptation was simply too great to resist. As a wanderer, one must always be prepared to risk their life for profit. What venture is devoid of danger? The bounty in this vehicle was worth the gamble. One member, puzzled, asked, "Brother, are we not taking the vehicle?" "Forget the vehicle." Zhao Jisong, showing a modicum of caution, decided against claiming it. Although he had a desire for the vehicle, it would likely lead to their identification. Thus, it was wiser to leave it behind. After all, acquiring this batch of supplies would undoubtedly yield substantial gains. Meanwhile, Hui Zi remained concealed in the shadows, watching as the Wind-Slashing team excitedly transferred the supplies to their vehicle. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure the sight. Had they intended to take the vehicle as well, he would have fought to stop them. However, upon hearing Zhao Jinsong's decision to abandon it, Hui Zi, after much internal conflict, resolved to swallow his pride for the time being. The most crucial task was to ensure that Ning Fan could be retrieved promptly upon his emergence. As he watched the Wind-Slashing team depart, laden with their spoils, Hui Zi finally stepped out from behind the trees. "Damn it, they cleaned us out." Ning Fan stood in a dimly lit alleyway, continually adjusting his emotions, nervousness, trepidation, exhilaration. He lifted his head to gaze at the illuminated third floor of the research facility and steeled himself. Gripping the weathered wall, Ning Fan scaled it like a gecko, making his way to the window. Upon reaching the windowsill on the third floor, he peeked inside and spotted a man dozing on the sofa. With utmost stealth, he slid the window open and gracefully leapt inside. The sound of his landing was muted, yet the man stirred, groggily opening his eyes. When he realized another person stood before him, he jolted awake, his drowsiness vanishing. But Ning Fan was swifter. The broken sword he wielded was already poised at the man's throat. "Sure, don't speak." Ning Fan, donning a hat and concealing the lower half of his face with a rag, spoke in a chilling yet slightly trembling voice. "I hope you will cooperate, otherwise, I have other means to silence you." The man was the director of the Research Institute in Sector F-32. The director's complexion was somewhat pale, and his eyes flickered with terror, clearly still disoriented from sleep. Yet, he managed to nod. What do you intend to do, my friend? The director inquired softly. Do we know each other? Where is the antidote? Ning Fan's voice was hoarse. The director's gaze faltered. You? Have you lost your mind? The antidote cost 1 million sola. Even at the Central District, it is no trifling sum. Moreover, this is a research institute. To dare to covet the antidote here, one must indeed be insane. Well, insane. Ning Fan replied indifferently, a madman can accomplish anything. The director could sense Ning Fan's resolve, yet he still frowned and said, Friend, there is indeed an antidote in the institute, but it is intended for the Director General. Even if you were to seize it, you would not escape from the F32 district. From the sound of your voice, you seem quite young. Thus, I suggest you leave now. And I shall pretend this never happened. Live well and do not gamble with your life. Ning Fan, however, did not appreciate the director's counsel. Without the antidote, how can one live well? His gaze sharpened. Do not waste my time. I do not wish to harm those with whom I have no grievances. The director sighed. The antidote is not with me. It is in the safe room on the second floor. Ning Fan furrowed his brow. Sensing his piercing gaze, the director further explained. Such a valuable item, how could I possibly carry it on me? Can you open the safe room? Ning Fan inquired. The director nodded. I can. How many people are outside? Uncertain. At this hour, many senior researchers have yet to arrive, perhaps 4 or 5. What is the distribution of the security personnel? There are usually 3 or 4 on the first floor and 2 in front of the safe room. All right, let us proceed. Ning Fan seized the director, casually donning a lab coat from a nearby hanger. As the director was led by Ning Fan, he felt the black sword concealed within the coat pressing against his waist. Should he dare to act out, that sword would strike. Fortunately, they encountered no one along the way. Upon reaching the second floor and traversing a long corridor, Ning Fan spotted the 2 security guards the director had mentioned. Behind them loomed an imposing door. Director Chen, what brings you here? The guards had initially greeted in jovial spirits. However, they soon sensed something amiss. Although Ning Fan wore the Institute's lab coat, he donned a hat, lowered his head, and his face appeared to be partially shrouded in black cloth. A glint of determination flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. Before the guards could react, he lunged forward. Bang! Bang! The 2 guards collapsed in response. Having previously dispatched no fewer than 300 foes, Ning Fan's speed and swordsmanship had undergone tremendous enhancement. Facing 2 guards unable to summon their spirits was a trivial task. The director was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the boy's extraordinary strength far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. No wonder a solitary individual, armed with a sword, dares to invade the research institute to seize the medicine. Fortunately, there was no resistance just moments ago. Child, ponder this carefully, the director intoned with profound seriousness. Once you step through this door, there is no turning back. I have long since crossed that point of no return. Ning Fan pulled the director closer, saying, Open the door. Thank you. The director sighed, retrieved a key, and twisted the code. The grand door swung open. Ning Fan stepped inside, leading the director along. In a corner, the director rummaged for a while before producing a metallic box. He opened it, and the director dutifully assisted in revealing its contents. Within lay a syringe filled with a verdant liquid. Indeed, the miraculous medicine. Ning Fan could hardly contain his exhilaration. Since the tender age of 6, every ounce of his effort had been dedicated to acquiring this very vial. He never anticipated that once he chose to take a risk, it would be so effortlessly within his grasp. How ironic. Child. The director intended to speak further but felt a tightening around his neck, followed by darkness enveloping his vision. Ning Fan had rendered him unconscious. He secured the metallic box and dragged the 2 unconscious security guards into the safe room, closing the door behind him before hastily departing. He returned to the 3rd floor and descended through the window, discarding his hat and the cloth that obscured his face. Ning Fan raced joyously down the street. His hands clutched the metallic box concealed within his clothing, excitement radiating from him unabashedly. His heart was nearly leaping from his chest. At long last, my mother shall be saved. In less than 20 minutes, Ning Fan had spotted that familiar alley, and there stood the weathered wooden door. That was his home. Chapter 0078. I am sorry. Sister Chiao, have you heard anything on your end? On a street outside the black market, Su Bin sat atop a wooden crate, with Xiao Fei leaning against the wall opposite him. Wen Kai held a prominent reputation within the black market after her capture. Numerous individuals exerted pressure on the monitoring tower. Xiao Fei remarked coldly, yet it bore no fruit. Several were apprehended by those from the Tri-Union Cooperative Zone. The information I have gathered is quite similar. The Tri-Union Cooperative Zone has already seized the monitoring tower, and all the monitors are confined within. Those who managed to emerge are no longer alive. Su Bin rarely exhibited a grave expression. This task is rather challenging. The influence of the Tri-Union Cooperative Zone is immense. Even the commander dares not intervene, allowing them to act with impunity in the area. With merely the four of us from the Wild Dog House, how can we proceed? Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow. Are you considering withdrawal? Very well. I shall not deter you. What do you mean by that? Are you insulting me? Su Bin retorted. What does that imply? Bullying the newcomers? I never said I would back down. Can I not even express my sentiments? Xiao Fei chose to ignore him. Sister Qiao, I believe that reckless actions are certainly inadvisable. Let's not even discuss whether we can surpass the Tri-Union Cooperative Zone's ilk, even if we were to win. Should the commander fear being implicated, he might send someone to eliminate us, leaving us with no escape. Xiao Fei concurred with this notion, as she too contemplated this possibility. The commander's stance remains ambiguous. The current situation in Zone F-27 is far more intricate than they had previously envisioned. Let us wait. Xiao Fei pondered at that time. I will inform the captain of the situation, allowing him to make the decision. Meanwhile, within the monitoring tower, squad leader, I have received news that it seems someone is inquiring about the monitors outside. A man clad in the Tri-Union Cooperative Zone uniform sat in a chair, casually resting his legs. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the man raised an eyebrow. Oh? Is it the one who captured the young subordinate? It appears not. The information does not align with ours. Then let us disregard it for now. The man smiled. Every grievance has its origin. Whoever captured the young subordinate shall be punished. With that, his smile deepened. We must adhere to reason. At the doorstep, Ning Fan adjusted his clothing. The fabric still bore remnants of blood from the previous encounter with the eerie beings. After a brief cleaning, the stains had significantly faded. A gentle smile graced his lips. At last, he eagerly pushed open the door. A foul odor permeated the air. Ning Fan's smile faltered slightly. The stench was pervasive in the lower city. Those who lived here had long since grown accustomed to it. However, the odor he now detected was distinctly different. It was the scent of decay. Mother, I'm home. Although his mother had remained unconscious since the outbreak of the miasma, Ning Fan always greeted her upon returning home. No response came. This was quite normal. Xiaozhe, lazy? Ning Fan called out to two friends once more. His sense of security in departing stemmed from the presence of these two companions who could provide him solace. Yet, no response came. He pushed the door open and stepped into the room. The odor grew increasingly pungent. Ning Fan's gaze fell upon his mother's bed, which lay empty, adorned only with a pristine white sheet. Mother. Ning Fan's smile had yet to fade. Where was she? Why was she not on the bed? He swallowed hard. Mother. His smile remained, though it twisted with distress. Xiaozhe. Lazy. Where are you? Ning Fan dashed to the bedside, even checking beneath the bed. No one was there. The acrid stench was overwhelming. Kneeling beside the bed, he finally discerned that the foul odor emanated from behind him. An ominous premonition stirred within his heart. He seemed to recall what that smell was. He numbly turned his head. In the corner of the room lay two corpses, long since decayed. Though their forms had deteriorated beyond recognition, Ning Fan could still identify them. Xiaozhe lay. His teeth chattered. He could not even utter their names completely. His body trembled violently, unable to maintain its kneeling position. Why? Ning Fan's pupils constricted. With a clatter, a metal box fell to the ground, producing a sharp sound. Ning Fan stared at the solitary metal box, feeling a haze envelop his vision. The special medicine. I had it. His voice quivered with a sob. I only asked them to take care of my mother. Why? Did they have to die? His mother was gone. Two childhood friends, dead. What could be the reason? Who would target them? Who would dare to seize a woman in such dire condition? He was at a loss. Ning Fan truly could not comprehend. He tore the white sheet from the bed and crawled to the two lifeless forms. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ning Fan wept uncontrollably, his body convulsing. He draped the sheet over their bodies, his hands pressed to the ground, his head bowed low. I'm sorry. Apart from apologies, Ning Fan knew not what else to say. All he understood was that if they had not been caring for his mother, they might still be alive. Xiao Fan? Suddenly, a woman's anxious voice emerged from the doorway. Ning Fan turned abruptly, startling the woman, who instinctively stepped back. The room's dim lighting only intensified the moment, and as Ning Fan turned, she caught sight of his blood-red eyes. Yet, he recognized this woman. It was Aunt Wu, their neighbor who had watched him grow up. Ning Fan was gentle and kind, always courteous to those around him. earning the affection of neighbors who cherished this considerate and warm-hearted child. At this moment, Aunt Wu remained outside the room, but the terror etched on her face was unmistakable. Aunt Wu, do you know something? Ning Fan rose from the ground, as if grasping a lifeline. Where is my mother? Aunt Wu glanced around, seemingly fearful of being discovered. Once she confirmed that the street was deserted, she grasped Ning Fan's hand. Xiao Fan, I saw Sister Fang being taken away. Ning Fan's heart sank. Though he could not fathom who would take his mother or for what purpose, he believed that Aunt Wu would not deceive him. Aunt Wu, please, tell me what happened. Ning Fan pleaded. Aunt Wu felt a pang of sympathy for the boy. Xiao Fan, do not worry just yet. At the very least, Sister Fang has regained consciousness. It seems those two did not intend to mistreat her. Regain consciousness? Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. Aunt Wu nodded. Yes. I witnessed her walking away with those two individuals on her own accord. Two individuals? Who are they? I do not know them either. Aunt Wu lowered her voice once more. However, I overheard others discussing that, judging by their attire and the aura they exuded. They do not seem to be from the lower city. Chapter 0079. Thud. Thud. Not a resident of the lower city? Then does that make him one from the upper city? An upper city dweller comes to my home and takes my mother away? Why? Suddenly, a thought struck him. That bloodline test report. It bore neither the bloodline of the upper city nor that of the lower city. And that broken sword. All these items were left to him by his mother. Ning Fan felt a tumult of confusion in his mind. The abrupt turn of events had robbed him of his ability to think clearly. The myriad of clues seemed impossible to weave together. Xiao Fan, I am sorry. The woman had a weapon hanging from her waist. Didn't he dare to stop her? Aunt Wu expressed her regret. Ning Fan shook his head. It's not your fault, Aunt Wu. Thank you. The mere fact that Aunt Wu came to inform him was already a considerable risk. Who among ordinary people would wish to involve themselves in such an unclear and convoluted matter? Aunt Wu, I wish to be alone for a while, Ning Fan said absently. Aunt Wu sighed. Child, do not think the worst of the situation, nor should you be too hard on yourself. At the very least, Sister Fang is still alive. Yes, I know. Thank you, Aunt Wu. Ning Fan felt that Aunt Wu was doing her utmost to instill hope in him. After closing the door, he sat quietly in his room. The more he pondered, the greater his headache became. After roughly 20 minutes, he rose and carried the bodies of his two friends to the small courtyard behind the house for burial. Throughout the entire process, Ning Fan remained silent, his tears having ceased. Returning to his room, he searched thoroughly, ensuring no messages had been left for him, before picking up the metal box and placing it back in his embrace, ultimately exiting the room. Before long, Ning Fan found himself once again at the main gate of the district wall. The guards attempted to engage him in small talk, but he offered no response. After leaving the district, he had not ventured far when a vehicle approached his side. Hui Zi jumped out of the car. Hey, why are you alone? Where is our mother? I don't know. Ning Fan got into the vehicle. Hui Zi was momentarily taken aback. He sensed something was amiss with Ning Fan. Those eyes, they were vacant, devoid of spirit, as if his soul had vanished. Captain, what is wrong? Hui Zi asked with concern. It's nothing. Ning Fan's voice was devoid of any inflection. Let us go to District F27 and rescue Sister Kai first. Are you sure? Hui Zi still questioned. Ning Fan mechanically nodded, sure. Seeing that he could not extract any further information from Ning Fan, Hui Zi resolved to follow his lead. By the way, Hui Zi said somewhat sheepishly, when you entered the district earlier, our supplies were stolen. Ning Fan slightly lifted his eyelids and glanced at Hui Zi. Then, he turned his head to survey the vehicle. The once half-filled cargo was now conspicuously empty. Who stole it? Damn, just our luck. While I was waiting for you in the woods, that bunch from the Winslayer team happened to pass by and, upon seeing our supplies, they just took them away. As soon as the topic arose, Hui Zi was filled with indignation. Ning Fan nodded slightly before opening the car door. Startled, Hui Zi quickly grasped his arm, exclaiming, What are you doing? Retrieving the supplies, Ning Fan replied coldly, fixing his gaze upon him. And, by the way, eliminate the Winslayer team. Hui Zi could hardly believe his ears, finding it difficult to ascertain whether the person before him was truly Ning Fan. His eyes, imbued with a chilling intensity, revealed no trace of emotion when he mentioned the elimination of the Winslayer team. Ning Fan, what has happened to you? Hui Zi's anxiety was palpable. Ning Fan maintained his impassive facade, yet two streams of tears cascaded down his face, creating an unsettling spectacle. Whoever steals from me shall meet their demise. In the F32 district, within the stronghold of the Winslayer team, the members resided together for the sake of convenience in undertaking missions. unlike the Wild Dogs' home. Zhao Jisong had always aspired to elevate the Windslaughter team to the pinnacle of prestige in the F-32 district. A formidable team must possess a stronghold. Ignoring the objections of his comrades, Zhao Jisong invested a fortune to acquire a spacious compound near the district wall, constructing several rooms therein. At that moment, the courtyard of the stronghold was filled with a plethora of supplies, with all members gathered around, their faces alight with excitement. "Wow, brother, this time we've truly struck gold. All of it is top-notch," exclaimed a man, his eyes gleaming. "Hemostatic agents, restorative potions, and this, tranquilizers. You can't even find these on the black market." Compared to the F-21 district, supplies in F-32 were relatively scarce. Moreover, these provisions had been personally arranged by Song Kai, making many of them exceedingly difficult to procure on the market. Zhao Jisong stood with his arms crossed, chin held high, reveling in the praise from his brethren. "It's all thanks to Brother Zhao. A little outing and he returns with a treasure trove." A provocatively dressed woman chimed in, her delight evident. "Brother Zhao, how should we handle these goods? Sell the unnecessary items on the black market." Zhao Jisong had already formulated a plan to retain only a modest quantity of hemostatic agents and restorative potions. In his view, there was no need to hoard medical supplies. If someone were to sustain an injury on the road, they could simply endure it. There was no necessity for wastefulness. Life should be lived pragmatically, without excessive sentimentality. The others voiced no dissent. "Let us sell them then. After all, we can divide the proceeds later." "All right, for the time being. We shall refrain from taking on any missions," Zhao Jisong declared, clapping his hands. "Everyone, make haste to dispose of these supplies. However, exercise caution during the process. We must not leave behind any troubles that could lead back to us." In truth, Zhao Jisong harbored reservations regarding this batch of supplies. It was evident that their original owner was no ordinary individual. Should they inadvertently provoke someone of significant stature, they would find themselves in dire straits. "Rest assured, we have specialized channels for handling such matters." A man, brimming with excitement, began sorting through supplies. At that moment, two heavy knocks resounded at the yard's gate. Bang, bang. The crowd fell silent, and Zhao Jisong, ever cautious, quickly instructed others to move the supplies inside. Bang, bang. Another two knocks echoed. Zhao Jisong exchanged a knowing glance with the man in the trench coat, who approached and opened the grand door. A young man stood expressionless outside. Zhao Jisong raised an eyebrow, sensing a flicker of familiarity about the youth. "I'm afraid we're not taking any jobs at the moment," he said. Swiftly donning a smile and gesturing dismissively, "Brother, perhaps seek assistance elsewhere." This young man, of course, was Ning Fan. Appearing oblivious to Zhao Jisong's words, Ning Fan stepped into the courtyard. Zhao Jisong's smile gradually faded. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in realization. "Ah, I remember now. Aren't you the boy who asked me to help with the matter concerning Huizi?" Zhao Jisong let down his guard, dismissing Ning Fan entirely, and ambled forward. "Have you gathered enough money?" "Alas, it's too late. Haven't you heard? Wild Dog's Den is disbanded." Chapter 0080, Kill. Ning Fan and Zhao Jisong indeed shared a fleeting acquaintance. In the past, Lin Chuan had tasked Ning Fan with injuring Huizi. Yet Ning Fan understood that his own strength was insufficient to achieve such a feat. Thus, he promptly sought out Zhao Jisong to inquire about the price. Reflecting on it now, it seems like an eternity has passed. Zhao Jisong could hardly have imagined that the boy before him had ascended to the rank of captain of the Wild Dog House. "Enough, child. We are quite busy here. We have no time to entertain you." Zhao Jisong waved dismissively at Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan's gaze shifted to the members behind him. A few had just transported half of their supplies, and upon seeing a mere boy, they deemed it unnecessary to conceal their haul. "Those items belong to me," Ning Fan declared, raising a hand to point at the medicinal supplies cradled by one of the members. Zhao Jisong was taken aback, his expression turning serious as the others grew wary. This batch of supplies was far too sensitive. If word got out, no one could guarantee the absence of trouble. "What do you mean, child?" Zhao Jisong's demeanor darkened, his eyes narrowing as his hand instinctively rested upon the hilt of his large blade. A child of such insignificant stature should have sufficed merely to intimidate. Yet, before he could devise a strategy for intimidation, Ning Fan struck. The broken sword, trailing a phantom afterimage, swept through the air. Zhao Jisong's face froze. He felt a chill at his throat, swiftly followed by an unwelcome warmth. Ugh. Zhao Jisong attempted to speak, but as he opened his mouth, he sensed something lodged in his throat. It was blood, with a spurt. Blood erupted from Zhao Jisong's neck. Thud. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat desperately, attempting to staunch the flow of blood. Yet, this endeavor was utterly futile. Blood cascaded down his hands, saturating his sleeves, and soon, the front of his shirt was stained crimson. Ning Fan walked past him, entirely indifferent to his struggles. The members of the wind-slashing team stood in shock. As practitioners, they had witnessed death before, but the scene before them was enough to rattle their very cores. They had never seen anyone display such cold indifference while taking a life. Throughout it all, Ning Fan did not so much as blink. His eyes held no trace of the famed chill. They were hollow, indifferent, devoid of emotion. Bang! Zhao Jisong fell to the ground, a pool of blood spreading beneath him. And the sound finally jolted the others from their stupor. You bastard! A man in a trench coat lifted his collar, preparing to draw his weapon. Ning Fan leaned slightly forward. With a single step, he closed the distance to the trench-coated man. The broken sword was unleashed once more. It pierced through the man's throat. The trench-coated man's body stiffened, and Ning Fan retracted his arm, drawing back the sword and flicking away the blood. Next, the members of the wind-slashing team, snapping back to reality, brandished their weapons, ready to retaliate. Yet, despite this, 3 individuals were mercilessly slaughtered by Ning Fan without any resistance. The psychological disparity was insurmountable. Devoid of their spirit servants, they found themselves utterly powerless against him. At last, spirit servant, Gale? Someone had summoned a spirit servant. Although the use of spirit servants was prohibited within the area, when faced with imminent death, who cared about trifling rules? To forego summoning a spirit servant meant certain demise. However, employing one allowed for communication with the overseers. Ning Fan's gaze shifted towards the man who had summoned his spirit servant, and he swiftly advanced towards him. The man's spirit servant also enhanced his speed, allowing him to leap back and evade Ning Fan's sword strike. Damn it! Did you truly believe we wouldn't fight back? In a mere moment, 5 members of the wind-slashing squad had perished. Only 4 remained alive. Now fully cognizant of their situation, they hastily summoned their spirit servants, intent on retaliating against Ning Fan. Ning Fan, however, offered no response to the man's roar. As the man evaded, Ning Fan stepped forward once more. Spirit servant, marsh. Suddenly, Ning Fan felt the ground beneath him become viscous. Each step forward met with a sluggish resistance. Spirit servant, fireworks. A burst of flames surged towards Ning Fan. The reputation of the wind-slashing squad was indeed well-earned. Initially, Ning Fan's decisive strikes had caught them off guard. Coupled with their apprehension regarding the prohibition on spirit servants, this had facilitated the swift elimination of 5 individuals. Now, with their lives on the line, their resolve to fight back had intensified. Observing the fiery light growing distant, Ning Fan switched his grip on the sword and cleaved towards the flames. The fire split in 2. The woman who had conjured the fireworks was momentarily taken aback. She had never witnessed anyone cleaving through flames with a sword. Yet the next instant, a smile crept across her face. She saw the man wielding Gale. Taking advantage of Ning Fan's distraction, stealthily maneuver behind him, dual daggers poised to strike at his shoulders. Ning Fan remained expressionless, after cleaving through the flames. He seemed oblivious to the impending threat from behind. Just as success appeared imminent, an excited grin spread across the face of the man using Gale. However, his daggers halted mere centimeters from Ning Fan's shoulders. Ning Fan, reversing his grip on the broken sword, stabbed through the man's heart from behind. Gale. Ning Fan did not turn around, instead fixing his gaze on the woman wielding fireworks. The speed of his sword was incomparable. Another life extinguished. The wind-slashing squad was now reduced to 3. Their faces were ashen, a reflection of their dread. Even with their spirit servants summoned, could they still be slain by this young man? More perplexing to them was the complete absence of any spirit servant aura emanating from Ning Fan. Whether he lacked a spirit servant or simply chose not to utilize one, the implications were sufficient to instill fear. Brother, you've already killed enough. Continuing this struggle serves no beneficial purpose for anyone involved. The man who had unleashed the swamp suddenly spoke. I will return your belongings, just like this. Is that agreeable? It is not an act of cowardice, but rather a recognition of futility. The wind-slashing group is on the brink of disbandment. Should this conflict persist, he could not guarantee his own survival. Moreover, even if he were to eliminate Ning Fan, what would it truly accomplish? Everyone is merely striving to survive. We only reclaimed these items because they were abandoned. If they belong to you, we can simply return them. Although the man sought a truce, the vigilance in his gaze never wavered. Before Ning Fan could respond, a sudden commotion echoed from a distance. The roar of an engine resonated, accompanied by the hurried footsteps of numerous individuals. The man's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. Brother, The monitors have been drawn here. Otherwise, let us conclude this matter. He was not speaking falsehoods. Ning Fan understood that such a ruckus would naturally attract attention. Moreover, considering the timeline, the theft of the special medication must have already been discovered. Therefore, those arriving would not solely consist of monitors. There could also be enforcers among them. Sensing Ning Fan's hesitation, the man assumed he had struck a chord and prepared to further persuade him. However, Ning Fan made his move once again. Chapter 81. Farewell, District F32. The man was utterly unprepared for the outcome. Despite his fervent reasoning and emotional appeal, this reckless youth dared to strike. The swamp had some effect on Ning Fan, yet the man's distraction rendered that influence less potent than before. In an instant, Ning Fan arrived. With a swift strike of his broken sword, he eliminated another adversary. Even in death, the man's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Why? The monitors were nearly upon them. And yet this boy's first instinct was not to flee, but to continue the slaughter. What profound enmity could drive such madness? Was it merely the theft of some supplies? The woman wielding fireworks was in a state of shock, and beside her stood another man equally paralyzed by fear. They could no longer muster a coherent resistance. 1 minute later, the stronghold of the Windslayer Brigade was littered with corpses. Ning Fan silently entered the room and loaded the supplies within onto the brigade's vehicle. The commotion outside was growing increasingly intense. The monitors were almost there. Ning Fan took a seat behind the wheel, his gaze remarkably serene. With a deafening roar, he slammed the accelerator. The vehicle surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, crashing through the door. After bursting out of the courtyard, Ning Fan intended to head towards the main gate, only to discover several vehicles blocking his path. Casting a quiet glance at them, he hesitated not a moment and veered into the district. The pursuing vehicles, upon sighting Ning Fan's car, immediately accelerated, issuing loud warnings for him to halt and surrender. Yet, Ning Fan remained unfazed. Not long ago, in District F27, he had been the hunter, but now he was the prey. He navigated through the alleys of F32, a place he knew all too well. However, the situation had escalated. With both executors and monitors now in pursuit, the prospect of escaping unscathed seemed nearly impossible. Resolute, Ning Fan made a swift decision. He sharply turned the steering wheel, steering his car onto a road he knew best, the very one leading to his home. This was a path he had traversed for 18 years, where he could name every neighbor and every brick bore witness to his childhood. As he entered the road, Ning Fan did not slow down. Instead, he flung open the car door while still in motion. The supplies he had carried, he cast them all aside. A cascade of valuable goods spilled onto the road. He could not take them with him, so why not share them with everyone? The pursuers, witnessing this unexpected spectacle, were momentarily taken aback. However, it did not take long for the neighbors, drawn by the commotion, to emerge in small groups. They had come to witness the excitement. Yes, it's Xiao Fan. Enwu recognized Ning Fan in the vehicle, as she glanced at the cars pursuing him and the scattered supplies on the ground. An understanding dawned upon her. She was the first to rush into the street, beginning to gather the fallen medicines. Where there was one, another soon followed. Soon, the previously tranquil road became a bustling sea of humanity. The vehicles trailing behind came to an abrupt halt. An observer leaned out, shouting, "Clear the way. These are highly valuable possessions. Gather as much as you can." Enwu bellowed to her neighbors, "Once you've collected everything, sell it on the black market. It will be enough to sustain us for several days." The observers roared in frustration, yet the crowd remained unyielding and dense. Ning Fan dashed out onto the street, ensuring he had evaded the pursuing vehicles before turning towards the main gate. 10 minutes later, Ning Fan arrived at the formidable entrance of the F32 district. The security here was far more stringent than before. Typically, only 2 guards would monitor the entrance. However, now there were at least a dozen. All the guards had been hastily summoned, and not far off, several individuals clad in observer uniforms surveyed the area. When they spotted a vehicle racing towards them, their surprise was palpable. Yet, before they could react, the car barreled straight for the gate. The guards stationed at the entrance quickly sidestepped, clearing a path. Bang! The vehicle collided with the gate, shaking it violently. "Damn it! Capture him!" The observers roared in anger. Ning Fan, unfazed, reversed the car a few meters before slamming the accelerator once more. Bang! This impact was even more forceful than the last. At this moment, the surrounding observers had closed in, and the enforcers had arrived, each wielding specialized handguns, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the vehicle. Ning Fan reclined his seat, concealing himself entirely within the confines of the car, and reversed again. The sound of gunfire echoed like raindrops upon the vehicle. Fortunately, the Windslayer squad had invested substantial effort into the car's modifications, rendering its exterior relatively sturdy. Bang! A third collision. The gate finally wobbled, revealing a narrow gap just wide enough for a person to slip through. The car came to a halt, its front end severely crumpled, emitting plumes of black smoke. The lead enforcer raised his hand, prompting the others to cease fire. The atmosphere was thick with tension as all eyes focused on the vehicle. From their vantage point, they could not discern the situation inside the car, nor did they know whether Ning Fan was alive or dead. The enforcer's leader exchanged a glance with the observer's leader, and after a brief nod, they approached the car. They were eager to uncover the identity of this audacious lunatic. However, just as they were about to encircle the vehicle, Ning Fan suddenly sprang up from inside. Ignoring everyone present, he darted straight for the gap. Damn it, he's trying to escape. Panic ensued among the crowd as they had underestimated Ning Fan's speed. He had already calculated the distance, leaving them with a mere 2 seconds to react. They failed to seize the opportunity. As they advanced, Ning Fan had already slipped through the gap and fled outside. Captain, what should we do? The member of the Monitor, with a face full of resentment, inquired. The captain remained silent. However, the captain from the executors let out a cold snort, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the crevice through which Ning Fan had escaped. In the wilderness, Hui Zi anxiously smoked a cigarette in the vehicle. Upon hearing the sound of a collision, his eyes widened, and he immediately started the engine. As long as he could spot Ning Fan, he would be ready to whisk him away at a moment's notice. Ning Fan did not keep him waiting for long. When Hui Zi drove within 500 meters of the perimeter wall, he saw Ning Fan emerge from the opening. Captain, get in, Hui Zi shouted, flinging open the car door to greet Ning Fan. Ning Fan, spotting Hui Zi's vehicle, sprinted toward it. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the wilderness. Ning Fan's body, in mid-run, was violently propelled backward, landing on the ground like a fallen figure. Hui Zi's eyes turned red with fury. Ning Fan, he witnessed, with his own eyes. As the gunfire erupted, a spray of crimson mist bursting forth from Ning Fan's chest. Chapter 0082, Escape. Hui Zi's eyes were bloodshot, his foot nearly pressing against the fuel tank. Clang, clang, clang. He swiftly maneuvered the vehicle to Ning Fan's side, using the car body as a shield against the incoming bullets. Dust and smoke billowed around the car. Hui Zi did not halt. Instead, he flung open the driver's side door and leaned out. Spirit, shadow. The car's lights illuminated Hui Zi, casting his shadow onto the ground. That shadow grasped Ning Fan and yanked him into the vehicle. Without hesitation, he slammed the steering wheel, racing in a different direction. Damn it, Ning Fan, don't scare me like that. Hui Zi's vision blurred, yet he recklessly steered the car toward an unknown future. You've just become the captain. I, along with Xiao Fei and De Ben, are counting on you. If you die like this, who on earth would dare take on the mantle of captain? Damn it, is the captaincy of Wild Dog's home so cursed? Whoever takes it on dies. Hui Zi spoke fervently to Ning Fan, his words spilling out chaotically. He was oblivious to the content of his speech, merely hoping that Ning Fan would respond. Cough, cough, cough. At last, Ning Fan, who had been thrown into the passenger seat, erupted in a violent fit of coughs. A spurt of blood splattered onto the windshield. Hui Zi abruptly turned to gaze at Ning Fan, who appeared rather pale. Are you all right? Concern flickered in Hui Zi's eyes, but more than that was exhilaration. At the very least, Ning Fan was still alive. That bullet was aimed at my heart. Ning Fan coughed once more before weakly uttering, I nearly died. As he spoke, to Hui Zi's astonishment, Ning Fan produced an object from his bosom, a piece of decayed wood. In the center of the wood was a gaping hole. Ning Fan clutched the wood tightly. It was the emblem of Wild Dog's home, which had absorbed part of the bullet's force, thereby saving him. Where did you find this? Hui Zi gazed at the decayed wood, his expression complex. In a trash heap, Ning Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Wild Dog's home is watching over us. Hui Zi was momentarily taken aback. Then he burst into tears of laughter. Damn, your words really strike right at the heart. Ning Fan also regarded the wood with deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally exhaled a long breath. We good. Let us head to the cave and meet up with Fei Jie and De Ben. Hui Zi nodded, deliberately steering clear of the F-32 area as he drove toward the cave. Over at Slashing Wind Squad, not a single one remains. Ning Fan stated matter-of-factly. All slaughtered. Hui Zi's heart quivered. How ruthless. It was hard for him to fathom that this child, less than a month ago, had been soft-hearted and naive. Who had just fired the gun? It must have been the executors. Ning Fan spoke softly, I've encountered the monitors. They typically do not use firearms and seldom venture outside their designated area. It seems the executors had set their ambush outside the area in advance, ready to intercept me the moment I emerged. Huizi felt a shiver run through his entire body. This young man, even in such dire circumstances, managed to remain so composed while analyzing the situation. It was rather frightening. His transformation was profound. Ning Fan, if you prefer not to respond, you need not feel obliged. Huizi could no longer contain himself. Your mother. I truly do not know where she is gone. Ning Fan understood the question Huizi wished to pose. However, she is not at home. Then she should still be alive. Ning Fan's expression remained impassive, but my two brothers have perished. Huizi fell silent, refraining from further discourse. Ning Fan added, because I am the one who has died. Ning Fan, we go. Ning Fan turned his gaze towards the direction of Area F-32. This place holds no aspirations for me anymore. What are your plans for the future? First, we must rescue Sister Kai. Ning Fan's eyes were deep with contemplation. At present, I cannot foresee too far ahead. I only hope to strive to protect more of those I cherish, so as not to live with further regrets. All right, we brothers will accompany you. We go. Ning Fan looked at Huizi. You two are someone I hold dear. Huizi was taken aback, then chuckled. You're becoming a bit nauseating. Before long, Huizi had driven the car to the entrance of the cave. Upon hearing the sound of the vehicle approaching, Xiao Fei and Su Bin, who had been waiting, immediately emerged. Seeing Ning Fan's pale complexion, his chest stained with blood, Xiao Fei anxiously exclaimed, Ning Fan, you are injured? It's nothing, let us talk inside. Ning Fan replied nonchalantly. The four of them settled within the cave, and Ning Fan recounted the events that had just transpired. A silence enveloped the cave. So, your mother may have been taken away by those from the upper city? After hearing this, Xiao Fei furrowed her brow tightly. What does your mother have to do with the people from the upper city? I do not know. Ning Fan shook his head. What I can ascertain is that I am not from the upper city. I do not possess even a drop of their bloodline. The report stated this quite clearly. What are you thinking then? Shall we go to the upper city and search? Su Bin was quite excited. He had originally planned to go to the upper city to find his father, and now, with Ning Fan's mother seemingly taken by those from the upper city, they had a common objective. Do you even think before you speak? Is the upper city your family's restroom? Just like that, we should go? Huizi scoffed. Just because we cannot go now does not mean we cannot go in the future. We must find a way, Su Bin retorted. Huizi wanted to say more but hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. De Ben is right. Ning Fan interrupted everyone. We will certainly go to the upper city. But not at this moment. Where mother is, and why she was taken, I know nothing. It is not that I do not worry. Rather, even if I do, there is little I can do at present. It feels utterly powerless. Once we return to Area F-21, I will inquire with Brother Song. He should know how to reach the upper city. After understanding the situation, we can devise a plan, which is certainly better than indulging in fruitless speculation now. At this juncture, Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. What we must focus on now is how to rescue Kai Jia. Xiao Fei and Su Bin began to share the intelligence they had gathered in Area F-27. Upon hearing that the Santong Cooperation Zone had audaciously occupied the monitoring building, Ning Fan's brow furrowed in concern. Li Jiang was afraid, Ning Fan muttered. Who is Li Jiang? He is the head of Area F-27. You are acquainted with the head of Area F-27? Huizi remarked in surprise. Ning Fan remained silent. In truth, their acquaintance was superficial. He had met Li Jiang once when they apprehended Su Bei. The turmoil instigated by the Santong Cooperation Zone within the area could not escape Li Jiang's awareness. Yet now, as they brazenly commandeered the monitoring building and ruthlessly slaughtered the monitors, Li Jiang had not stepped forward. His stance was abundantly clear. He would rather sacrifice the monitors of Area F-27 than risk offending the Santong Cooperation Zone. Chapter 0083. You make me sick. The three individuals remained silent, quietly observing Ning Fan. He gazed at the flickering flames, his fingers rhythmically drumming on his thigh. At present, the information they possessed was scant. He was entirely oblivious to the number of people in the Tri-Alliance Cooperation Zone or their capabilities. Although Su Bin and Xiao Fei had ventured into the area to gather intelligence, they had to tread lightly under the watchful eyes of the inhabitants. Was there another avenue to explore? Ning Fan gradually narrowed his eyes, fervently depleting his mental faculties. How could he leverage the resources at hand to forge an advantage? Suddenly, Ning Fan's fingers stilled. He abruptly turned his gaze towards the entrance of the cave. The three, who had been intently awaiting his decision, immediately heightened their vigilance upon witnessing his sudden movement. "What is it?" Xiao Fei inquired. Ning Fan rose to his feet. "Let us go." "Where to?" "F-27 zone." He then glanced down at the fire, swiftly removing his coat and tossing it onto the flames, extinguishing it. Although the three were unaware of Ning Fan's intentions, they trusted him and followed. Upon entering the vehicle, Huizi drove towards F-27 zone as per Ning Fan's instructions. Throughout the journey, Ning Fan refrained from elucidating his thoughts. His plans were not yet fully formulated. He required time to contemplate the practicality of his forthcoming strategy. Lost in his thoughts, Ning Fan even lost track of time until Huizi turned to him. "Captain, we have arrived." Ahead lay the gates of F-27 zone. Ning Fan regained his focus and instructed Su Bin, "Go speak with the guards." "Understood." Su Bin exited the vehicle, presenting 2,000 sola to the guards before returning. The gates swung open, and the vehicle proceeded inside. Under Ning Fan's direction, Huizi parked in front of an inn. They disembarked and checked in. The four gathered in one room. "Captain, is it not a bit perilous to enter like this?" Su Bin inquired, unusually serious. "Isn't it rather blatant?" "It is entirely normal for individuals to come and go within the zone. Even the Tri-Alliance Cooperation Zone, despite its extensive reach, cannot possibly monitor every person entering." Ning Fan replied calmly. "As long as we refrain from actions that might draw their attention, we should encounter no issues." "Then, how shall we gather intelligence?" Su Bin asked. Perplexed. "No need to gather any." Ning Fan gazed out the window. This time, not only Su Bin but even Xiao Fei and Huizi were utterly bewildered by Ning Fan's perspective. He retrieved a metallic box from his pocket. "To Bin, go find the owner of that fine delicacies restaurant from before and inquire if he has any connections capable of handling this item." "What is it?" "A special medicine." This item had lost its value for Ning Fan. Xiao Fei frowned, aware that all of Ning Fan's previous endeavors had been in pursuit of it. Yet now, with his mother missing, it had become devoid of significance. It was difficult to imagine the turmoil beneath Ning Fan's calm facade. "Are you truly going to sell it?" "Let us sell it for now. What happens after it's sold?" "In the present moment, the roll of money appears to be rather insignificant." "Waiting. For whom?" Ning Fan licked his parched lips. "For reinforcements." "Reinforcements?" The three were taken aback simultaneously. "We still have reinforcements?" Su Bin felt a burning curiosity. "Who are they?" In the monitoring bureau's office, in the interrogation room, Wen Kai sat with her arms crossed, a cold expression on her face as she regarded the individual before her. On the table lay a meticulously arranged dish. "Get out of here with that." Wen Kai spoke sternly to the person in front of her. The individual's expression soured. "Captain Wen, just have a bite. I told you to get out." "What's the matter? Have you become so accustomed to being a sycophant that you can't comprehend plain language?" Wen Kai shouted. "Captain Wen, you needn't be this way." The man clenched his fists, teeth gritted. "I'm just trying to survive." "How infuriating." Wen Kai retorted with a cold smile. "Old Ming was absolutely right. You are indeed a natural-born coward. I truly regret not allowing Ning Fan to kill you outright when he broke your leg." The man in question was Li Hui, the monitor whose leg was broken by Ning Fan. Li Hui's face flushed crimson from the insult, especially upon hearing Ning Fan's name, which ignited a deep-seated animosity in his eyes. "Captain Wen, he is an outsider." Li Hui's face darkened. "Back then, you sided with the outsider, allowing him to break my leg. Don't you think you were in the wrong?" Wen Kai narrowed her eyes. "You will never comprehend this in your lifetime. Take your leave. Your presence disgusts me." Li Hui's teeth were nearly ground to dust in frustration. At that moment, the doors swung open. A man clad in the uniform of the Santong Cooperation Zone strode in, wearing an unappealing smile. "Aren't you going to eat?" "Captain Zhang." Upon the man's entrance, Li Hui immediately bowed, forcing a smile. "Captain Wen has no appetite." This man had previously conversed with Ning Fan. He was Zhang Wenshun, the captain of the 7th Division of the Santong Cooperation Zone. "No appetite? That shouldn't be the case. I've tasted it, and it's quite delectable," Zhang Wenshun remarked, observing the beautifully presented dish on the table before turning to Li Hui with a smile. "Did you put them off their food?" Li Hui's smile faltered. Zhang Wenshun playfully ruffled his hair. "You do look rather unpleasant. All right, be off with you." "Ah." Li Hui forced a smile, bowed to Zhang Wenshun, and limped out of the room. "Captain Wen, can you at least look a little more agreeable when you gaze at me?" Zhang Wenshun settled into a chair opposite Wen Kai, crossing his legs. "You're not much better than him," Wen Kai replied, her countenance stern. "Don't waste my time. If you came here to inquire about Ning Fan, it's futile. I've already disclosed what I know." Zhang Wenshun remained unfazed. Indeed. Understood. Our Captain One is quite the righteous one. Stronger than any man. Did you enter merely to spout such nonsense? Wen Kai arched an eyebrow. It is merely a casual conversation, Captain One. You see, I harbor no ill intentions. Each day, I am treated to delightful meals and fine drinks. Yet you refuse to partake. You cannot hold me accountable for that. Zhang Wenchun pointed at Wen Kai's chest, exclaiming, even your bosom has shrunk from hunger. Even if it has shrunk, it is still larger than your mother's. Wen Kai retorted. Zhang Wenchun narrowed his eyes. However, Wen Kai laughed. What? Are you unable to restrain yourself? Do you wish to resort to punishment? Come on. I dare not, Zhang Wenchun replied, regaining his cheerful demeanor. Captain One. You are provoking me. Wen Kai's gaze dimmed slightly. Zhang Wenchun leaned forward. When we entered, we had already established rules with Li Jiang. As for the observers, I can handle them as I please, but you are off limits. Wen Kai's eyes grew increasingly sharp. Upon noticing her reaction, Zhang Wenchuan's smile deepened. I previously thought that old fellow was experiencing a second spring, perhaps seeking to indulge in youthful pleasures. But upon further inquiry, I discovered. Zhang Wenchuan's eyes sparkled. Captain Wen's father is from the Central District, isn't he? Chapter 0084 Reinforcements. Wen Kai trembled slightly, and her reaction brought even greater delight to Zhang Wenchun. Ha. Captain One. No, I believe it would be more courteous to address you as Miss Wen, he remarked with a tilt of his head. Your esteemed father is a distinguished researcher at the headquarters, highly regarded even by the regional commander. Should we cause you any harm, it would certainly lead to significant complications. The headquarters might very well intervene then. Commander Su merely intended to provide a minor relief for the young commander, without the need for any considerable trouble. Fortunately for you, you encountered me, rather than some rash youth. Zhang Wenchuan's smile brimmed with mockery. Otherwise, if by chance Miss Wen were to sustain an injury, wouldn't it be rather unfortunate for you to suffer such a grave loss due to your own low profile? Wen Kai shot a fierce glare at Zhang Wenchun. Her thoughts had been discerned by him. She was indeed trying to provoke him. Should she be harmed, the headquarters would inevitably become involved. Although the collaboration zone held considerable influence in Region F, the relationship with the headquarters was one of mutual concession. I grant you face, you cannot slap me in return. If the daughter of a distinguished researcher at the headquarters were to meet with misfortune, even Su Wanjun would find it difficult to explain. Li Jiang, the regional commander of Zone F-27, was acutely aware of Wen Kai's identity. Hence, he had cautioned Zhang Wenchun in advance when he brought his team into the area. Useless. Wen Kai cursed in frustration. Yet, Zhang Wenchun remained unfazed, laughing heartily. Miss Wen, your ability to curse is quite enchanting. Wen Kai inhaled deeply, choosing not to engage in further banter with him. At this juncture, she realized there was little she could do. Zhang Wenchun was no fool. She could only hope that Ning Fan, that young man, would not act foolishly and truly come to rescue her in Zone F-27. However, if he did not come, Wen Kai felt a pang of unease. What has become of me to feel so conflicted? In the wilderness, 6 vehicles halted amidst the desolation. A few individuals had disembarked, standing beside the vehicles. In the distance, 2 figures approached at a brisk pace. Captain, there's a cave up ahead. One of them exclaimed with a glint of excitement in his eyes. There are signs of someone having rested here, and look at this. A blood-stained coat was presented before them. The captain took the garment, reminiscing momentarily before nodding with a chilling smile. It's him. Another pointed to the tire tracks on the ground. They proceeded in the direction of Zone F-27. Get in the vehicle, the captain commanded with a wave of his hand. The group climbed aboard and drove off. Wait, but who are the reinforcements? Su Bin was nearly beside himself with anxiety. Have you contacted Brother Chu? In Su Bin's view, the only group worthy of being called reinforcements would be the Wolf Alliance. They possessed both strength and connections. Yet Ning Fan shook his head. There's no need to involve Brother Chu in such a risky endeavor. If I were to seek Chu Hongba's assistance, he would most likely agree to help. Not for any other reason, but due to Su Bin's presence in the wild dog house. Even though he was acutely aware of being coerced, Chu Hongba would still arrive. It's not Brother Chu. Who is it then? Su Bin exclaimed, gripping his scalp in frustration. I just recalled something while in the cave. Ning Fan, not intending to prolong the suspense, continued, in Zone F-32, I did not employ any spiritual servants, yet the monitors came to apprehend me nonetheless. The roles of the monitors and executors are distinctly defined. Those who utilize spiritual servants are pursued by the monitors, while those who instigate chaos without them are seized by the executors. Although the members of the Wind-Slashing group later resorted to using spiritual servants, I did not. Yet, there were still numerous monitors present. The vehicles chasing after me included both monitors and executors, and many monitors were also stationed at the regional gate. Could it be that they are placing undue emphasis on me? The commotion I caused was certainly significant, but it hardly warranted a full-scale mobilization across the zone. Even the executors ventured outside the zone to set up ambushes. When they captured Su Bei, an A-grade wanted criminal, Zone F-27 merely deployed monitors, with executors never showing their faces. Given these unusual circumstances, it compelled Ning Fan to ponder further. The answer soon dawned upon him: the special medication. The director had previously mentioned that this medication was prepared in advance by the zone leader. Ning Fan had seized the special medication, thereby encroaching upon the leader's interests. Thus, the coordinated effort of the monitors and executors to capture him was not due to any heinous crimes he had committed, but rather a direct order from the leader to retrieve that special medication. So, you mean they will continue to pursue you? Hui Zi's eyes widened in disbelief. Ning Fan nodded. At the entrance of Zone F-32, you helped me into the vehicle, and many witnessed it. Among the executors, there must be experts in tracking. The tire tracks of our vehicle are rather distinctive. It would not be difficult for them to trace its whereabouts. Moreover, I left my jacket in the cave. Once they locate the cave, they can ascertain the direction to follow and continue their pursuit. The three had all seen Ning Fan cover his jacket over the fire, mistakenly believing he discarded it due to its dirtiness, unaware that he had left a clue for those trailing behind. So, the reinforcements you mentioned are the executors from Zone F-32? Xiao Fei probed further. Ning Fan confirmed. Indeed, they should find their way to Zone F-27 shortly. But I don't understand. Xiao Fei furrowed her brow. Even if the executors from Zone F-32 arrive, what difference will it make? They are here to capture you, adding another group of enemies, which complicates matters further. It won't be easy for them to enter. Ning Fan replied with a smile. Zone F-27 will not permit them entry so easily. Why is that? Hui Zi inquired eagerly. Ning Fan replied leisurely. Because something is transpiring here that Li Jiang does not wish for the outside world to know. The three immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. The monitor building has been seized by the inhabitants of the Santong Cooperation Zone, who are wantonly disregarding the regulations within the area. Although most leaders of the district tend to endure in silence when confronted by the Santong Cooperation Zone. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with a realization. While everyone revels in watching a spectacle, no one desires to be the subject of ridicule. From Li Jiang's perspective, it would be best if as few people as possible were aware of the indignity of being subjugated by the Santong Cooperation Zone. Indeed, Hui Zi snapped his fingers. If the inhabitants of F-32 district were to witness the blatant disrespect shown by the Santong Cooperation Zone towards Li Jiang, where would he hide his shame? Ning Fan's smile deepened. From the standpoint of the enforcers in F-32 district, it was audacious for someone to have stolen the special medicine and to have escaped in a vehicle of considerable value. After merely resting in a cave, they entered F-27 district without hindrance. The enforcers had ample justification to enter the district and apprehend the culprit. Yet such a reasonable request was met with staunch resistance at the gates. Thus, the situation took on a rather peculiar tone. As Ning Fan elaborated, Xiao Fei grasped the implications. They would suspect that the thief of the medicine was connected to Li Jiang, perhaps even sent by him. Chapter 0085, Martial Law across the district. At the entrance of Zone F-27, 6 vehicles adorned with the emblem of the enforcers from Zone F-32 had come to a halt. A man with a crew cut approached the gate. Brother, we are the enforcers from Zone F-32. A fugitive has fled to your area. Could you kindly open the door? The man spoke courteously. The guard inside scrutinized him before glancing at the vehicles behind. A fugitive? The guard inquired, perplexed. He stole something from our district. The crew-cut man replied with a smile. Yet, the guard remained unmoved. The man tilted his head slightly. Brother, what's the matter? Do you doubt our identity? As he spoke, he produced a peculiar-looking firearm. This is a specialized weapon for enforcers. Surely this serves as proof? Upon seeing the gun, the guard hesitated momentarily. Please wait a moment, he said before departing to report the situation. The crew-cut man furrowed his brow, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. How foolish were the guards of Zone F-27. Defeng, what's going on? A car door swung open, revealing the captain who had previously surrounded Ning Fan, his expression composed. The crew-cut man, named Defeng, turned his head and scoffed. I have no idea. It seems they are reporting to their superiors. He gestured towards his temple. These guards don't seem particularly sharp. Enough. The captain replied quietly. They are merely doing their jobs. It is only natural for them to exercise caution when they see so many vehicles. Let us wait. Dafeng shrugged, remaining silent. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, the enforcers began to grow impatient. Normally, a simple confirmation from Zone F32 should suffice for their passage. Such occurrences were not uncommon, and it was puzzling why it was taking so long. Dafeng, inquire once more. The captain finally expressed his discontent. Hey. Dafeng knocked on the gate. Brother, what is the situation? Are we to be left waiting out here? The window opened, but instead of the previous guard, an older man appeared. I apologize, but currently, there is martial law in effect across Zone F27. You brothers should return in a few days, the man stated impassively. Dafeng was taken aback, his temper flaring immediately. What do you mean, brother? Are we not allowed to enter? This is the order from the commander, the man replied coldly. However, you can rest assured that during this period, there will be no personnel exiting the district. If the individual you seek enters, he will certainly not escape. Dafeng was genuinely bewildered. Martial law? An order from the commander? What had transpired within Zone F27? He turned to the captain, who was nearby and had evidently heard the explanation. The captain, with a furrowed brow, contemplated the situation for a moment before alighting from the vehicle and approaching the gate. Greetings, my brother. My name is Hanyu, the captain of the executioners in Zone F32. The man inside the door cast his gaze upon him. Lu Ziqiang, captain of the executioners in Zone F27. Hanyu was taken aback, raising an eyebrow. The captain of the executioners has personally arrived? Indeed, something significant must have transpired in the district. Captain Lu, since we are engaged in the same line of work, communication would certainly be much easier. Hanyu spoke with a polite smile. It is the case that within our district, we have lost an exceedingly valuable item. We have tracked it here and are certain that the thief is within your jurisdiction. Our chief is highly concerned and has issued a stringent directive. We must retrieve both the individual and the lost property. We have no choice. Who wishes to wander about? It is far more comfortable at home with one's wife and children. Wouldn't you agree? Thus, I propose that you allow us entry. If you find our numbers too conspicuous, we can enter with 3 vehicles, apprehend the suspect, and depart immediately without causing you any disturbance. What do you think? Hanyu's demeanor remained courteous. However, after listening to his lengthy discourse, Lu Ziqiang shook his head. I'm afraid I must reiterate. This is an order issued by our chief. Hanyu's smile faltered, clearly caught off guard. Yet Lu Ziqiang continued. You are correct. We are all merely following orders. And directives from above must be obeyed. You have your mission, and I have my responsibilities. Observing the lack of courtesy from the other side, Hanyu's smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. Are you implying that for us to enter, we must seek our chief's approval from your chief? Very well. If our chief issues the command to allow passage, I will promptly open the door and cooperate with your apprehension of the fugitive. Lu Ziqiang decisively closed the window. Outside, Hanyu's countenance was shrouded in clouds of discontent. Inside the district, the guards watched Lu Ziqiang with caution. Captain Lu, has anyone entered previously? The guard had initially feared that the large number of individuals would provoke unnecessary trouble, leading him to report to higher authorities. When this matter reached Chief Li Jiang's ears, Li Jiang found himself in a predicament. The executioners from Zone F32 had come to apprehend someone. Since they were here for that purpose, they would undoubtedly investigate certain matters within the district. At that point, the forced requisition of the monitoring office by the Tri-Union Cooperation District would likely be exposed. Thus, he could not permit them entry under any circumstances. Li Jiang had no desire to become the subject of ridicule. Of course, the so-called lockdown of the entire district was merely an excuse to deter them. Others could still enter the district. For Zhang Wenquan's objective was to lure Ningfan. How could Zhang Wenquan's plan proceed if access were denied? Outside, Dafu stood beside Hanyu, muttering, This Lu Ziqiang is exceedingly arrogant, ISNT. We are all executioners. What gives him the right to be so haughty? This remark only served to stoke the flames of Hanyu's fury further. Captain, then shall we? Before Daping could finish his sentence, Hanyu took out his phone and dialed a number. Commander, we have encountered a bit of trouble. Once connected, Hanyu spoke with an irritable tone. The personnel in Area F27 are denying us entry. Denying entry? Why? The commander seemed somewhat taken aback. They claim the entire area is under martial law. There was silence on the other end. After a prolonged pause, the commander's voice emerged, low and grave. Did they explain the reason for the martial law? No, they merely stated that it was an order from their commander. By the way, the individual who approached me earlier was the captain of their district's enforcers. Han Yu's tone grew increasingly indignant. They showed me no courtesy whatsoever, not even opening the door. Speaking to me through the window. The commander naturally sensed Han Yu's dissatisfaction. Are you certain that fellow has entered Area F-27? Absolutely. Han Yu asserted confidently. I have not lost the trail. There is no alternative route. Very well, I understand. Han Yu hurriedly inquired, Commander, will you contact their commander? Contact him? The commander scoffed. A fugitive from our district has fled to theirs, and you expect me to plead with him? So does that mean martial law across the entire area? Then how did that thief manage to get in? Who exactly is this martial law for? The commander's voice gradually turned icy. Han Yu, if you are utterly convinced that the individual is inside, then force your way in. Chapter 0086. The chaos unfolds. Although Han Yu felt a surge of anger, he never anticipated the director's unwavering resolve. Director, are we really going to force our way in? If we must, then let us proceed. Once we reach the headquarters, we shall be in the right. The director asserted firmly, rest assured, I will take responsibility for any fallout. All right. Han Yu clenched his teeth. But what if they retaliate? Retaliate? Do they dare to? The director narrowed his eyes. Let me ask you, even if our district is in turmoil, would we stand idly by while someone comes here to apprehend individuals? That would be unlikely. Han Yu sensed something amiss. The director scoffed. Then tell me, why would they prefer to engage in conflict rather than allow us entry? Han Yu began to piece together a notion, though he remained uncertain. The director, however, had no such reservations. They are all in cahoots. Xiao Fei and the others perked up with keen interest. Indeed, according to Ning Fan's speculation, there was a strong possibility that the F-32 district harbored such suspicions. Li Jiang indeed sought to conceal certain matters. However, the individuals in F-32 would not realize that what Li Jiang wished to hide was entirely unrelated to their concerns. This disparity in information could very well ignite a conflict. This was what Ning Fan referred to as reinforcements. Hui Zi, having absorbed the information, was left speechless for quite a while, finally murmuring, those with good academic performance truly see things differently. They can even leverage their enemies. Though Xiao Fei regarded Ning Fan with admiration, she still found herself puzzled. I can't help but feel that the director of F-32 wouldn't be so resolute over a special medication. Hui Zi had momentarily set his mind at ease. Upon hearing Xiao Fei's question, he simply turned to Ning Fan for answers. Ning Fan replied nonchalantly, 1 million is not an insignificant sum, even for the director. Indeed, it's not a trivial amount, Hui Zi remarked. Yet, for a distinguished director to escalate matters over 1 million seems rather unnecessary. That is your perspective. As you are not the one affected by it, Ning Fan stated, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. The director of F-32 originally possessed the special medication and now knows its whereabouts. Why would he spend his own money to procure another? Furthermore, in his mind, even if the situation escalated, he believed he was justified, thus he feared not the consequences. Most importantly, regardless of the magnitude of the conflict. Even if the executors were to perish, he would incur no loss. Ning Fan scoffed, it's not his son or his relatives that are dying, just a few executors. If necessary, he can simply recruit more. However, the million for purchasing the medication came from his own pocket. Xiao Fei felt a chill run down her spine. It was not because the situation itself was particularly horrifying, but rather because she suddenly sensed that Ning Fan had a profound understanding of human nature in this world. Alternatively, one might say that he had long since grasped the truth, yet a ray of sunshine lingered in his heart, illuminating the shadows that surrounded him. However, with the disappearance of his mother and the tragic demise of his brother, that glimmer of light faded away. Even amidst the conflict between District F-32 and District F-27, it seemed excessive to resort to lethal violence, did it not? Hui Zi continued to inquire. Not necessarily, Su Bin interjected. Preempting Ning Fan's response, fights between factions often commence with mere insults. When tempers flare, who cares about the consequences? It's all about the thrill of the moment. Exactly. Initially, conflicts may be somewhat rational, blaming the opposing side for the issues at hand. Yet, once casualties occur, both sides become blinded by rage. Among those who survive, how can anyone be devoid of resentment? Ning Fan nodded. Moreover, regardless of which side it is, both believe that their respective leaders are backing them. Xiao Fei's eyes sparkled. So, you imply that casualties will occur among the enforcers of both sides? Indeed, and the toll may be heavier than we anticipate. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes. Once casualties arise, then District F-27 will be thrown into complete chaos. Hui Zi discerned Ning Fan's ulterior motive. Ning Fan, what do you intend to do amidst the turmoil? Ning Fan smiled. To execute a grand plan. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding sound of pounding on the gate echoed through the district walls. The window swung open once more. I did not receive an order from the leader to open the door. Lu Ziqiang grew impatient. Brother, I have made myself quite clear. What responded to him was not words, but the ominous barrel of a gun. Brother, I have no desire to engage in idle chatter. The gunman, a grim-faced Han Yu, demanded, open the door. Have you lost your mind? Lu Ziqiang could scarcely fathom the audacity of the opposing side, drawing their weapons so brazenly. Our leader has stated that if you do not permit entry, we may employ any means necessary. Han Yu's voice was icy, on the count of 3. If you do not open the door, I will fire. 1. Han Yu offered Lu Ziqiang no opportunity for hesitation, his voice suddenly rising in intensity. 2. Just moments ago, he had lost face in front of his subordinates. Now, he must regain it. Although the enforcers of District F32 felt a twinge of anxiety, it was overshadowed by a surge of adrenaline. I don't believe you would dare. Bang. A bullet whizzed past Lu Ziqiang's ear. He felt a ringing in his right ear, the deafening sound nearly shattering his mind, leaving him in a daze. Brother, you are also an enforcer, armed with a gun. You should understand how easily it can misfire. Han Yu grinned wickedly. I cannot even guarantee where the next bullet will land. Do you dare to test it? Lu Ziqiang clutched his ear, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at Han Yu. Han Yu raised his chin with a sneer, aiming the gun at his forehead and pressing it forward. 3. Open the door. Lu Ziqiang suddenly shouted. He saw that Han Yu's finger was already poised on the trigger, although he still found it hard to believe that Han Yu possessed the audacity to shoot him. The captain of the executioners, it was evident that Han Yu had received the endorsement of the head of District F32 and now exuded an air of invulnerability. Lu Ziqiang had no reason to gamble with his own life. Upon Lu Ziqiang's command, the guards did not hesitate and immediately opened the gates. Han Yu, with a proud smile, waved his hand at his subordinates. Enter the district. Capture them. The executioners of District F32 swiftly boarded their vehicles, brazenly driving 6 cars into District F27, as if they were triumphant heroes returning from battle. Han Yu trailed at the end of the procession, holstered his weapon, and smiled at Lu Ziqiang, saying, Thank you for your cooperation, my brother. Lu Ziqiang's expression was as grim as if he had just received news of a death in the family. In front of Han Yu, he took out his phone and dialed Li Zhang's number. Director, the executioners from District F32 have entered. Li Zhang's voice reflected clear astonishment. What? Wasn't I clear that you were to stop them? They fired at me. Lu Ziqiang gritted his teeth. They shot at me. Chapter 0087. Who is the hunter? Han Yu sat in the car, crossing his legs and even lighting a cigarette, his chin held high. In this confrontation, he had undeniably gained considerable prestige. The several enforcers beside him were practically elevating him to the heavens. Compared to the F32 district, the F27 district was certainly lacking in both environment and scale. Yet now, they were able to dance wildly in the face of their rivals. This sensation was immensely gratifying. With reason, one can traverse the world. Without it, one struggles to take a step. Beside him, Defong continued to lament. We're here to apprehend individuals. Why are we being barred entry? They're just making things difficult for themselves. How does it feel now? Have we not taught them a lesson? Han Yu's smile widened as he waved his hand dismissively. Enough. They're just doing their jobs. It's not easy for anyone. There is no need to be irate. Look at Han Ge, so magnanimous. Defong continued to flatter him. Han Yu cleared his throat. All right. Since we're here, let us attend to business first. We'll capture the individuals and retrieve the items. If the F27 district has any grievances later, we will have evidence. With that, Han Yu arranged for 6 vehicles to split up and search for leads. Defong was assigned to another car. At that moment, he sat in the passenger seat, nonchalantly gazing out the window. This F27 district isn't much better than our F32 district. It's just as dilapidated. The enforcer driving chuckled. It's merely larger in area. I feel it's even inferior to our F32 district. Defong smirked. I think so too. I don't see what is so superior about these people. Pretentious fools. Where are we going first, Defong? It's my first time here too. If you ask me, who should I ask? Defong exhibited none of the humility he displayed before Han Yu. Instead, he casually pointed ahead. Let us just wander around for a bit. The driver navigated the streets aimlessly. After several minutes, the vehicle entered a narrow lane. Wait. The driver suddenly leaned forward. Defong, look at that car at the end of the lane. There was a vehicle riddled with bullet holes. It seemed somewhat familiar. Defong's eyes brightened. It's time for us to make our mark. Defong confirmed that it was indeed the vehicle they were searching for. Stop. Search the vicinity. Be cautious. He immediately assigned tasks. The vehicle housed a 4-person team. Besides him and the driver, there were 2 others in the back seat. All 4 disembarked, drawing their weapons in preparation to locate their target. However, just as they stepped out, they sensed something amiss. The back door of that car swung open. A young man was seated inside, smiling at them. The young man had bandages wrapped around his chest, with a bit of blood seeping through. Yu Dafeng recognized Ning Fan. Ning Fan raised his hand in greeting. After chasing all this way, you've worked hard. A sense of foreboding crept into Dafeng's heart. This young man seemed to be waiting for them. Clearly, I am the hunter. Before Dafeng could comprehend the situation, a chilling voice emerged from a nearby alley. Spirit Envoy, Huawu. A figure swiftly darted out from the shadows. The last executor, caught off guard, suddenly felt a searing pain in his back. A spray of blood erupted. The executor collapsed, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes filled with resentment. Damn it. It's an ambush. Dafeng shouted a statement that anyone could understand. Yet, from a small building nearby came a hearty laugh. Huh? Aren't you clever? Spirit Envoy, heavy artillery. Boom. The executor's vehicle was struck, instantly exploding. The 3 surviving executors were hurled away, crashing into nearby walls. Xiao Fei, with lowered eyelids, took a step forward, claiming yet another life. Cough, cough, cough. Dafeng spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a heavy pressure in his chest. Witnessing the brutal death of another comrade by a tang knife ignited an overwhelming will to survive, unleashing a power beyond his limits. He clumsily rose to his feet and leaped through the nearest window. Once inside, he searched frantically and, indeed, discovered a back door. Dafeng ran, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet his pace did not falter. After bursting through the back door, he quickly found himself on a main road. Spotting people nearby brought him a slight sense of relief. However, this did not allow him to relax. Until he saw his comrades, he dared not stop. Finally, after 5 minutes of running, he spotted a vehicle emblazoned with the insignia of his region's executors. Even more exhilarating was the sight of Han Yu inside. Brother Han. Dafeng rushed towards the car, as if beholding a savior. We've got trouble. The vehicle screeched to a halt, and Han Yu, equally shocked, exited the car. What happened? That kid ambushed us. Dafeng's complexion turned pale. All my brothers in that vehicle. They've all been killed. What? Han Yu's face clouded over with fury. Barely half an hour into the district, and they had lost an entire crew. Stop trembling. Tell me what transpired. Dafeng relayed the events to Han Yu in fragmented breaths. Upon hearing the account, Han Yu's eyes widened. You mean they utilized spirit envoys? Yes, and their spirit envoy is formidable. The memory of that unknown force that obliterated the vehicle still haunted Dafeng. However, as he absorbed this information, Han Yu's thoughts shifted to another matter. He gazed in the direction Dafeng had come from, the storm clouds on his face growing ever darker. This group was employing spirit envoys within the district, and the monitors in Zone F-27. Were they truly turning a blind eye? Goodness. Dabin. That was one fierce arrow. In a damp, dust-laden room, Wheezy animatedly exclaimed to Su Bin, I was just about to spring out and shoot you back with that arrow. Su Bin, with a hint of pride, declared, Of course. I have already asserted my prowess. Moments ago, after ambushing Dafeng, the quartet from the Wild Dog's Den wasted no time in arriving at their pre-selected refuge. Ningfan pondered. Shall we still need to take action against the enforcers in Zone F-27? In Huizi's view, Ningfan intended to ambush the enforcers in Zone F-32 first, then eliminate a few from F-27, plunging them into utter chaos. However, Ningfan shook his head. There is no need. From here on, we merely await. Await? Indeed, await. Ningfan licked his lips. We have deployed spirit servants. Under normal circumstances, what would transpire? Xiao Fei quickly responded, the monitors would hunt us down. Precisely, Ningfan nodded. But what are the monitors in Zone F-27 occupied with? The trio's eyes brightened simultaneously. They are confined by the people of the 3 Unified Cooperation Zone. They are utterly incapable of emerging to restore order. However, the enforcers in Zone F-32 remain blissfully unaware of this information. Moreover, the F-27 zone will not only refrain from explaining but will go to great lengths to conceal it. Ningfan smiled with profound satisfaction. The resulting consequence will deepen the mutual suspicion. The stage has been set. How they perform this drama is entirely up to them. Chapter 0088. Malice breeds cowardice, Captain. There has been a disturbance outside. In the monitoring office, a man bowed respectfully to Zhang Wenchun. I have heard that someone has summoned a spirit servant. Oh, Zhang Wenchun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Who is it? Currently, we do not know, the man replied deferentially. I just inquired and learned that it pertains to a fugitive from District F32. The man quickly relayed the information he had gathered. Zhang Wenchun pondered for a moment, considering the peculiar coincidence of the situation. In such a sensitive period, it was only natural for him to think a bit deeper. We need to ascertain the identities of these fugitives and see if they are the individuals we are looking for. Understood. Also, it would be prudent to investigate the enforcers in District F32 and determine whether that individual is mingling among them. Got it. The man paused, then reminded him, Captain. Li Jiang just called again, asking how long we intend to stir things up. He claims his patience is wearing thin. Zhang Wenchun was taken aback for a moment, then offered a casual smile. Ignore him. The man considered urging caution, but Zhang Wenchun scoffed. If he truly had the backbone, he would have kicked us out long ago. He has tolerated us until now. What threats is he making? Who is he trying to intimidate? I need a reasonable explanation. Han Yu, accompanied by Defeng, confronted Lu Ziqiang. Lu Ziqiang had bandages wrapped around his ears. Although the bullet had missed him, the shockwave had indeed injured his ears. Faced with the disheveled Han Yu, he naturally held no favorable attitude. An explanation? I thought you came to provide me with one. Lu Ziqiang pointed at his ear. Shouldn't you explain this gunshot? My man is dead. Han Yu's eyes burned with fury. He died in your district. Lu Ziqiang was momentarily taken aback, then sneered coldly. I warned you not to enter. Yet you didn't believe me. Who can you blame? Go to hell. Suddenly, Defeng drew his gun, pointing it at Lu Ziqiang. If you keep playing games with me, do you believe I won't shoot you right now? Han Yu did not intervene. He was equally enraged. However, this time, Lu Ziqiang seemed entirely unfazed by the weapon aimed at him. Hearing the commotion, a group of enforcers swarmed in, each brandishing their weapons, pointing them at Han Yu, Defeng, and the others who were cornered. This is my territory, Lu Ziqiang said with a cold expression. You think you can show off just once and get away with it? Han Yu felt a tinge of anxiety, but he masked it well. What do you mean? My meaning is quite clear. Lu Ziqiang narrowed his eyes. I do not seek trouble, but I am not afraid of it either. With a sudden motion, he waved his hand. Disarm them. A group rushed forward immediately. Han Yu's face contorted with rage. Do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Lu Ziqiang slammed his hand on the table, shouting, You dare to fire a gun next to my ear, and I can't even disarm you? Do you think I'm your father, accommodating your every whim? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, thick with a palpable weight in the air. The enforcers in Zone F27 were acutely aware of their captain's previous misfortunes, prompting them to act without a trace of hesitation. In the midst of disarming their opponents, they inadvertently landed a few blows on Defeng and Han Yu. You have your commander, and we have ours, Lu Ziqiang stated, hands clasped behind his back, ready to assume an air of superiority. Our commander has made it clear, if you refuse to accept our leniency, then let the masks be torn away. Indeed, Li Jiang had voiced such sentiments. The turmoil surrounding the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone had already irked him, and now the enforcers from Zone F32 were adding to the chaos. Did they truly regard F27 as a mere public restroom? Did they all wish to relieve themselves here? Han Yu gritted his teeth in frustration. In his eyes, he was justified, especially after the loss of his brother upon entering this fray. More damning was the fact that it was a spirit-wielding fugitive who had taken his brother's life. To this day, Lu Ziqiang had offered no explanation, instead opting to disarm them. He recalled the commander's earlier words over the phone. If F27 resorted to force, it could only signify one thing. They were in cahoots with that fugitive. You F27 folks play dirty. Han Yu spat through clenched teeth. What? Now that you've suffered losses, you resort to insults? How pathetic. Lu Ziqiang dismissed him with a cold snort. Remove the brothers from F32 from the vicinity. The crowd surged forward again, dragging Han Yu and Defeng away with kicks and shoves. Han Yu found himself forced into a vehicle, while other F32 enforcers had also arrived on the scene. As they witnessed their captain and Defeng being taken away, anger bubbled within them. Yet, with Han Yu captured, his men dared not act rashly and could only huddle defensively, enduring the blows raining down upon them. Amidst the chaos surrounding him, Han Yu's eyes glinted with fierce determination. This was sheer bullying. His brother had been slain by a fugitive wielding spirits, and F27 had the audacity to feign ignorance, with the monitors failing to show themselves. If they were cast aside like this, it would be a loss of face beyond measure. Once F27 dispatched the fugitive and administered the special drugs or relocated them, their losses would be in vain. The lives of those fallen brothers would have been sacrificed for naught. Without evidence, their pleas for justice would fall on deaf ears. Thus, rage began to fuel his courage. Damn it. This is intolerable, Han Yu bellowed, rousing his brothers. Let us take them down. The enforcers from F-32, already simmering with anger, had held back only due to Han Yu's previous commands. Now that their captain had issued the order, what hesitation remained? They swiftly drew their weapons. Lu Ziqiang was taken aback. He had never anticipated Han Yu to be so reckless. Yet, in the instant the guns fired, chaos erupted. Han Yu seized the opportunity to break free, snatching a firearm from his subordinate, his eyes ablaze with fury as he charged towards Lu Ziqiang. Did I not warn you? Firearms are prone to misfire. Be more cautious. Bang! A crimson mist erupted from Lu Ziqiang's forehead, and his robust form collapsed with a thunderous crash. Han Yu, still wearing a ferocious expression, discharged several more rounds into Lu Ziqiang's lifeless body. At last, after venting his wrath, a semblance of rationality returned to him. He needed to find those responsible. Even if it meant facing death, he had to drag those scoundrels into the light. He understood that the only way to quell this turmoil was to apprehend the culprits. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, at the headquarters building. What? Lu Ziqiang is dead. Li Jiang exclaimed, his complexion ashen as he clutched the phone. Yes. The individuals in F-32 are out of control. Their captain has slain Captain Lu. The executor on the other end of the line was evidently taken aback by the sudden eruption of violence. What the hell? Li Jiang gritted his teeth in anger. What is the situation over there? They have all scattered. It appears they are in pursuit of a fugitive. Pursuing a fugitive? This fugitive has stolen the boss's prized possession. They dare to kill their own captain for this. Li Jiang was utterly perplexed. Why such a drastic reaction over a mere theft? Boss, what shall we do now? If they manage to take him away, what will become of F-27's reputation? Li Jiang barked, mobilize all executors. Those scoundrels in F-32, for everyone we encounter, let them meet their end. Chapter 0089, Something is amiss. The cacophony outside was disconcerting. Zhang Wenchun furrowed his brow as he listened to the tumult. The man had previously reported that the enforcers from 2 districts were embroiled in conflict. Zhang Wenchun pondered this for a moment. Suddenly, he rose and made his way to the interrogation room. Inside, Wen Kai's face remained as frosty as ever. This time, Zhang Wenchun did not smile. Your little pup seems to have arrived, he remarked. Wen Kai's gaze sharpened, yet she quickly scoffed. Do you think you can deceive me? He is not foolish enough to. Not only is he not foolish, but he is also quite astute, Zhang Wenchun replied, a slow smile curving his lips. I wonder what method he employed to incite chaos in the district. Wen Kai fixed her gaze intently on Zhang Wenchun. At last, she was convinced that he was not lying. This young man sought to create turmoil, luring their people away to seize an opportunity to rescue you. Zhang Wenchun spoke matter-of-factly. I must say, your bond with him is truly enviable. I've heard you've known each other for a short time. Such depth of feeling, it's quite remarkable. Truly admirable. When Kai fell silent, she dared not speak. She feared that even a single misplaced word could reveal Ning Fan's vulnerabilities to Zhang Wenchun. Ning Fan had arrived. When Kai felt a surge of emotion, nearly in tears. Yet, overshadowing her sentiment was concern. Could he truly contend with Zhang Wenchun? Zhang Wenchun gazed toward the door, musing aloud. However, if we simply remain silent, what other tricks might he conjure? Indeed, chaos had erupted within the district. Nearly 100 enforcers in District F-27 were mobilized, each radiating a murderous intent. Their leader had been slain, murdered by outsiders within their own territory. Who could endure such an affront? Inside the general headquarters, Li Jiang wore a grim expression, pacing back and forth in his office. He had regained some composure. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint what it was. District F-32 had lost something, and the thieves had fled to District F-27. When the enforcers from F-27 arrived, the fugitives had employed spirit familiars, killing several of their number. Suddenly, Li Jiang halted, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He had discerned the crux of the problem. Why had those fugitives, after stealing, chosen to flee to District F-27? If not for the existence of the Tri-Unity Cooperative District, the local enforcers would have surely collaborated to encircle and capture the fugitives. Thus, did entering the district not equate to walking into a dead end? Unless these fugitives were aware of the Tri-Unity Cooperative District and possessed a thorough understanding of it. Moreover, the audacity to recklessly utilize spirit familiars within the district further indicated that they knew the monitors were currently incapacitated. This group was targeting the Tri-Unity Cooperative District. Li Jiang felt a shiver run through him. It was that young man. He recalled the child who had previously been planned to be captured in the northern region. Their encounter had been but fleeting, and Li Jiang could scarcely remember the child's visage. He understood that everything Zhang Wuchun had done was to draw that child forth. Yet, he did not believe that the child would dare to come. But now, that child had indeed arrived. Not only had they come, but they had also deceived everyone. With this thought, Li Jiang swiftly grasped the phone. However, just as he was about to dial, a series of muffled thuds resonated from outside the door. Li Jiang turned towards the entrance, his corpulent form involuntarily retreating a step, his eyes brimming with astonishment. His mind buzzed. All the operatives had been dispatched to encircle and eliminate the enforcers in Zone F32, leaving this building with little protective force. Outside, bang, the door was thrust open. A young man entered, bandages wrapped around his chest. "Hello, General Li Jiang," the young man smiled. "General, the situation in Zone F27 has completely escalated. Han Yu was hidden in an alley, contacting his general. They have mobilized all the enforcers to hunt us down." "Hunt down?" "Yes. They are hunting us down." They couldn't even be bothered to find an excuse. Han Yu's emotions were a tumultuous mix of anger, resentment, and fear. He had just witnessed their enforcers, upon locating their target, dispense with words and simply execute them. And he had personally killed Lu Ziqiang. These individuals surely harbored even greater intentions to kill him. Panic seized him. "Damn it. This is intolerable." The general's voice was stern. "Have you captured the fugitive?" "Not yet." Han Yu hesitated, then quickly added, "However, we have just uncovered some information. There is indeed a young man looking for buyers for a special drug today." Before Han Yu entered the zone, someone had reached out to various connections, eager to sell a special drug. That person was Su Ben, at the behest of Ning Fan. The reason for this was simple. He aimed to substantiate the fugitive situation in Zone F27. The general, now armed with this information, felt a renewed sense of confidence. "All right, I will contact the Central District right away. Damn it, I must see how lawless Zone F27 can truly become." The general's voice was low. However, whether to contact the Central District or how to punish Zone F27 was of little consequence to Han Yu at this moment. "General, what about us?" "Rest assured, as soon as there is news from the Central District, I will inform you immediately. Just hold on a little longer," the general reassured him. Yet, Han Yu was left bewildered. "General, did you not hear what I just said? All the enforcers in the district are hunting us down. We cannot hide for much longer." "Don't worry. News will come soon." The general abruptly hung up the phone. Han Yu stared at his phone, his features contorted, teeth chattering, producing a series of clattering sounds. Meanwhile, after ending the call, the general hesitated for a moment before decisively dialing the Central District. During the course of describing the situation to the headquarters, the director became increasingly agitated. By the end, he was nearly shouting into the phone. "My entire team perished in Sector F27. What is this supposed to mean? Huh. Each of those operatives was meticulously selected and nurtured by me. Their deaths feel like a dagger piercing my heart. They're all gone. They were all my children. I will not tolerate this. If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation from Sector F27 today, I will personally lead a team to confront them. If they have the audacity, let them kill me too. I cannot remain calm. If I do not obtain a fair and just compensation for this matter today, I will relentlessly pursue Sector F27 from this day forth. No one should expect to have it easy." With a resounding clap, the director abruptly hung up the phone. Gradually, his fervor subsided. Attempting to steal from me? Just wait and see how I will flay you alive." Chapter 0090, A Bold Undertaking. "You. Who are you?" Li Jiang recognized Ning Fan, yet he could scarcely fathom that this child would manifest here. Previously, Ning Fan had confided to Qiao Fei and the others his audacious plan to seize a grand opportunity amidst the chaos. The individual before him, the district chief Li Jiang, was indeed the significant target he had alluded to. No one could have anticipated that Ning Fan had orchestrated such an elaborate scheme, inciting considerable turmoil, with the ultimate aim being none other than the district chief of Area F27, Li Jiang. Such audacity transcended the bounds of mere boldness. It bordered on madness. It seemed the district chief had forgotten my name. Ning Fan stepped forward slowly, extending his hand. "I am Ning Fan. Are you out of your mind?" Li Jiang, of course, would not shake hands with Ning Fan. "Out of my mind? Perhaps." Ning Fan's smile deepened. "Care to converse with a madman?" Li Jiang discerned that this child, compared to the last time they met, had matured. The mockery in his smile and the unwavering confidence reflected in his eyes left no trace of panic. To Li Jiang, it felt as though he had become a mere plaything, subject to the whims of this child. "What do you intend to do?" Li Jiang admitted to feeling unsettled. He had never encountered anyone capable of stirring such turmoil in not just one, but two districts. Perhaps the Santong Cooperative District could manage such chaos, but this child lacked the capacity for such grand schemes. He was acutely aware of the individuals and their abilities within the Santong Cooperative District. Ning Fan's thoughts were clear. I would appreciate it if you could provide me with a complete dossier, District Chief Li Jiang. Even though he had surmised that Ning Fan was targeting the Santong Cooperative District, hearing it articulated aloud filled Li Jiang with astonishment. This child possessed an audacity that was truly remarkable. Is there a problem? Are you attempting to intimidate me? Li Jiang endeavored to maintain his composure. Why do you believe I would cooperate with you? You will, Ning Fan replied with another smile, then opened the door. Outside, two guards and his driver lay in a pool of blood. Ning Fan gestured towards them. I have already escalated this situation. Do you truly think I would hesitate to eliminate a district chief? The flesh on Li Jiang's face quivered as the terror in his eyes became unmistakable. He had assumed that Ning Fan had merely incapacitated the guards, but the reality was far more alarming. This child was indeed mad. Ning Fan had made his stance clear. Blood had been shed. There was no turning back now. From this point onward, whether Li Jiang wished it or not, there was only one path forward. This child is incredibly ruthless. In the next moment, Ning Fan's broken sword rested on Li Jiang's shoulder, mere centimeters from his neck. District Chief Li Jiang, do not attempt to stall for time. I shall not grant you that opportunity. Li Jiang's heart raced once more as Ning Fan accurately anticipated his thoughts. You are no match for the Santong Cooperative District. Li Jiang's breath grew heavy. Child, you are still young. The blade, sharp and unforgiving, sliced across Li Jiang's neck, abruptly interrupting his sermon. Since you wish to avoid conversation with me, Ning Fan remarked nonchalantly, I shall find someone else to engage you. Before Li Jiang could react, Ning Fan seized him by the collar and dragged him downstairs, forcefully pulling him out of the headquarters building. Even outside, Li Jiang dared not raise his voice. He understood that should he refuse to cooperate, Ning Fan's sword would undoubtedly reach him before he could utter a sound. A vehicle was parked outside, Li Jiang's car. Ning Fan flung open the door and unceremoniously tossed Li Jiang inside. At the wheel sat Huizi, while Su Bin occupied the passenger seat. Once Ning Fan squeezed into the back, Huizi turned his head, smiling at Li Jiang. Commander Li, what a pleasure it is to meet you. Huizi chuckled. Unfortunately, the district is too chaotic. This vehicle is the only one that no one dares to inspect. I hope you don't mind my borrowing it. A mere 15 minutes later, Li Jiang found himself in a room where the Wild Dog Society had previously concealed themselves. He surveyed his surroundings, frowning inwardly, unaware that such a place existed in Zone F-27. Huizi was perched on a stool, tilting his head to twist a light bulb. As the bulb illuminated, Huizi beamed with satisfaction. Not bad. We have electricity. Li Jiang's shadow loomed on the wall. Ning Fan sat directly across from him, resting his forearms on his legs, his body leaning forward. Commander Li, during our last encounter, I admired your composure. When you took Subei, you expressed your frustration. Yet for the sake of Zone F-27, you chose to endure. But now? Ning Fan's voice remained even. Your men have been murdered. Li Jiang's body trembled slightly. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes. The same filth has been flung upon your head, twice. Li Jiang clenched his fists tightly, fury radiating from his gaze. Ning Fan glanced at his fists and scoffed. Are you angry because of the Santong Cooperative District? Or is it my choice of words that offends you? You cannot escape Zone F-27. Li Jiang's voice was heavy. Let us see you try. Ning Fan shrugged. For instance, apprehending you. I merely wish to test the waters. And it seems my endeavor has borne fruit. With that, Ning Fan's demeanor shifted, his expression darkening. Once again, I ask. Provide me with the information on the individuals from the Santong Cooperative District. And if I refuse? Li Jiang fought to maintain his dignity. He could concede to the humiliation from the Santong Cooperative District, but a child. Huizi, why don't you take over? Ning Fan interrupted Li Jiang's self-indulgent rant. Huizi nodded, clutching a large piece of rag as he approached Li Jiang. Anxiety flickered in Li Jiang's eyes. He was uncertain of what was to come. You've made a grave mistake, Commander Li. Huizi pried open Li Jiang's mouth, crumpling the rag into a ball and forcefully stuffing it into his mouth. Li Jiang struggled to expel it, feeling as though his jaw might dislocate, utterly unable to summon any strength. In the next instant, his eyes became bloodshot, widened to the size of copper bells, and beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. Huizi's dagger was embedded in his shadow. Indeed, Huizi had unleashed his spirit servant. Originally, the monitors had specialized instruments to detect the release of spirit servants within the designated area. However, the monitors were currently incapacitated, leaving the instruments unattended and no one available to rescue him. General Li Jiang, do not hold back. Whenever you wish to speak, just let me know, Ning Fan remarked. Leaning against the wall with a tranquil demeanor, Li Jiang fixed his gaze upon him. His neck, though filled with excess flesh, revealed the bulging veins beneath. Huizi continued to press the dagger deeper. Li Jiang's body tensed, struggling against the confines, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. His shadow was under Huizi's control, rendering his true form helpless. He exerted all his strength to blink at Ning Fan, attempting to convey his sentiments. Ning Fan tilted his head. Do you wish to speak? Li Jiang desired to nod, yet his neck was rigid beyond measure. He was on the verge of desperation. He was willing to comply, but found himself unable to articulate it. Huizi, it seems he wants to speak, Ning Fan declared to Huizi. Huizi raised an eyebrow. Is that so? It appears so. Then, why not inquire? Very well. Huizi released the dagger and retrieved a tattered cloth. Li Jiang collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his body convulsing upon the floor. The agony he endured was unlike anything he had experienced in his lifetime. General Li Jiang, do you recall my question? Ning Fan squatted before him, looking down with an air of authority. In Li Jiang's gaze, there was a new element, fear. He dared not underestimate this boy any longer. There. Squad leader is named Zhang Wenchun. Chapter 0091. Pressuring speak of what I do not know. Ning Fan was familiar with the name Zhang Wenchun, having previously conversed with him over the phone. After Li Jiang had composed himself, he divulged all that he knew. Fear gripped him. The individual wielding the dagger was far too terrifying. From Li Jiang's description, the group in the Santong Cooperative Zone comprised 8 members, led by Zhang Wenchun. Their intentions were rather straightforward, to provide some relief for the situation in Subei. Zhang Wenchun was of the 100 souls level, though his precise abilities remained unknown to Li Jiang. As for the other 7 members, Li Jiang speculated they were all at least of the 10 souls level. Within the Dark Abode, even the lowest-ranking members were not at the single soul level. The entire team had gathered in the Observer Building, where Wen Kai was also present. Upon mentioning Wen Kai, Ning Fan's pupils visibly contracted. Sister Kai, what is her current condition? With a composed demeanor, Ning Fan regarded Li Jiang. However, beneath his calm facade, Li Jiang could sense his simmering anger. She is unharmed. Li Jiang's lips turned purple as he spoke. Zhang Wenchun would not dare to harm her. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. Dare not? Are you unaware of Wen Kai's identity? Li Jiang was equally taken aback. He believed it implausible that Ning Fan would go to such lengths to rescue Wen Kai without knowing her true identity. If he truly did not know, then risking so much for a woman, was it worth it? What is her identity? Her father is the chief researcher of the main district. Wen Shouyuan. The 4 individuals from the Wild Dog House were simultaneously struck with astonishment. Wen Kai's father was actually affiliated with the main district? This revelation indeed shocked Ning Fan, yet it also provided him with a sense of relief. As long as Sister Kai was unharmed, that was what mattered. Child, truly. You need not take such great risks. Li Jiang lay wearily on the ground, his voice drained. Even if you hadn't come, Zhang Wenchun would have released Wen Kai in a few days. Ning Fan looked down at Li Jiang from above, his gaze making Li Jiang uncomfortable. He might release Sister Kai, but what of the other observers? Ning Fan inquired nonchalantly. Do they also have formidable fathers? Li Jiang's pudgy face quivered. Ah, I see now. Ning Fan chuckled again. Whether they live or die is inconsequential, is it not? Li Jiang trembled once more. He could not comprehend this child, nor could he fathom what this child intended to do next. All he knew was that he was in a precarious situation. I am also trying to protect District F-27. You need not explain so much to me, as long as Sister Kai is safe. The others, I have little connection with them. Ning Fan rose to his feet. Mr. Director, I must borrow something from you. Observer Building, Interrogation Room. Zhang Wenchun remained seated across from Wen Kai. Between them, on the table, lay Wen Kai's mobile phone. Silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere unusually oppressive. Since Zhang Wenchun deduced that the chaos outside was linked to Ning Fan, he had not left this room. He was waiting for Ning Fan. With such commotion, he found it implausible that Ning Fan would not appear. The phone rang. Wen Kai rushed to answer it, but Zhang Wenchun was quicker. Seizing the phone, he directly connected the call. Xiao Kai. A warm voice resonated from the other end. Zhang Wenchun paused, activating the speaker. Hello, Dr. Wen. It was none other than Wen Kai's father, chief researcher of the General District, Wen Shouyuan. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Shouyuan's tone grew more heated. Is this Commander Su's man? Captain of the 7th Division, Zhang Wenchun. Where is my daughter? She is quite well, Zhang Wenshun reassured. We hold Miss Wen in high regard, providing her with 3 exquisite meals daily. When Xu Yuan's voice deepened, release her. Zhang Wenshun furrowed his brow. Ning Fan had already arrived. At such a critical juncture, he could not possibly release her. Mr. Wen, you are not my superior, Zhang Wenshun replied softly. I only heed the commands of Commander Su and General Luo. Humph. Su Wanjin's dog, well trained indeed. When Xu Yuan scoffed, Zhang Wenshun's expression darkened. Dr. Wen, such words are rather excessive. Wouldn't you agree? Excessive? When Xu Yuan's voice sharpened. A creature that barks, obeys, and can bite. What else could it be but a dog? Zhang Wenshun's gaze darkened as he looked at Wen Kai. Yet, Wen Kai smiled. Dad, stop scolding him. If you get too angry, he might bite me. Ask him if he dares. When Xu Yuan, unfazed, conversed with Wen Kai without a hint of concern. If it were Su Wanjun or one of the 3 generals of Dark Residence sitting before you, I might indeed need to exercise caution. But a mere division captain. When Xu Yuan's tone shifted, if he dares to bare his teeth at my daughter, I will personally ensure that I break every tooth in his lineage. Zhang Wenshun's expression turned as cold as ice. The phone creaked under his grip. Zhang, what was it again? Zhang Wenshun. Oh, Zhang something. Take good care of my daughter. When Xu Yuan's tone became nonchalant, await Su Wanjun's call. With that, the call ended abruptly. Zhang Wenshun glared at the grinning Wen Kai. In that moment, he genuinely contemplated eliminating this woman to vent his frustration. However, he dared not. When Xu Yuan was not exaggerating. If Wen Kai suffered even a scratch, anyone connected to Zhang Wenshun would meet dire consequences. Su Wanjun would not risk severing ties with the general district over him. Zhang Wenshun was well aware of his own insignificance. Alas, what a wasted effort. Wen Kai casually pouted, Captain Zhang, had you but a little more time, you might have awaited Ning Fan's arrival to rescue me. What a pity. My dad is impatient, unable to bear seeing his precious daughter confined for so long. She understood that Su Wanjun's call would arrive soon. At that moment, Zhang Wenshun would have no choice but to withdraw. Ning Fan would be safe. Zhang Wenshun glared at Wen Kai, his eyes filled with resentment. Even if I must depart, I shall ensure that wretched boy meets his end first. If Zhang Wenshun's arrival in Zone F-27 was initially driven by a mission, his current animosity towards Ning Fan has transformed into a personal vendetta. He dares not retaliate against Wen Kai. However, he comprehends that eliminating Ning Fan would inflict considerable distress upon her. That, in itself, suffices. Do you dare? What is there that I would not dare? Zhang Wenshun erupted, rising to his feet in a roar. Just as the tension between them threatened to escalate into a quarrel, the phone rang once more. Wen Kai paused, then smiled. Your master is calling. She too rose, stretching languidly, showcasing her exquisite form. At last, the incessant yapping of that dog has ceased. How refreshing. I must return home for a proper bath. Yet, in the next moment, her smile froze. Zhang Wenshun held up his phone, directing the screen towards her. Wen Kai beheld the name displayed. Heartless wretch. Chapter 0092. Are you foolish? In an instant, Wen Kai's expression shifted dramatically. This foolish child. Could he not wait just a moment longer? Once Su Wanjun's call came through, this entire situation would be resolved. In stark contrast to her anxiety, Zhang Wenshun was practically elated. Fate, indeed. With a deep breath, he answered the phone. However, before he could utter a word, Wen Kai shouted into the receiver, Ning Fan. Don't worry about me. Zhang Wenshun is leaving right now. He wouldn't dare to touch me. Please, don't do anything foolish. Zhang Wenshun furrowed his brow and promptly exited the room, locking the door behind him. No matter how fervently Wen Kai pounded on the door, he remained unresponsive. Little one, you've come all this way. Shouldn't we at least meet? Zhang Wenshun endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. If Ning Fan truly decided not to come due to Wen Kai's warning, he would be utterly helpless. At this moment, a murderous intent enveloped him. His breathing grew heavier, and shadows loomed in his eyes as he awaited Ning Fan's response. With such commotion outside, wouldn't he venture out to see? Finally, Ning Fan spoke, causing Zhang Wenshun to tremble with excitement. I'm coming out. Who will take care of your sister, Kai? The corners of his mouth slowly lifted. Things are too chaotic in the district. I must protect her. Then I thank you. Upon learning that Wen Kai was safe, Ning Fan's demeanor lightened considerably. No need for thanks. It's what I ought to do. Don't you want to see how she is now? I heard her speaking just now, full of vigor. She should be fine. Ning Fan chuckled in response. Yet, Zhang Wenshun's brow tightened. Oh no, this kid has heard everything. It's been a while since we last met. I truly miss her. Just then, Ning Fan uttered a statement that left Zhang Wenchun in a state of shock. Since you dare not come out, I shall come in. With a sharp click, the call ended. Zhang Wenchun stood frozen in place. He said he would come in? Why? He was fully aware that this was a trap. And when Kai had already informed him that she would soon be leaving, why would he still choose to enter? This was utterly illogical. Suddenly, Zhang Wenchun dashed toward the window. He spotted Ning Fan, who was slipping his phone into his pocket before looking up at him, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He pointed to himself, then to Zhang Wenchun above, and finally, he gestured across his throat. Zhang Wenchun comprehended Ning Fan's meaning. I'm coming to kill you. Having completed his gesture, Ning Fan strode toward the entrance of the observer's building. As he stepped into the lobby, he was immediately met with a pungent scent of blood. The floor was stained with large patches of crimson. Although superficially cleaned, much had already seeped into the ground. The people from the Triumvirate Cooperation Zone had turned the observer's building into a scene of carnage in recent days. Soon, Ning Fan noticed that the doors to the rooms on either side had swung open, revealing figures emerging from within. Spirit Guardian, restrain. Spirit Guardian, iron chains. Ning Fan felt a sudden tightness in his body, followed by chains materializing around him, binding him securely. Thud. He collapsed to the ground, ensnared. The two figures approached him. Ning Fan raised his gaze towards them, a smile still gracing his face. Two control-type spirit servants? Your captain certainly shows me ample respect. One of them, with a stern expression, placed his foot on Ning Fan's face. Child, do not be too reckless. It may cost you your life. The man seized the collar of Ning Fan's garment, dragging him toward the third floor. Zhang Wenchun sat in the office on the third floor, nonchalantly reclining with his legs crossed. Upon seeing his subordinate dragging Ning Fan in, a smile finally blossomed on his face. Just in time. The phone rang. It was Su Wanjun. Release him. Su Wanjun's voice was tinged with displeasure. Let that girl win. Go. The rest, eliminate them. Zhang Wenchun, with a teasing glint in his eyes, replied, I have captured someone from the young master's circle. Oh, just captured? Zhang Wenchun declared proudly. He is currently bound before me like a dog. Su Wanjun's mood appeared to lighten slightly. Very well, dispose of him as well. Understood, Su. Zhang Wenchun hung up the phone and then leaned over to Ning Fan, smiling. Are you here to kill me? Ah, Ning Fan responded nonchalantly. Have you come to understand? Zhang Wenchun narrowed his eyes. How would you kill me? By glaring me to death? How could you presume to know my capabilities, believing I am incapable? Though Ning Fan lay on the ground, he turned his head to survey those around him. Is this all you have brought to avenge your young master? Thud. A member of the squad kicked Ning Fan in the lower back. Brat, mind your words. The others wore expressions of anger. This kid, even when restrained, dared to provoke? Seeking death, indeed. Zhang Wenchun regarded Ning Fan with some confusion. This boy, surely not foolish. Yet why did he exhibit no signs of tension? Could it be he did not comprehend the current predicament? That seemed unlikely. Or perhaps his strength was formidable enough to disregard them entirely? That too felt implausible. If this child possessed such power, he could have barged in directly. Why go through such trouble and create such a commotion? Just as Zhang Wenchun pondered these questions, a cold voice suddenly echoed from the interrogation room. Spirit servant, Amber. Boom. When Kai burst forth from the interrogation room, enveloped in a soft golden light, her eyes brimmed with complex emotions, worry, heartache, but more than anything, gratitude. This boy truly came. In that moment, when Kai's eyes glistened with moisture, her gaze reddening. You foolish boy. When Kai berated Ning Fan, didn't you hear what I just said? They cannot harm me. Why are you so stubborn? Her excited body trembled. You, a mere child. What are you doing playing the hero? Do you truly possess such ability? Isn't your mind usually quite sharp? Why must you act foolishly at this moment? When Kai exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she stamped her foot. However, upon seeing her, Ning Fan, who lay on the ground, did not respond to her ire with anger. Instead, he smiled genuinely. What are you laughing about? What time is it? How can you still find humor in this situation? I am truly at my wit's end with you. When Kai threatened to snatch the phone from Zhang Wenchun's grasp, she was determined to call her father. No matter what, she had to protect Ning Fan. Yet, Zhang Wenchun was well prepared and easily evaded her grasp. Miss Wen, do not be hasty. Once I have dealt with him, I will return your phone, he taunted. How dare you? When Kai's spirit companion erupted with fury. Just as she was about to strike at Zhang Wenchun, Ning Fan finally spoke up. Sister Kai, it is delightful to see you still able to run, jump, and scold. When Kai paused, confusion etched on her face as she looked at Ning Fan. Then, Realization dawned upon her. Something was amiss with Ning Fan. He exhibited no fear whatsoever. I know they do not dare to harm you, yet I still felt compelled to come, Ning Fan said, his smile unwavering. You were kind to me back in District F-27. I remember that. As he spoke, his expression gradually darkened, and his gaze shifted toward Zhang Wenchun. Therefore, you have suffered indignities, and I must avenge that for you. Chapter 0093. I am here to kill you. When Kai felt a surge of emotion, and tears streamed down her face. Have you grown up yet? What do you want? Are you trying to woo me? She was aware that this was not the moment for such discussions, yet Ning Fan's words had undeniably touched her heart. You little rascal. Why are you so full of tricks? How utterly infuriating. She sobbed. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenchun was on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust. These two individuals completely disregarded his presence. I genuinely wanted to indulge you for a while, he said, his expression cold as he approached Ning Fan. But now, I've changed my mind. As he spoke, Zhang Wenchun extended his hand. Spirit Guardian, pursuit of life. A long sword gradually materialized in his palm. Upon witnessing this scene, when Kai halted her tears, her beautiful eyes reflecting a flicker of terror. A high-tier, 100 souls level. Lin Chuan had previously mentioned that once a certain level of rapport with a Spirit Guardian was established, one could release the Spirit Guardian without a weapon. The ability to manifest a weapon from a Spirit Guardian was a hallmark of high-tier, 100 souls level. Zhang Wenchun's strength exceeded Wen Kai's expectations. How could a deputy leader of a Dark Lodge possess such formidable power? Zhang Wenchun raised the long sword above his head, his murderous intent laid bare. No. Wen Kai screamed. She attempted to rush forward to intervene, but was blocked by other squad members. Her complexion turned ashen. However, just as she prepared to summon her Spirit Guardian to protect Ning Fan, she suddenly froze. Not only her, but Zhang Wenchun's expression also shifted dramatically. The long sword in his hand dissipated. With a snap, the shackles binding Ning Fan were also released. The entire monitoring tower was enveloped by an inexplicable force. Wen Kai's eyes sparkled with brightness. This was, with her astonished gaze fixed upon him, Ning Fan slowly rose to his feet, pushing against the ground. He even adjusted his left shoulder, shaking it lightly. Suddenly, Ning Fan delivered a powerful kick to the member who had just struck him in the lower back. The member had no time to react before he was sent flying, crashing against the wall. Zhang Wenchun was left dumbfounded, staring incredulously at Ning Fan. In that moment, he seemed to grasp what had transpired. So you can no longer rely on your Spirit Guardian, can you? Ning Fan's eyes met his, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Isn't it time for me to speak up? As he spoke, Ning Fan leisurely picked up the broken sword beside him and advanced towards Zhang Wenchun. I have already provided you with the spirit-suppressing artifact. In the vehicle, Li Jiang had long since lost his composure as the leader. Can I be released now? Indeed. The item Ning Fan borrowed from him was none other than the spirit-suppressing artifact. The equipment warehouse in Zone F-27 could only be accessed by him as the leader. Apart from the monitoring tower, when Ning Fan placed the call to Zhang Wenchun, the spirit-suppressing artifact had already been positioned around the monitoring tower. The artifact required 20 minutes to activate. Now, the time had come. Release you? Huizi scoffed. Mr. Commander, even without Ning Fan, we cannot be utterly foolish, can we? If we release you, would we be able to survive? Li Jiang hurriedly replied, Rest assured, I swear by my title as the commander of District F-27. If you release me. Silence. A Tang Dao was already pressed against his throat. Li Jiang fell silent, yet his eyes brimmed with pleading. Xiao Fei paid him no heed, instead turning her gaze to Huizi. Go fetch Ning Fan. Understood. Huizi pressed the accelerator, a hint of confusion in his voice. Xiao Fei, why do you think Ning Fan didn't wait until the spirit-suppressing artifact was fully activated before entering? Xiao Fei remained silent, while Su Bin, unable to contain himself, remarked, he fears that those inside would discover the artifact had activated and realize they had no escape, leading them to act rashly and use Sister Wen as a bargaining chip. On the third floor of the observer tower, blood pooled on the ground, forming a crimson puddle. Drip, drip. The hilt of a broken sword dripped with droplets of blood intermittently. In the 7th Division of the Dark Lodge, only Zhang Wenchun remained alive. To be precise, he was merely clinging to life. The shattered sword had pierced through his chest, pinning him to the wall. Blood continuously flowed from Zhang Wenchun's mouth, presenting a picture of a man on the brink of death. I will not submit. Zhang Wenchun's eyes were filled with malice. Resembling a vengeful spirit on the cusp of retribution, Ning Fan stood before him, his expression calm. Your submission is irrelevant to me. Ning Fan grasped the sword hilt firmly. All I know is that you are dead, and I am still alive. As he spoke, Ning Fan withdrew the broken sword, and blood gushed forth. Zhang Wenchun collapsed to the ground, breathing shallowly. Within half a minute, his pupils grew vacant, and he ultimately fell silent. Indeed, he did not submit. Throughout their encounter, he had never faced Ning Fan directly, and Ning Fan had provided him no opportunity to maneuver. With the activation of the spirit-suppressing artifact, Ning Fan wielded his blade with ferocity. As he beheld the annihilation of the triumvirate cooperative zone, Wen Kai was momentarily rendered speechless. Ning Fan flicked the blood from the broken sword back onto his body before approaching her. Sister Kai, it's all over. Wen Kai regained some composure. But her first reaction was not to express gratitude to Ning Fan. Instead, she exclaimed, "You bastard. Why didn't you mention the spirit-suppressing artifact sooner? You nearly scared me to death. I thought you were going to meet your end." Wen Kai berated him in tears. Ning Fan could only respond with a wry smile. I couldn't exactly announce it in front of them. Wen Kai was not foolish. She certainly understood this logic. Yet she was simply in the mood to vent her frustration. No reason. Even if you didn't say anything. Couldn't you have waited for the artifact to activate before entering? What was the point of coming in early? What if he truly killed you without a word? Wen Kai cried, striking Ning Fan. I believe Zhang Wenchun, in his desire to capture me, would not hastily kill me. He would need to vent his pent-up frustration before taking action. That is my perspective, Ning Fan remarked with a gentle smile. He appeared remarkably at ease, as if discussing a matter entirely detached from himself. Therefore, you would wager your life on a mere conjecture? Wen Kai is truly infuriated. Yet, Ning Fan nodded earnestly. It is necessary to take the gamble. Wen Kai found herself perplexed by this notion. However, Ning Fan offered her an explanation. If one possessed an army of 1,000, only a fool would wager their own life. Ning Fan said softly, but I do not have that. Wen Kai was taken aback. Ning Fan sighed with a smile. With limited resources and no courage to risk it all, how does one defy fate? Ning Fan, you. Wen Kai noticed that Ning Fan seemed to have transformed, especially in those eyes of his. Previously, they had merely lost a hint of clarity. But now they had deepened into something profound. Before Wen Kai could inquire further, Ning Fan grasped her wrist. Sister Kai, will you come with me? Huh. Wen Kai's cheeks flushed. Her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. What did you say? She felt her heart race, warmth flooding from her face to the nape of her neck. This boy, what does he mean by that? She even shyly considered lowering her gaze. Yet, before she could respond, Ning Fan uttered a statement that made her heart race even faster. I forgot to tell you, to save you, I have captured Li Jiang. Chapter 0094. Am I fat? What? Could you repeat that? Wen Kai's voice cracked. Ning Fan's words caught her entirely off guard. Why are you tying him up? Save me. What does binding him have to do with? Before Wen Kai could finish her inquiry, she suddenly comprehended the situation. The spirit-suppressing artifact? Indeed, it is the spirit-suppressing artifact. Everyone capable of obtaining such an artifact is trapped here. The only one outside is Li Jiang. Nevertheless, Wen Kai still found it difficult to understand. But why not just have a proper conversation with him? Why resort to binding him? For the first time, Wen Kai thought this guy might be a bit insane. While she was genuinely touched by his daring attempt to rescue her, did it need to be so chaotic? Even Li Jiang was dragged into this mess. Sister Kai, deep down, you understand this reasoning. Ning Fan's tone grew serious. Li Jiang, wishing to avoid offending the Santong Cooperation District, would abandon even the monitor. In his eyes, I must weigh more than the monitor, right? Wen Kai grasped the implication. Indeed. If Ning Fan were to have a genuine discussion with Li Jiang, the most likely outcome would be that Li Jiang personally delivers Ning Fan into Zhang Wenchun's hands. Sacrificing one Ning Fan to rid himself of this calamity is far too advantageous. But, Wen Kai furrowed her brow. She did not feel overly sympathetic towards Li Jiang. After all, it was his cowardice that had led to the deaths of so many at the hands of the monitors. What concerned her now was how Ning Fan would navigate such a tremendous predicament. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck her, and she looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. Ning Fan, when you asked me whether I would accompany you, it was because District F-27 will soon descend into chaos. Upon receiving Ning Fan's response, Wen Kai found herself momentarily speechless. Though unspoken, she comprehended the grim truth. Li Jiang would die. From the moment Ning Fan planned to capture him, it seemed he had already resolved not to let him escape. Since they had already offended him, there was no reason to keep an enemy who would harbor resentment. Within the bounds of possibility, if one could eliminate, one should. Sister Kai, initially, I was unaware of your identity. and thus I was determined to take you away," Ning Fan declared solemnly. "However, now you have a choice. With your father present, even if Li Jiang dies, no one should dare to trouble you." Wen Kai lowered her head, her brow deeply furrowed. "I will go with you." She did not grapple with her decision for long, but before we leave, there is still something to be done. What is it? A total of 5 monitors perished, yet Zhang Wenchun and his associates only killed 2. A fierce glint flashed in Wen Kai's beautiful eyes. Ning Fan was taken aback. What about the remaining 3? Wen Kai did not answer. Instead, she picked up her phone from the ground and descended to the second floor, kicking open a door. Inside the room, a man huddled in the corner, trembling. He sensed the presence of the spirit-suppressing artifact and heard the screams from above. He knew Ning Fan had come to rescue Wen Kai. He had been fervently praying for Zhang Wenchun to kill Ning Fan. Alas, he did not believe in deities, and no god would favor him. Warm team. You cannot blame me. I merely wish to survive." However, Wen Kai did not afford him much opportunity for incessant chatter. Who does not desire to live? The earring fell into Wen Kai's hand. "Spirit attendant, Amber." The earring shimmered with a golden hue, hurtling toward his brow. He barely had time to plead for mercy before his eyes widened and his body stiffened. "Beast." Wen Kai spat at him in disdain, before turning to leave with Ning Fan. Upon exiting the monitoring building, Wen Kai beheld the car stationed at the entrance. It was Li Jiang's vehicle. Ning Fan opened the door, and Li Jiang immediately leaned out. "Xiao Kai, save me. Tell them to release me." Wen Kai furrowed her brow. Yet Ning Fan directly plunged his broken sword into Li Jiang's thigh. "Ah!" Li Jiang cried out, feeling the tang knife slice into his skin. This was Qiao Fei's warning. Beads of sweat formed on Li Jiang's forehead, yet he dared not utter another word. Ning Fan entered the car first, squeezing toward Li Jiang, then sheepishly addressed Wen Kai. "Sister Kai, it's a bit cramped in here." Wen Kai glanced at Li Jiang, sighed, and relinquished her concerns. "It's fine. I'll sit on your lap." Ning Fan was taken aback. Before he could respond, Wen Kai had already nestled onto his lap. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his face flushing. "Sister Kai, what's wrong?" Wen Kai felt a bit embarrassed. "You are rather heavy. If that filthy mouth of yours cannot keep quiet, then shut it." Huizi had already driven the car to the entrance. At that moment, the guards were exceedingly lax. The district had descended into chaos, with most of those capable of combat dispatched to apprehend the enforcers in District F32. Huizi leaned out of the window. "Have you lost your eyesight? Do you not recognize whose vehicle this is?" The guard truly had no time to stop them. As the car approached, Huizi began to bark like a mad dog. The guard was startled, indeed recognizing Li Jiang's car. "And no, my apologies. I didn't see clearly. Open the gate. Quickly." The guard hurriedly ran to open the gate. However, just as it swung open, he sensed something amiss. The driver looked somewhat familiar. Hadn't he seen him today? Moreover, he was certainly not the chief's regular driver. Just moments ago, he had been startled by Huizi's unexpected outburst. "Excuse me." The guard turned back, intending to inquire further. But the car suddenly roared to life, speeding away from the gates. The guard's face turned pale. In that fleeting moment as the car sped past, he caught sight of the chief, Li Jiang, seated inside. Yet, a tang knife was ominously positioned across Li Jiang's neck. The vehicle had been on the road for more than half an hour, with the distant District F27 steadily receding. "Huizi, stop the car," Ning Fan said flatly. "My legs are numb." "Ahead," Wen Kai retorted. "I'm 172 meters tall and weigh 100 pounds. This chest alone must account for 10 pounds. Am I fat?" Wen Kai was indeed infuriated. Qiao Fei sat beside Li Jiang, raising an eyebrow as she regarded Wen Kai. Is this truly something that can be discussed in front of a car full of people? Ning Fan felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, nearly instinctively reaching for his sword, Wuchou. Meanwhile, Huizi, having slammed on the brakes, smirked and said, "Captain, if you feel wronged, why not let me drive? I can sit in the back. My legs are all muscle, so I'm not afraid of a little discomfort." The group disembarked from the vehicle, yet Li Jiang lingered, reluctant to leave. Observing the laughter and chatter among the others, he seized the moment and spoke to Ning Fan. "Child, you've taken care of the people. You've come out unscathed. May I take my leave now?" Li Jiang forced a smile. "Consider this car a gift from your uncle. You'll need it for the journey ahead. It's impractical to travel without a vehicle." "Not to worry, I'll walk back on my own. In this desolate wilderness." "How would he manage that?" Ning Fan regarded Li Jiang inside the car and remarked, "Aren't you concerned about encountering beasts?" "Not at all. I'll just keep my distance." Li Jiang replied with a strained grin. The sight of these desperate souls was far more daunting than any beast. However, Ning Fan chose not to engage further with him and turned his attention to Wen Kai. Sister Kai, please step aside. Chapter 0095. Li Jiang must not die. When Kai understood Ning Fan's intentions. She had a certain familiarity with Li Jiang, killing him in her presence. Ning Fan feared it might disturb her. In truth, Wen Kai indeed felt somewhat uneasy. Thus, she walked away into the distance. Li Jiang was genuinely alarmed this time. He recognized the peril he was in but harbored a foolish hope that Ning Fan would not truly take his life. After all, he was a high-ranking official. To murder a high-ranking official was a grave offense. Su Bei was a classic criminal, yet he had only ever dared to eliminate senior personnel, never a high-ranking official. Ning Fan, my child, do not act rashly. Let us speak calmly. Li Jiang raised his hands defensively, struggling in vain. Do you see me acting rashly? Ning Fan observed Li Jiang silently from within the vehicle. Letting you go would be a nuisance. Li Jiang burst into tears. No, I will not cause you any trouble. I swear. I learned this principle from you. Ning Fan replied coolly, to preserve oneself, it is sometimes necessary to sacrifice those of little consequence. He lifted his broken sword. And you, to me, are of little consequence. And no I. With a swift motion, the broken sword pierced through Li Jiang's throat. Blood splattered across the interior of the car. Xiao Fei frowned. How will we drive now? The car is unusable. Ning Fan stated. A high-ranking official's vehicle is too conspicuous. Xiao Fei had no objections. Where shall we go next? Let us deliberate. Ning Fan gathered everyone. Not far away, Li Jiang's vehicle was engulfed in flames. Wen Kai watched the blaze, deep in thought. How about we return to District F21? Su Ben suggested nonchalantly. Even if Uncle Song learns of our actions, he would not make things difficult for us. Ning Fan believed Su Ben's words, but responded, we cannot return to District F21 just yet. We are not clean. And going back would only trouble Brother Song. Su Ben retorted, I call him uncle, and you call him brother? Brother Song himself asked me to address him that way. Ning Fan did not engage further in banter, but shifted the conversation. Let me outline the issues as I see them. Please add anything I may have overlooked. The four fell silent simultaneously. Firstly, they should not be able to identify us from District F32. Ning Fan's expression was unusually grave. From the moment we procured the drugs to the subsequent chase, it is possible someone caught a glimpse of my appearance, but I doubt they would have a lasting impression. At that time, I was driving a vehicle belonging to the Wind-Slashing Brigade. The pursuers saw our own car after we fled, but that vehicle. Ning Fan glanced at Hui Zi. Hui Zi nodded. It has been handled. After they ambushed Defeng in District F27. Ning Fan instructed Hui Zi to dispose of the car immediately. The method was straightforward. Sell it. The vehicle was of excellent quality. Yet Hui Zi sold it for a mere 1,000. Given the price, how could those in the black market not suspect that the vehicle harbored issues? There was no need for Hui Zi to explain. The buyer would ensure that the car was meticulously cleaned. Once the vehicle disappeared, their leads would vanish too. Ning Fan continued, yet Hui Zi curiously inquired, but the enforcers have seen us, especially that one who escaped. He referred to Defeng. Even if he remembered, it would be of no consequence. Ning Fan softly remarked, just now on the road, I saw his corpse. He is dead. Not just Defeng, but Han Yu as well. It seems that very few enforcers remain alive in the entire F32 district, as Ning Fan had anticipated when both sides became engulfed in violence. No one contemplated the consequences. More critically, with Chief Li Jiang absent and Enforcer Captain Lu Ziqiang deceased, this provided the subordinates with an opportunity for even greater madness. Thus, the most pressing issue now lay within the F27 district. Xiao Fei gestured with her chin towards the burning vehicle. Li Jiang perished at our hands. Indeed, compared to the situation in the F32 district, the death of the chief in the F27 district posed their most significant trouble. Who says he is dead? Ning Fan asked with a smile. Xiao Fei was taken aback. Was it not evident? Wasn't he the body still burning in the vehicle? He is missing, Ning Fan added. Xiao Fei instantly understood. You mean, someone does not want him dead, so he cannot die. Ning Fan replied thoughtfully from the perspective of the F32 district. If Li Jiang is dead, there are only two possibilities. First, we thieves killed him. Second, the enforcers from the F32 district did. Both outcomes are unacceptable for the F32 district. What the chief of F32 district needs to consider is not the truth of the matter, but rather, how to maximize his own benefits. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes. Only if Li Jiang remains alive can he seek compensation from the F27 district. Moreover, with Li Jiang out of sight, the F-27 district will be left without leadership, making it even easier for the F-32 district to exert pressure. Therefore, at least until he has extracted sufficient benefits, Li Jiang will not die. If I am not mistaken, someone from the chief district will soon arrive to investigate this matter. If they diligently verify the facts, they will undoubtedly trace it back to us. However, I believe the chief of F-32 district will be even more eager to conceal the truth. The special medicine has already been lost, and it certainly cannot be retrieved now. The 6 vehicles of enforcers dispatched from F-32 district are also dead. Having wagered such a heavy stake, their chief cannot afford a loss. Thus, his only choice is to steer the final investigative results in a direction that favors their interests, and precisely, this direction must not include our existence. At this point, Ning Fan smiled. The investigation results desired by District F-32 should indicate that Li Jiang was lawless. Allowing someone to secretly steal the special medicine from District F-32 and slaughter the enforcers from other districts, ultimately fleeing in fear of punishment from the Central District. When Kai licked her parched lips, she understood Ning Fan's implication. If it were discovered that Li Jiang had been killed by Ning Fan and his associates, then in the end, District F-32 would have achieved nothing, suffering the loss of a special medicine and 6 trucks of enforcers. A tremendous loss. However, this matter sounded chilling to the core. Was this the reason you brought Li Jiang out to kill him? When Kai looked at Ning Fan nodded, stating that only with his death outside could District F-32 assist us effectively. There was an unspoken truth that lingered in the air. If Li Jiang were not killed, they would become mutual enemies of both districts. Thus, Li Jiang had to die. Furthermore, he had to perish outside the district for the foreseeable future. Neither District F-27 nor District F-32 should pose any trouble for us, so there was no need for excessive concern. Ning Fan continued, what we truly cannot resolve is the Santong Cooperative District. The 4 of them simultaneously felt a chill. Su Wanjun knew all too well that the one who would annihilate Zhang Wenquan's team would undoubtedly be him. Chapter 0096. Someone has taken a liking to you as Ning Fan mentioned the Santong Cooperative Zone. The expressions of those present grew increasingly complex. Su Wanjun, this name loomed over them like a colossal mountain, rendering them breathless, in contrast to Qiao Fei and others. When Kai possessed a more direct understanding of the Dark Residents, a mere squad leader, Zhang Wenquan, already wielded formidable strength at the advanced soul level. Coupled with the previously encountered Qianhun Yuliang, this only deepened her sense of helplessness. Suddenly, an idea struck her. When Kai's eyes brightened, it seems that Su Bei has gone missing. Ning Fan immediately turned to her. Missing? Yes, when Kai nodded. In fact, Zhang Wenquan had come to the F-27 zone primarily to investigate whether Su Bei had truly been taken away by Yuliang. So, Su Bei has not returned to the Santong Cooperative Zone? Correct. When Kai frowned, however, it appears that Zhang Wenquan is also unaware of how Su Bei disappeared. Ning Fan contemplated deeply, observing the flickering flames. Su Bei had undoubtedly been taken by Yi Liang. If it were indeed a case of disappearance, who possesses the capability to snatch someone from Yi Liang's grasp? Moreover, who would dare abduct the son of Su Wanjun? His thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of his phone. It was my father. When Kai produced her mobile device. Dad. Xiao Kai. The Haven Tea made things difficult for you, have they? When Xiu Yuan inquired with concern. No. When Kai was at a loss as to how to explain the situation to Wen Xiu Yuan. All right, as long as you're fine. Go home, take a shower, and rest. You needn't concern yourself with what happens next. Stay indoors for now. The F-27 zone is a bit chaotic, Wen Xiu Yuan gently advised. The F-32 zone has reported to the Central Zone. In a few days, personnel from the Central Zone will come to investigate. I've assured them that they won't disturb you. Dad, I've left the zone. When Kai spoke with a hint of guilt. I'm not in the F-27 zone. Left the zone. What are you doing outside? When Xiu Yuan's worry was palpable. I have a friend who came to see me. When Kai's confidence waned with each word. When Xiu Yuan fell silent for a prolonged moment. Just as when Kai feared that her father would erupt in anger, he finally spoke again. Is it the child that Su Wanjuan's people are looking for? Yes. When Xiu Yuan lapsed into silence once more. Dad, the situation is actually. Where are you now? When Xiu Yuan interrupted her explanation. When Kai glanced around, unsure of her surroundings. After we left, we headed east towards the F-27 zone. Halfway through her sentence, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Dad, what are you planning to do? What are you panicking about? Can your own father not be trusted? When Xiu Yuan replied, slightly displeased. Let that young man answer the phone. Dad, no need for the pleasantries. I want to talk to him. Rest assured, I won't scold him. Oh, just be mindful of your tone. With trepidation, Wen Kai handed the phone to Ning Fan, who received it without surprise. When one's daughter ventures out with a stranger, how could a father not be concerned? Greetings. I am Ning Fan. The outside world is fraught with danger. I shall take Shao Kai to District F-18, and I will orchestrate the subsequent matters. When Xuan spoke with an authoritative tone that brooked no refusal, I shall meet you there. Ning Fan did not respond directly. Although Wen Shuyuan is the father of Wen Kai is Wen Kai, and Wen Shuyuan is Wen Shuyuan. Ning Fan trusts that Wen Kai would not harm him. Yet he harbors doubts about Wen Shuyuan. Do not be so wary, young man. You have rescued my daughter. I have no intention of deceiving you. Wen Shuyuan seemed to discern Ning Fan's thoughts almost instantaneously. Moreover, if I truly wish to ensnare you, as long as you remain within District F, I would be able to capture you without difficulty. Ning Fan pondered and concluded that Wen Shuyuan was not merely boasting. His ability to converse directly with Su Wanjun to secure her release indicated that his influence was indeed formidable. Very well, let us set forth now. Take good care of Shao Kai along the way. She is unfamiliar with the wilderness, and I do not wish for her to come to harm. Wen Shuyuan's tone softened. Ning Fan was somewhat taken aback. Isn't Sister Kai supposed to have a spirit attendant? Unfamiliar with the wilderness? Then what of her spirit attendant, my daughter, Wen Shuyuan? Still needs to venture into the wild to acquire a spirit attendant? Wen Shuyuan spoke without any hint of modesty. Enough. We shall discuss further upon our meeting. Ning Fan returned the phone to Wen Kai. What did my father say? He said we are to go to District F-18. Upon hearing this, Huizi and the others exchanged glances, their expressions slightly altered. Ning Fan dismissed their concerns. There should not be any issues. Since Ning Fan had made his decision, the others had little objection. After a brief rest, and confirming the location of District F-18, the group set off on foot. Nothing particularly noteworthy occurred along the way. Even when they encountered some strange beasts, the current strength of the team made it relatively easy to handle. Hey, Captain, what do you think of Wen Kai? While Qiao Fei and Wen Kai walked ahead, Huizi nudged Ning Fan with his elbow. What do you mean? Ning Fan's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting we include Sister Kai in the Wild Dog Society? Is there some mental block in your head? The wise on one side, and the foolish on the other? Huizi retorted. You use your brain well, yet you seem utterly oblivious. Before Ning Fan could respond, Huizi gestured towards Wen Kai's silhouette. Can't you see she has eyes for you? Ning Fan turned to look at Wen Kai, but remained silent. Why would a distinguished young lady choose to wander the world with you? Use that clever little mind of yours to ponder. Huizi scoffed. Seeing that Ning Fan's lips remained sealed, Huizi grew impatient. Come on, we're all grown men here. Whatever you're thinking, just say it. What is there to be embarrassed about? I do not even know what I am thinking. Ning Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating with utmost seriousness for a moment. I truly do not comprehend these matters. Since childhood, Ning Fan harbored but one aspiration, which was to diligently acquire a miraculous remedy to enable his mother to detoxify during the outbreak of poison. However, after being rejected, Ning Fan entered the Wild Dog home, experiencing life and death alongside others. Until now, he had genuinely lacked the time and inclination to ponder such affairs. When one is teetering on the brink of death, who has the luxury to indulge in romance? What is there to misunderstand? Huizi nudged the elbow of Su Ben beside him. Big Ben, let me ask you, what do you think of Wen Kai? If she were to be your wife, would you agree? Absolutely. Su Ben responded without a moment's hesitation. Huizi turned to Ning Fan. Did you see that? Big Ben, who is of your age, understands, yet you remain perplexed. Ning Fan, looking utterly bewildered, turned to Su Ben. Big Ben, why do you agree? Do you have feelings for Sister Kai? What does it mean to have feelings? Su Ben replied earnestly. Isn't her family wealthy? Huizi's smile faltered. Meanwhile, Su Ben proudly lifted his chin. My father said, when seeking a wife, one must look for someone affluent. Thereafter, one need not toil, enjoying sumptuous meals and fine wines daily. How delightful that would be. Chapter 0097. When Shuyuan Huizi was utterly rendered speechless by the two companions beside him, claiming to be the most loquacious in F-32 district. It was the first time he felt so reluctant to speak. With Huizi's incessant chatter subdued, the journey ahead became noticeably quieter. The group traveled for 3 days, taking turns to keep watch during their breaks. At this pace, they estimated they would reach F-18 district in about 5 or 6 more hours. In a dense forest, Qiao Fei was calculating the distance. The eyes of the group brightened with a flicker of hope. although they had not encountered significant danger on the road. The prolonged trek in the wilderness inevitably led to fatigue. Suddenly, a gleam of light appeared ahead. Ning Fan swiftly found cover, leading the group to hide behind it. In the wild, humans could often be more fearsome than the beasts. Moreover, given their current state, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. Indeed, a vehicle approached from the distance. Upon seeing the insignia on the vehicle, tension gripped the group simultaneously. An executor's vehicle. After all this distance, could it be that the F-27 district was pursuing us? Huizi furrowed his brow. Ning Fan shook his head, observing no. It seems there is an emblem of the F-18 district on the vehicle. Isn't that where we are headed? Huizi did not appear overly optimistic. Expressing his concerns, could there be an issue? Let us wait and see, Ning Fan replied. Noticing that the vehicles were not heading in a single direction but were circling as if searching for something. They aren't leaving. Huizi was becoming anxious. At that moment, however, when Kai's phone rang unexpectedly, the sound piercing through the tranquil forest. The individuals in the vehicle seemed to have heard it as well and started driving towards their hiding spot. When Kai's expression turned apologetic as she hurriedly answered, Dad, I'll call you back. You should be close to the Darkall Forest, right? When Xiu Yuan responded directly, I've dispatched personnel from F-18 district to meet you. When Kai was taken aback and turned to Ning Fan, saying, it seems these people are here to pick us up. Ning Fan was visibly surprised as well. When Xiu Yuan indeed possessed considerable influence, having sent executors from F-18 district to retrieve them. At that moment, the vehicle approached, and a bald man exited the passenger seat. May I inquire if Miss Wen is here? The bald man was quite courteous, raising his hands immediately to convey that he meant no harm. When Kai spoke into the phone, Dad, I see them now. All right, let us meet and discuss. With that, when Xiu Yuan ended the call, when Kai stood up, that's me. The bald man let out a sigh of relief and promptly turned to the driver, instructing, inform the other groups. We have found them. Understood. The driver nodded and began contacting others. Huizi nudged Ning Fan twice and whispered from the sounds of it. It seems quite a number of people from F-18 district have come to retrieve us, hasn't he? Ning Fan nodded slightly. Indeed, it appears so. The bald man approached Wen Kai, introducing himself with remarkable courtesy. Miss Wen, greetings. My surname is He, and I am the executor for District F-18. You may call me Xiaohe. It is your father who has sent us to escort you into the district. I apologize for the inconvenience. When Kai responded politely, not at all. Xiaohe then glanced at the others. These must be Miss Wen's friends. Indeed, we are together, they replied. Very well, please wait a moment. The convoy will arrive shortly. As anticipated, within a brief period, a procession of several vehicles converged upon them. To ensure the comfort of the 5 individuals, the executors graciously provided a vehicle for Huizi to drive, keeping them together. Huizi, behind the wheel, radiated palpable excitement. In all my years, this is the first time I've experienced such grandeur, he exclaimed, as 5 or 6 cars led the way and an equal number trailed behind, manifesting a level of attention that, quite frankly, most people would never encounter. However, rather than feeling prideful about such treatment, when Kai furrowed her brow, gazing thoughtfully out the window, before long, the convoy arrived at the entrance of District F-18. To their astonishment, the district's chief personally awaited their arrival. As the convoy entered the area, a thoroughfare had been cleared on either side. A dignified gentleman stood to one side, flanked by 2 rows of individuals clad in monitoring uniforms. Moreover, the senior officials of District F-18 were all present. As the convoy came to a halt, someone promptly opened the doors for Huizi and the others. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your efforts, the man said, approaching them with a gentle smile. I am Hu Qingyang, the chief of District F-18. Hu Qingyang appeared notably younger than Li Jiang and Song Kai, likely in his early 30s, exuding an air of cultured amiability. Thank you for your trouble, Chief Hu. When Kai replied politely, glancing around, where is my father? Teacher Wen has prepared a meal and is awaiting you all, Hu Qingyang responded, leading the way. Ning Fan and the others were treated like esteemed guests as they were escorted to a fine dining establishment. Ascending to the 2nd floor, Hu Qingyang first knocked on the door. Upon receiving an invitation to enter, he pushed the door open. Teacher Wen, your daughter and her friends have arrived. Thank you for your efforts, Xiaohu. Not at all. May I take my leave now? Yes, please attend to your matters. I appreciate your assistance. Teacher Wen, it is our honor to host you. Hu Qingyang replied with a smile. My people are just outside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform us. Understood. With that, Hu Qingong departed, allowing the group to enter the room. A round table was laden with exquisite dishes, fragrant and inviting. At the center sat a well-dressed middle-aged man, his hair slightly graying at the temples, yet his features hinted that he must have been quite handsome in his youth. Wen Kai bore some resemblance to him. Although he did not introduce himself, everyone recognized him immediately. This is Wen Kai's father, chief researcher of the F district. Wen Xiaoyuan. Dad, Wen Kai greeted a little awkwardly. Wen Xiaoyuan smiled and nodded. Are you hurt? No. That's good. Wen Xiaoyuan's gaze swept over the crowd as he gestured with his hand above the table. Please, have a seat. In every movement, Wen Xiaoyuan exuded a distinctive aura, courteous, yet creating an atmosphere of discomfort. No one took a seat. All five stood at the door. Wen Xiaoyuan did not insist further. After a moment of hesitation, Hui Zi spoke first. I'm not very hungry. It's my first time in F18 district. I'll just take a stroll. With that, Hui Zi turned to Wen Xiaoyuan and said, Thank you, Mr. Wen. You're welcome, Wen Xiaoyuan replied, not pressing him to stay. I'll go with you. Qiao Fei followed Hui Zi out. Su Bin remained at the door, gazing at the exquisite dishes on the table. Suddenly, he laughed. My dad is playing tricks on me. He patted Ning Fan's shoulder and leaned closer to whisper in his ear. The delicacies from a wealthy daughter-in-law's family clearly won't taste good. Chapter 0098. I am undeserving. Su Bin has also departed. Although only Hui Zi exchanged pleasantries with Wen Xiaoyuan. The latter did not inquire further about the individuals who followed. Father, Wen Kai's countenance was decidedly grim. What are you planning? Wen Xiaoyuan raised an eyebrow. Planning? You have journeyed a considerable distance, and I arranged a sumptuous meal to welcome you. Is there a problem with that? Wen Kai clenched her delicate fist. Logically speaking, there should be no issue. Yet, it was evident to any keen observer that something was amiss. They had already reached the Dark Owl Forest. A mere few more steps would lead them to Area F18. Was it truly necessary to send so many vehicles to greet them? Absolutely not. They had arrived in Area F18, which, to put it bluntly, was akin to seeking refuge. Was such a grand reception warranted? Certainly not. This lavish feast was even more unnecessary, as everyone understood that no one would touch the chopsticks. Is your name Ning Fan? Wen Xiaoyuan no longer afforded Wen Kai the opportunity to sulk and turned directly to Ning Fan. Without waiting for a response, he continued, Li Jiang was killed by you? Ning Fan remained silent, his pupils quivering slightly. However, it was Wen Kai who became agitated. Father, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Kai. I am merely conversing with your friend, Wen Xiaoyuan replied softly. If you are not hungry, perhaps you might take a stroll? Kai Jia, it's fine. Ning Fan grasped Wen Kai's wrist, smiling at her. I need to speak with your father. Wen Kai cast a worried glance at Ning Fan, who reassured her. After all, I was the one who brought you out of Area F27. I should at least alleviate his concerns. Wen Kai shot a glare at Wen Xiaoyuan. Father. Ning Fan saved me. I know, Wen Xiaoyuan chuckled. Your father is merely a researcher. I am not a fighter. How could I possibly harm him? Wen Kai could likely surmise what Wen Xiaoyuan intended to discuss with Ning Fan. However, since Ning Fan assured her that everything was fine, she felt a sense of relief. Wen Kai departed, and Ning Fan turned to close the door, taking a seat opposite Wen Xiaoyuan. To Wen Xiaoyuan's surprise, Ning Fan picked up the chopsticks and began to eat the exquisite dishes. Even those few onlookers could sense that this meal was ill-timed. Yet this young man, Li Jiang, is dead. Ning Fan chewed on a piece of meat. I killed him. Wen Xiaoyuan's smile faded, and his eyes narrowed. And the special medicine from Area F32 was also stolen by me. Ning Fan decisively admitted, the 7th Division of the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone. I was the one who eliminated them. He took a few more pieces of meat into his mouth. And the chaos in Area F27, I instigated that as well. Wen Xiaoyuan's gaze remained fixed on Ning Fan, silence enveloping them for a moment. Ning Fan looked up. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? Did you do all this to save my daughter? Wen Xiaoyuan finally spoke. Ning Fan shook his head. Not entirely. I stole the medicine to save my mother. He paused momentarily. But my mother has gone missing. Wen Xiaoyuan was taken aback. Ning Fan took several more bites before finally setting down his chopsticks. Mr. Wen, he said, swallowing the morsel in his mouth before sitting up straight and looking at Wen Xiaoyuan. Thank you for your hospitality. Wen Xiaoyuan chuckled. Was it to your liking? Indeed. Ning Fan replied. It surpasses the exquisite dishes prepared at my home. Ning Fan nodded. I grasp the significance of this meal. What do you understand? You are implying that I am unworthy. Ning Fan smiled. The disparity between myself and Kai Jia is quite pronounced. And then? There is no and then. Whether you believe it or not, my relationship with Kai Jie is not what you presume. At least from my perspective, we are friends. Ning Fan shrugged. The first person to leave earlier was Huizi. He inquired about my feelings for Kai Jie during our journey. I pondered the question deeply, but I truly could not arrive at a conclusion. Are you looking down upon my daughter? When Xu Yuan asked, somewhat displeased. However, Ning Fan shook his head with a smile. Kai Jie is wonderful, beautiful, generous, and possesses such a distinguished background. If I were to nitpick, well, her temper can be a bit fiery. So, you harbor no romantic intentions towards her? Not at the moment, Ning Fan replied earnestly. I cannot guarantee what the future holds. When Xu Yuan teased, so, whether you two end up together hinges on your future attitude, does it? Mr. Wan, do you wish for me to be with her, or do you not? Ning Fan retorted. When Xu Yuan tempered his smile, what is your perspective? I believe you do not wish for that. Ning Fan tightened his lips. Reflecting on it now, I realize I had misunderstood things previously. When I first met Kai Jie, it was in the black market. She was engaged in the arms trade. Such a business is rare in other districts. Those devices of hers must be the result of your research, Mr. Wan? When Xu Yuan remained silent, Ning Fan chose not to pursue the matter further and continued. Later, I stayed at Kai Jie's home for a few days. When Xu Yuan's expression darkened immediately. Fortunately, Ning Fan quickly alleviated his concerns. It was merely a regular temporary stay, nothing more. When Xu Yuan sighed in relief, Ning Fan added, though Kai Jie is the captain of the monitors, her residence is exceptionally luxurious. It has facilities for cooking and bathing. Impeccably clean and tidy, such a place hardly seems affordable for a captain of the monitors. There are many instances, such as when I departed from District F27. Kai Jie gifted me a phone capable of outdoor communication, which cost a staggering 150,000 solars. Ning Fan scratched his head and chuckled. I was quite foolish back then. How could I not realize that such an expensive phone could not possibly be an idle possession? My daughter has not been frugal with her expenditures on you. Yet a single phone. Well, she can afford to give that away. Little Kai has never lacked for money throughout her life. When Xu Yuan's gaze softened slightly, and he chuckled ruefully, though this girl prefers not to linger by my side, she is quite unrestrained when it comes to asking me for money. Ning Fan could see the tenderness when Xu Yuan held for his daughter. Child, there is actually one matter where you have erred in your assumptions. When Xu Yuan spoke softly, in my presence, there exists no notion of worthiness. Even if you possess nothing, as long as Xiao Kai finds joy, I shall not impose my will upon her. Money is something I can earn. If Xiao Kai wishes to venture into a small business in District F27, I shall support her endeavors. And arranging a position for her within the district would pose no challenge. In this world, to live a life filled with happiness is my greatest aspiration as her father. She may choose her own path of joy, and it is as simple as that. I am a researcher, not one to engage in matrimonial alliances. My daughter, when Xu Yuan, shall not be treated as a bargaining chip. However, when Xu Yuan picked up the electronic tablet that had been resting by his side and handed it to Ning Fan, what I require is her stability. Ning Fan accepted the tablet. 3 Realms Bounty Notice Name. Ning Fan Ability. Unknown Bounty Level. S Bounty Amount. 1 million Solara. A clear photograph of Ning Fan illuminated the tablet. This stability you cannot provide for her. Chapter 0099. The dynamics of the lower city. Ning Fan gazed intently at the information displayed on the electronic board. He had anticipated that the Santong Cooperation Zone would take action, but he had not expected it to occur so swiftly. More importantly, had it not been for when Xu Yuan presenting this information to him, he would still be oblivious to the fact that he had been placed under a bounty. 1 million. Ning Fan chuckled softly. So I am worth quite a sum, enough to procure a special remedy? When Xu Yuan replied languidly, of that 1 million, 30% is due to the squad you annihilated, while 70% is attributed to Su Wanjuan's reputation. Ning Fan was indifferent to the implications of the 1 million. Mr. Wan, may I pose a question to you? You wish to inquire why the Santong Cooperation Zone can exhibit such audacity? Indeed. Ning Fan's expression remained composed, which surprised when Xu Yuan slightly. Under normal circumstances, one would be anxious upon learning of a 1 million bounty placed on them by the Santong Cooperation Zone. Yet, Ning Fan remained remarkably calm. Although he was clearly taken aback, he did not exhibit panic. How well do you understand the dynamics of the lower city? When Xu Yuan inquired, showing no signs of impatience. Ning Fan pondered for a moment. The lower city encompasses 8 major districts. Our current district, District F, is situated in the northeastern corner of the entire lower city. Each major district contains 69 subdivisions, and the primary area of each district is not included among these 69 subdivisions, existing independently within each major district. Ning Fan was aware of some basic information. When Xiu Yuan nodded slightly, "Is that all?" Ning Fan honestly replied, "That is about the extent of my knowledge. The rest I have gathered from hearsay, and I cannot vouch for its accuracy, so I shall refrain from sharing it to avoid being ridiculed by Mr. Wan." "And what about the Santong Cooperation Zone?" When Xiu Yuan asked, "Do you think they reside within these 69 subdivisions?" "They likely do not." "Then what do you believe they are?" Ning Fan paused momentarily. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. "They are another primary area of District F?" "That is partially correct, yet not entirely." When Xiu Yuan smiled, "There is a saying you may not have heard. The primary areas balance external forces, while the Santong resist anomalies." Ning Fan's heart jolted. External forces and anomalies. The term external forces naturally refers to individuals from other major districts who are of the same kind yet belong to different factions, while anomalies, when Xiu Yuan's smile gradually faded, refer to the monstrous beasts that roam beyond the major districts. Beyond the major districts? Aren't there numerous monstrous beasts in the wild? The beasts you have encountered are, at best, mere pests. When Xiu Yuan remarked quietly, "Do you know why the Santong Cooperation Zone is so formidable?" "Take a guess." Ning Fan could certainly surmise the answer, as when Xiu Yuan had practically laid it before him. Because they have been battling powerful monstrous beasts for an extended period? Precisely. When Xiu Yuan continued, "Thus, the Santong Cooperation Zone possesses the audacity and the capital to act boldly, for should they lose this line of defense, the major districts could swiftly fall." It was impossible for Ning Fan not to feel a sense of shock. The few succinct words from Wen Xiu Yuan seemed to unveil a new realm for him. To many, the wilderness had become a veritable hell. Yet beyond hell, there exists another hell. He finally comprehended why the Tri-Unified Cooperation Zone consistently afforded respect to the Santong Cooperative Area. Both sides were inextricably linked. In practical terms, the Santong Cooperative Area indeed safeguarded Region F from the formidable threats posed by monstrous beasts. However, Ning Fan's disdain for the Santong Cooperative Area was deeply entrenched. The work ethic of both Su Bei and Su Wanjun made it difficult for him to accept their role as protectors. Every matter possesses duality. Su Wanjun may not be a virtuous individual, yet he undeniably occupies that position, fulfilling his responsibilities. When Xiu Yuan offered a brief assessment before redirecting the discussion, "We've digressed. Now that you are aware of the influence of the Santong Cooperative Area, would you care to share your thoughts with me?" Ning Fan fell silent for a moment. When Xiu Yuan did not press him, allowing ample time to digest the information. "Mr. Wen," after a span of 5 minutes, Ning Fan suddenly let out a bitter chuckle. "I sense you were testing me." "Oh." When Xiu Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Your lengthy discourse served merely to convey that the Santong Cooperative Area wields considerable power, and my current predicament regarding their bounty renders me akin to a walking million solars. Having Kai Jia by my side could be perilous." "Indeed. That is my sentiment, an anxious father concerned for his daughter. Is there anything amiss?" When Xiu Yuan responded nonchalantly, "Nothing amiss, yet your approach is flawed." A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Ning Fan's eyes. "Mr. Wen, as the chief researcher of the General Zone, you are held in high regard by the regional chief. The attitude exhibited by Hu Qingyang towards you just now reveals that your influence in Region F is likely beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals." When Xiu Yuan smiled, refraining from contradiction. "Previously, a single phone call from you was sufficient to persuade Su Wanjun to release someone. Although Kai Jia may not be someone Su Wanjun would kill on sight, this incident could at least exemplify that even a figure like Su Wanjun, one of the Tri-Unified, must concede you some respect." "My dear boy, your flattery brings me much joy." When Xiu Yuan's smile deepened. Yet, Ning Fan shook his head. "This is not flattery. It is the truth." Just as when Xiu Yuan intended to jest further, Ning Fan suddenly murmured, "Mr. Wen, given your considerable influence, would it not be prudent to leverage it from my perspective?" When Xiu Yuan maintained his smile, though his gaze sharpened slightly. "Knowing that Kai Jia has such a formidable father like you, I should not only refrain from letting her accompany you, I ought to keep her close to me." Ning Fan's eyes brightened. "With her by my side, you shall exhaust all means to protect me. Kai Jia will become my most reliable talisman." When Xiu Yuan regarded Ning Fan intently, after a prolonged silence, he chuckled once more. "Since you perceive matters so clearly, what are you contemplating? Do you intend to use Shao Kai to coerce me?" Ning Fan laughed in response. "What do you think, Mr. Wen? I believe you would not." When Xiu Yuan seems to have become considerably more affable than before. "Child, you truly surprise me. Mr. Wen, I must admit, I am also quite curious. Ning Fan spoke softly. If I were to feign ignorance under the pretext of my affection for Kaijia, insisting on keeping her by my side, what would you do? I have just stated that my daughter is not a bargaining chip. Wen Shuyuan continued to smile, yet there was a hint of coldness in his expression. Should you indeed pursue such a course of action, although I am indifferent to that 1 million sola, trading you for a favor from Su Wanjun would not be without merit. Chapter 0100. I must hold on. Ning Fan patted his chest. That was close. He had narrowly escaped a calamity. You were never afraid. Wen Shuyuan remarked, piercing through Ning Fan's facade. From the moment you stepped through that door and began to indulge here, you have not shown a trace of fear towards me. Why should I be afraid of you? Ning Fan replied nonchalantly. You just mentioned that you are merely a researcher. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously burst into laughter. Thank you for saving Xiaokai. Wen Shuyuan finally expressed his gratitude. Though it is true that without you, Xiaokai would not have been in peril. As her father, I feel it is my duty to thank you for your relentless effort to rescue my daughter. Mr. Wen, can I interpret your words to mean that I was somewhat meddlesome? Ning Fan shrugged. Before I went, I had no inkling of Sister Kai's profound background. It is precisely for this reason that I extend my gratitude to you. Wen Shuyuan spoke earnestly, I have reviewed the events you undertook in District F27. And I must say, in terms of both courage and intellect, you are indeed exceptional among your peers. Ning Fan remained silent, pondering a particular matter. Wen Shuyuan's use of the term review implied that he had nearly uncovered the entire truth. Sister Kai could not have divulged this to him, thus. It seemed that the matters of District F27 had been comprehensively understood by the Central District over these past 3 days. Wen Shuyuan smiled faintly. This does not concern you. Not my concern. Ning Fan found it difficult to ascertain whether this matter had indeed been concealed by District F32 as he had analyzed, or if it was influenced by Wen Shuyuan's involvement. Regardless of the scenario, the final outcome was that Ning Fan would not bear any responsibility for this affair, as the truth required did not pertain to him. Whether Li Jiang was alive or deceased, the Central District indicated that District F32 had ultimately suffered losses in this matter. Thus, District F27 was obliged to offer compensation and apologies. When Shuyuan continued in a calm tone, Ning Fan is an astute child. Some things need not be elaborated further. Indeed, Ning Fan nodded with a smile. Understood. You still carry that special medication with you, I presume? When Shuyuan extended his hand, Ning Fan hesitated for a moment, but soon retrieved a metal box from his bosom and handed it over. When Shuyuan opened it, took a glance, and set it aside. Every district chief would receive a special medication upon assuming office, marked with a unique insignia. Possessing it could lead to complications. When Shuyuan stated with a hint of detachment, I shall hold on to this for you. Insignia? Ning Fan recalled that he had indeed inspected it and found no apparent issues. Yet, he did not believe that Wen Shuyuan would deceive him over a vial of special medication. What are your plans moving forward? When Shuyuan shifted the topic away from the medication, Ning Fan pondered briefly and shook his head honestly. I do not know. Do not know? When Shuyuan chuckled. Based on my previous understanding of you, I would have thought you were the type to meticulously plan every detail before taking action. I genuinely do not know. Ning Fan pointed at the electronic board, saying, This thing has come too suddenly. I need some time to digest it. Do you wish to hide for a lifetime? When Shuyuan inquired again, Ning Fan frowned and replied resolutely, Not at all. After a pause, he leaned back in his chair, and his youthful face finally revealed a hint of exhaustion. There are many things I wish to pursue, yet each one feels insurmountable. I long to find my mother, but I do not know where she is gone. I want to locate Brother Chuan. He is my captain and a good person. Yet he seems to have transformed into a ghoul. We ventured to the Soul Return Basin and eliminated hundreds of ghouls, but still found no trace of him. I yearn for vengeance against Subei, but he is the son of Su Wanjun. To be candid, Mr. Wen, I have my own selfish motives for this trip to District F27. Saving Sister Kai is my primary goal, but secondly, I wish to eliminate a few individuals from the Santong Cooperative Zone. Is that somewhat childish? Unable to confront Subei, I feel that taking down Zhang Weichun and his ilk would be a form of resistance. Yet in the end, a bounty has left me utterly overwhelmed. Ning Fan chuckled bitterly. So when you ask me about my plans, I truly do not know. I want to pursue everything, but each endeavor seems so distant. When Shuyuan listened silently to Ning Fan's words, previously he could hardly have imagined witnessing such complex emotions on the face of an 18-year-old. There was helplessness, resentment, confusion, and fatigue. This was a stark contrast to his prior understanding of Ning Fan through information alone. Even just moments ago, upon entering, Ning Fan had appeared confident and composed. "Child, has this bounty crushed you?" He pondered. "Not to that extent," Ning Fan shrugged. "I simply wish to express these thoughts to someone suitable. Bottling them up is too painful. Originally, I was a newcomer at the Wild Dog's Den, where Sister Fei and Brother Hui regarded me as a child. I could share my grievances with them, but now, I am the captain." Ning Fan sighed. "I must hold on." When Xu Yuan's gaze shifted subtly, as if he were contemplating something. "All right, Mr. Wen, thank you for listening to my grievances. I understand your stance. Rest assured, I will ensure Sister Kai returns with you." Ning Fan tightened his nose, the earlier emotions once again concealed, and a smile re-emerged on his face. "Thank you for this exquisite meal. It was truly delightful. Did you really acquire this special medicine at such great risk, just to give it to me?" When Xu Yuan placed his hand on the metal surface. "Are you willing to part with it? No one needs it now." Ning Fan chuckled softly. "This is something I have sought for over a decade, yet the value of certain things changes with time." Just as Ning Fan was about to rise and leave, when Xu Yuan sighed. "If it were not for this matter concerning Xiao Kai, I would genuinely consider bringing you to the Central District for further refinement." Ning Fan was taken aback, then smiled once more. "Without the influence of Sister Kai, Mr. Wen would never have acknowledged my existence." Upon hearing this, when Xu Yuan momentarily paused, his gaze sharpening with determination. "I know of a path. Would you care to explore it?" Ning Fan turned to Wen Xu Yuan, and after a considerable silence, he softly inquired, "Mr. Wen, do you wish to assist me?" "It's not precisely assistance. Rather, it is merely a suggestion. You saved my daughter, and in return, I have taken one of your medications. It is only fitting that I show some form of gratitude." As he spoke, when Xu Yuan's expression gradually grew more solemn. "This path is fraught with challenges, and there is no turning back." Ning Fan refrained from inquiring about the specifics of this path. "Where does this path lead?" When Xu Yuan pondered for a moment. "I cannot disclose its destination, for I am unaware of the choices you will make along the way. However, if you gain clarity while traversing this route." When Xu Yuan picked up the electronic tablet and pointed to the bounty of 1 million sola displayed prominently. "If Su Wanjun seeks to act against you, the price will soar by an additional 100 or 80 times.